Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 530, Planting the Dove in a Magpie's Nest, 1. What? Ning Xin came to visit. In the afternoon the next day, Fan Jin had appeared once again to sponge off a meal, and he heard from Fan Zhuo that Ning Xin had dropped in to visit him. The sudden news had given Fan Jin quite a rude shock. If it had been before the spirit hunt that Ning Xin had come to see Fan Zhuo, Fan Jin would have fully welcomed the kind gesture without a moment's hesitation. But after all that had happened, Fan Jin's heart was now filled with deep distrust for Ning Xin. When Nangong Su got back to the Zephyr Academy, he had reported everything he knew to Fan Qi. But Fan Jin had hidden the details of the assassination attempt on his life completely from him. For no other reason than the fact that telling his father about the incident would be equivalent to cutting off all ties with Ning Xin. They had grown up together after all, and Fan Jin took it as the last time that he would tolerate Ning Xin. Yup. Little Xin even brought me my favorite glutinous rice cakes. Fan Zhuo said with a laugh. Fan Jin's expression grew grave. Little Xie, how is little Zhuo's condition recently? When he recalled the attempt made on his life, Fan Jin asked, his face frowning in worry. Jun Wuxie glanced at Fan Jin, and carrying both Lord Memme and the little black cat, she said softly, good. Fan Jin gave a big heavy sigh of relief. Big brother. Did you guys happen to meet with any odd or novel encounters in the Battle Spirits Forest? Fan Zhuo asked with a smile, his eyes fixed on the two tiny furballs in Jun Wuxie's arms. Unlike the little black cat, Lord Memme totally ignored Fan Zhuo. Even when Fan Zhuo coaxed endlessly and tried everything he could to win its favor, he always still ended up facing into the furry buttocks, failing miserably. Fan Jin was caught by surprise at the question, and he averted his eyes, before bringing up something inconsequential. Fan Jin never shared those tiresome matters with Fan Zhuo, as he always wanted Fan Zhuo to be able to recuperate in peace. If I manage to recover properly, I will love to go to the Battle Spirits Academy to take a look. Fan Zhuo was feeling a little wistful. Due to his ill health, he had almost never stepped out of the Zephyr Academy before, and he longed achingly to see the world beyond the academy. Now, under Jun Xie's meticulous nursing, his health had gradually improved day by day. The sights that he had never dared dream to see started to tug and pull at his heartstrings. The majestic mountains, the meandering rivers, the wonders of nature. He yearned to be free, to see those sights. When he saw the longing in those eyes, Fan Jin could feel his heart wince in pain. He forced himself to put up a smile and joked a little, trying to cheer Fan Zhuo up, and the whole meal was filled with laughter. Seeing Fan Zhuo significantly cheered, Fan Jin finally got back his appetite. And he had just picked up his chopsticks when Jun Xie hit them out of his hand, and they clattered loudly on the floor. It's drugged. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes. Fan Jin's expression froze. The smile faded from Fan Zhuo's face. They used the same things as before. Are they not capable of anything else? Jun Wuxie stood up and dropped the whole table of food outside. Ever since Jing had been driven out, all the 3 meals at the bamboo grove were prepared and delivered by Fan Qi's trusted aide. The meals for Fan Zhuo were all medicinal. Cuisine prepared by Jun Wuxie, and the food sent here usually ended up in Fan Jin's tummy. How did that happen? After I came back, I paid attention to the food that was sent here and saw that they were all prepared in my father's personal kitchen before they were delivered here. Fan Jin said, his face dark. All the people working in Fan Qi's living quarters had all been with them for a long time and were absolutely loyal. So how did the fortification medicine get into the food? Who was the person behind it? Father would never harm me, so it has to be someone from father's personal staff. Fan Zhuo said, his eyes narrowed. Little Zhuo's meals are all prepared by Uncle Gong personally, and no one else would touch it. Fan Jin said as he pondered the facts repeatedly in his mind. Due to Fan Zhuo's ill health, they were all very careful with whatever Fan Zhuo ate. Chapter 531, Planting the Dove in a Magpie's Nest, 2. They had been fearful that the food for his meals would clash with the properties of the medicines, and had specially arranged for Fan Qi's trusted aide Gong Qinglei to take personal charge of it. From preparation to delivery, Gong Qinglei completed the whole process alone, and no one else would have a hand in it. Gong Qinglei was a man whom Fan Qi saved when he was out on one of his trips. They were both just youths then, and Fan Qi was still a disciple under his master's tutelage. Since then, Gong Qinglei had followed Fan Qi. Over the decades, Gong Qinglei had shown himself to be unwavering loyal and had never exhibited a single sign of betrayal. Fan Jin was most willing to begin to doubt the uncle who had watched him grow up. It might not be him. If someone really wanted to, even the seasonings used can be suspect. Jun Wuxia said. Fan Jin considered all the possibilities but could not come up with anyone else. Jun Wuxia continued to stare at Fan Jin, her eyes sparkling clear. She had a person in mind that she suspected to be the culprit, and Fan Jin should be able to identify this person as well, but he seemed still to be lost. Emotions always has a way of clouding a person's judgment. Jun Wuxia sipped at her tea, thinking whether she should reveal her suspicion to the blockhead in front of her. Big brother. Fan Zhuo suddenly opened his mouth to say. What is it? Over this period, has father been dining together with Uncle Ning? Fan Zhuo asked Fan Jin curiously. Fan Jin nodded and replied easily, Uncle Ning has not changed his habit of dining with father all these years. Father has always said that they had been doing that since they had been fellow disciples under their master. It must be said that the relationship between them is rather close, and father is always thinking of drawing the two families closer by. As he went on further exhorting on their close relations, Fan Jin suddenly stopped and clamped his mouth shut. His eyes widened and he turned to stare at Fan Zhuo, flabbergasted. Jun Wuxia lowered her eyes then, and the corners of her mouth curled up. It seemed that Fan Zhuo was a little bit more intelligent than his brother. I forgot I have something I needed to do. You guys carry on. Fan Jin suddenly stood up. Fan Zhuo's words had struck him like a lightning bolt, and cleared up the fog that had so badly clouded his mind. He had always thought of the culprit as someone who held grudges against the Fan family. But he suddenly realized that that might not be the case. In the Battle Spirits Forest, when Ning Xin had tried to kill him, it had planted a seed of uneasiness in him. And Fan Zhuo's words had suddenly caused that seed to sprout. There were not many people who were allowed access into Fan Qi's living quarters. And even less people were able to go into his personal kitchen. Besides Gong Qinglei and Fan Jin, the only other possibility was the person who ate with Fan Qi. Only Ning Rui could possibly have done it. Since Ning Xin had attempted to get him killed, would Ning Rui be doing it to Fan Zhuo? Fan Jin did not dare carry on further with that line of thought. He needed to go find Gong Qinglei and clarify a few things in detail, to gather a few more clues before he could be sure. Fan Jin left the bamboo grove in a big hurry, his face ominously darkened. There wasn't a moment more to lose. For Ning Xin's attempt on his life, he had been willing to forget it and scrub the slate clean. But if the father and daughter pair had their sights on doing the same thing to Fan Zhuo, he would never let them off. As he stared after Fan Jin's sudden and hurried departure, a slight tinge of a bitter smile appeared on Fan Zhuo's face as he lowered his head to continue to eat the medicinal cuisine in his bowl. Since you have known it all this time, why did you wait until now to say it? Jun Wuxia put Lord Meme and the little black cat on the table, her chin rested in her palm, staring at the completely unaffected Fan Zhuo. Chapter 532, Planting the Dove in a Magpie's Nest, 3. Fan Zhuo's hand that was holding his spoon froze, and his frail body straightened. He did not lift up his head, but remained silent for a while before he said, his voice sounding a little choked up, what can I do even if I said it to them? Without proof, my father and brother would never believe it. And if word reached that person's ears, it would only result in that person becoming more anxious to get rid of me. Wouldn't it be better if I keep myself alive a little longer and await a miracle to happen? Fan Zhuo's tone of voice was not as carefree as he usually sounded. The repressed and choked up voice made one sad just to hear it. Fan Qi trusts that person so much? Jun Wuxia asked, an eyebrow raised. That person saved his life once, and my father had always put that person's interest before his own ever since. I knew from long ago that someone was trying to get rid of me, but I did not know where it was coming from. There were no signs, and no proof. Father would not believe it just based on my words alone. Fan Zhuo finally raised his head. His handsome features did not show his usual gentle smile. In its place, was a chilly countenance, his eyes cold and sharp, with a glint like light on cold hard blades. If he was not confident of defeating his enemy in one stroke, he would not make his move, to not alert his enemy whereby he might be quickly silenced. "Why then, are you making your move now?" Jun Wuxie asked. Feng Zhuo stared at Jun Xie, as his dark countenance suddenly brightened to burst into a gentle and brilliant smile. "Because I have little Xie here." Jun Wuxie blinked. "From the moment little Xie came into contact with my brother, you have been used as a pawn to smear and damage my brother's reputation. With your character, you would never allow the culprits to get away with it. I knew you would retaliate one day, and the day you make your move, will also be the day that I would be freed." Feng Zhuo's smile was shining brilliantly. The appearance of Jun Wuxie had allowed him to see a glimmer of hope that one day, he would no longer need to live by hiding. "You are more intelligent than your brother." Jun Wuxie stared at Feng Zhuo. She did not believe that Feng Zhuo would just await his death all this while. He must have something up his sleeve. But his plan must have needed a long time to prepare for, and her appearance had just brought everything forward. "My brother is too kind and a little naive. He always tried to see the good in people. If he does not witness it for himself, he would never believe it, and just brush it off as a misunderstanding." Feng Zhuo shrugged his shoulders. His brother's character, he only knew it too well. If Ning Xin knows that you stand a chance to fully recover, perhaps she might no longer seek your death. Jun Wuxie said calmly. What the Ning father and daughter seeked, they would be able to receive from Feng Zhuo. Feng Zhuo's smile did not change a single bit. "And if I am not the real heir?" Jun Wuxie was shocked. Feng Zhuo stood up, pushing the medicinal cuisine that had turned cold away from him. "If my real identity was a case of planting the dove in the magpie's nest, and Fan Jin is actually from the Fan family's bloodline, would they still think the same?" Jun Wuxie's eyebrow raised up high. She was hearing some interesting news. Feng Zhuo's eyes were still on Jun Wuxie, and the smile in his eyes were deepening. "Father and big brother are both very good people. Without them, I would no longer exist in this world." Planting the dove in the magpie's nest was solely in return for a favor they received. After the matter with the Ning family is fully resolved, this privileged identity of being the legitimate son of the headmasters must naturally be returned. Hence, that fact that he would put up with everything in silence, was in consideration for the feelings of the Fan father and son, in repayment for their selfless act of benevolence. Jun Wuxie tilted her head and stared at Feng Zhuo. It would seem that before Feng Zhuo met her, he had already given up all hope of surviving through it. He must have known his body would not be able to drag on much longer and was trying his best to come up with ways to let the Fan father and son detect the malicious intentions of the Ning father and daughter, using his own limited lifespan in repayment for bringing him up. This youth was rather interesting. Chapter 533, Seeking Torment, in a Pair, 1. Fan Jin found Gong Qinglei very quickly, and the answers he got from him left him in a state of shock. He gathered that Ning Rui had been helping Fan Qi to source out tonics suitable for recuperation for many years, and Ning Rui had frequently visited Fan Qi's personal kitchen. When he thought back to Jun Wuxie's guess, Fan Jin had to seriously consider that possibility no matter how much he hated to. Ning Xin had masterminded an attempt on his life, and her father could very possibly be the very culprit to have drugged Fan Zhuo's meals to kill him. Fan Jin was greatly shocked and heavily devastated. He could not make himself imagine that the two people he had trusted so much all this time and treated almost like family members would deliberately plot to kill him and Fan Zhuo. With a numbed and heavy heart, Fan Jin brought and shared his findings with Jun Xie and Fan Zhuo before he left with heavy steps. He needed time to digest all that he had found out today. "The shock must have hit my brother quite hard this time." Fan Zhuo sighed and lamented as he saw the downcast figure of his brother as he walked away into the distance. Jun Wuxie was sitting off one end of the bamboo bench in the yard of the bamboo grove, and Lord Meme was happily chomping up the fresh green grass around her feet. "A time will always come when you have to wake up from your dream," Jun Wuxie said, cradling the little black cat in her arms. Fan Jin's character had always been like this. He tended to beautify everything around him. And because of that, he was always brimming with enthusiasm, and even when all the rumors about Jun Xie had dragged his name into the mud, he had not cared a whittle and still fiercely defended Jun Xie. That character trait was both good to have and bad to possess. In days of peace, people like that would be greatly revered, but when faced in situations when one was surrounded by danger, they were most easily killed. What should my brother do from here on? My father's character is exactly the same as his. Unless he is convinced himself of the suspicions, even if my brother and I tell it to him, he would not suspect his own fellow disciple. Fanjua found a spot under the shade to sit down, feeling rather helpless on how to handle the Fan father and son. If not for their overly trusting nature, they would have discovered the Ning father and daughter's scheme much earlier. We wait and see. Jun Wuxie did not intend to interfere much. It did not matter to her how the Fan father and son reacted, she decided as long as she knew what she needed to do, that was enough. Fanjua smiled, and as he stared at the hot noon sun, his heart warmed. When Ning Xian appeared once again at the little bamboo grove, the smile was still on Fanjua's face, as his smiling eyes fell on the figure of a youth standing behind Ning Xian. Big Brother Zhua. This is Yin Yan from the Spirit Healer faculty. He was roommates with Little Xie previously and he sort of misses Little Xie after having not seen him for such a long period, and so I brought him along with me. Hope we are not imposing on you much. Ning Xian exclaimed, smiling extra sweetly. After being snubbed the last time, she had needed 2 days to recover before she was able to make herself come here once again. This time, she had brought along Yin Yan, and she was very clear what she wanted to achieve here today. Fanjua smiled good-naturedly, but Yin Yan's face took on a rather dark expression as his eyes stared piercingly at Fanjua, the enmity in them obvious. Ning Xian betrothal to Fanjua had happened quite some time ago and word of it had leaked into the Zephyr Academy. But as Ning Xian had very rarely interacted with Fanjua, the matter of the betrothal had slowly faded and almost forgotten. Yin Yan had admired Ning Xian for a long time now and had been earnestly hoping to win the beauty's heart. But now, he had actually been brought all the way here to see Fanjua, which tore at his heart mercilessly, and he really could not find it within himself to smile at the person before him. His eyes surveyed Fanjua up and down, and a mocking laugh sounded in his heart. So what is he? Is the son of the headmaster? He is still a piece of useless trash that already has a foot in death's door. A guy who is about to die anytime, cannot be worthy of Ning Xian in any way. He completely disregarded Fanjua in his heart, and his face did not show much respect either. His disdain showed outwardly undisguised, and he deemed Fanjua to be beneath his notice. Chapter 534, Seeking Torment, in a Pair, 2. Fanjua was just as cordial as he always was, as if he was totally oblivious to Yin Yan's uncivil behavior, and he courteously invited the two of them in for tea. Ning Xian sat for a while, but when she saw no sign of Jun Xie, she began to grow anxious and said, "Why isn't Little Xie here?" Fanjua replied easily, "I think he should be in his room. Little Xie seems to like peace and quiet. Little Yan stayed together with Little Xie for a period before, he must have missed Little Xie after so long." Ning Xian said smilingly as she looked at Yin Yan. Yin Yan's expression froze, he was extremely reluctant, but when he remembered Ning Xian's earlier orders, he had no choice but to mutter noncommittally. He had never lived under the same roof with Jun Xie before. The first night that Jun Xie was admitted into the academy, Yin Yan had not gone back to the dorms. And when he got back, Jun Xie had already moved out. It could be said besides the first time they met, Yin Yan had never seen Jun Xie in the dormitory again. Fanjua only laughed and did not say anything in reply. Ning Xian tried all ways and means in various attempts to make Fanjua invite Jun Xie over, but Fanjua didn't seem to get the hint and only smiled at her and spoke about everything else except for Jun Xie. Ning Xian was getting more and more anxious, but she did not dare make her intentions too clear and abrupt. It was even more infuriating for Yin Yan. He was forced to witness Ning Xian defer gently to Fanjua and spoke in a soft demure voice, in an intimate manner, which shattered Yin Yan's heart to pieces. It was only after many hours that Jun Wuxie finally appeared, and Ning Xian and Yin Yan felt a sudden wave of relief wash over them. Little Xie. Once Ning Xian saw Jun Xie, she immediately put on her best smile and discreetly prodded Yin Yan on his arm. Yin Yan's expression was rather stony when he saw Jun Xie. His mind was suddenly filled with the scene that he witnessed in the Battle Spirit's forest that day, and his mouth felt to have been sealed tight, his lips turning purple. Jun Wuxie glanced once at Ning Xian very briefly and proceeded to walk over to a chair on one side to take a seat. Lord Memez's hooves tapped on the ground as it followed obediently behind her, and when it saw Ning Xian and Yin Yan, its tiny body suddenly stopped. It remembered that youth, it had disturbed its rest just the other day. Feed Tress. Bad people here. Yin Yan's face darkened as he looked at the tiny sheep staring angrily at him, and a twitch started to tug at a corner of his mouth. So this is the spirit beast that little Xie brought back from the battle spirit's forest. It's rather cute. As he could not find himself liking Jun Xie a single bit, Yin Yan grabbed at any topic at hand to attempt to strike up a conversation. Little Meh, come. Jun Wuxie did not even bother to look at Yin Yan and waved at Lord Meh. Lord Meh's hooves tapped on the ground once again and stopped beside Jun Wuxie's feet. Jun Wuxie reached down and carried the tiny sheep into her arms, and the sheep continued to stare angrily at Yin Yan. Bad egg. Eat you up. Ahem, little Xie, when do you intend to come back to the dormitories? Yin Yan was sitting on pins as he had been rather badly shocked by the scene in the battle spirit's forest. He no longer dared to act rashly before Jun Xie now. Jun Wuxie lifted her eyes and watched Yin Yan squirm under her stare, but he was still trying to appear enthusiastic. After a while, Jun Wuxie finally said. Yin Yan's stony expression turned green upon hearing Jun Xie's words. Ning Xin was suddenly taken aback. She had not expected Jun Xie not to know Yin Yan. How was that possible? Hadn't Jun Xie been snubbing her because of Yin Yan all this while? Why was Jun Xie looking like he did not know Yin Yan at all? Little Xie, don't you recognize Yin Yan? He shared the same room with you in the dormitories before, you know. Ning Xin prompted gently with a smile, as she carefully observed Jun Xie's reaction. Chapter 535, Seeking Torment, in a Pair, 3. Little Xie, don't you remember Yin Yan? The two of you had lived under the same roof before. Ning Xin said with an uncomfortable laugh, carefully observing Jun Xie's reaction. No, Jun Wuxie replied, without even lifting her head. Yin Yan felt a burning sensation forming on his cheeks. Ning Xin had just been telling Fan Zhuo how close he was to Jun Xie, and in just the next moment, Jun Xie was saying he did not even know him. The slap that came with that snub immediately crushed the courage that Yin Yan had worked so hard to summon up to come here. At that moment, Yin Yan and Ning Xin wished the floor would just swallow them up. They had been so sure that Jun Xie's hostility towards them had been because of Yin Yan, but from the way things were looking, that was not the case at all. And Yin Yan had been trying so hard to convince himself that he must realize and submit himself to the circumstances and bow down to Jun Xie for the moment. However, he had not expected himself to be so far beneath Jun Xie's notice and was a person he did not even remember. Silence suddenly pervaded the bamboo hut. Yin Yan's head hung low in humiliation, and the smile on Ning Xin's face was frozen as the two of them squirmed under the deafening silence. Fan Zhuo was sitting on the side, and he did not seem to have noticed the predicament the two visitors were in as he asked in perplexed consternation, "You don't recognize him?" "That couldn't be. Ning Xin was telling me that you and Yin Yan enjoy a rather close relationship, and he came all the way here to see you as he missed you terribly." "Little Xie, you must really think hard, and do not dismiss it so trivially." Fan Zhuo's voice was gentle, his expression concerned and caring. However, both Ning Xin and Yin Yan would rather he not say anything at that moment. If Fan Zhuo had not said all that, Jun Xie would not have known about their intentions. But since Fan Zhuo had said it, Jun Xie would naturally realize that the two of them had shamelessly come trying to establish a relationship with him and failed miserably, getting themselves badly snubbed. At that moment, all traces of her smile disappeared from Ning Xin's face. She saw that Jun Xie was staring at her with a gaze that made her feel extremely uncomfortable, and under that gaze, she felt as if her pretenses were being peeled off layer by layer, making her feel rather unsettled. The seat under her grew uncomfortable, and all the words she had prepared so carefully died within her. Jun Xie's single cold "no" had thrown all her plans into disarray. She didn't know how to carry on with the act. To make things worse, Fan Zhuo had brought the matter up which had made Ning Xin greatly humiliated. This time, Ning Xin could not stay seated there a moment longer. Her back stiffened and she suddenly stood up, her face a pale mask as she hurriedly bade farewell and took her leave, hastening her way out. She did not even bother to say anything about seeing them again this time. Yin Yan followed quickly behind her without a word, running out of the bamboo hut as if chased by a ferocious beast. Only after the two had left, Fan Zhuo suddenly broke out into laughter, unable to hold himself back anymore. Ning Xin must be getting anxious. She doesn't seem to be able to hold back anymore. I would have thought that she would be struggling a little while more, but she seems to have reached her limit today. Fanjua swirled the tea in his teacup, as his smile began to reach his eyes. As they had grown up together from a young age, he naturally knew Ning Xin's character only too well. She might seem gentle and adorable on the outside, but on the inside she possessed a very high sense of self-esteem, and was extremely self-absorbed. Jun Xie's repeated and unrestrained slaps to her face must really have driven Ning Xin almost to madness. Jun Wuxie raised an eyebrow. She did not feel that she had said anything harsh. Since they came to us asking for torment, shouldn't I grant them their wish? She had not even made her move, and Ning Xin had been so eager to come to their door asking to be tormented. Why should she refuse them? Fanjua laughed lightly, and rested his chin in his palm, as he stared at Jun Xie with his head tilted. I am getting really curious what really happened in the battle spirit's forest that it can make such a conceited and self-centered person to discard her pride and come try win you over. I could sense the extremely strong hatred she had for you, but she suppressed and hid her rage as she put on an amicable smile in front of you. I am guessing there is something she needs from you. Chapter 536, Seeking Torment, in a Pair, 4. Jun Wuxie stared at Fanjua, and she had to admit that Fanjua had a brain that was much more intelligent than his blockhead of a brother's. He had not needed any prompting to be able to see and understand the whole situation clearly. But she isn't that dense either. After having been snubbed so unceremoniously 2 times in a row by you, I'm sure she would have understood by now that she would not be getting what she is seeking from you. Fanjua said as if talking to himself, but having gotten used to Jun Xie's usual silence, he wasn't feeling too bothered about it. She might just be a little intelligent, but do not forget that she still has an old and crafty father. If they are not able to gain what they seek from the target, they will plot to get rid of it altogether. Please be a bit more careful of everything around you. I know. Jun Wuxie nodded slightly. She wasn't fearful that Ning Rui would make his move, but she was afraid that he would hold back, and that would make it a lot less fun. My body has been feeling much better recently, and if little Xie doesn't have too much on his hands to do in the academy, would you accompany me out on a short trip? Fanjua asked, pushing the other issues away from his mind. Where? Auction house. Jun Wuxie raised an eyebrow. She had intended to make a trip to the auction house. When they had been in the battle spirit's forest, she had amassed quite a load of spirit stones with Xiao Chu and the others, and had been looking for an opportunity to go to the auction house to sell them, but had not found a chance to do it. Fanjua's suggestion had suddenly reminded her about it. I have something I need to buy, would you accompany me? You should know, with my body in this condition, my father and brother would not readily allow me to go out alone. And if we allow them to arrange for escorts, they will surely be overprotective and make it meaningless for me by having a whole bunch of people to watch my every move. But if you are with me, father and my brother would be a lot less worried. Fanjua gave Jun Xie an extremely gentle smile. Over this period, after seeing that he had shown great improvements in his recuperation, Fanchi had been left more assured, or he would have arranged for another person to come look after Fanjua after Jing was driven away. Because Fanjua's health had dramatically improved, Fanchi had begun to trust in Jun Xie's skills in medicine a little, and even though the two of them had never met, Fanchi was full of praise for Jun Xie. For your trip, having me alone with you might not be adequate. Jun Wuxie did not immediately give Fanjua a straight answer. Although the Fan father and son believed that Jun Xie could completely heal Fanjua, they still would allow him to bring Fanjua out gallivanting alone. It might be easy to convince Fanjin, as he had witnessed Jun Wuxie's powers in the battle spirit's forest and might not be too worried, but Fanchi would surely be a lot harder to convince. Just as Fanjua was thinking that Jun Xie was about to reject him, Jun Wuxie suddenly said, I have a few companions. If we invite them along, it should then be all right. The smile on Fanjua's face widened. Little Xie has companions here. If they are willing, it would naturally be for the best. Fanjua was feeling a tad bit curious what kind of people the companions that Jun Xie was talking about were. Over this period where they had interacted with each other here in the bamboo grove, he knew Jun Xie had a very cold personality and seldom initiated contact with anyone. Jun Xie would only speak a little more to the two Fen brothers within the whole Zephyr Academy, and for anyone else who might have tried, they would have ended up in a situation not too different from Ning Xin and Yin Yan. They will be willing. Jun Wuxie replied calmly. If her memory served her correctly, Xiao Chu was the one who had pestered her to go to the auction house to net them some gold, and this would seem like the perfect opportunity. Fan Zhuo was discussing with Jun Wuxia on their plan to go to the auction house here, while on the other side, Ning Xian's face was thunderously dark as she hurried out of the little bamboo grove, and Yin Yan, who was following obediently behind her, was so frightened by the look on Ning Xian's face that he did not dare utter a single sound. When they reached a place where there was nobody around, Ning Xian could contain her rage no longer. That arrogant scoundrel! If he did not have those purple spirit exponents behind him, he would be nothing before me. Chapter 537, Seeking Torment, in a Pair, 5. Ning Xian was on the verge of exploding in rage. If she had not seen with her own eyes that had the support of those purple spirit-leveled exponents, she would never condescended herself to come try to win the favor of such a nobody like Jun Xie. And what infuriated her further was that Jun Xie was not only not showing humble gratitude, but was not even reciprocating the generous gesture. She had not once, but twice rebuffed her, totally embarrassing and humiliating her. It had left the highly arrogant Ning Xian visibly trembling with rage. Yin Yan was surprised to see it, and he hurried forward to appease her. "Senior Ning, you need not be bothered by such an imbecile who doesn't know what's good for him. I see him as a weirdo and he acts peculiarly, making people extremely uncomfortable around him. Since he doesn't know a good thing when he sees it, Senior Ning shouldn't go look him up anymore." To be honest, Yin Yan was afraid of Jun Xie. Whenever he thought back to the scene in the Battle Spirits Forest, he would still shiver in fright. If Ning Xian had not asked, he would never want to associate himself with Jun Xie ever again. Now that Jun Xie had embarrassed Ning Xian repeatedly, Yin Yan jumped at the chance to attempt to kill any other intentions Ning Xian might still be holding against Jun Xie and distance himself from the cold and callous Jun Xie. Ning Xian clenched her jaw. "You think I like doing it? It was all for my father. If we leave Jun Xie alone, he would only be further entrenched in his support for Fan Jin. And at this moment, the slander against me within the academy is still increasing. If it is allowed to go on, Fan Jin would not have to lift a finger and everyone will begin to despise me and forget everything about him in the past. His reputation will once again rise to become the senior Fan that everyone respects and adores. All the efforts that we have put in will have been in vain." The hatred in her heart made her wish she could crush Jun Xie's bones and scatter his ashes, but she knew she had no choice but to swallow all the humiliation thrown upon her. If not for those purple spirit exponents, she wouldn't have to bother herself with such trash, like Jun Xie. Yin Yan gulped. When Fan Jin's name was brought up, the hatred that had been forgotten with his fear suddenly rushed back up to the surface. Ning Xian drew in a deep breath, trying to diffuse the malice showing on her face. If he chose to reject the olive branch offered to him, he must be prepared to suffer my wrath. Since Jun Xie does not know what's good for him, I will soon make him realize how advantageous it would be for him to have me, Ning Xian, as a friend. At that time, he will finally know the right choice to make when choosing friends. Winning Jun Xie over was a mission that she must complete. No matter how much Ning Xian hated him, she had no choice but to put up with it. And after she has established a link with the purple spirit exponents through Jun Xie, she did not believe, with her respected identity and intelligent mind, she would not be able to win the exponents over. If Jun Xie, with his unlikable personality, was able to win the support of that group of exponents, she would naturally be able to do better. "Senior Ning, what do you plan to do?" Yin Yan asked cautiously. Ning Xian gave him a cold laugh. Recently, because of Lu Weijie and his band, the Zephyr Academy was caught up in another storm, making everyone forget about Jun Xie's misdeeds. People are always so forgetful, and it is time someone reminded all the disciples of Jun Xie's various past misdeeds. If I am not wrong, Li Zimu had lost his life in the Battle Spirits Forest in the recent spirit hunt, and the senior that had accompanied him had said that before Li Zimu died, he had defected to Fan Jin's team. You tell me, Fan Jin had been able to protect Jun Xie and even those disciples from the branch division so well, why had Li Zimu been the only one to lose his life? I fear that Jun Xie had acted on his hatred and it had resulted in such a tragedy, don't you think so? Ha ha ha. Ning Xian shared her scheme with her hand over her mouth, and she broke out into malicious laughter as her eyes narrowed, shining in sinister conspiracy. When he is overwhelmed and crushed down by the mountain of curses and insults, that will be the time I reach out my hand, offering to save him from the inescapable predicament. Won't he be eternally grateful to me then? Jun Xie, since you have so bluntly snubbed me, do not blame me for the harsh treatment then. Chapter 538, Chan Lin Town, 1. Fan Zhuo seeked Fan Jin out and told him that he would be going out on a trip with Jun Xie. Fan Jin had remained silent a moment, and after his moment of hesitation, Jun Xie said something that freed Fan Jin of all his worries. For the trip, it won't only be Fan Zhuo and Jun Xie, but they would also be accompanied by Qiao Chu and his gang. Having seen for himself the astounding powers of Qiao Chu and his companions, Fan Jin was undoubtedly assured of their protection. But the branch division was still a distance away from the main division, and it would pose a bit of difficulty for Jun Xie to pass the word to Qiao Chu and the others. The task had inevitably fallen onto Fan Jin to carry it out. As the son of the headmaster, it would be easy for him to go to the branch division and request for a few disciples from them. That task was done that very afternoon, and he even arranged for horse-drawn carriages for them, reminding them to be careful on their trip. The nearest auction house from the Zephyr Academy was a half-day's journey away. Coinciding with the end of the month, after the disciples of the Zephyr Academy had survived through the exhausting trials in the Battle Spirits Forest, they were rewarded with 5 days off. During that period, some of the disciples might choose to recuperate and recover themselves by staying in the academy, while others would choose to gather in groups, making their way to the towns close to the Zephyr Academy for some rest and relaxation. The most prosperous town, bustling with activity, in the vicinity of the Zephyr Academy was Chan Lin Town. Chan Lin had been a small little town, relatively unknown. And it was due to its proximity to the Zephyr Academy that it had gradually grown and expanded, making the once small town fabulously prosperous. The fees for the Zephyr Academy were exorbitant, and all their disciples were from rich and powerful families. The merchants had accurately eyed this business opportunity and flocked to Chan Lin Town, causing the once inconspicuous small town to forcibly expand into the most busy and flourishing place to be in that area. On their days off at the end of every month, the disciples of the Zephyr Academy from both the main and branch divisions would clamber onto horse-drawn carriages and make their way towards Chan Lin Town. The disciples would willfully squander their riches there, releasing the pent-up tensions within, accumulated in the past month. The Zephyr Academy's main and branch divisions were not sharing the same campus, and Qiao Chu and his gang could only join up with Jun Wuxie after arriving in Chan Lin Town. As the carriage trundled along, Fan Zhuo was looking outside the window with sparkling eyes at the passing scenery. His eyes soaked up the sight of every passing tree and every blade of grass, bringing about a glow to his slightly pale face. After being ill for such a long time, he could not remember the last time he had stepped out of the little bamboo grove, or how long it had been since he had come out from the Zephyr Academy. The vegetation and architecture that lined the road might all have been uninteresting and dull, but to Fan Zhuo's eyes, they made for a wondrous sight. He was able to see in the near future, he would be able to peel off his heavy cloak of ill health and enjoy the amazing sights the wondrous world had to offer, traversing the seas and crossing over the mountains. As his longing for the exciting future he saw in his mind grew, Fan Zhuo could not help but to turn around and stare at Jun Xie. Jun Wuxie wasn't interested in the scenery, and when she saw Fan Zhuo turn to her, she unconsciously picked up the little black cat from her lap and threw it right into Fan Zhuo's face. What was that for? Would it still be all right if it had fallen out of the window? Having the cat shoved right onto his face, Fan Zhuo was shocked. He hurriedly moved to carry the soft furry cat, cradling it in his arms, and soon a rosy tinge rose into his cheeks as his fingers caressed the soft fluffy touch of the cat's fur. The little black cat gave up on struggling and stretched itself out while its eyes looked mournfully at Lord Meme, who had snuggled itself deep into Jun Wuxie's embrace. Ever since the dumb sheep had appeared, its standing in its mistress' eyes had fallen lower every single day. Life has no more meow ning. Chapter 539, Chan Lin Town, 2. We'll be reaching Chan Lin Town in a little bit. Does little Xie have anything you would like to buy there? Fan Zhuo asked, with his cheeks in a slight blush as he gingerly carried the little black cat in his arms. He did not dare move too much and used only his fingertips to lightly smooth out the little black cat's fur. I'll take a look around first. Jun Wuxie replied, rubbing Lord Meme's full-bodied wool, as her eyes narrowed in satisfaction. She did not have much she would like to buy, but a heap of things she would like to sell. Besides the pile of spirit stones that they had gathered from the Battle Spirits Forest, Jun Wuxie had in hand a batch of her elixirs. They were refined while she was with the Qingyun clan, when she had nothing much to do, and they accumulated to quite a haul. On this trip to the auction house, she intended to see whether she could find a suitable sort of pill furnace or something suitable for her elixir refinement. It was to give her something to busy herself with while she was idling in the Zephyr Academy. Ever since Yen Bugui had given her the Cosmos sack, she had not had to worry that she would have too much stock of elixirs and could not store or carry them with her. Fan Jin might be a little too compassionate, but he was nevertheless meticulous when making his arrangements for them. He had not only arranged horse carriages for Fan Zhuo and Jun Wuxie, he had even arranged everything to the last detail for Qiao Chu and the others. From ample space for them on the carriages to their reservations for lodgings in Chanlin town, nothing was missed out. Once they reached Chanlin town, Jun Wuxie would not have to worry about locating the rest of the group to gather them all together. The well-planned arrangements had allowed the two people who had a weakness for cute and fluffy animals to travel free of worries and indulge themselves by cradling and stroking one cute fluffy creature each in the carriage, the expression on their faces filled with blissful content. The carriages rumbled along and finally reached Chanlin town. They were just in time for lunch, and the streets were filled with people. Many of them were youths dressed in the uniforms of the Zephyr Academy, lugging big and small bags on their backs, tirelessly weaving through the crowd, making their way to reach all the corners of Chanlin town. The one thing that the disciples of the Zephyr Academy did not lack was money. The coachman sent his two passengers to come right before the doors of the inn that Fan Jin had arranged for them and drove the carriage away to rest somewhere else after dropping his passengers off. This was the first time Fan Zhuo was seeing such bustle of people going about their own activities and business. The hawkers on both sides of the street were shouting out their wares, and though it was midday, the overhanging lanterns lent a festive ambience to the scene, and as he watched the crowds of people bustle by, Fan Zhuo's eyes sparkled in awe. The two of them were dressed in casual clothes, and when compared to the youths dressed in the Zephyr Academy's uniform traversing the streets, they were seen to be less conspicuous. After he had his fill of the sights, Fan Zhuo finally raised his foot to enter the inn with Jun Xie. But before he could even digest all the different things he had just seen, a shout coming from inside the inn almost tore the roof off. What a joke! First come first served, don't you know that? We already reserved the room in advance, why should it be given to you? A familiar voice hollered within the inn, and Jun Wuxie, who was walking in beside Fan Zhuo, raised her eyes slightly. Within the main hall on the ground level, several youths were split on two sides, engaged in an argument. One of the group of youths were dressed in the uniforms of the Zephyr Academy, and they stood with their chins lifted high, their stance incorrigibly arrogant. On the other side were three guys and one girl. They were rather young, and a handsome youth among them currently had one foot planted on a stool, adamantly blocking the way up the stairs to the second floor. The other guests within the main hall were all watching with anticipation at the sparks flying through the air. The owner and assistant were watching unworriedly. They wanted to go forward to say something, but they did not dare to make any rash move. A youth from among those wearing the Zephyr Academy's uniform stepped forward and laughed jeeringly at the youths blocking their way. Good dogs do not obstruct the way of people. First come first served is just nonsense. The inn is a place of business, and they would naturally let the room to whoever is able to pay. If you think that is unfair, you can jolly well outbid us. If you cannot, then go do your barking someplace else. Chapter 540, Chanlin Town, 3. About that I would like to ask, the room has already been reserved, is it reasonable for someone to just pay more and be able to lay claim and assume priority over its use? The youth blocking the stairway scoffed. It's not up to you to say whether that is reasonable. But who in the world would reject more money? If there is more money to be made, the innkeeper would be stupid not to accept it. The youth from the Zephyr Academy said. Seeing that the two groups of youths were about to engage into a brawl, Jun Wuxie suddenly walked over to them. Reservations can be changed? Jun Wuxie asked of the stunned innkeeper. The innkeeper stared blankly at her for a moment, and he shook his head. Our humble establishment never did have such a rule. But these few days happen to be the rest days for the Zephyr Academy's disciples, and many of them have come to the town, causing a room crunch everywhere, resulting in the innkeeper was at a loss. His inn was considered one of the most popular inns in Chanlin town, and even though their prices were high, the disciples from the Zephyr Academy never had a lack of money to splurge, and hence, this inn had become the most popular inn among the disciples of the Zephyr Academy. But the inn had limited rooms, and just a few days ago, someone had come and had made a reservation for several of their rooms. The innkeeper had already accepted the money in payment for those rooms and had not expected such a tricky situation to occur. Several other disciples from the Zephyr Academy had suddenly come in and saw that there were several rooms still vacant upstairs and had insisted on taking them by paying more money. At that same moment, the guests who had made the reservations came in, and when the two parties met, the situation turned out to become like this. The innkeeper was having a major headache and did not know what to do. He was reluctant to offend the disciples from the Zephyr Academy, and neither did he want to contravene the rules set in the inn. Jun Wuxia listened to the innkeeper's explanation without a word and then turned to walk up towards the arrogant youths from the Zephyr Academy. The tiny figure suddenly flashed into a brilliant yellow streak of light, and before the youths even realized what was happening, they were suddenly swept up within a powerful force, and with a whirlwind of screams, the youths found themselves involuntarily thrown out the door of the inn's wide doors. The whole inn fell into absolute silence. All eyes were fixed on the small tiny figure who had suddenly thrown out such a forceful attack. The youths outside were thrown into complete disarray, and they saw stars under the midday sky. It wasn't for a long while before they recovered themselves adequately to shout back, "Who are you? You dare to lay your hands on us? You must be tired of living." They shook their heads to clear the dizziness from their heads. Their eyes fell on the tiny figure standing at the doors of the inn. The eyes on that face with its delicate features stared coldly at them, and fell on every single one of them in turn. "Didn't all of you hear what the innkeeper said?" Jun Wuxia said, her chilly gaze beginning to turn frosty. Jun Xie, one of the youths among them, stammered, recognizing the infamous character among the disciples of the Zephyr Academy. He had found himself suddenly frozen when his eyes saw the tiny figure before his eyes. Whereas the youths in the other group that had been caught in the confrontation had paused when they saw the tiny figure, and broke out in smiles a moment after. "Little Xie, you're here at last." Qiao Chu put his foot back down and walked up with his face beaming. Jun Wuxia glanced at him a brief moment and turned back to face the disciples dressed in the Zephyr Academy's uniform. She lifted a tiny hand and rested it upon a marble pillar by the main doors of the inn. A loud crack split through the air, and the cold hard stone beneath her hand crumbled into dust under the power of her concentrated spiritual power in her palm. The youths outside the inn shivered at the sight. "Scram!" Jun Wuxia said softly. The youths scrambled to quickly get away from there. Jun Xie had a notorious reputation in the Zephyr Academy, and those rumors had carried with them on her great spiritual powers. All the disciples knew that she had broken through to the orange spirit level at the young age of 14, but they never would have dreamed it possible. But they saw with their own eyes that the glow surrounding Jun Xie was brilliantly yellow. That was the glow of a yellow-leveled spirit. Chapter 541, Chan Lin Town, 4. Not only the youths dressed in the Zephyr Academy's uniform were frightened into running away, but even the other guests in the inn had stared in wide-eyed horror and disbelief at the slowly dissipating yellow light from Jun Wuxia's hand. A 14-year-old yellow spirit. Once news of this spread, it was sure to leave many people shocked. If they had not seen it for themselves, they would never believe it, no matter how many people told them about it. Having gotten rid of the pesky flies, Jun Wuxia returned back into the inn and threw out an ingot of silver to the innkeeper. The flustered innkeeper hurried forward to catch the ingot, his forehead covered in a sheen of sweat. "Compensation," Jun Wuxia said simply. The innkeeper nodded eagerly and did not say another word. Towards a youth who was so prodigiously gifted, the innkeeper would never dare to say a single word against him. Moreover, the youth was extremely generous, and the compensation given was enough for him to purchase 5 of those marble pillars. "Little Xie, your methods are a little vicious." Qiao Chu slunk up to come beside Jun Wuxia. The other group of people involved in the confrontation with the Zephyr Academy's disciples had been him, Hua Yao, and company. "Why should I waste my breath?" Jun Wuxia asked, an eyebrow raised. Qiao Chu grinned like a fool. "Little Xie, these are your companions." A slender figure stepped out from the crowd, carrying the little black cat and Lord Meme in his arms, a wide smile beaming on his face. His gentle and friendly gaze swept over the group of youths standing beside Jun Xie. "And this is?" Hua Yao asked, a quizzical look on his face. Fanjua said with a laugh, "My name is Fanjua, and I came here with little Xie." Hua Yao was surprised, and Qiao Chu and the rest had a queer expression on their faces. They had heard Fanjin mention about his own little brother before, and now that Qiao Chu was seeing the person in the flesh, Qiao Chu's face could not help but take on a look of sympathy. Fanjua was looking rather puzzled, not knowing why Qiao Chu and the others were looking at him so weirdly. It made him feel that Xiao Chu was pitying him. "So you are Fan Zhuo, you're so pitiful, my brother." Xiao Chu exclaimed with a sigh and patted Fan Zhuo on the shoulder, as if he couldn't be any more obvious. "So, this is the poor guy who is the fiancé of that black widow of a woman. What a poor guy." Fan Zhuo didn't know how to react to Xiao Chu's melancholy greeting, thinking that Xiao Chu was pitying him for his weak body and could only manage a weak smile as he said, "I'm feeling much better now, all thanks to little Xie." But the pitiful look on Xiao Chu's face did not diminish in the slightest. Fan Zhuo was even more puzzled. Fan Jin had arranged for a room for each of them, and after the 6 of them have gathered, they separated and each went to check out their own rooms before congregating once again back together in Jun Wuxie's room. Fortunately, the room was big enough or they would have a hard time squeezing so many people in. Come, hand over your spirit stones." Xiao Chu sat down at the table and threw out all the spirit stones he had, scattering them on the table. The pile of spirit stones grew, a myriad of colors, as Fan Zhuo stared at them with his mouth agape. Within the pile of spirit stones, there were quite a few of them that belonged to high-grade spirit beasts, and those were so precious that no amount of money could buy them. But Xiao Chu had so nonchalantly thrown so many of them onto the table, and that had shocked Fan Zhuo quite a bit. But Fan Zhuo was in for quite a bit more of a shock, as following Xiao Chu's lead, Hua Yao, Fei Yan, and Rong Ruo followed suit and took out their share of spirit stones as well. Even Jun Xie took out a bunch, and they all heaped upon the table. As he watched the pile getting higher, Fan Zhuo's eyes grew wider. "These are all from the spirit hunt in the Battle Spirits Forest?" Fan Zhuo asked in amazement, looking at Xiao Chu and the others. "Just a small part. Most of it was contributed by Lord Meme." Xiao Chu replied with an easy laugh, not forgetting to flatter Lord Meme lying flat with its hoof splayed out by Jun Wuxie's feet, throwing the sheep a look of adulation. Lord Meme immediately stuck its chin up arrogantly, its little woolly ball of a tail wagging in approval. Chapter 542, Chan Lin Town, 5. Lord Meme. Fan Zhuo was getting more and more confused. "Wait," Jun Wuxie said suddenly, after she took out her share of the spirit stones. Under the eyes of Xiao Chu and the others, she reached out and picks out several high-grade spirit stones. "These, I want." High-grade spirit stones were rare, and Jun Wuxie did not intend to go exchange them for money. The spirit stones would be better used if they were used to forge new rings for their ring spirits, or even brought back to be given to the Rui Lin army. Not a single one among the group in the room protested Jun Wuxie's actions in the slightest. They allowed Jun Wuxie to slowly pick from the pile and even helped to pick out a few to place them before Jun Wuxie. None of them even bothered to ask Jun Wuxie what she intended to use those precious spirit stones for. Jun Wuxie selected a few out from the high-grade spirit stones they had picked out from the pile and handed the rest to Xiao Chu and the others. Xiao Chu blinked in confusion at Jun Wuxie's queer actions and asked confused, "Little Xie, what are you doing? Didn't she just pick them out? Why was she returning them back to him?" "Rings," Jun Wuxie said, looking at the ring on Xiao Chu's finger, linking him to his ring spirit. It finally dawned on Xiao Chu. Although the spirit rings they wore on their fingers were formed from the ring spirits themselves, there existed a special method where one could enhance them. And the most critical part of the process was to set a spirit stone onto their spirit rings, whereby it would increase the ring spirit's powers. This method was handed down through the ages. To reforge a spirit ring, besides picking out a suitable spirit stone, a highly skilled craftsman was needed to carry out the forging process to fully amplify the ring spirit's power from the spirit stone's enhancements. Forging a spirit ring was commonly carried out by ordinary jewelers, and even though they did not possess the highest skills, the effects were nevertheless already outstanding. It wasn't that Xiao Chu and his gang had not thought of doing that before, but they had lived being embarrassingly short on money, and before they met Miss Moneybags Jun Wuxie, they could not even afford to buy clothes for themselves, not to mention even thinking of forging spirit rings. They might be able to find a way to hunt for the spirit stones, but the cost of setting them in spirit rings were impossibly high and beyond their means. Hence, when they got their hands on these spirit stones, the first thought that entered their minds was to sell them all for money, and did not for a moment think of using it on themselves. Their line of thought had become habitual, and they had neglected to consider their own needs. But the idea had not escaped Jun Wuxie. Needless to say, with their current depleted financial situation, the money needed for the forging of the rings would have to be paid by Jun Wuxie once again. Should we use this period of time to find someone to forge the rings for us? Xiao Chu was deeply grateful, but seeing how close they all have gotten, he was feeling slightly too awkward, afraid that he would seem a little soft to outright express his gratitude. The strength that the high-grade spirit stones would provide was extremely high, and there was never enough of a supply in the market. But not being able to find a guardian-grade spirit stone was Jun Wuxie's main regret. The power a guardian-grade spirit stone would give them would make the enhancements a high-grade spirit stone gave absolutely insignificant. If you need someone to forge spirit rings, maybe I can help. Fan Zhuo, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up, a wide smile beaming on his face. Ah! Little Zhuo, you know of a way. Xiao Chu said, looking at Fan Zhuo with eager anticipation. Fan Zhuo smiled gently at him and nodded. If all of can trust me, I can forge the spirit rings for all of you. What do you say? Once Fan Zhuo finished with his statement, Xiao Chu and the others suddenly stared at him in wide-eyed wonder. Did he just say he will forge our spirit rings himself and did not mean that he would be getting someone else to do it? Little Zhuo, you know how to forge spirit rings? Xiao Chu asked with a loud gulp, as he surveyed Fan Zhuo's slender and thin frame. That skinny arm and stick-thin legs are capable of lifting a hammer. Chapter 543, Chanlin Town, 6. Fan Zhuo replied, beaming brightly, I know a little. Then we'll leave it all to you. Without another word, Xiao Chu handed the spirit stone allocated to him to Fan Zhuo. Fan Zhuo was surprised. He had thought that Xiao Chu and the others would ask him more on it before they would be properly assured to leave the forging to him, as forging a spirit ring was no small matter, and if the ringsmith had any ulterior motives and employed a little trickery in the forging process, it would cause great harm to their ring spirits. But Xiao Chu and his gang had simply asked whether he knew how to do it and had fully entrusted the highly important task to him. That had been beyond Fan Zhuo's expectations. Following right after, Hua Yao and the others handed their spirit stones over to Fan Zhuo as well, without a moment's hesitation. I trust little Xie's judgment of people. Xiao Chu told him with a laugh. Their little companion was extremely sharp and astute, and if she did not trust this person, she would not have brought him along on the trip. Fan Zhuo laughed, the laughter shining in his eyes. I will not disappoint you guys. But to forge your spirit rings, I will need a few more things. I'll see if they have anything suitable at the auction. Fan Zhuo didn't want to explain too much. He felt that the best reward for their unhesitant trust was to do a good job of it for them. After the plans were firmed up, the companions started chatting merrily. With the addition of Fan Zhuo, Xiao Chu played the jester once again and laughter roared within the room. Hua Yao and the others all similarly felt, compared to the straight-laced and unbending Fan Jin, this smiley Fan Zhuo was a lot more pleasing to the eye. Chanlin Town had only one auction house, and it was simply called the Chanlin Auction House. They held an auction every 3 days, and today happened to be the day that an auction would be held. After having their dinner, the 6 companions stepped out of the inn. Compared to daytime, Chanlin Town was much busier at night. Fire torches shone, lighting up the streets in the dark of night. Bright merry lanterns were lit, hoisted up high, decorating the bustling streets and little alleys. Many more interesting things were added Chanlin Town scene at night. Stages featuring various circus acts and opera performances popped up, and more hawkers filled the streets peddling all kinds of wares. The main street was so crowded it was hard to move through it, and disciples of the Zephyr Academy made up for a large part of them. People from the various powers had also come seeking these Zephyr Academy disciples. Although the disciples of the Zephyr Academy still had not stepped out into the world, but due to the highly revered reputation of the Zephyr Academy, their youths were already seen to be the cream of the crop. The different powers intended to win the young youths over while they were still inexperienced and guileless, and after they graduate, they would have gained themselves another formidable strength. It was due to that reason that Chanlin Town became especially crowded at these times. The 6 youths melded into the sea of people and were quickly completely swallowed up. Due to the tight squeeze, Jun Wuxie did not bring Lord Meme out with her, but had left it back at the inn together with the little black cat, forcing the black cat to act as a little custodian. Along the way, Fan Zhuo wished he had more eyes to absorb more of the sights that surrounded them. The heavy bustle of the endless sea of people made Fan Zhuo's joy gradually grow. Fortunately for Xiao Chu's tall and strong frame, he was able to shield Fan Zhuo and Jun Wuxie, and that had prevented his 2 companions, one frail and weakly and the other small and petite, from being separated from the group, with the endless waves of trudging people. Even with their efficient human shield, when the group reached a part of the street where it was less crowded, the clothes on Fanjua were nevertheless rather badly creased. "This place is really bustling with people," Fanjua exclaimed excitedly, his face smiling widely. "You like it?" Xiao Chu asked, panting heavily as he looked at Fanjua. They did not know that he had very nearly lost his shoe as he had waded through the sea of people. "Not exactly, but it's a new experience," Fanjua piped happily. "We need to cross 2 more streets before we get to the auction house. If we rush over now, we should be able to still take part in the second half of the auction," Fen Yen said, referring to the map he held in his hands, comparing the landmarks on the map to the area they were standing at. Chapter 544, Mysterious Black Stone, 1. Due to its proximity to the Zephyr Academy, a large portion of the Chan Lin auction house's clientele were disciples from the Zephyr Academy. People who could afford to enroll into the Zephyr Academy were from rather established families or significant powers. Common trinkets would not be able to catch their attention. Hence, the Chan Lin auction house had no lack of uncommon treasures. Hordes of merchants came here, bringing with them many rare and precious goods. The Chan Lin auction house's auction starts at dusk. The skies were already fully dark now and the auction was already half done. When Jun Wuxia and her companions arrived at the auction house, they were just bringing a new item onto the stage and a fiery bidding war had already started. They had private rooms in the Chan Lin auction house and they were situated on the second level. The individual rooms were specially provided for guests who did not like to be disturbed and one can enjoy the use of these private rooms by paying a fixed fee. Jun Wuxia paid up and the 6 companions went straight up to the second level. The room wasn't too big with 3 surrounding walls. The 4th side facing the stage was closed up with a beautiful wood-carved low rail. Light refreshments were provided and after the 6 companions were seated, they turned to look at the item displayed on the stage. Many of the items put up for auction now were mostly spirit stones and medium-grade ones were set as the minimum grade and anything lower than that were all rejected by the auction house. Jun Wuxia watched the auction proceed on quietly. Nothing brought onto the stage was able to pique her interest. Neither the next few items auctioned off had caught her attention as well. When it came to spending money, Hua Yao, Xiao Chu and the others had even less of an interest and only Fanjua was the lone person watching the auction excitedly, looking extremely interested in seeing how an auction worked. Time passed and they had been sitting in the room for more than an hour and just when Jun Wuxia was getting bored, a cry of alarm broke out from the first level of the auction house. That cry attracted the attention of all 6 of the youths in the room. On the stage, a black rock of stone about half a man's height was being carried up. The black stone seemed to be abnormally heavy and the whole rock was jet black in color, the ragged edges looking extremely well weathered. A mysterious rock of unknown origins was being brought out for auction like this and it had puzzled many of the people on the floor. The auctioneer fought to maintain his confident smile, but his insides were turning topsy-turvy, struggling to come up with a script for the item. Bringing a rock out for auction, the people were staring at the item in disbelief. But the person who had entrusted the item to them had been someone the owner of the Chan Lin auction house was familiar with. That person had repeatedly assured the owner that the item was rare and precious before the auction house had reluctantly accepted it. Just as expected, the item had just been brought onto the stage and it had created sure a furor. The people seated on the floor were all craning their necks and peering curiously at the mysterious rock of unknown origins, patiently waiting for the auctioneer to give them an introduction of it. However, the men said with a frozen expression, this jet black rock was discovered in lands beyond Heaven's End Cliff and it contains mysterious power. But the stone is abnormally strong and cannot be cut. If anyone here can solve this dilemma, they can win this item at the asking base price. Heaven's End Cliff was a bottomless steep cliff. The bottom of the cliff is covered by thick fog and no one had ever climbed down from it. People have attempted to scale down the steep precipice with ropes but hundreds of meters of rope still did not bring them down to the bottom and people had not dared travel there since. It was rumored that the bottom of the Heaven's End Cliff, many powerful guardian-grade spirit beasts resided and anyone who attempted to climb down to the bottom of the cliff would finally disappear, where they were basically believed to have been swallowed by the powerful guardian-grade spirit beasts. A mysterious place, with its terrifying rumors of being the home for hordes of guardian-grade spirit beasts quickly discouraged anyone who held the slightest interest in Heaven's End Cliff and no one knew of people who had attempted it. Chapter 545, Mysterious Black Stone, 2. It was a place shrouded in mystery, and rumored to be filled with guardian-grade spirit beasts that roam within. Such a place quickly killed off any intentions a person might have to explore the place below Heaven's End Cliff. The Heaven's End Cliff had undoubtedly caused many imaginations to roam, but that did not mean that people allowed themselves to be easily fooled by anything that was so carelessly tagged with the infamous reputation of the Heaven's End Cliff. The people at the auction held scant belief in the auctioneer's words. With just a piece of broken stone, no matter whether it had really come from beyond the Heaven's End Cliff, the people felt that they would have no use for a piece of rock that they were not even able to cut. People who had often frequented the Chan Lin auction house knew the place to be shrewd. They knew everything auctioned off from the place usually cost the bidders a higher price than the market. But this time, the Chan Lin auction house had candidly declared that the rock can be immediately won at the set base price. This way of auctioning was totally unheard of throughout the history of the Chan Lin auction house and could be deemed as miraculous. There could only be two reasons why the establishment would do this. 1. The rock was just a piece of ordinary stone and was completely worthless. The auction house might just have tried to carelessly tag a crazy story behind its origins and wanted to be rid of the rock fast. 2. It was just as what the auctioneer had said. The rock was extraordinarily hard and the common person was unable to break it, and hence they had not been able to ascertain the rock's real worth. If even the people in the Chan Lin auction house were unable to cut into the rock, anyone who purchased the rock would only be able to use it as a footrest back at home. No one would be dumb enough to do that. The heated atmosphere within the auction quickly cooled and it became quiet. No one showed an interest towards the piece of stone displayed on the stage. Their eyes were no longer focused on the stage in front, in obvious protest, wanting the auction house to quickly remove the item off the stage, so they can continue to compete for the treasures that would be subsequently brought out for auction. After the base price for the stone was announced, the silence grew to become deafening. 300,000 taels. For something that had originated from beyond the Heaven's End Cliff, the price was not unreasonable. But the problem was, it was just a piece of rock. That price would be enough to win the people a high-grade spirit stone, and no one was prepared to use that sum of money on a broken piece of rock they could not use. The auctioneer stood upon the stage, sweat ran down his back. This was the first time the Chan Lin auction house was met with such a predicament. If not for the unique identity of the client, the owner would have hurriedly gotten his people to remove the piece of rock from the stage. Backstage, behind the ongoing auction, two middle-aged men had their eyes peeled and were staring fixedly at the situation out front. One of the men, who was lavishly dressed, let out a sigh and patted the men beside him on the shoulder before saying, "I did whatever I could to help you. You can see for yourself. No one will buy that piece of stone." The lavishly dressed man was the owner of the Chan Lin auction house, and standing beside him was the owner of that piece of jet black stone. The other man's face was fully wrapped up in bandages and traces of blood had seeped through the thick bandages. His eyes stared wide, and became bloodshot. His fists clenched up tight and blood dripped out through the heavy bandages wrapped around his fists from the amount of force exerted. "Wait a moment more, just a moment," the man's voice was raspy as though spoken through scalding fire. His dry split lips were slightly purple and his eyes did not waver from the auction at the front of the stage. His eyes were full of yearning, and under that yearning was endless fear and dejection. "I might not be able to get you the 300,000 taels that you needed, but I can give you 100,000 taels first. If the item really cannot be sold, you can use that money first. You must have known I am not the real owner of this auction house, and that is really the best I can do for you." The owner had known the badly injured man for a long time, and the lavishly dressed man was sympathetic as he tried to comfort his friend. But the man shook his head. "It will not do. Anything less than 300,000 taels will not be enough, won't be enough." Chapter 546, Mysterious Black Stone, 3. The lavishly clothed man sighed once more and said, "Less is better than nothing. Just take it for your needs first." The bandaged man nevertheless shook his head. 100,000 taels will not be enough. This is 10 lives we are talking about. They were brothers in arms who had gone through life and death with me. I could never. How could I? If I do not raise the money, I will not be able to hand it over to their families. When I see my brothers in the afterlife, how am I going to face them then? As the man spoke, he got so agitated that he started to tremble visibly. The ever-existent pain that wrecked at his body constantly reminded him of everything that had happened that fateful day. 11 of them had climbed down the Heaven's End Cliff. 11 men and finally only he, alone, was able to return alive. All of his comrades had not been able to escape from the terrible place, and he had not been able to even retrieve their bodies. If he still wasn't able to ensure that their families lived on without worries, then he would be worse than a beast. This piece of jet black rock was filled with the blood of all 11 of them, and it was brought back here with 10 lives in exchange. While 11 men had made their way down Heaven's End cliff, only one had climbed back up alive, with the black stone rock they had earlier hoisted up the cliff right at the onset. The bandaged man could no longer remember how he had brought the black rock back here with him. He could only remember his journey back had been filled with tears and blood that had constantly impaired his sight. The lavishly clothed man sighed helplessly once more. He had found the badly injured man all covered in blood just outside Chanlin town that day and had thought the man would not survive his injuries. The garish wounds he had seen would have taken the life of any lesser man, but his friend had determinedly fought to stay alive. "We'll wait a little while more then." Helpless, the lavishly clothed man could do nothing but continue to wait with his friend. But as the person placed in charge of the Chanlin auction house, it was very clear to him that no matter what secrets the piece of jet black rock held, they would not be able to sell it off. To the common man, that was just an ordinary piece of rock. Within the auction hall, silence hung heavily. No one wanted to give their attention to a piece of rock that was so heavily overpriced. Meanwhile, up on the second level, Xiao Chu was staring at the piece of jet black rock with undisguised mirth. "This is a rare sight. I did not know that people can actually bring rocks out for auction, and the asking price is an incredulous 300,000 taels. Is the person mad?" Heaven's End Cliff or wherever it came from, he had no idea what kind of a place that was. But putting a price on a piece of rock that costs as much as the fees for the Zephyr Academy, almost made someone like Xiao Chu, who was so used to leading a life of poverty, almost drop his jaw to the ground. It does not matter whether he is mad, but no one is playing along with his insanity. "Can't you see that everyone is not even bothering to look at the piece of rock?" Fei Yan said with a shrug. He was always meticulous and detailed in his observations of people, and he had noticed that the crowd was getting a little impatient with the wait, and he expects that the outrageous item put up for auction would be removed from the stage in a very short while. "I found it really incredible that anyone would in reality possess the confidence to even bring a piece of rock to the auction house and put it up for auction." Xiao Chu exclaimed indignantly. They had lived a life where they did not even know when their next meal was, and here people were hoping to get a windfall from a piece of rock. "Somehow, I do not feel that is just a common piece of rock." Fan Zhuo, who had not spoken a word all this time, suddenly said. Everyone else turned to look at him. Things from beyond Heaven's End Cliff would not be ordinary. If my guess is correct, the jet black rock is black jade stone. You can extract black silver from black jade stone, and black silver can be used to forge spirit rings whereby its effects would be more outstanding than gold, silver, or any precious metals. But the black jade stone is extremely hard and very difficult to cut, but I believe it can be achieved by tempering it by fire. Chapter 547, Mysterious Black Stone, 4. Fan Zhuo spoke with a serious tone, his eyes locked onto the black jade stone as a sudden sparkle shone from deep within his clear eyes. Black silver. Rong Ruo's eyes suddenly narrowed when she heard the term used. She looked at Fan Zhuo, her eyes seemingly seeking for something. Xiao Chu and the others had a queer look in their eyes as well, but their curious look and their stares suddenly disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. It is a kind of metal extremely suitable for the forging of spirit rings. It is very rare. That big piece of black jade rock there would only yield an amount of black silver roughly the size of a pigeon's egg. Fan Zhuo was absorbed in his explanation, and he suddenly hesitated a moment before he turned to Jun Xie. "Little Xie, that item is really suitable for the forging of everyone's spirit's rings. Why don't I try to place a bid for it?" They already had the spirit stones, but they still have not decided on the metal to be used for the forging. "No need." Jun Wuxie replied. "I'll buy it." Fan Zhuo was surprised. Jun Wuxie turned to look at Fan Zhuo and said, "You can't afford it." Fan Zhuo immediately blushed a slight pink. He had really forgotten all about that. He had rarely come out and was completely unfamiliar with the pricing of things outside. Before he had left, Fan Jin had shoved several thousand taels into his hands, and after thinking a little further, he realized that his few thousand taels was hopelessly inadequate when it came to buying a 300,000 taels item. No way he could afford it. Fan Zhuo's red face grew into a brighter shade. Xiao Chu was as insensitive as ever as he roared in laughter, placing a big hand on Fan Zhuo's shoulder. Little Zhuo, do not worry. We are all kept by Miss Moneybags. Little Xie is fabulously rich. After saying that, Xiao Chu even shamelessly threw Jun Wuxie a wink. Jun Wuxie did not say a word, and just rolled her eyes. Dumb Xiao is really getting more and more shameless. Fei Yan sneered. Xiao Chu did not bite the bait and said, not shameless, you buy it then. Fei Yan was at a loss for words. Hua Yao shook his head in helplessness. Being kept by Jun Wuxie, Dumb Xiao integrity had really crumbled to total oblivion. After the decision was made, Jun Wuxie rang the bronze bell on the second level. The bell rang loud and clear, and the muted whispers among the crowd died suddenly. Everyone raised their head to peer up into the second level. The ringing of the bronze bell was an indication that a guest on the second level had made a bid. Backstage, the bandaged men who had fallen into dejection and despair suddenly looked up, peering in the direction where the bell had sounded. He looked into a private room high up on the second level and saw a tiny and petite figure. He had delicate features and was a young youth. He stood by the rail, his hand holding the bronze bell. The youth was speaking to a servant who had hurried over to him, and the Chanlin auction house servant hollered, "Guest in private room 1 makes a bid for 300,000 taels." That shout ignited the hushed crowd in the Chanlin auction house into a sudden fervor. Someone was actually willing to spend 300,000 taels on that broken and useless piece of rock. Has that person gone mad? Everyone clamored to see, trying to peer into the private room on the second level. When they all saw that it was a rather young youth, everyone thought the same thing: the fool and his money soon parts. They felt the young and ignorant whelp must have been so impressed at hearing the words, Heaven's End Cliff, and naively thought that the item held immeasurable value. If not, no one would ever spend such a big amount of money so carelessly. Besides the many who were shocked, many more were snickering quietly, sneering at Jun Wuxie's naivety for having been duped by the Chanlin auction house. After the unimaginable ordeal he went through waiting for someone to make a bid, the auctioneer almost cried tears of relief. He did not hesitate in the slightest as he raised his little hammer and struck it down 3 times in quick succession, mortally afraid that Jun Wuxie would pull back the offer, and he hurried to seal the deal as quickly as he could. Chapter 548, Mysterious Black Stone, 5. Men from the Chanlin auction house carried the black piece of rock off the stage smiling. Jun Wuxie paid up the money and would collect the item only after the auction. Thereafter, the excited atmosphere came back to the auction house. Precious items big and small were brought up onto the stage one after another, and wave after wave of intense bidding wars were carried out. None of the items that were brought out after the rock interested the 6 companions. The exciting atmosphere brought about by Jun Wuxie's swift and decisive splurge had died down. People who were waiting to see the fool and his money part once more were left disappointed. Another hour went by and the auction came to a fulfilling close. Every single item was auctioned off and none remained. Many people departed satisfied, leaving with their trophies they had won in their arms. As Jun Wuxie had won a big item, she had to wait till she was the last one before the men from the auction house carried the black jade stone out. Accompanying the men, another middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe came towards them. "Good evening everyone, I am the owner of the Chanlin auction house, and my name is He Chang Lo. I do not find any of our esteemed customers' faces familiar. Is this your first time here at the Chanlin auction house?" He Chang Lo welcomed the companions with laughter and his eyes smiling as he surveyed the group of extremely good-looking youths, with an exceptional air surrounding them. Jun Wuxie nodded, seemingly not entirely interested in chatting with He Chang Lo. Undaunted, He Chang Lo persisted by saying, "Since you are our new customers, and your first bid was so generous, as the owner of the Chanlin auction house, I would like to give to you an emblem we reserve only for our most distinguished guests." As he spoke, Chang Lo pulled out a palm-sized, gold-gilded emblem. 2 characters, Chanlin, were carved on the emblem. With this emblem, all of you, as our esteemed customers, would be able to gain direct entry to our private rooms when you come back to the Chanlin auction house, with no extra charges. Jun Wuxie took one glance at He Chang Lo and motioned to Xiao Chu with a wave of her hand. Xiao Chu immediately went forward to accept the emblem. Having spent 300,000 at the auction, Xiao Chu's heart was still wincing in pain. At least, with this emblem, they would not have to pay for a private room anymore next time, and he was glad to accept it. Seeing that Jun Wuxie was willing to accept his gesture of goodwill, He Changlu smiled as he said, "To be honest, for bidding on the piece of black rock today, our young master has greatly helped a friend of mine. If our young master does not mind it, that friend of mine would like to meet you, and thank you personally." Jun Wuxie raised an eyebrow, and before she opened her mouth to reply, Hua Yao took the lead to say, "If it's sincere, let him come." He Changlu nodded, and turned to fetch his friend. Hua Yao took a step back and whispered beside Jun Wuxie's ear, "Black silver is not something you can find in the lower realm but only in the middle realm. That piece of black jade stone should not even be here. If that piece of black jade stone is really from the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff, that place must be holding some secrets. How did something that could only be found in the middle realm come to appear in the lower realm?" Jun Wuxie was able to immediately make a good guess. Hua Yao and the others must be suspecting that the black jade stone was somehow linked to the Dark Emperor's tomb. Having thought that, Jun Wuxie need not say anything more, but Hua Yao said black silver did not exist in the lower realm, so how did Fan Zhuo know about it? Jun Wuxie clearly remembered that Fan Zhuo was the first one to recognize the piece of rock to be black jade stone, and he was also the one who said that black silver could be extracted from black jade stone. How was it that Fan Zhuo would be so familiar with black jade stone that existed only in the middle realm? Jun Wuxie frowned as she pondered on it. She sneaked a glance at Fan Zhuo and saw that he was staring at the black jade stone with great interest, seemingly not to have heard the conversation between Hua Yao and her. Chapter 549, Mysterious Black Stone, 6. After a short while, He Changlu came back. The other man who was with him made Xiao Chu and the others stare, their eyes widened. That man was tall and muscular, and his entire body was fully covered with bandages. Although his clothes covered up much of the bandages, it was nevertheless clear that he was fully wrapped up in them. Before he had even gotten close to the companions, the stench of blood could already be smelt in the air. Only his eyes, nose, ears and mouth were exposed while the rest of his head was fully bandaged up, and those originally white bandages were tinged with blood and had taken on a slightly red shade. He walked slowly as he approached, his huge frame bringing a slightly oppressive air. When he came to stand before Jun Wuxie, he suddenly clasped a hand over his fist and formally bent over in a deep bow. "My name is Mu Qian Fan. I would like to humbly thank this young master's generous offer of help." Mu Qian Fan's deep timbred voice almost made them forget about all the injuries that covered his entire body. Towards everything that had happened today, Mu Qian Fan was unable to put what he felt into words. If he had not been able to gather the 300,000 taels, he would not be able to face his brothers in arms who had passed into the afterlife, and the auction today had driven him into utter despair many times over. But Jun Wuxie had at his lowest point, dragged him up from the pits of despair. The 300,000 taels to him were just too important. "No need," Jun Wuxie said simply. The stench of blood emanating from the men made her frown slightly. She was silent a moment before she asked, "You've been to the Heaven's End cliff?" Mu Qian Fan thought that Jun Wuxie was doubting that the black rock had really been retrieved from beyond the Heaven's End cliff, and he hurriedly replied, "Yes. I've been there. This black rock was discovered at the bottom of the cliff by my brothers and me. Tell me about the Heaven's End cliff and I'll accept it as your thanks." Jun Wuxie replied. Mu Qian Fan was slightly surprised. When he saw that Jun Wuxie's group was a party of young youths, he had thought that their youthful frivolity had piqued their curiosity on the dark rumors that surrounded the Heaven's End cliff, and he readily agreed. He Changlu inquired on the location of the inn they were staying at and instructed his men to send the item over first. He then furnished Jun Wuxie and the others with one of the private rooms for them to chat in comfort. The auction house's servants were also thoughtfully instructed to bring them some snacks and tea. When they were all seated in the room, Mu Qian Fan appeared a little ill at ease. He was a man past 30 and he had been used to drinking and dining with his brothers in arms who were all around his age. Suddenly thrust into a situation where he was sitting with a group of youths half his age for a chat, made him feel rather out of place. Although Jun Wuxie and her companions were dressed in plain clothes, the material used was of a high grade. All of them were blessed with kingly features and they carried themselves with an impressive air, looking to be from extraordinary backgrounds, which only fueled his uneasiness further. "Big brother Mu, please help yourself to a little of the tea and snacks first before you can share with us a little more in detail." Fei Yan could see Mu Qian Fan's uneasiness and offered a cup of tea to Mu Qian Fan with a winsome smile. Mu Qianfan looked up and saw a charming and pleasant little lady smiling sweetly at him, and the hands that were holding the teacup were even trembling ever so slightly. He hurried to accept the offered tea and gulped it down quickly. The tea helped to calm him a little, and he looked at Jun Wuxie and the others to say, "It was about half a month ago that I went to the Heaven's End cliff. A band of my brothers were with me. To be honest, my group of brothers and I earn our daily keep by hunting down spirit beasts under the commission of people. The arduous Heaven's End cliff is a place very well hidden. Although there are many rumors being spread about the Heaven's End cliff, but the exact location of the place is known to only a rare few. All along, we had never thought much about the Heaven's End cliff, but we were offered a commission to make a trip there, and that's why we went to the Heaven's End cliff." Chapter 550, Mysterious Black Stone, 7. As his memory took him back to the period just before they had set off, every single scene that appeared in his mind cut deeply into Mu Qianfan's heart. The brothers who had been so close had all left him, for good. Mu Qianfan and his brothers in arms had always depended on accepting commissions entrusted to them by people for a living, and they would often go hunt spirit beasts to gather spirit stones. The band of brothers would also accept assignments as armed escorts for merchant convoys, and that was how Mu Qianfan got acquainted with Yi Chan Lo, when he had escorted the Chanlin auction house's merchandise. Till one day, a man came to them, requesting that they go to the Heaven's End cliff to survey the grounds at the bottom of the cliff. He had promised then, that if they were able to fully traverse the entire area below the Heaven's End cliff and produce a complete map, the men would be handsomely rewarded. The promised reward would be more than enough for all of their families to live their lives free of worries. Although the Heaven's End cliff was famed to be an extremely dangerous place since a long time ago, but very few people had actually been there. Many people did not even know where the Heaven's End cliff was, but everyone had heard many versions of the grave dangers the mysterious place held. But in order to grasp at the opportunity to earn that large sum of money, and to provide their families with a carefree life, Mu Qianfan and his brothers finally decided to accept the commission entrusted to them. That man had been rather generous. He had given them 200,000 taels as a deposit from the beginning. After accepting the money, Mu Qianfan and his team were highly motivated, and they readied themselves to set off towards the Heaven's End cliff. That man then gave them a map that showed in detail the exact location of the Heaven's End cliff. Based on the directions shown on the map, the team were on the roads for half a month before they reached the Heaven's End cliff. The Heaven's End cliff was located within a wide circular range of mountainous peaks, and the cliff began from high up upon one of the peaks. In order to even reach the cliff, they had to pass through layers upon layers of dense forests. Within those forests, many spirit beasts roamed, and Mu Qianfan and his brothers used their experience to pass through the danger-filled forests. And when they finally arrived upon the cliff, they began to understand why the cliff was named the Heaven's End cliff. The Heaven's End cliff's face looked as if it had been cleanly cut by an immense sharp blade. Beyond the cliff was an endless sea of foggy white mist and masses of cloudy fog that stretched further than the eye could see. When looking at it from the high vantage point upon the cliff, the wondrous sight made one feel as if that was where heaven ended, stopping right at the cliff they stood upon. When they first laid their eyes on the unbelievable view, Mu Qianfan and his brothers in arms were all suddenly awestruck, but they quickly recovered when they remembered the mission they had been entrusted with to complete. They had prepared 100-meter metal cables and carried upon their backs chains that would extend the length of the cables, showing how meticulous their preparations for the mission had been. Climbing down the sheer cliff face alone had taken them a few days' time, and they rested and ate hanging from the strong cables. When they reached the bottom of the cliff, every single one of them were already completely exhausted, and they all collapsed upon the ground for a long period, unable to move a muscle. What was the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff really like? Xiao Chu was getting more and more excited as the story unfolded, and he unknowingly asked the question in a fearful whisper. Mu Qianfan's eyes lowered, as he stared at his own two hands placed on the table before him. Bright red blood was spreading bit by bit across the bandages, and watching the white bandages gradually turning a bright red made for an extremely disconcerting sight. "I don't know." "What?" Xiao Chu sat up, greatly surprised. Mu Qianfan's voice was filled with despair and fear. The ground at the bottom of the cliff was completely covered in a thick misty fog, and we could not see anything beyond 2 meters away from us, as they would all be enveloped by the thick fog. Under those circumstances, we were completely unable to map out anything about the area. And as we proceeded to walk in a forwardly direction, we discovered that the ground below our feet was marshland that was peppered with bottomless bog. Bog holes shrouded in the thick impenetrable fog within an expanse of soft marshland were easy to miss and overlook. More often than now, people only realized the danger after they had stepped a foot into it. Chapter 551, Mysterious Black Stone, 8. One of the men in Mu Qianfan's team had been completely swallowed up by one of those bog holes, and they could not even retrieve his body after his death. Besides the invisible bog holes scattered across the swampy marsh, terrible beasts hid within the misty fog. The team, consisting of experienced and hardy men, had lost half of their men under the attacks by the ferocious spirit beasts who hid within the cover of the blinding fog. More terrifying than all these dangers was the poison within the mist that was everywhere, constantly around them. They had not noticed it in the beginning. It was not until a few of them had escaped out from under the fog and noticed that the wounds on their bodies were continuing to fester and rot after the poison had spread into their internal organs that they realized just how scary a place the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff was. Within a fog so thick you cannot see your hand before your face, air laced with poison, ground filled with bottomless bog holes, ferocious spirit beasts, where any single one of the dangers could easily take your life. That was when Mu Qianfan finally understood why the client who knew the exact location of Heaven's End cliff had offered to pay them such an enormous sum of money just to compile a map of an area. He must have known of the perilous dangers that laid at the bottom of Heaven's End cliff, and the men were paying it back with their very own lives. But it was already too late for regrets. With the lone exception of Mu Qianfan, their team of 11 men had 10 dead. Besides the piece of black jade rock that they were unable to cut, they had gotten nothing. As they had not been able to complete the map, they would not be able to receive the remaining payment from the client. When Mu Qianfan returned, he had gone to seek out the client. But when the client got to know that Mu Qianfan and his team had almost been totally annihilated on their expedition, they had lost all desire in continuing with the conversation and had only briefly asked Mu Qianfan about their encounters at the bottom of Heaven's End cliff and chased him out quickly thereafter. With all his brothers dead, he lived his life in fear, holding on tightly to a mere piece of broken rock. In order to provide some consolation to the grieving families of his deceased brothers, Mu Qianfan had no choice but to take the black jade stone and entrust it to Yichang Luan to put it up for auction. After Mu Qianfan finished his story, he lowered his head completely. His tightly clenched fists were completely covered in his own blood. The memory of every moment spent at the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff was deeply entrenched in his mind. The screams of his brothers as they died haunted him horribly in his dreams, like relentless demons. It is definitely not a good place, and you should just forget all that you just heard and just treat it as a story. Mu Qianfan was silent for a long while before he raised his head, his eyes filled with despair and indescribable grief. If only they had not been tempted by that reward money offered, if only they had been more down to earth and only accepted simpler missions, then his brothers would still be alive today and he would not have become just like a dead man walking. The injuries on his body now had gotten extremely serious. He had been back for quite a period and his wounds had continued to fester and rot. The bandages he had covered himself with were not to protect his wounds, but he was afraid that his horrifying looks now would frighten the people that he came into contact with. His entire body was filled with poison he had contracted from the Heaven's End cliff, and he knew he had not long more to live. He only wished that before he died, he would be able to help look after the families of his deceased brothers. Jun Wuxia patiently listened to Mu Qianfan till he finished, her face expressionless. Whereas Qiao Chu and the others were looking extremely solemn. Did I scare all of you? Haha, it's not all that bad, just don't go to that place. Mu Qianfan thought that the youths had all been frightened by his account of his experiences, and he hurriedly changed his tone and tried to make light of his words. Will you still remain in Chanlin town for a period? Jun Wuxia asked suddenly. Chapter 552, Mysterious Black Stone, 9. Mu Qianfan stared in shock and nodded his head after a moment's hesitation. All of us are residents of Chanlin town and I will naturally still be here. If you need to locate me in the near future, you can go to the last house at the end of South Street, but Mu Qianfan looked at the bandages all over his body and said with a bitter laugh, if you still want to hear anything else from me, you will have to hurry, my body might not last much longer. Your injuries are grave. Hearing the implied meaning behind Mu Qianfan's words, Hua Yao asked, his brow furrowed. Mu Qianfan nodded. It's already a miracle that I am still living. Among the brothers who had gone with him, 2 of them had breathed their last hours after being afflicted with the poison. The fact that Mu Qianfan could last till this moment greatly surprised himself. Let me see. Jun Wuxia said suddenly. Mu Qianfen hesitated. He looked at Jun Wuxie, deeply concerned. It's rather gory, you really want to see? He was afraid that his disgusting wounds would frighten the young youth. Mu Qianfen sighed, and began to slowly remove the bandage on his left hand. Flesh stuck to the bandage as it was slowly peeled off, displaying to them a bloody and gory sight as the covered wounds on his hand was once again exposed to the air. Just one look had made all the others in the room suck in a deep breath. The whole of Mu Qianfen's hand looked as if it had been splattered with boiling oil and not a single part of the flesh was whole. The red blistering flesh was filled with yellow pus and looked just like a badly rotted piece of meat. Half the tip of his little finger had already rotted off and the white finger bone was visible under the gory mess. The overpowering stench of blood and rot suddenly spread within the room. Qiao Chu and the others suddenly turned pale. Mu Qianfen was suddenly very conscious of himself and he was thinking of wrapping his bandages back over his wounds in a hurry when a fair and tiny hand held down the other end of the bandage that had fallen onto the table. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed as she stared at the cankerous and festering sores on Mu Qianfen's hand. The condition that the hand was in showed effects that was rather similar to one of the poisons she had previously concocted, but in terms of the speed that the rot, it was relatively shorter and did not seem like new flesh would grow back like hers. Seemingly completely oblivious to what a revolting sight the rotting hand was, Jun Wuxie instead stood up and carefully inspected the hand up close. Mu Qianfen was shocked by Jun Wuxie's action. Why was such a young youth not showing any signs of fear at all? He had not only not shrunk back in fear but had instead come up close to inspect his condition carefully. The heavens know, even he himself had been badly disgusted by the rotting flesh all over his body. But the youth had not batted an eyelid and seemed perfectly calm. Mu Qianfen had just wanted to say something when Qiao Chu, who had been sitting directly opposite him, suddenly gave him a sign, gesturing him to remain quiet, and even giving him a friendly and knowing smile after. Mu Qianfen did not know what Jun Wuxie wanted from him. But as a man about to die, he was not too concerned about it. If Jun Wuxie was not afraid, and wanted to take a close look, he had no qualms about showing them his revolting wounds. After a while, Jun Wuxie went back to her seat. Her eyes were cold as she looked at Mu Qianfen and said, "I want to cut out some flesh." When Jun Wuxie's words came out of her mouth, not just Mu Qianfen, but even Qiao Chu and Fei Yan had expressions of utter shock on them. Cut some flesh? What flesh? She really wanted to cut out a piece of flesh from Mu Qianfen's hand. Mu Qianfen's eyes opened up wide, seriously doubting what he had just heard. You want my flesh? Even if he had accepted that his death was imminent, Mu Qianfen was nevertheless still badly traumatized by Jun Wuxie's words. Chapter 553, Mysterious Black Stone, 10. However, Jun Wuxie was completely unaware of how fiendishly demented her request had sounded and just nodded calmly. A little bit will do. Mu Qianfen froze in place for a while, not understanding how such a tiny-sized little youth would be so gutsy. He had not flinched in the slightest from the grotesque wounds on his hand and had now even wanted to cut out a piece of his flesh. Didn't he find it disgusting? I'll pay you. Jun Wuxie added. Mu Qianfen waved his hands before him quickly, no need, no need. I will not live long anyway. If you really want to, Mu Qianfen clenched his jaw and took out a short dagger. He was doomed anyway, and the wounds were giving him so much pain that he had problems eating and sleeping, so cutting out a tiny bit of his flesh would not hurt him any much more than that. Since Jun Wuxie had bought the black rock from him, he was already a great benefactor to him, and he did not deem it proper to collect any more money from his benefactor. As he spoke, Mu Qianfen was going to cut out a piece of his flesh when Jun Wuxie raised a hand to stop him. I'll do it. Jun Wuxie said. Mu Qianfen was speechless, and he woodenly turned the dagger around and handed it over to Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie held the dagger skillfully, having held a scalpel countless times in her previous life. Staring at Jun Wuxie's inverted way of holding the dagger, Mu Qianfen chose to remain silent. Jun Wuxie inspected Mu Qianfen's wounds carefully a moment, and just when Mu Qianfen thought that the youth did not dare to do it, Jun Wuxie suddenly quickly and skillfully cut into the side of his palm and carved out a thin slice of flesh about the size of his thumbnail. The dagger was handled with such quick precision that he did not feel the pain till a little while later. Cutting off sliver of his flesh with a single slice, Jun Wuxie had not even blinked. She held the dagger horizontally with the sliver of flesh on top. She retrieved an empty bottle from within her robes with her other hand and emptied the piece of flesh into it. Mu Qianfan could not find the words to describe the youth before his eyes. The youth had cut out a piece of his rotting flesh. But did he really just keep it in a bottle? Did he intend to keep it as a souvenir? After keeping the bottle containing the rotted piece of flesh carefully, Jun Wuxie dug out another bottle from within her robes. The palm-sized bottle placed right before Mu Qianfan. 3 times a day, 1 pill each time. Take with warm water was Jun Wuxie's curt and simple instructions. Mu Qianfan did not understand what was happening at that moment and only stared blankly at Jun Wuxie, and turned his eyes to stare at the bottle of medicine before him. Having gotten used to Jun Wuxie's abnormal miserliness with spoken words, Qiao Chu consciously cleared his throat and generously explained it for Mu Qianfan. The medicine will help you with your injuries. Just do as you are told and it will be fine. Mu Qianfan suddenly recovered his senses and shook his head in a hurry. No need, the medicine will be wasted on my condition anyway. The fact that you purchased the black rock is more than enough and I am deeply grateful for it. He tried to refuse and wanted to return the medicine to Jun Wuxie. However, Jun Wuxie only gave the medicine bottle a glance and raised the little bronze bell in the room and shook it gently. The attendant outside the room quickly shuffled in. Warm water. Jun Wuxie said. The attendant was rather quick to realize what Jun Wuxie was asking for and slipped out of the room quickly and returned with a pot of warm water before he quickly stepped out through the door once again. Dumb Qiao. Pry his mouth open. Mu Qianfan's face paled in shock. Qiao Chu hesitated just a moment before he jumped onto Mu Qianfan and immediately pried his mouth open. Fei Yan stood on one side and swiftly removed a single elixir from the bottle, quickly throwing it into Mu Qianfan's mouth while Rong Ruo followed up by pouring the warm water directly into Mu Qianfan's mouth. Chapter 554, Heaven's End Cliff, 1. Glug glug. Mu Qianfan found himself forced to swallow the unidentified elixir under the coercion of several youths. Only after the warm water had washed the elixir down his throat did Qiao Chu and the others release Mu Qianfan. Mu Qianfan almost choked to his death from the water forcefully poured down his throat. He stared helplessly at the bunch of brutal youths and was just about to speak out in protest when he suddenly felt a cooling sensation spread throughout his body. The consuming burning pain that had constantly wrecked at his body was gradually being soothed and it slowly dissipated as the cooling sensation took over him, driving the agonizing pain out of him. His eyes widened in great surprise and he stared at Jun Wuxie. The elixir will only provide relief. Jun Wuxie said simply. She was still not able to fully ascertain what kind of poison Mu Qianfan was afflicted with and it would have to wait till she ran a few tests before she would be able to concoct the proper antidote for it. Mu Qianfan was feeling deeply shocked. He finally understood why Jun Wuxie wanted a piece of his flesh. The youth before him was intending to cure him of his poison. Mu Qianfan stood up suddenly and bowed deeply before Jun Wuxie. Your benevolence will be deeply remembered. As long as my worthless life remains, it will be the young master's to command. Jun Wuxie did not reply, but only glanced briefly at Mu Qianfan. Mu Qianfan was deeply grateful. But Jun Wuxie and the others just stood up to leave. They had other things they needed to attend to. The black jade stone had already been sent back to the inn and after Jun Wuxie and her companions got back there, they immediately inquired with the innkeeper on where they would be able to locate a smithy. After they acquired the location, Fenzhou hired a horse carriage and made his way there. He wanted to extract the black silver from the black jade stone as soon as possible. In case he would suddenly feel unwell, Rong Ruo went along with him. At that moment in Jun Wuxie's room, there was only herself, Qiao Chu, Fei Yan and Hua Yao. Regarding what Mu Qianfan had said, Brother Hua, what are your thoughts? Fei Yan was sitting at the table, his usual mischievous personality absent as he asked with uncharacteristic sternness. Hua Yao replied with a slight frown, I suspect that the Dark Emperor's tomb lies below the Heaven's End cliff. Why do you say that? Jun Wuxie asked, her interest piqued. We have a map with us, and little Xie, you know that as well. We managed to lay our hands on it from the Qingyun clan and over this period, while we were in the Zephyr Academy's branch division, we had been investigating into the location of the second piece of the map and also studying the map we have. Fei Yan has dug up every map of the different areas we know of and tried to compare it to the human skin map we have but we have not been able to find any match. If we are to look at the map carefully, the terrain is very flat and there are no hills or mountains reflected upon it. Initially, we had thought that it might be somewhere with wide plains, but after hearing what Mu Qianfan said, I suspect that the location that the map is specifying is actually the terrain at the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff. Hua Yao said, his eyes narrowed. The Dark Emperor's tomb was in the lower realm, and that was known to all of them. Before they had gotten the map, they had made full preparations. Fei Yan had roamed the lands and made use of his abilities to map out all the areas he had been to. They had wanted to prepare themselves for the day that they would complete the collection of the human skin maps and locate the Dark Emperor's tomb in the shortest time possible. But the first piece of the map they had gotten did not match any of the maps that Fei Yan had compiled. They had thought maybe the map they received was not complete enough, or maybe the area that the map specified lay in a place they had never been to before. But they had never considered that the map they held was a map of the terrain at the bottom of Heaven's End cliff. According to Mu Qianfan's words, the lands below the Heaven's End cliff were extremely vast and fully covered in impenetrable fog, making it impossible for him to explore. And the only thing he brought back from the bottom of the cliff had been black jade stone that could only be found in the middle realm. Chapter 555, Heaven's End Cliff, 2. All the signs were telling them in no uncertain terms that the Dark Emperor's tomb was highly possibly located beyond the Heaven's End cliff, and all the members of the 12 palaces that had been mercilessly murdered and their families rooted out had actually mapped out the terrain at the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff. Otherwise, with the overwhelming might of the 12 palaces, it was impossible that they were still unable to find the Dark Emperor's tomb if it had been anywhere else. But if the place was completely filled with traps and covered completely in impenetrable fog, a complete and precise map would be needed to locate the place. Mu Qianfan mentioned that some time ago, someone had sought them out to entrust them with the mission to go investigate the situation below the Heaven's End cliff. That would mean that those people could possibly hold a portion of the map. Were they from the 12 palaces or someone working for them? Or maybe, the person who sought Mu Qianfan out was the person in the Zephyr Academy who holds the map. Fei Yan rubbed at his chin as his brow creased deep in thought. It should be one of the powers beholden to the 12 palaces here in the lower realm. Jun Wuxia said resolutely, sounding very sure of herself. Why? Fei Yan sat up surprised. Jun Wuxia replied, the 12 palaces are still trying all ways and means to complete their collection of the maps, so that naturally means that they strongly suspect that the Dark Emperor's tomb is at the bottom of Heaven's End cliff, and that they are aware of the vile conditions of the terrain down there, so they would not be so dumb as to get Mu Qianfan and his band of brothers to go find out the precise location of the place. If my guess is correct, the 12 palaces are not entirely sure whether the Dark Emperor's tomb is at the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff, and they are only guessing, and hence, they have not made any significant and obvious moves towards the place. This recent expedition must have been the work of someone from one of the palaces, who managed to trace the clues to the Heaven's End cliff and gave orders to their contracted powers here. Meanwhile, the person who received the orders was not willing to carry it out himself and entrusted the task to Mu Qianfan and his band to scout out the place. Jun Wuxia thought a moment before she continued, according to what Mu Qianfan said, the person who entrusted him with the mission is made aware of the dangers below the Heaven's End cliff now, and I do not think he will be making any other moves in the near future. The Heaven's End cliff was just a guess by the 12 palaces, and they were not able to ascertain that fact for sure. Hence, they did not dare to pour all their strength into a place filled with untold dangers. Considering all that, people from the 12 palaces must have gone to the Heaven's End cliff before this, but the result might not have been much better than Mu Qianfan and his brothers. Those rumors about the Heaven's End cliff must have been spread by the 12 palaces themselves in order to draw people who did not know the truth to seek it by setting forth towards the Heaven's End cliff, to provide them with more clues about the place. So, should we go take a look at the Heaven's End cliff then? Qiao Chu was feeling a little excited. If the Dark Emperor's tomb was really at the Heaven's End cliff, even if they had to stay there for a decade, they would do it to find the Dark Emperor's tomb. Hua Yao admonished gently, you are looking at it too simply. If the Dark Emperor's tomb can be located so easily at the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff, then the 12 palaces would not be so anxious. Mu Qianfan had said as well, that 11 of them had gone down to the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff and had stayed there for only 2 days, but had moved only a mere 100 meters into the place. Only one had come out alive from the 11 people, and that should give you an idea of how dangerous the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff is. Without a complete map of the area, making your way into that place will only result in certain death. He was not reluctant to go, but there were many other considerations to make. If all of them were to die at the Heaven's End cliff, there would be no one to exact revenge for the cruel injustice done upon their parents. Xiao Chu quietened down. He knew what Hua Yao was saying was right. Jun Wuxie squeezed on Lord Memme's little hoof and said with her eyes lowered, "We can go, not absolutely necessary to locate the Dark Emperor's tomb. Seeing for ourselves the actual situation in the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff beforehand might still be a good idea." Chapter 556, Heaven's End Cliff, 3. "We can do that, but we don't know where the Heaven's End cliff is," Xiao Chu said, scratching his head. Hua Yao suddenly laughed, and he turned to look at Jun Wuxie, his eyes showing sudden understanding. "The reason you wanted to save Mu Qianfan was for this reason." Xiao Chu was a little befuddled, and luckily Hua Yao was willing to explain it to him. The fact that little Xie was willing to save Mu Qianfan's life was because only Mu Qianfan knew where the Heaven's End cliff was. More than that, he had even gone down to the bottom of the cliff, and he knows more about the Heaven's End cliff than anyone else. If we can bring him along with us, then going to the Heaven's End cliff will not be a difficult task. Just as little Xie said, we need not rush ourselves to go locate the Dark Emperor's tomb, but to go down for a look, to ascertain if that is a possible target would be good enough. Xiao Chu was suddenly enlightened, and he turned to Jun Wuxie with a look of utmost admiration. "Little Xie, aren't you being a bit too smart? You actually thought that far ahead." He had thought that Jun Wuxie saw the pitiable state that Mu Qianfan was in and that had brought out the benevolence in her, and did not expect the little lass to have planned so far ahead. Jun Wuxie raised an eyebrow, but did not reply. "Actually, there is one more thing I would like to speak to you guys about." Hua Yao's expression suddenly became hesitant. The smile on Xiao Chu's face faded as well. "What Brother Hua wants to talk about is about little Zhuo, isn't it? Why would Fan Zhuo know about the black jade rock and black silver? This really puzzles me. I do not mean to be suspicious of him, but the fact that he knows about those things seems rather queer." Hua Yao and the others had lived in the lower realm for quite a period of time, and they are aware of what things the people of the lower realm know and what they do not know. Fan Zhuo's knowledge had definitely crossed the boundaries of what a person from the lower realm would know. Although they had not known each other for long, but Hua Yao and the others had felt that Fan Zhuo was a rather nice, and this was the only thing that they did not understand. He is the son of the headmaster of the Zephyr Academy. Could it be possible that the person in the Zephyr Academy that the 12 palaces are in contact with is the headmaster himself? Hence, Fan Zhuo had heard a few things about the middle realm from those people. Xiao Chu was really reluctant to think of Fan Zhuo in a bad light, as he had found Fan Zhuo to be rather pleasing to his eye. Fan Zhuo was even running all around to help them forge their spirit rings, and suspecting him was something he did not want to do. That might be possible. Hua Yao nodded his head. If that was the case, it would justify how Fan Zhuo came to know of black jade rock and black silver, and it would answer all their doubts. Previously, the person in the Qingyun clan that the Palace of Fire Demons was in contact with was Kutsong Ju, and didn't Kutsong Ju gain possession of the lone smoke? If it really is with Fan Zhuo's father, we will have to remember to be a bit more polite when we go ask for it in the future. When Xiao Chu was speaking those words, his eyes had inadvertently turned to look at Jun Wuxie. He could still remember vividly what kind of atrocities Jun Wuxie had been capable of in the Qingyun clan. But Jun Wuxie seems completely unaffected, her face a sea of calm. "But, before we are sure of the facts, we should not speak a single word of it to little Zhuo," Xiao Chu said consciously. Fan Zhuo had been a great companion so far, and if Fan Zhuo realized that the real reason they all were here at the Zephyr Academy was to steal his father's map, he would definitely be heartbroken. Hua Yao nodded in agreement, and even Fei Yan approved of it. Obviously, they saw Fan Zhuo as a sickly and weak, naive, and innocent little youth. Jun Wuxie secretly bit on her lips. How naive. Chapter 557, Heaven's End Cliff, 4. The few companions finalized their plans and made preparations to set aside time for a trip to the Heaven's End Cliff after the forging of their spirit rings. But before that, they had to heal up Mu Qianfan's body. And that important task fell once again upon the shoulders of Jun Wuxie. In order to extract the black silver, such a large piece of black jade rock, it required quite a long period of time. After Fan Zhuo and Rong Ruo negotiated on the price, they left the black jade rock at the smithy and left. No one would recognize what that was anyway, and they were not worried that anyone would want to steal it. After they returned to the inn, they all busied about with their own tasks, and no one mentioned a word about the Heaven's End Cliff. Just as it was getting dark, June Wuxie went out and searched everywhere for things she needed to concoct her medicines and elixirs. But as no one cultivated elixirs in the Zephyr Academy, so such items were not too popular in Chanlin town, and not many people carried those goods. After much searching, June Wuxie finally managed to find a small and simple stove for cultivating elixirs in a tiny shop. The stove was only palm-sized and made out of pure copper. It was poorly made but would serve its purpose temporarily. After making another trip to the medicinal shop where she purchased some herbs, June Wuxie went back to the inn and started on her study of the poison in Mu Qianfan's flesh. She worked through the night, without rest. When Hua Yao knocked requesting to enter her room in the morning, he found her standing with a few medicinal bottles in her hands when she came to answer the door. She gave him one quick glance and went on with her tasks. "Xiao Chu wanted me to come ask you when would we be going over to the auction house again." Hua Yao was highly interested in what June Wuxie was busying herself with, as he had never seen June Wuxie concocting her medicine. He had always been deeply curious about this young tiny-sized youth, who possessed such exemplary medical skills and was even able to cultivate amazing elixirs. "Today." June Wuxie replied simply. Upon saying that, she put down all the things in her hands, and retrieved some elixirs and spirit stones out from her cosmos sack before dumping them on the table. She pointed at the elixirs and gave a simple explanation of their effects to Hua Yao, before she wrapped them all up in a bundle and shoved it into Hua Yao's arms. "Sell all of them," June Wuxie said curtly. Just selling off the spirit stones might not really be enough to cover her expenses. After June Wuxie returned to the Zephyr Academy, she intended to acquire a complete set of tools for the cultivation of elixirs, and since the Chanlin town did not have a store specialized in that, she would have to have them custom-made, and that would cost her another tidy sum. With the additional cost that the herbs required would bring, the expenditure would come up to be rather significant. Hua Yao's face was looking rather confused as he stared at the bunch of elixirs that June Wuxie had shoved into his arms. After hearing her introduction of them, he stood rooted to the ground and did not move a single step. "You really want to sell all these?" All these elixirs, if he were to judge, were rather good. Although they could not compare to those heaven-defying ones that June Wuxie had sold before the gates of the Zephyr Academy before, these elixirs nevertheless still had very rare and exemplary effects. So many elixirs, and she was willing to sell them all off without even blinking. I only have this much now." June Wuxie nodded. Her stock of elixirs were running a bit low, and she would not sell the good ones to others anyway. She would much rather leave them for people that she treasured, and that would make more sense to her. In the Zephyr Academy, the expenses were exorbitant, and she intended to use the time she was in the academy to casually cultivate some elixirs and sell them off at the Chanlin auction house. She intended to run an initial trial run first this time. If the results were good, she would then carry her plans further. As she did not have a good grasp on the concept of money in this world, June Wuxie was really easy with it. June Wuxie was being easy with it, but it was impossible for Hua Yao. If he did not know that all these elixirs clutched within his arms could be reproduced by June Wuxie, he really wouldn't have wanted to part with a single elixir there. Chapter 558, Heaven's End Cliff, 5. Go alone, and remember to alter your looks. June Wuxie did not forget to give Hua Yao that last reminder. He Changlu had known all of them in the Chanlin auction house the day before. If they were to appear once again in their real identities, many rumors would definitely begin to spread about them. To avoid unnecessary trouble, June Wuxie had to remind Hua Yao of that at least. "I will," Hua Yao said, rubbing at his face. He was thinking what kind of a look he should assume that would be suitable for the situation. After all the preparations were made, Hua Yao transformed himself into a middle-aged man and made his way towards the Chanlin auction house, where he entrusted all the items to Yi Changlo. By the time he got back, it was already lunchtime, and all the companions gathered in June Wuxie's room as if in tacit understanding and waited for lunch. "Brother Hua, all settled?" Xiao Chu asked upon seeing Hua Yao, walking over to him with a big smile on his face. Fanzhuo was greatly surprised though, when he saw the unfamiliar middle-aged man and heard Xiao Chu address the man as Brother Hua. Hua Yao did not feel he needed to hide before Fanzhuo and raised his hand to cover his face slightly. The bones beneath his skin immediately started to change, and in a blink, he had changed back into the alluringly handsome young youth once again. Fanzhuo's eyes widened and his lips trembled, as his eyes looked at Hua Yao queerly. "Little Zhuo." Calm yourself. Brother Hua's art in altering his looks has always been so easy for him. Fei Yan reassured Fan Zhuo, patting him on the shoulder, with a, "This is perfectly normal," expression on his face. Bone Shifter's tribe, the 3 words suddenly tumbled out of Fan Zhuo's mouth. At that moment in the room, with the exception of Jun Wuxie, the expression on all the faces of everyone present changed. The Bone Shifter's tribe had been one of the major races of the Middle Realm. They possessed the ability to control the shape and size of the bones within their bodies. And that name was only known to people from the Middle Realm. When they realized that Fan Zhuo knew about the Black Jade Stone and about Black Silver, they were still able to treat it as if Fan Zhuo had heard about them from the people of the 12 palaces who were in contact with his father. But he had even shown that he was able to recognize that Hua Yao was from Bone Shifter's tribe. Bone Shifters were few in numbers now and not widely seen even in the Middle Realm. Although people from the 12 palaces knew about the tribe, but they would have no good reason to mention it to others here. So how did Fan Zhuo know about it? All their eyes were fixed onto Fan Zhuo. The surprise in Fan Zhuo's eyes slowly faded and he lowered his head slightly. His pale handsome face was shrouded in shadow and they could not see the expression on his face. However, just when everyone was getting anxious, Fan Zhuo suddenly covered his face with his hands, and a series of delirious laughter erupted from his throat. No wonder when I mentioned about the Black Jade Stone and Black Silver, you guys gave such a reaction. No wonder all of you are so interested in the Heaven's End cliff. I should have guessed it earlier. Fan Zhuo could not stop laughing, his shoulders heaving with his unstoppable bout of laughter. Suddenly, Fan Zhuo raised his head. There was no trace of the mirth that had just overtaken him. His clear eyes shone, but a chilling malice now filled them. Those eyes swept across Qiao Chu and each and every one of them, his lips curled at the corners devilishly. Which of the 12 palaces do you guys belong to? Qiao Chu and the others froze in place. Fan Zhuo's words were sending all of them a signal. He knows of the Middle Realm, and he knows of the 12 palaces. Little Zhuo, what is happening here? Seeing the abrupt change on Fan Zhuo's face, Qiao Chu did not know how to react at that moment. That soft-spoken and gentle youth was suddenly able to show such strong malice in his eyes. Fan Zhuo stared with those eyes at the expressions on Qiao Chu and the others. Suddenly, his expression changed again and reverted back to his usual gentle and amicable smile. Chapter 559, Heaven's End Cliff, 6. I'm sorry if I frightened you guys. Fan Zhuo looked at everyone apologetically. Qiao Chu's expression was rather wooden as he didn't know how to react. Hua Yao was frowning as he stared at Fan Zhuo. He had not wanted to mention it, but Fan Zhuo's reaction had been completely different from what he expected. If he had only heard things about the Middle Realm, then why did he react so strongly? And if he was not mistaken, Fan Zhuo's eyes had earlier been filled with pure murder and hatred. He hated the 12 palaces. Hua Yao finally said, "You are from the Middle Realm." Fan Zhuo did not hide the fact and nodded his head. He looked at Hua Yao and the others and said smiling, "As you all are, am I wrong? Brother Hua, Dumb Qiao, Little Yan, Little Ruo, and Little Xie." No, Little Xie is not, because Little Xie did not react to my words in the slightest. Fan Zhuo rubbed his chin, his face split into a smile. Your guess is correct. Hua Yao nodded and said. You hold a grudge against the 12 palaces? Hua Yao asked, feeling a little puzzled. Why had the strong aura of malice earlier suddenly disappeared completely without a trace of it present now? The hatred within those eyes earlier were in no way less than what they all felt. But why had it faded so fast? We cannot coexist. Fan Zhuo's smile grew wider, but there was no joy in his eyes. Why? Hua Yao persisted. For the same reason as all of you here. Isn't that right? Fan Zhuo said, laughing. Hua Yao was surprised. Fan Zhuo continued, I had thought that you guys were from the 12 palaces, but when I had so obviously displayed such strong enmity earlier, all of you had not reacted strongly to it but had looked shocked instead and did not show any intentions of killing me. In the instant that you all knew that I had strong malicious intentions against the 12 palaces, none of you made a move against me, and that ultimately told me that you guys were not from the 12 palaces, and I do not believe that the 12 palaces would have such genuine and sincere people like you among them. The malicious murder initially had been a test, and the results had made Fan Zhuo heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not the enemy. You said you are the same as us, what did that mean? A guess surfaced in Hua Yao's mind and it made him a little anxious and it filled him with anticipation. Fanzhua laughed a little and said, long ago, in their quest to locate the Dark Emperor's tomb, the 12 palaces had sent out countless highly skilled exponents and among them, only a few of them finally found it. Those few people had come from different palaces and in order to suppress and curtail each other, they had drawn a portion of the map on each other's back and returned to report on their mission. But they had not expected that what finally awaited their return was betrayal from the powers they served respectively. All of them were killed and even their families were not spared. Fanzhua's smiley eyes were tinged with a slight trace of chill. His eyes swept over Hua Yao, Qiao Chu, Fei Yan, and Rong Rua once again, one after the other. When the massacre was being carried out, one man secretly infiltrated among them and rescued the young children of those families. One among the children rescued had belonged to the Bone Shifters tribe. If I am not wrong, all of you should be those children who were rescued from then. Fanzhua's line of reasoning greatly shocked Hua Yao and the others. All of them looked at Hua Yao with a queer look, their eyes filled with shock and uncertainty. Then who might you be? He knew the history of the Middle Realm, and he was aware that the 12 palaces were searching for the Dark Emperor's tomb. So, what was Fanzhua's real identity? Fanzhua smiled bitterly. I am just an orphan abandoned at the Heaven's End Cliff. Chapter 560, Heaven's End Cliff, 7. The 12 palaces had sent out hordes of their men in those years and there had been no lack of smart and intelligent people among them. Although they had been loyal to the powers they served, they still retained a trace of rationality in their actions. Fanzhua's parents had been such an example. They had reached the Dark Emperor's tomb a step later than the family members of Hua Yao and the others had been forced to partake in their agreement with those who had reached earlier. They all had a portion of the map tattooed on their backs before they all returned to the Middle Realm. But Fanzhua's biological father had felt that something was not right. He did not bring Fanzhua and his wife back together with him but had settled them down temporarily nearby the Heaven's End Cliff. Alas, what awaited him when he returned back to the Middle Realm was a total nightmare. He did not have the chance to go back and see his wife and child again. His whole family line was massacred together with him and Fanzhua's mother had been killed right before his eyes while he had sustained severe injuries from the attack by the people of the 12 palaces and his body left in the forests to become feed for the carnivorous beasts. Fortunately, Fanqi had made it there in time and rescued the severely injured Fanzhua. Fanqi had been beholden to Fanzhua's parents and Fanqi had wanted to repay them for the benevolence he had received and decided to raise Fanzhua. But the severe injuries inflicted on Fanzhua's body had deteriorated daily and in order to protect Fanzhua, Fanqi had portrayed his own biological son to everyone else as his adopted child and claimed Fanzhua as his biological child instead, to give him the best care he could. It was also to prevent anyone from using his status as an adopted child and mistreat him in any way. However, Fanzhua's injuries from young stayed with him, making his life as he grew up to be one filled with pain and torment. Before he came to meet Jun Wuxie, he had thought that there was no way he would live for much longer and no matter how much hatred he held in his heart for the 12 palaces, he did not possess the strength or power to change his fate. If he was not even able to retain his own life, there was no way he would be able to fight the 12 palaces. It was not until the appearance of Jun Wuxie that he saw that his life was about to take a complete change. Fanzhua told the companions everything about himself. His candid revelation of his past greatly shocked Qiao Chu and the others. Fanzhua had been right. They were all still fortunately alive and it was due to one man. Yan Bugui. Yan Bugui had hidden them all at the Phoenix Academy and successfully escaped from the persecution of the 12 palaces, but Fanzhua had been more unfortunate than them. He had not only witnessed the killing of his mother with his own eyes, but had sustained heavy injuries from their attackers. They had injured him all the way into the core and it had made him live his life, greatly handicapped. Qiao Chu and his companions were all only too aware of how thickly their hatred for their enemies ran within their hearts and completely understood why Fanzhua had tested their allegiance in such a manner earlier. But things have greatly changed and is completely different now. I noticed that all of you are intending to go find the Dark Emperor's tomb, why? Fanzhua was calm, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted in a slight smile, looking as if all that he had said had happened to someone else and not himself. But Qiao Chu and the others could not forget, just a mere moment ago, the terrifying and unbridled hatred that had burned so brightly in Fanzhua's eyes. We need to become strong, and the Dark Emperor's tomb contains the most powerful magical items that exists in the Middle Realm. And once we find the Dark Emperor's tomb, we would definitely acquire enough strength to exact our revenge against the 12 palaces. Xiao Chu exclaimed after drawing in a deep breath, not intending to hide anything. Fan Zhuo laughed out loud. Not a bad plan, but the Dark Emperor's tomb would not be so easily located. However difficult it is, we have to give it a try. This is the only way we can attain enough strength to go against the 12 palaces. Hua Yao said resolutely. Chapter 561, Heaven's End Cliff, 8. Fan Zhuo raised an eyebrow and said, if that's the case, count me in as well. Xiao Chu's face broke into a wide smile. You mean it? Of course. Fan Zhuo nodded and he turned to Jun Wuxie. Little Xie, you are not a lost orphan from the 12 palaces. Why are you involved in this? Jun Wuxie raised her eyes and replied calmly, to go home. Fan Zhuo gave a look of utter confusion. Jun Wuxie suddenly raised her hand and a mist appeared before her fingers, gradually coalescing at a spot beside her, forming into the shape of a tiny figure. Meh. Lord Meme, who had plopped lazily at the side without making a single sound, suddenly stood up upon seeing the figure start to form up, its eyes brilliantly lit up. So fragrant. Arg. Don't bite me. Little Lotus had just appeared and Lord Meme had immediately pounced on him, pressing his soft chubby little body to the ground. They next saw the woolly ball that was Lord Meme happily plopped upon Little Lotus, licking its little wet tongue incessantly upon Little Lotus' tiny chubby face. At that moment, Little Lotus broke into tears from the sudden attack. He could feel the strong desire to chomp on him emanating strongly from Lord Meme. Plant-type spirits were always highly sensitive to the desires of herbivores. Fan Zhuo's eyes widened as he stared at Little Lotus, who was being helplessly violated by Lord Meme. Little Xie's ring spirit is a plant-type spirit. Xiao Chu said helpfully. It finally dawned on Fan Zhuo. Everyone in the Middle Realm knew exactly how much interest a plant spirit would attract from the 12 palaces. The innocent would be deemed criminal by the mere possession of a prized treasure others seeked. Jun Wuxie's plant-based spirit would undoubtedly bring her endless persecution. If she wanted to live, she had to become stronger than the 12 palaces and make them fear to dare lust after her ring spirit. Fan Zhuo genuinely laughed out loud, his eyes absolutely sparkled. After all that's been said, everyone in this room are enemies of the 12 palaces. That's right. Hua Yao replied, nodding affirmatively. Since that's the case, let's all retrieve the Dark Emperor's treasures and put them to good use. Upon saying that, Fan Zhuo took out a brocade bag from his hip and opened it up. An old and tattered map drawn on skin lay open on the table. From what they saw was showing on that map, it really looked very similar to the map they had with them. Fan Zhuo explained, my parents had climbed down the Heaven's End peak together at that time. A portion of the map of the Dark Emperor's tomb had been drawn on my mother's back as well. After my father returned to the 12 palaces, he did not come back for quite a time. My mother suspected something had gone wrong and had the map cut out off her back and handed it to me to have it hidden properly. So, the map of the Dark Emperor's tomb had never been complete from the beginning because the number of people who got to the Dark Emperor's tomb actually numbered 8, not 7. And the last portion of the map to the Dark Emperor's tomb laid in the hands of Fan Zhuo, the only child who survived against all odds under the endless persecution of the 12 palaces. With the knowledge of this newfound fact, Xiao Chu and the others found themselves in sudden shock. We had previously discovered that someone within the Zephyr Academy was in contact with the 12 palaces. The 12 palaces had given their own portions of the maps to the respective powers they were grooming in the lower realm. The piece you hold was not from the 12 palaces, so does your father hold another one. After their goals were aligned, Hua Yao saw no need to hold back their misgivings anymore. Fan Zhuo shook his head. My adoptive father is not in contact with the 12 palaces. He knows my real identity and it is impossible that he will establish such a form of contact with them. So, if the information you received is true, then the person that has links with the 12 palaces will be someone else, and not my father. If not Fan Qi, then who could it be? Hua Yao and his companions found themselves suddenly having to rethink their options. Chapter 562, An Auction for the Filthy Rich, 1. Actually, if we really want to find out who it is, we do have a lead we can work on. Fei Yan said suddenly. You mean Muqian Fan? Rong Ruo asked, her brows raised. Fei Yan nodded. Mu Qianfan said that someone gave them money and told them to go to the Heaven's End cliff. Moreover, Little Zhua has already confirmed for us that the Dark Emperor's tomb is indeed at below the Heaven's End cliff. That would mean that the person who commissioned Mu Qianfan and his brothers to go there must be the same person who has links with the 12 palaces, and he must have the map with him. Mu Qianfan was becoming a more valuable ally than they had expected. He was not only able to bring them to the Heaven's End cliff but would be able to provide them with more clues to identify the person within the Zephyr Academy who held the map. Fei Yan paused a moment before he turned to look at Jun Wuxie and asked in a serious tone, "Little Xie, are you confident of curing Mu Qianfan completely of his poison?" Jun Wuxie replied softly, "Yes." With Jun Wuxie's single-worded reply, Fei Yan was undoubtedly convinced. Before that, we had better make a trip to the Heaven's End cliff and see what that place is all about. We still do not have a complete map of the place, and although we would not be able to find the exact location of the Dark Emperor's tomb, a better understanding of the area would definitely help us. Hua Yao reasoned. Everyone agreed with what Hua Yao said. After their discussions came to a close, all of them parted and went about their own tasks. There were 2 more days before the auction at the Chanlin auction house would be carried out, and they would remain within Chanlin town during that period, and Jun Wuxie was intent on concocting the antidote for the poison within Mu Qianfan's body. The days passed quickly and the Chanlin auction house opened up its auction once more. And this time, before the auction itself, He Changlu had hired people to spread the word throughout Chanlin town. The word was that in the upcoming auction, they would not only have the usual string of precious and unusual treasures, they also had a bunch of rare and priceless elixirs in their lineup. Many people who had not been really interested in the auction suddenly pricked their ears and rushed towards the auction house. Rare and priceless elixirs, no matter the time, northwest matter the place, had always been in great demand. Although no details on what kind of elixirs they had were released, but based on the high standards of goods and items the Chanlin auction house had always managed to bring in for their auctions, it would not be common stuff. This day, the Chanlin auction house was visibly more packed than usual. The auction had not even started and the ground floor was already filled to capacity, while all the private rooms on the second level were fully taken. Fortunately, Qiao Chu had come and spoken to He Changlu the day before on their intention to attend, and a room had been reserved for them. When Jun Wuxie and her companions reached the place, even the staircase leading up to the second level was filled with people. They had to squeeze past an immeasurable amount of people before they managed to get to the room reserved for them. Heavens! Does it need to be so crazy? The place is just too crowded today, isn't it? Qiao Chu was holding his shoes in his hands. While climbing up the steps earlier, both his shoes had been stepped and stomped by the surging crowd and he had almost lost them. His quick reflexes had saved him and the still new shoes that he had bought just not too long ago. The smiling servant allocated to their room served them their tea. Knowing that these were He Changli's honored guests, his attitude was especially attentive. "My young masters, you might not know it, but the items we have lined up for today's auction are much more interesting than usual. Besides the usual bunch of spirit stones, we have a dazzling line of exquisite and priceless elixirs which had drawn almost the whole town's people here. The auction itself has not started yet, and this is not when we are most crowded. Once the auction starts, the place would be bursting at the seams." Chapter 563, An Auction for the Filthy Rich, 2. Are elixirs really that popular with the people? Qiao Chu asked while putting on his shoes, his eyes filling up with anticipation. "You say?" Under the skies, those able to concoct and cultivate good quality elixirs had only come from a few clans. Ever since the Qin Yun clan suddenly disappeared, the supply of elixirs in the market had greatly diminished, and those few other clans who had been overshadowed and their reputation as elixir-producing places previously suppressed by the Qin Yun clan had suddenly found their fortunes reversed, enjoying unsurpassed recognition and greatly revered. Even the common medical halls and shops selling herbs have seen the prices of elixirs increase in folds. The servant saw that Qiao Chu was intrigued by the topic and prattled on non-stop. The Qin Yun clan might have been corrupted and they committed heinous deeds, but it had been an enormous clan and they had nevertheless provided the people with huge quantities of elixirs every month. Besides the elixirs produced by the 12 elders, the disciples in the inner house had supplied a large quantity of elixirs and medicines to the people throughout the lands. Although those elixirs and medicines might not be top grade, but compared to the common herbs and medicines sold in the medical halls and herb shops, they were of a much better quality. And the Qin Yun clan's reputation as the top clan throughout the lands had further made their supply of elixirs in high demand. And thus, the disappearance of the Qin Yun clan had suddenly caused a huge deficiency in the supply of elixirs. Not only was the supply of top-grade elixirs greatly reduced, but even elixirs one grade lower had their quantities greatly diminished. The inadequate quantities of elixirs had caused the people to place greater significance on purchasing all the diminishing supply of elixirs they could find. Many of the clans that produced elixirs had long been allied or joined with various powers, and the best of the elixirs they produced were always supplied to their allies, and only a small portion that was in excess or of inferior quality would be released to be sold externally. Besides those few clans, even individuals who excelled in producing medicine were either from prominent families themselves or recruited by the major powers as well, and the amount they could produce was even less. Once a person highly skilled in producing medicine was discovered, people from different powers would immediately rush in to recruit them. Buying quality elixirs and medicine had become a highly arduous task. And it was due to this very reason that when the Chanlin auction house had released news that they had elixirs available in their lineup, it had drawn the attention of so many people. Within the vast auction house, the place was beginning to show signs of being unable to accommodate the crowd who had come forth to take part in the auction. If the young masters here are interested in the batch of elixirs, you are most welcome to make a bid for it during the auction. The boss has informed us previously about these elixirs. Due to the request of the client, the auction house would not be able to offer our honored guests special privileges on them. The servant noticed that Xiao Chu had seemed invariably interested in the elixirs, and he explained apologetically. If it had been something a little more common, He Chanlu might be able to use his position as the owner to open some doors of privilege for them, but not this time, and for such precious items. Xiao Chu laughed and waved his hand at the servant, dismissing him from the room. If I was interested in them, you think I would need to buy them? I will only need to ask for them from little Xie. Xiao Chu stole a peek at the unaffected and unmoving Jun Wuxie, his eyes narrowed into two crescents from his smile. Little Xie, wouldn't you agree? Jun Wuxie glanced briefly at him and turned away, refusing to grace such a dumb and senseless question with a reply. Completely undeterred by Jun Wuxie's cold treatment, Xiao Chu cozied up against Hua Yao and asked, "Brother Hua, how many elixirs did little Xie give you to sell at this auction?" Hua Yao replied, 7 bottles. 7 bottles. If one bottle sold for 100,000 taels, that will be 700 taels. Xiao Chu gulped at the figure, estimating the price based on the time they had set up a con in front of the Zephyr Academy gates previously. Chapter 564, An Auction for the Filthy Rich, 3. The elixirs this time are different from those before, Jun Wuxie said calmly, throwing a whole bucket of cold water on Xiao Chu. That time at the gates of the Zephyr Academy had left her with no other choice, or she would not have taken out those elixirs that could develop and improve veins and arteries. But they would still fetch a hefty price, wouldn't they? 7 bottles should still at least fetch us 100,000 taels at least, wouldn't it? Xiao Chu asked, scratching his head, feeling a little less sure. Jun Wuxie shot him a glance. Who told you that I am selling them by the bottle? Huh? Xiao Chu was even more confused. Hua Yao shook his head helplessly. He could not bear to see Xiao Chu display his stupidity a moment longer. Little Xie gave me 7 bottles of elixirs this time, and there are 5 elixirs in each bottle. I have already discussed it with He Changlu, and he has agreed that the elixirs in every bottle would be individually auctioned, with a single pill each time. Xiao Chu nodded in confusion, and after pondering on it for a long while, he only managed to ask one question. Will we earn a lot of money then? Hua Yao shot Xiao Chu a look of utter contempt, and decided not to waste his breath on the intellectually lacking Dumbo. Xiao Chu shrank back mortified as he rubbed his nose, suddenly feeling like he needed a drink of water. More and more people arrived at the auction house till finally, they could not even shut the doors as people continued to try to squeeze themselves in. This unprecedented situation was never seen before, and it greatly surprised Jun Wuxie, who sat in the private room on the second level. She did not know that elixirs was in such high demand. Although the response had been very overwhelming before the gates of the Zephyr Academy before, but those elixirs she had taken out then had heaven-defying effects that was unheard of in the world. The elixirs she had given to Hua Yao this time, though were rather good as well, but their effects could not compare in the least to those they sold before. He Changlu had only spread the word to the people that the Chanlin auction house would have elixirs in their lineup and had not mentioned a word on their effects, and it had already incited such an overwhelming response. Jun Wuxie decided that she would have to give her elixirs a little bit more consideration. All along, she had only intended for her elixirs to be given to the people of the Lin Palace and the Rui Lin army, and other than that, she did not spend much more time into her elixirs. She was not able to return to the Lin Palace at the moment, and her dwindling finances was becoming a huge problem to her. She did not in the least expect that Xiao Chu and the others, who had been lived half their lives in abject poverty, to suddenly gain riches and prosperity. So, if elixirs were really so hugely popular, would this mean that she would be able to profit from it for their expenses? Jun Wuxie decided to observe a little bit more before she made her conclusion. They had eagerly waited for the auction to commence, and the whole place was fully packed. Many of the people did not have seats, and they were lined up against the walls at the side and back. The sight before him made He Changlu smile endlessly, unable to close his mouth in joy. Although the Chanlin auction house had always enjoyed a rather good reputation and strong support, they had never put up elixirs in their auctions before, as there were no prominent elixir-producing clans in their vicinity. The once small tiny town had grown prosperous all due to the Zephyr Academy, and a big part of the town visitors were the disciples from the Zephyr Academy itself. Just like today, looking through the crowd packed within the auction house, many of them were youths dressed in the uniforms of the Zephyr Academy. They had seemingly gathered here in groups, having arrived early to get themselves the best seats. And from the eager expressions on their faces, one could see the high anticipation they held for today's auction. He Changlu was very excited. Even he had not expected that a bunch of elixirs would draw so many people to the Chanlin auction house. This was the biggest crowd he had ever seen in the history of the Chanlin auction house. "Boss, can we begin?" the auctioneer asked one final time for He Changli's opinion, as he straightened out his clothes and made sure everything was in order. Chapter 565, An Auction for the Filthy Rich, 4. He Changlu turned and patted the man on the shoulder encouragingly to say, "This auction would indefinitely influence the reputation of the Chanlin auction house. If with these elixirs, we are able to bring the Chanlin auction house up to the next level, it would be undeniably the best result for us. You must remember it well. You have to put up an outstanding performance today. The huge turnout today are all gunning straight for the elixirs. If we are able to satisfy them with our results today, when the client comes back to us, I will discuss it in detail with him to see if he can supply us with elixirs on a permanent basis. If everything goes well, our Chanlin auction house will not be constrained within just a tiny Chanlin town. I will most definitely put out my best tonight," the man said confidently, as he pulled at his clothes once again in one final check. "Go. The future of our auction house will be determined tonight." He Changlu stared with great anticipation at the crowd tightly packed together on the floor. Although the Chanlin auction house enjoyed a high reputation in this region, but they were inadvertently constrained here. If this time, their fame spread, then He Changlu was getting more excited the more he thought about it. Once the auctioneer stepped onto the stage, a cheer erupted from the crowd. The intensity of the raucous cheer almost tore the roof off the Chanlin auction house. Standing upon the stage, the auctioneer gulped. He was the leading auctioneer of the Chanlin auction house, and he prided himself on his quick adaptability to changes. But upon seeing the boisterous and noisy crowd before him, he could not help but feel a little weakness creep into his legs. Jun Wuxie sat, high up on the second level in her private room, as she stared at the noisy scene below, her eyes calm. "Firstly, let me welcome you to the Chanlin auction house today. I believe that our honored guests have already heard the news. The Chanlin auction house today hold in our hands a batch of the most precious and exquisite elixirs. The batch of elixirs entrusted to us number a significant amount, and the effects they provide would most definitely be more than satisfactory. Let's not hold you back with more chatter. I think all of you are more interested in what effects the elixirs hold for you. Without further delay, can we have the Chanlin auction house present to you the first elixir we have up for the auction? Bring it up," the auctioneer announced in a deep voice, and the boisterous and rowdy crowd suddenly quietened. All eyes were inexorably drawn to the stage in front, and their sights fixed upon the item being brought up. A adorable and alluring lady swayed her hips suggestively as she carried a brown tray and walked up onto the stage. At that moment, the people on the floor were unconcerned on how alluring the beautiful lady was. Their eyes were glued to the small brocade box lying upon the tray. This is the spirit-intensifying elixir. Once ingested, it will enable the user to gain a temporary growth in their spiritual powers, achieving a breakthrough in the level of their spiritual powers. The effect lasts for 1 day, and within that day, the user will experience might of the spirit power they had never attained before and can be used by the user to defeat powerful opponents they had never been able to take on before. Although its effects last only a day, but it is invaluable when used appropriately at the most critical times that will save your life. The auctioneer generously explained, throwing them a friendly reminder on how its use would be most efficient. And the generous introduction had made the crowd on the floor go wild. As the levels of their spiritual powers go higher, their speed of their growth in spiritual power would inevitably slow significantly. Many people had been stuck in their current spirit levels for several years, and for some, even more than a decade. Over the slow passing throughout the endless years, the snail-paced progress gained in their spiritual powers had made many of them fall into despair. And the chance for them to experience power they had yearned for but never achieved was undoubtedly a great temptation. The biggest draw about the elixir, though, was what the auctioneer had helpfully told them to save their own life. Irregardless whether it was in a battle, or while out on an expedition, an elixir that enabled the user to gain more power in an instant was an irreplaceable treasure indeed. Chapter 566, An Auction for the Filthy Rich, 5. Elixirs like this might not be that big a temptation to the common people. But when placed before the disciples of the Zephyr Academy, it became an irresistible weapon for them to show off their powers. For a day, they would gain powers that had never experienced before, and the elixir would enable them to get out any tight situations in future spirit hunts. Heaven knows how much it would mean to the disciples who had just managed to claw their way through the last grueling spirit hunt, where they were tormented by the many powerful spirit beasts. How many times had they found their own powers inadequate and were forced to run away in fear from spirit beasts that had not been all that powerful in the first place. In addition to that, the disciples knew that many of their fellow disciples had even lost their lives in that spirit hunt due to the lack of spiritual powers as well. The spirit-intensifying elixir would undoubtedly become an irreplaceable talisman that would save their lives. The instantaneous increase of their spiritual powers would give them the ultimate boost to their speed, agility, and become much more nimble. When faced with danger, they would be able to gain extraordinary strength to escape and keep themselves alive. Almost at the same moment that the auctioneer finished his introduction, the Zephyr Academy's disciples on the floor could not contain themselves and started to fidget, unable to remain in their seats properly. They were all craning their necks to see, ears pricked to hear the starting price, eager to place their bids for the amazing elixir. With the spirit-intensifying elixir in hand, they would have to worry about getting themselves killed by spirit beasts in future spirit hunts and would be able to gain extraordinary powers beyond their fellow disciples at the most critical of times. Even if it was just for a day, they would be able to take on stronger spirit beasts that they would not dare face usually. And the better quality spirit stones they would gain might allow them a better score in the spirit hunt, which would ultimately win them a bigger part of the allocated resources of the Zephyr Academy, making their lives in the Academy in the future a whole lot easier. The quantity of spirit-intensifying elixirs we have available for this auction numbers a grand total of 5. Every individual elixir has a set base price of 50,000 taels. Now, let us begin the bidding for the first elixir we have up for auction. Seeing the enthusiasm in the crowd on the floor, the auctioneer standing upon the stage was silently relieved. As he remembered He Chong Li's prior reminder to him, he suddenly felt endlessly motivated. Whoa, 50,000 each. If we managed to sell them all, that would mean we would have at least 250,000 taels, right? Xiao Chu said, licking at his suddenly dry lips. Fei Yen shot him a depreciating glance and said, 250,000 taels. You are really just too naive. Xiao Chu blinked blankly at Fei Yen. Before he could even utter a word, the floor below suddenly exploded. 60,000. 70,000. 100,000. The youths jumped up one after another. Without a single exception, they were all dressed in the uniform of the Zephyr Academy. As a place that was reputed to have only the obscenely and filthy rich as their disciples, all those who were able to don themselves in the uniform of the Zephyr Academy wore upon themselves an undisputed symbol that showed off the vast riches and immense wealth of the families and powers behind them. Money in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of taels was not that big a deal to them, especially if what they were purchasing would ultimately save their own lives. The money was deemed to be of scant concern. In the blink of an eye, the first spirit-intensifying elixir's price had rocketed to a staggering 120,000 taels. Xiao Chu's eye bulged and almost popped out of his head. Aren't these youths here in this house being a little extreme? Sweet heavens, the bids jump in tens of thousands. Are they talking about grains of sand here? Very soon, the first spirit-intensifying elixir was won by a disciple of the Zephyr Academy with a bid of 130,000 taels. After the oppressively throwing of such a staggering sum of money, the youth still stood up in glee and waved proudly to all the other Zephyr Academies youths with the auction house. His incorrigible actions taunted everyone there, stoking the fire within the hearts of all the other youths. They were all from the same academy, they knew they must not lose again. The level of their skills were dependent on how gifted they were, and they could not change that fact. But when it came to comparing riches, they were no easy pushovers either. After the first youth managed to win the first spirit-intensifying elixir, and his infuriating taunts, the auctions that were carried out after that went into a fierce and fiery bidding war among the countless filthy rich disciples. From the second elixir onwards, the price of each and every spirit-intensifying elixir went beyond 150,000 taels. The staggering amounts made all the outsiders from other powers quickly decide the elixirs were greatly beyond them. Chapter 567, An Auction for the Filthy Rich, 6. The spirit-intensifying elixir's effects might be rather amazing, but it was limited to a single use. Splurging over 100,000 taels on something like that could only be achieved by the Zephyr Academy's filthy rich disciples, who had too much money for their own good. In a short period of time, all 5 of the spirit-intensifying elixirs were swept up cleanly, and all the winning bids were made by disciples from the Zephyr Academy, denying the opportunity to all the other people present. Once again, the people of Chan Lin Town witnessed the bold and astounding spending power of the Zephyr Academy's disciples. In a private room on the second level, Xiao Chu was doing the sums for the money gained from the sale of the spirit-intensifying elixirs, his eyes wide, and he could not stop smiling. "Little Xie, how long a period do you need to make those elixirs?" Xiao Chu asked Jun Wuxie, his eyes sparkling with interest. Jun Wuxie thought a moment and replied, "1 day." Xiao Chu gasped, and then said with a laugh, "Ha ha. You are able to produce 1 elixir a day. Ha ha. Wouldn't that mean you would have 130,000 taels to spend every day?" Jun Wuxie replied, "A stove bakes 20 pills a time." Xiao Chu's jaw hung open, and he could not close it. Even Fei Yin sucked in a big gasp, standing at the side. Soon, the Chan Lin auction house brought out the second item they were going to put up for auction onto the stage. It was another type of elixir. And the effects and function of this elixir was much better than the spirit-intensifying elixir. Encouraged by the results they had achieved for the spirit-intensifying elixir, the auctioneer was feeling confident enough to exaggerate a little bit more. "This is called the all-dispelling elixir. It can counter hundreds of types of poison and toxins." The auctioneer had not even finished his sentence when he was suddenly drowned out by the deafening noise that erupted out from the crowd on the floor. "Counters most poisons. That's a lot more useful than the spirit-intensifying elixir." It was extremely hard to guard against poison users, and some ring spirits were naturally born equipped with poison. If they were attacked by such spirits, they would be put at a serious disadvantage in battle. Moreover, many spirit beasts were capable of poison attacks as well, especially those that belonged to the higher grades, and the poison's potency increases the higher the grades were. If the spirit-intensifying elixir which gave them a temporary boost to their spiritual powers was an irresistible weapon to carry with them, then the all-dispelling elixir would most definitely qualify to be a real and undisputed talisman that would keep them alive. At that moment, not only the disciples of the Zephyr Academy were excitedly roused, but all the other people from different major powers who came to Chan Lin Town to try to recruit the Zephyr Academy's disciples could not contain themselves any longer. An elixir with such incredible effects, no matter to who that person was, would be considered to be extremely hard to come by. The starting bid for the all-dispelling elixir was higher than the spirit-intensifying elixir. Every individual elixir would start at 100,000 taels. And this time, not only the disciples of the Zephyr Academy were taking part in the bidding, anyone who had strong financial backing from the various powers behind them did not want to lose out on the chance to possess such an incredible elixir. The price for the first all-dispelling elixir was quickly pushed up to 250,000 taels very quickly. The price being shouted out by the excited auctioneer almost made Xiao Chu jump up in joy. He soon discovered that the price achieved for the items put up for auction was greatly influenced by the auctioneer's skills in fanning the crowd. Every time when the bids seemed to stagnate for a while, the auctioneer would always step up to incite and rouse the crowd, exaggerating on the miraculous effects and never available before properties of the rarest of elixirs, and excite the crowd once again to a new level of fervor, and the price would instantaneously climb up another fold. "Little Xie, I think the elixirs we sold in front of the Zephyr Academy's gates that time were given away too cheaply. If we had brought it here to the Chanlin auction house, we would most definitely have gotten ourselves at least twice that price. Xiao Chu said excitedly, his eyes wide, seemingly caught up in the auctioneer's incitement. Although the Chanlin auction house wasn't really considered to be a big establishment, but this auctioneer they had with them was rather good at his job. His ability to sway and manipulate the crowd was a real eye-opener to the companions watching from above. Jun Wuxia nodded slightly. She had not expected that the elixirs would be so well received. Although besides the fact that Jun Wuxia's elixirs were of a high grade, a large part of its popularity was due to the gift of the gab of the auctioneer standing on the stage, and his ability to drum up the atmosphere, driving the crowd into a heated fervor, where they willingly raised up their bids, throwing their money to win the item their heart desired. Chapter 568, An Auction for the Filthy Rich, 7. Chapter 568, An Auction for the Filthy Rich, 7. Say, can the all-dispelling elixir really dispel all poisons? Wouldn't it cure Mu Qianfan if we just give him one? Xiao Chu asked suddenly. Jun Wuxia shook her head. The elixir I gave him the other day was the all-dispelling elixir. The elixir is effective on common poisons, but the poison that Mu Qianfan is inflicted with came from the middle realm, and the all-dispelling elixir is not able to neutralize it. Xiao Chu was quickly enlightened and nodded before he asked once more, for the all-dispelling elixir, how long do you take to make them? Jun Wuxia was about to reply when Xiao Chu suddenly put up his hand and said, No, wait. Don't tell me. It's better I do not know, or I don't think my heart can take it. The price for the all-dispelling elixir was higher than the spirit-intensifying elixir, and for someone who was so used to not having a single copper on him, he was rather terrified of what Jun Wuxia would say in reply, like producing tens of the elixirs in a day. Jun Wuxia gave up and decided to save her breath. If Xiao Chu only knew, those heaven-defying elixirs that Jun Wuxia had sold before the gates of the Zephyr Academy before, that she had made 100,000 of them in a month. Xiao Chu might very well have died on the spot from shock. Jun Wuxia's elixirs were brought out for auction batch after batch, and the prices grew higher and higher. As long as anyone who was present had money to splurge, all of them took part in the fierce bidding war. The fiery atmosphere within the auction house reached a new crescendo with every passing moment, and the words from the auctioneer on stage roared, an endless torrential river, constantly stirring up the emotions, drawing the crowd to raise their bids, mindlessly throwing their money for the items on auction, faces contorted in excitement, as if possessed. Backstage, He Chong Li's facial muscles were almost cramping up from smiling, and he was already struggling to stand upright. But he could not make himself leave the scene, and hollered for the servants to bring him a chair, so he could watch the show, in a slightly more comfortable position. Following the auction closely, the third and fourth batches of elixirs were soon completely cleaned out. The last type of elixir was soon brought up onto the stage slowly, under the watchful eyes of the capacity crowd on the floor. The auctioneer on stage was already bathed in sweat and his clothes were soaked. His face was flushed red with excitement, and he did not feel the least bit tired or exhausted. When the fifth type of elixir was brought up on stage, he gathered himself together once again, to give it his best introduction. What we have here next, is also the last batch of elixirs we have today. The effects these elixirs give, I guarantee it. Here, cross my heart, way exceeds anything we have ever procured. These elixirs are called hibernation elixirs. No matter how severely wounded one became, as long as they still breathe, swallow this elixir and it would enable the person to fall into a state of suspended animation for 3 days. The 3 days the elixir buys you would be most invaluable and the most critical period to the severely wounded. The huge hall within the auction house fell deadly silent. Every single pair of eyes were staring unwaveringly at the ultimate lifesaver on the tiny tray, the hibernation elixir. Entering a state of suspended animation would inadvertently gain one more time to seek treatment or rescue. Although they would not be healed by swallowing the elixir, but the elixir would allow them to cling on persistently and allow them another chance to live just before death's door. The world was filled with mishaps and unexpected circumstances. Confrontations were endless, and anyone could suddenly find themselves staring death in their face. And the hibernation elixir would pull them back and buy them 3 whole days to fight for their lives. For those afflicted with long-term chronic illnesses, and those severely wounded, these people would find themselves in graver need for the hibernation elixir than the average man. To be honest, I myself would very much like to bid for this hibernation elixir. It would be my last chip to protect the one and only life I possess. The starting bid for every single hibernation elixir is 200,000 taels. I will make just one exception this time. I will make a first bid of 210,000 taels, and if everyone would allow me the honor, this very elixir would be retained for myself. For the first time, the auctioneer had taken an unprecedented move, and his expression was almost seen to be in glee. If only those very words had not been spoken out loud. Once spoken, the crowd roared once again. Usually, people from the auction house itself were not allowed to partake in the bidding for the items put up for auction. And as the leading auctioneer, he must have been already numbed with the countless rare and precious treasures he had seen. And now that the auctioneer himself had been tempted and placed a bid for the item, how could the crowd still sit back and not do anything? The next moment, the crowd exploded and the auction reached a new climax. Chapter 569, A Killer Youth, 1. 200,000 was the starting bid and the price climbed up at a crazy speed. The speed that the price was raised rocketed at a pace never seen before. It was only when the price for the first hibernation elixir broke the 500,000 taels mark that the pace began to slow. 500,000 taels for a single elixir had already reached the price reserved for the most premium of elixirs, and previously, only the Qingyun clan's elixirs had ever commanded that price range. If it increased any more, the price would be beyond the reach of many of the people here. The auctioneer saw that the bids had stopped coming in and knew it had reached its peak. He shouted out the last bid 3 times in succession and was about to slam his hammer down to seal the deal when a clear voice suddenly rang out. 1,000,000 taels. That voice had come from one of the private rooms on the second level. At the same moment that that voice had sounded, everyone's head had raised up and looked at the source where the voice had come from. Within that private room, 4 attractive and good-looking men were seated, and they were well dressed in expensive clothes. The one that spoke was the youngest one among them and looked to be only about 15 or 16 years of age. He was a handsome-looking youth with stunning features. However, his regal demeanor made people feel afraid to ever desecrate the ground he stood. The attractive-looking youth swept his disdainful gaze over the crowd on the first level. The utter contempt in his gaze for the mass of people below made everyone shiver as a urge to seek escape grew in their hearts. The auctioneer on the stage stood speechless, completely shocked. In his close to a decade of being an auctioneer with the Chanlin auction house, he had never sold an item for such an incredulous price. One single elixir, for an astounding 1,000,000 taels. The hand holding the auctioneer's hammer trembled visibly. Will there be any other bids? The attractive-looking youth asked as he cast his indifferent gaze at the massive crowd of people, his mouth turned up in a lazy and smug smirk. The whole auction house fell deathly silent. After a while, the auctioneer suddenly hurried to call out 3 times for bids when he saw the impatient gaze of the attractive-looking youth staring at him. When he was certain that no other bids were forthcoming, he raised his hammer and sealed the price for the first hibernation elixir. After the hammer landed, the atmosphere in the auction house suddenly became a little queer. Those within the crowd who saw the first hibernation elixir slip out of their grasp silently gritted their teeth and cast their eyes upwards, staring into the private room on the second level, feeling rather disgruntled about the whole situation. Was that little lad that dumb? That he would blow such a huge sum of money on a single elixir? It must be true that the foolish were blessed with money. No matter, there are 4 more of those elixirs coming right up and they need not rush. However, all those people soon found their highly anticipated heart's desire was beyond their reach. The auctioneer had just announced the starting bid for the second elixir when the youth in the same private room quickly made an unbelievable bid for 1,000,000 taels once more. For all 4 of the subsequent elixirs, he made an astounding bid of 1,000,000 taels for each of them, forcing the people in the crowd to visibly gasp to catch their breaths. All 5 hibernation elixirs had fallen into the hands of that single young youth. Xiao Chu secretly admired the youth who had been so generously carefree with such an astounding amount of money and said to his companions, I had thought that I had seen the most ludicrous and insane when little Xia spent money before, and I never would have thought that I would meet someone more insane than her. 5,000,000 taels. Does money just flow down the river into his house? Jun Wuxia glared at Xiao Chu and said simply, I am not in the least bit insane. That chill from that glare reached Xiao Chu and he immediately sobered up. He hurriedly poured out a cup of water and solicitously offered it to Jun Wuxia to say, I wasn't really talking about you there, I was referring to that guy over there. Jun Wuxia accepted the proffered water and took a sip out of it. Xiao Chu finally gave a big sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on the floor in the auction house, the atmosphere was becoming rather weird. The people from the various powers present had set their sights on acquiring one of the hibernation elixirs from the 5 available, and they had not expected someone to dump such astronomical sums of money so carelessly to deprive them completely. At that moment, their anger could distinctly be felt. Chapter 570, A Killer Youth, 2. A few groups of people marched up to the second level aggressively and kicked open the doors leading into the private room the attractive-looking youth was in. They said in an angry tone, "You brat. You're being too arrogant here. 5 hibernation elixirs, can you finish them all?" The youth glanced casually at the group of people who had just rushed in, and his lips curled up into a sneering smile. The other 3 men who were with the youth sat back quietly, sipping at their tea, not even bothering to look at the group of people who had just barged in. "I can afford it. And was happy to bid for them. What can you do to me? If you really wanted them so much, you could have used your money and outbid me. You have my word, as long as any of you bid anything above 1,000,000 taels, even if it is only by 1 tael, I will not raise my bid," the youth said, with his arms crossed, as he challenged the group of intruders. "You think you're all that great just because you have money?" The men were driven speechless and were feeling their rage rise within their chests. Their fists were tightly clenched as they fumed. 1,000,000 taels. How would they have so much money? Most of the people from the various powers present had only a few 100,000 taels each with them. Where were they going to get the money to outbid the youth? Not too shabby, at least compared to people who can't afford to pay and then resorts to anger and intimidation. I'm a little better. The youth said all these with a smirk, his tone highly arrogant. In a moment, the eyes of the burly men in the group suddenly turned red at the youth's scorn and disdain. All these happenings were plainly visible from another private room where June Wuxie and her companions were in. Seeing that the young youth had stirred up the wrath of the group of men, Xiao Chu asked a little eagerly, "Little Xie, people are trying to bully your best customer. Should I go help him out?" He rubbed at his fists as he asked, eager for a little bit of action. June Wuxie raised her eyes, and she turned her cold gaze to look at the 4 people in the other private room before she said, "That is the Chanlin auction house's customer. They had nothing to do with her. I would advise you to stay out of other people's business." Fei Yin chided softly, placing a hand on Xiao Chu's shoulder as he pointed with his chin at the other private room. Xiao Chu turned to look and saw a figure sail out over the railing from that private room, falling heavily onto the auctioneer's stage, his head broken open upon the steps from the impact, and blood flowed down the steps like a river. Xiao Chu's eyes widened in surprise and he raised his head to look into the other private room again. He had not seen when the youth had made his move. Every single one of the men in the group who had barged into the room were thrown out over the railing one after another. The private rooms were only on the 2nd level, and rightfully, people would not die from falling from that height. But all of it seemed to have been done on purpose by the youth when all the men's limbs were first broken before being thrown over the railing, and it seemed frighteningly too coincidental that all the men had fallen with the backs of their heads hitting the edges on the steps first, which killed them all instantly. In a blink of an eye, lives were being taken so carelessly and mercilessly. In that series of happenings, the smile had not left the youth's face once, and the smile had grown as he carried out the senseless massacre, becoming more and more intense, without showing a single morsel of remorse or sympathy. All of it was like nothing more than a game to the youth. What he killed were mere insects. Xiao Chu suddenly sobered up. That youth's methods were really extraordinarily malicious. In a quick flash, all the men who had barged into the private room had all been thrown downstairs, killed in an instant. The bloody and gory scene immediately drove the crowd on the ground level into sudden horror, and everyone screamed and tried to escape under the blood-filled stench in the air. For those who had been sitting at the front row, they had found themselves suddenly covered in a gory mess from the bloody splatter when the men's heads had exploded. They were feeling very weak in their legs, and they could not stop screaming as they crawled and scrambled out of the auction hall. The atmosphere in the auction house, which had just moments before been at the height of fervor, was suddenly rudely interrupted by such senseless murder. The crowd were endlessly trying to escape, and the auction house was soon empty. In a very short period of time, the fiery fervor was suddenly replaced by cold emptiness, and the resounding laughter coming from the youth sounded unusually piercing. Chapter 571, A Killer Youth, 3. Such weaklings. Just too weak. The youth stepped a foot on the low railing on one side of his private room, said as he shook his head, looking down at the bodies lying around the steps. The scene of all those bodies with their heads all split open made for a truly grisly sight. The auctioneer, who had been standing tall and straight on the stage, had suddenly lost all the strength in his legs and crashed sitting onto the ground, his whole body trembling as he stared at the unusually vicious and cruel youth above. The youth was extremely good-looking, but he was no different from a devil. He saw the crowd disperse and the place grew quiet. The attractive-looking youth sneered with contempt, and suddenly, his eyes fell onto the private room opposite his and his gaze caught onto June Wuxie's. Blood was still streaked on the youth's attractive face. When his eyes met those of June Wuxie's, he froze a moment. In the clear and cold eyes, he did not see a trace of fear, nor was there any panic, but just a calm and placid chill. The lips on the attractive youth curled up slightly, and mouthed his words silently, saying, "Stare at me more and I will kill you." The attractive youth seemed to find it interesting, and he leaned his body forward, seemingly as though he was about to leap over to them. Xiao Chu and the others immediately moved to stand before June Wuxie. The murderous aura the attractive youth gave out made all the companions raise their guard. The interest in the attractive youth's eyes suddenly grew more intense, and he was just about to lunge when the other three men, who had been sitting silently in their private room without saying a single word, suddenly stood up. One of the men reached his hand out and held back the attractive youth by his shoulder, which was almost trembling with eagerness. "Gooing, enough," the men said coldly. The smile on the attractive youth's face turned into an expression of impatience, and he was silent a moment before he took a step back. But his eyes did not leave June Wuxie a moment, and he mouthed out words silently once more to say, "You have beautiful eyes. I wish to dig them out." Xiao Chu and his companions, who were standing between them, could read the attractive youth's lips and their faces contorted with murderous rage. Nevertheless, the youth was completely not interested in Xiao Chu and the others. He turned and looked at the helplessly terrified auctioneer still sitting on the stage and said, "Hey! Send the items over. Now." Upon finishing his sentence, he flicked his hand and threw out a bunch of banknotes. The notes scattered down from the second floor and fluttered to the ground, getting stained red by the fresh red blood pooled across the floor. The terrified auctioneer did not dare to hesitate another moment and hurriedly instructed the servants to send the hibernation elixirs up to the youth. After receiving the hibernation elixirs, the youth strode slowly with the other three men as they proceeded to leave the auction house. Before he stepped out, he turned and gave June Wuxie another malicious gaze, his mouth twisted in an evil smile. "Damn him! Just who was that kid?" Xiao Chu asked furiously after the youth had left. If June Wuxie had not secretly signaled for all of them to refrain from making any rash moves, all of the others would have charged over and destroyed that insufferable and condescending scumbag earlier. "He's from the Middle Realm," Fanjua said with a frown. "What?" Xiao Chu exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide. Fanjua's eyes were narrowed, as he delved deep in thought. "Didn't you guys notice it earlier? When that youth was about to lunge earlier, he had emanated slight traces of purple spiritual power. I do not remember that there is anyone in the lower realm who was able to break through to the purple spirit level in their teens." Fanjua's reminder suddenly made all of them realize the small detail that they all had overlooked earlier. People from the Middle Realm, why did they appear here? Hua Yao's brow was deeply furrowed. People in the Middle Realm are all purple spirits? June Wuxie asked suddenly. She had noticed something queer about the youth earlier, and what she had felt for him was a feeling similar to what Xiao Chu and the others gave her. Chapter 572, A Killer Youth, 4. But June Wuxie had the slight feeling that that youth was stronger than Xiao Chu and the others, and that the other three men behind the youth were not weaker than the youth. The sudden appearance of four powerful characters had forced her to practice a little more caution and to be careful in dealing with them. Why had these people from the Middle Realm appeared here in the tiny Chanlin town for no good reason? You can't really call them purple spirits. Hua Yao explained, his face in a frown. It's just that people from the Middle Realm possess a unique method that allows them to amplify their powers to a state where they are at a purple spirit level. But that method does not allow us to maintain in that state for long periods. As our spiritual powers increase and develop, that period allowed to us will also be extended, and gradually attain a true purple spirit. The reason that the Middle Realm was mightier than the Lower Realm was because once their ring spirits awoke, they would already be able to employ the powers of a purple spirit. The fact that four men from the Middle Realm had suddenly and mysteriously appeared forced Hua Yao and the other companions to be doubly cautious. In the Cloudy Peaks the previous time, they had encountered only two of them, and that had nearly cost them their lives if not for Yisha's selfless sacrifice. This time, there were 4 of them. Although they could not ascertain whether they were from any of the 12 palaces, they knew they could not afford to make a single wrong move. He Changlu had never in his dreams expected that the auction, which had been at a new peak of fervor never seen before, to suddenly end in such a way. The auction could not continue and was stopped in the middle. He Changli's face was pale as he quickly got people to properly clean up the place and remove the bodies. When Jun Wuxie and her companions were leaving, He Changlu had escorted them as he forcibly put up a false front of bravado, but it was not difficult to sense the despair he was in his heart that he was trying futilely to hide. After such a bloody incident, he was not able to determine whether the auction by the Chan Lin auction house this time was a success or a flop. But after this auction, the youth and the other 3 men with him had suddenly seemed to have disappeared into thin air, and they never appeared again ever since. That night, Hua Yao disguised himself once again and made his way to the Chan Lin auction house. He only received the sum of money for the successful auction of the elixirs and due to the interruption caused by the youth, which suddenly brought the auction to come to a sudden end in the middle. Although all the elixirs were auctioned off, a batch of spirit stones were left and they agreed to leave them there for the next auction. When Hua Yao saw He Changlu at the auction house, his face was still very pale. But he still did not forget to discuss about furthering their cooperation. He Changlu fully waived off the commission for the items auctioned off this time and handed the full sum received for the elixirs to Hua Yao. He only asked for Hua Yao's continued support with his elixirs to forge a long-term partnership, and he promised to get Hua Yao a satisfactory price for all of them. Hua Yao replied that he needed to go back and discuss it a little and will come back with a reply. He Changlu did not push it further. The mess in today's auction had been a big headache for him, and if he had initially intended to convince Hua Yao to continue to supply the Chan Lin auction house with their elixirs to boost the fame and reputation of their auction house, he suddenly found himself reduced to being more anxious to salvage their reputation instead. Such a horrifying murder to have occurred in the midst of an auction, and more than 10 men were killed. It was a big blow to the Chan Lin auction house, and he did not know if they would survive it. If immediate measures were not taken to try to remedy the situation, the auction house might not be able to continue. He Changlu had to place his hope on the men who had brought them the unprecedented crowd with his elixirs. Hua Yao relayed He Changli's interest in a cooperation to Jun Wuxie, and Jun Wuxie immediately agreed without a moment's hesitation. He Changli's thoughts coincidentally matched with hers. She needed money, and He Changlu needed to repair and reinstate the Chan Lin auction house's reputation. They were just working together to satisfy their own individual needs. Chapter 573, Murder of a Fellow Disciple, 1. The Zephyr Academy's holiday went by in a flash. Jun Wuxie and her companions were moving out to make their return trip to the academy. The bustle in Chan Lin town quietened down tremendously after the disciples of the Zephyr Academy all left, and the streets suddenly became bare and tranquil. But at the same time next month, all the hustle and bustle would return once again. Xiao Chu and the others had reached the branch division first, and Jun Wuxie was just stepping into the Zephyr Academy's main branch with Fan Zhuo. And when Jun Wuxie took her first step into the Zephyr Academy, she was met with many stares filled with disdain and hatred directed at her. Quite a number of disciples had remained back at the academy over the holidays, and they were seemingly giving out different vibes as compared to those who had gone to Chan Lin town. Upon seeing Jun Wuxie, these people had moved on from ignoring and disregarding her previously to staring at her with utter contempt and undisguised hatred now. The unfriendly stares were so obvious that even the always calm and cool Jun Wuxie felt the change in their eyes. The air in the academy changed to become a little stifling with the return of Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie walked along with Fan Zhuo, and all the other disciples they passed shot them with endless glares filled with thick enmity and disdain. What had happened? Jun Wuxie felt that something must have happened in the few days that she had been away, or why had the glares from all the disciples directed at her become so filled with venom? Fan Zhuo could feel the strange atmosphere within the academy as well. He pulled Jun Wuxie along as he sped up, hurriedly wanting to return back to the sanctity of the little bamboo grove. The two of them had just put their first foot into the little yard when Fan Jin, who had quickly received the news of their return, rushed over in a hurry. "Big brother, did something happen in the academy?" Fan Zhuo's face was looking puzzled and confused. He could not help but have noticed all those stares directed at Jun Wuxie. Fan Jin was actually more anxious than Fan Zhuo was as he looked at the calm Jun Wuxie, his forehead covered in a thin sheen of perspiration. "In the few days that you guys were not here, somebody leaked out the news that Li Zimu's death was connected to you." Fan Jin's explanation had been extremely simple, but in reality, the rumors being spread was a lot more malicious than that. Somehow, somebody found out that halfway through the spirit hunt, Li Zimu had switched teams and transferred himself to Jun Wuxie's team. And after that, Li Zimu's name had suddenly appeared in the name list that recorded the names of the disciples who had lost their lives in the spirit hunt. Having deaths occur during the various spirit hunts was actually seen to be normal, and no one would really pay much attention to who had lost their lives. But Li Zimu's identity was different from others. He was the only disciple who was accepted into the spirit healer faculty this year and had garnered a lot of attention from the other disciples. His death was hence known to many of the disciples, and some jeered while others sympathized. In the end, just as the tragedy that happened in the spirit hunt was about to become a faded memory, a startling piece of news suddenly spread throughout the academy. Jun Wuxie was directly linked to Li Zimu's death. Li Zimu had originally started the spirit hunt with another team when they entered the battle spirit's forest. They had encountered Jun Wuxie and Fan Jin's team midway, and it was said that Jun Wuxie had suddenly extended an invitation to Li Zimu, to have Li Zimu join Fan Jin's team. Li Zimu had found it hard to decline such generosity on Jun Wuxie's part and had forced himself to accept it. And not long after he transferred into Jun Wuxie's team, he had suddenly died under dubious circumstances in the battle spirit's forest. The rumor had contained largely the truth of the matter, except for one point. And that was Jun Wuxie had not invited Li Zimu, but it had been Li Zimu who had made the request to join her team. But it was that very little twist that made most of the other disciples come to such a wrongful conclusion. Everything between Jun Wuxie and Li Zimu had spread far and wide within the academy from before, and all the disciples knew of the great enmity they held for each other. Chapter 574, Murder of a Fellow Disciple, 2. During the spirit hunt, the complications that came with the belief that Jun Xie had invited Li Zimu to join his team made people think that Jun Xie's intentions were not as simple as it seemed. And not long after Li Zimu had joined them, he had died in the battle spirit's forest. And among all the members in Jun Xie's team, only Li Zimu, who had joined the team halfway, had died when even all the disciples from the branch division had come out unscathed. The unusual situation had made all the other disciples deeply suspicious. Li Zimu must surely have been killed by Jun Xie. Jun Xie had obviously intended to kill him right from the start. Fan Jin looked anxiously at Jun Wuxie. Those rumors had spread like wildfire across the plains throughout the academy, and Jun Wuxie had coincidentally not been in the academy. Fan Jin had tried his best to suppress those malicious rumors, but he had failed miserably. The rumors had spread faster and more fiercely instead, and everyone strongly believed that Jun Xie had killed Li Zimu due to jealousy and hatred. The damage and repercussions from being rumored to have killed a fellow disciple had huge implications. Just like when Lu Weijie had left, he had only accused Ning Xian of having plotted to kill a fellow disciple. Although she had not succeeded, but Ning Xian's reputation had been completely torn to pieces. And now that Jun Xie had been truly branded as a murderer who had undeniably killed his fellow disciple, coupled with the fact that Li Zimu had indeed died, the repercussions were a whole lot worse. If a disciple had been perceived as despicable and lacked in morals, he would most definitely suffer certain setbacks. But if someone was discovered to harbor intentions to kill a fellow disciple, and the disciple had truly died, the gravity of the matter was on a completely different matter. In recent days, there had been much talk going around that Jun Xie must be driven out of the Zephyr Academy, and the whispers had already reached all the way up to Fan Chi's ears. Jun Wuxie listened in silence, and there wasn't a single trace of anxiety on her face. "Little Xie, what should we do about this?" Fan Jin knew Jun Wuxie would have her own ideas, and he prayed that she would be able to turn things around. Instead, Jun Wuxie looked slowly at Fan Jin and replied in an unhurried tone, "What they are saying is right. I did kill him." Although the rumor had been twisted and exaggerated, but in truth, it wasn't that far from what really happened. But the truth that had been successfully covered up had been manipulated by hidden hands, and it had stirred up the whole academy by adding a little spice to the story to portray her as a despicable scoundrel who had harbored hatred when she had failed in the attempt to steal the position. Although Jun Wuxie had indeed killed Li Zimu, the real reason behind it was not as shameful as what was being said in those rumors. Fan Jin found himself unable to find any words to say to Jun Wuxie's reply. Yes, Li Zimu was killed by Jun Wuxie, but the real reason was not because she harbored hatred for him. But the truth is not like what everyone's saying. Don't you want to explain yourself to them? The implications are too grave this time. Although my father had been able to suppress what is being said a little, but if this goes on, Fan Jin scratched his head furiously in frustration. He could not understand how Jun Wuxie could still be so calm. Doesn't she care about her reputation at all? All the disciples of the Zephyr Academy had esteemed backgrounds and were from significantly established families. If this rumor was leaked out and spread further, it would most definitely cause irrecoverable harm to her future prospects. Fan Jin was feeling terribly anxious and worried, but the victim herself in this whole episode was instead portraying absolute calm. If they want to blow it up further, let them. I had dared to do it, and I would naturally know how to handle it. But the time is still not ripe. I would like to see who the hidden hands behind this rumors belong to. Jun Wuxie's eyebrow raised slightly at the corner. She had never allowed herself to be affected by rumors. After she was reborn, while she was in the imperial city of the Qi Kingdom, she had had her fair share of vicious rumors spread about her then. Chapter 575, Murder of a Fellow Disciple, 3. But as of today, in the whole kingdom of Qi, who would still say a single disparaging word about her? The young miss that everyone once spat at for being overbearingly arrogant, was now the most revered and respected Lady Confucius throughout the whole Qi Kingdom. Retaliation, it did not matter how long it took, but to see if one could take down the enemy in one single shot. Fan Jin opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. Fan Zhuo instead poured Fan Jin and Jun Wuxie some tea while laughing and said gently with a smile on his lips, "Hasn't my elder brother learned to believe in little Xie's capabilities by now? He is not making a move now as he wants the matter to blow up further. And we will wait till the real culprit behind the scenes is revealed, before we deal the killing blow. Wouldn't that be more satisfying?" Fan Jin smiled bitterly, and shook his head. It might be more satisfying. But when the rumors are being spread so widely, more and more of them will believe it them, and those disciples will. Fan Zhuo smiled gently and reassured his brother, "Don't worry. When little Xie makes his move, the whole situation will be completely overturned." Fan Jin sighed, feeling very helpless. With Jun Wuxie and Fan Zhuo being so calm about it, his anxiety and worries were somehow placated. "Did we receive any news from the Rui Lin army?" Jun Wuxie asked suddenly. Fan Jin was surprised and took a moment before he replied. "I heard that they will arrive in another 5 days." Fan Jin said, rubbing his temples as he was not sure if Long Qi would be satisfied with the way Zephyr Academy had handled the matter. The corners of Jun Wuxie's lips curled up slightly, and Fan Zhuo was surprised when he saw that slight smile on Jun Xie's face. No doubt that face possessed rather delicate features and it belonged to a young youth. So why had that slightest of smiles suddenly made him feel as if it was getting hard to breathe? 5 days. That will be enough. Jun Wuxie lowered her eyes and looked at her own reflection in her teacup, and her eyes suddenly flashed with determination to succeed. Fan Jin stayed a while longer before he left. And when he left, his face had still been deeply etched with worry. Fan Zhuo stared after the departing figure of his anxious and worried brother, and he could not help but smile. This brother of mine has a rather innocent mentality. I believe little Xie already has some idea who is the real culprit behind all this subterfuge. As he spoke, he rested his head on an upturned palm, his softly handsome face smiling gently as he stared knowingly at Jun Xie's tiny face. Besides the idiot who is asking for death, who else could it be? To be able to stir up so many disciples within such a short period of time in the Zephyr Academy, and to be able to spread those malicious rumors so quickly, no one else was able to achieve those feats besides who she had in mind. She had initially picked on me before to use me against Fan Jin, but I can see now that she has switched the target of her attacks to me instead. Jun Wuxie said with a cold laugh as she swirled the white jade teacup in her hand. The tea rippled within the cup and a slight fragrance emanated from the cup. Having failed at trying to win her favor and got rudely snubbed, but she had still refused to give up. Should she be commended on her bravery, or was she just unbelievably dense? She had been forced into a corner and had come up with such a clumsy retaliation. Haha, I think she is feeling cornered, or she would never do something like this. She must be waiting for you to get overwhelmed when you get surrounded by enemies on all sides with no one to go to for help before she can appear before you to extend her hand to help pull you out of the quandary. Fan Zhuo's smile grew wider on his face, as if amused by his own ponderings, and laughed out loud. Ning Xian's clumsy methods would only be able to pull wool over his naive elder brother's eyes. When employed before Jun Wuxie, it was mere child's play and did not qualify to be deemed as a plot at all. Giving it the slightest thought and everything became clear as day to her. I would really like to see how she would come asking to be humiliated. June Wuxie replied, her eyes suddenly flashed with a chilling glint. Chapter 576, Murder of a Fellow Disciple, 4. If Ning Xin did not overestimate her own abilities, that meant that Ning Xin had clearly underrated June Wuxie. Scheming against her. Ning Xin did not possess the brains for it. 5 days later, I will make her realize what it really means to be unable to fend for yourself. June Wuxie said as she put the white jade cup down upon the table gently. If people come to her to seek death, she saw no reason to not oblige. In the 3 days since June Wuxie had returned to the Zephyr Academy, the rumors about her within the academy had not ceased. Some of the disciples had even come up to the doors at the little bamboo grove and threw stones within. The stones had all been aimed in the direction towards the room where June Wuxie was staying at. A few times, when Fan Jin had come to the little bamboo grove, he had caught those disciples who were up to mischief and given them a good telling off before chasing them away. Even several of the teachers had joined in with barely veiled criticism. From that vein, the critics had all been teachers from the Beast Spirit faculty, and it had stemmed from the teacher who had seen June Xie only once in class, Qian Yuanhe. It was said that a disciple had gone up to Qian Yuanhe and asked his opinion of June Xie's character during this period. Qian Yuanhe had replied by criticizing June Xie endlessly from head to toe without any mercy, and had even said that it was his biggest disgrace to have ever taught a disciple like that. Qian Yuanhe's reply had made those disciples who were already displeased with June Xie firmly believe the malicious rumors around to be the truth, and the hatred and rage had exploded unrestrained. And this time, when Fan Jin came to the little bamboo grove, he saw another group of disciples blocking the doors, and they were cursing and berating June Xie with unspeakable words and accusations, which incessantly pricked at his ears. June Xie, don't think that by hiding here, you will be able to escape your punishment. You murdered a fellow disciple because of your pettiness. Your incorrigible actions will surely get yourself killed one day. You will not come to a good end. Useless trash like you should just get out of the Zephyr Academy. Having you within its walls is the greatest disgrace. You shameless wretch. Why don't you just die? Fan Jin was just nearing the bamboo grove when he heard the curses clearly, and his face darkened immediately. All of you shut your mouths. Who gave you the right to come here and cause such a disturbance? Doesn't any of you know the Academy's rules? Anyone that trespasses into the bamboo grove would be immediately expelled. Don't you want to remain in the Academy anymore? Fan Jin's expression was immensely dark as he shouted angrily at the group of disciples. After being yelled at by Fan Jin, the disciples quaked. Their legs had intended to escape, but without exactly knowing why, they were struck with a sudden urge, and those feet had taken a step forward instead, and they stood up to Fan Jin in defiance. Senior Fan, we all respect you as you have always been impartial. So why are you still protecting June Xie? I'm sure you know about the incident, the time when he had tried to steal from Li Zimu, but you have repeatedly shielded June Xie. This time, he had shown no restraint and had even laid his dirty hands on our fellow disciple and killed Li Zimu. How could you still continue to protect him? Are you really the same Senior Fan that we had held in such great esteem all this while? That scumbag is ruthless, disgraceful, and despicable in his thoughts and deeds, and it is all because you have been shielding him all this time that he had gone from bad to worse. Senior Fan, for how long are you going to be further muddled? If you persist to be unable to distinguish between right and wrong, don't blame us if we start to lose our faith in you. The lead you've told Fan Jin, his expression indignantly righteous. If this was before, no one would ever doubt Fan Jin's upright and righteous character. But now, after the few rounds of rumors being spread, Fan Jin's position in the hearts of the other disciples had greatly diminished, and his words no longer carried as much weight as before. This was the first time that any of the disciples had rebuked Fan Jin in his face. Fan Jin's eyes widened, and his chest heaved as sudden rage filled him, leaving him greatly vexed. Chapter 577, Murder of a Fellow Disciple, 5. Fan Jin felt that his mind was in a whirl. He really felt like telling these ignorant youths that they had been wrong right from the start. Right from the beginning of all this, June Wuxie had been the real victim all this time. The fact that Li Zimu had gained entry into the spirit healer faculty was because of June Wuxie, and when he had attracted Gu Lisheng's attention, it had been due to June Wuxie as well. If not for Jun Wuxie, nobody in the Zephyr Academy would have paid Li Zimu any attention. In reality, Li Zimu was the one who had usurped Jun Wuxie's position, and he had still blatantly gone around and used Jun Wuxie's name to further elevate his own standing, completely shameless, without showing the slightest remorse. But the Zephyr Academy's disciples had still chosen to believe what they heard, which infuriated Fan Jin endlessly. Leave. Get out of here now. Fan Jin shouted in rage, his face flushed red. At that moment, even the usually patient Fan Jin was itching to murder. The youth sulked and stared at Fan Jin with displeasure. They had wanted to continue to argue, but when they saw Fan Jin visibly trembling with rage, they were taken aback and they silently gulped before they beat a hasty retreat. After those youths had departed, another figure appeared out from the side, stepping out from behind the tall bamboo trees. The figure's shoulders were slumped and his face desolate. Elder young master, Jing stuttered timidly as he looked at Fan Jin, who was trembling with rage. Jing. Fan Jin said, his face in a deep frown. Ever since Fan Zhuo had driven Jing away from here, he had not seen Jing once. Jing was looking rather haggard, and the eyes that were looking at Fan Jin were filled with grief. Elder young master, why do you make yourself suffer like this? Jing, what are you trying to say? Fan Jin could feel a headache coming on. Jing took a deep breath and raised his head to look at Fan Jin. Elder young master, everyone can see that Jun Xie harbors evil intentions. Why are you still protecting him? He has already murdered Li Zimu. A despicable cad like that must be executed instead. You must not allow him to remain at the bamboo grove any longer. If he harms the little young master, what are we then to do? That's enough. Fan Jin shouted loudly, interrupting Jing before he could finish his sentence. Jing, I will take it that you are just being loyal to little Zhuo this time and not pursue the matter further. But if I hear anything like this from you again, I will not let you off so easily. Fan Jin had really lost his temper this time. What was wrong with everyone in the Zephyr Academy? Why would they pass a death sentence upon Jun Wuxie based purely on unverified rumors? Among all of them, how many had actually interacted with Jun Wuxie? Less than a handful of them had even spoken with Jun Wuxie personally, but they had all been ready to brand her a vicious scourge and could not wait to rid themselves of him. Elder young master, please do not persist in being blinded, Jing persisted. Fan Jin ran out of patience to continue listening to Jing's nonsense. He grabbed Jing by the back of his collar and threw him out of the bamboo grove. Jing landed hard on the ground and he stared blankly as he sat there. Disciples from all directions cast curious glances at Jing as they passed. As he stared at Fan Jin's disappearing back as he walked into the bamboo grove, Jing's teary voice rang out loudly all of a sudden. Elder young master. The little young master really reveres you as his elder brother. Why are you trying to harm him? Why did you bring Jun Xie, who is completely devoid of morals, to be so close to the little young master? Elder young master. Is this how you are repaying the trust the little young master places in you? And repaying the esteemed headmaster for bringing you up till now? Jing lost his mind. He sat upon the hard ground crying and wailing, and the words that came out from his mouth made all the passing disciples' eyes widen in shock. That was Jing, the trusted aide that had served Fan Zhuo closely ever since he was a little boy. And the words that were coming out from Jing's mouth today had been a shocking revelation that had struck like a lightning bolt onto everyone within the Zephyr Academy. Chapter 578, Prep for Slap, 1. The admonishment delivered in a voice filled with such anguish drove an undeniable thought into the minds of the masses that churned in an endless spiral. Everyone knew that only Fan Zhuo was Fan Qi's biological son, while Fan Jin, although possessing great skills and had an upright character, was after all still just adopted, and was not of the same blood. That difference in their relations made a malicious thought begin to worm into the minds of quite a number of the other disciples. Jun Xia's name had been despised and spat upon endlessly, but Fan Jin had still persisted in defending him and had even brought him to stay within the bamboo grove that had been reserved for Fan Zhuo's recuperation. Could there be an unspeakable truth behind the reason for Fan Jin's actions? In moments, that line of thought blossomed within the minds of the disciples of the Zephyr Academy, and Fan Jin's stellar reputation took a beating like never before. All of it was unknown to Fan Jin. He had strode into the bamboo grove angrily but stopped in his tracks in the yard. He was worried that his furious expression might alarm Jun Wuxie and Fan Zhuo, and he stood there a long while before he decided to go in. In the room, he found Fan Zhuo alone. "Big brother, you're here." Fan Zhuo greeted his brother jovially. Fan Jin nodded, and after making sure his emotions were composed, he asked, "Where is little Xie?" "Out." Fan Zhuo was carrying Lord Meme in his arms and was smiling contentedly as he replied, his fingers running gently over Lord Meme's soft little belly. Lord Meme sighed softly, as if reluctantly accepting Fan Zhuo's caress. Fan Jin paused a moment. "Out? When did she go out?" At a time like this, if she were to meet the disciples of the Zephyr Academy, things might turn out badly. "From quite a while ago." "Big brother, don't worry. Sit down and have some tea to rest first," Fan Zhuo said, pushing a cup of tea before Fan Jin. Fan Jin gritted his teeth. Since he did not know where Jun Wuxie had gone to, he could only sit down to wait. As Fan Jin was still feeling endlessly antsy at the bamboo grove, Jun Wuxie was already grandly seated in Gu Lisheng's office. Jun Wuxie carried the little black cat in her arms, her expression calm and composed as she looked at the smiling Gu Lisheng. "Jun Xie, what would be the reason for your visit today?" Gu Lisheng was smiling widely as he looked at Jun Xie. Ever since Jun Wuxie had shown her full grasp of the concepts involved in spirit healing, Gu Lisheng found that he could never portray his dignified air of a teacher before the petite-sized youth anymore. Jun Wuxie replied in an unhurried tone, "The improvements needed for the spirit healing technique have been completed." Gu Lisheng's eyes widened, staring in pure disbelief at Jun Xie. How long has it only been? And Jun Xie had already gotten it all done. Gu Lisheng had thought that the process would have needed a long time and had never expected that Jun Xie would be able to complete it so quickly. In such a short time, and Jun Xie had finished it. Was this little lad even human? Completed? Really? Gu Lisheng gulped loudly. Gu Lisheng was so excited that his hand on the table started shaking. "I'm now ready to return to the spirit healing faculty," Jun Wuxie added. "Yes. Immediately. Whenever you want to." Gu Lisheng agreed without a moment's hesitation. When he had initially released Jun Xie from the spirit healer faculty, it was because he had been worried that people with ulterior motives would impede the little lad, and make attempts to disrupt the progress on the further development of the spirit healing technique. But now that the spirit healer technique is fully accomplished, Gu Lisheng no longer had any misgivings. He would have loved nothing more than to pin the spirit healer faculty's badge on Jun Xie right at that moment. Immediately. In that instant. Not like this. Jun Wuxie raised her head slowly. This time was nearing. Time to commence on her retaliation. "What do you mean?" Gu Lisheng suppressed the absolute joy in his heart and asked, not understanding what Jun Xie meant. Chapter 579, Prep for Slap, 2. Jun Wuxie replied, "After I left the spirit healer faculty, I was made to suffer countless curses and was widely discriminated against as I was misunderstood. So, if I am to return, I must be fully cleared of all that to have me come back properly and legitimately." Gu Lisheng paused, and the smile on his face faded. An expression of guilt and shame came over his face. He was aware of what Jun Xie had been put through in the Zephyr Academy all this time. He had thought of asking Jun Xie to come back earlier, but as long as the spirit healing technique was not completed, exposing Jun Xie's identity prematurely would only bring her more unnecessary trouble. After all, the spirit healing technique itself was greatly revered in the minds of the disciples and held in the highest of esteem. If he had suddenly announced that Jun Xie would be able to improve and further develop the spirit healing technique, no matter whether he said it himself or not, it would not be so easily believed. It might not have reduced the curses and suspicions thrown at Jun Xie but even attract the unwanted attention of people who held interest in possessing the technique. These people would flock to Jun Xie in an endless line, attempting to win him over. Worse, if anyone who held malicious intentions got to her, the results would be something he did not even want to think about. The lure of the spirit healing technique was really too great to the people and they could not afford to be careless. With all the misgivings, and the fact that Jun Xie had not shown any signs that he intended to return to the spirit healer faculty, Gu Lisheng had not taken any action. But swirling within the academy, the accusations and criticisms against Jun Xie greatly pricked at him. Rest assured. Gu Lisheng drew in a deep breath and stood up. I will make sure you return back to the spirit healer faculty in grandeur. I will make sure that all the slander and defamations made against you will be completely erased. Just leave it to me. I will make sure that you will be satisfied. Jun Wuxia nodded to agree. Gu Lisheng's words was exactly what she wanted to hear. When Jun Wuxia retaliates, she wasn't just seeking to salvage and rectify her name and reputation. What she sought was to give the meddling fools big slaps, right before the eyes of all the disciples of the Zephyr Academy. That would be more satisfying. Tomorrow. I will arrange it all tomorrow. Just rest assured and wait for it. Gu Lisheng promised sternly. Jun Wuxia lowered her head in thought. Tomorrow. According to what Fan Jin said, the Rui Lin army would arrive at the Zephyr Academy the day after. Tomorrow would be a good time for her to string up all her plans. A good show calls for consecutive stages for it to be varied and brilliantly presented, didn't it? All right. Jun Wuxia nodded again. Before she got up to leave, she put a scroll that she had prepared beforehand on Gu Lisheng's table and left without turning her head back a single time. Gu Lisheng picked up the scroll and with just one look, his eyes widened and he suddenly could not breathe. Every single beautiful and gracefully written character burned into his mind and his heartbeat quickened. It was a method that would transform the spirit healing technique, and it was written in such a way that allowed him to fully comprehend its profound philosophy immediately. Jun Xie, you surprise me endlessly. Damn, this little lad is just absolutely amazing. He perused the entire scroll in one sitting and Gu Lisheng found himself sweating profusely. He laid back in his chair and tilted his head back, his mouth curled up in a wide smile filled with joy and gratitude. He has stumbled across a priceless one. After Jun Wuxia left Gu Lisheng's office, she walked straight out of the Spirit Healer faculty building. The few Spirit Healer faculty disciples saw Jun Xie appear and their eyes shot daggers at him, wishing so much that their stares would bore a few holes through his body. Li Zimu had not been popular in the Spirit Healer faculty, and it was due to Gu Lisheng's obvious and blatant favoritism shown to him which had earned Li Zimu the jealousy and hatred from the other disciples in the Spirit Healer faculty. But that hatred and jealousy was still not enough to cause them to be completely unmoved by Li Zimu's death when faced with an external enemy who dared to cut down one of their own, and they would never easily forgiven. Chapter 580, Prep for Slap, 3. Jun Wuxia's expression was cold as she walked out from under the many gazes so filled with hatred and had not expected to bump in an old familiar face, just as her front foot just stepped out of the Spirit Healer faculty. Little Xie. What a coincidence. I didn't think I'll see you here. Ning Xin had been patiently waiting before the gates into the Spirit Healer faculty for a long while. When she spotted Jun Xie, she put on her best smile and approached the lad. The smile was as sweet as the spring breeze and so gentle that no one would ever feel threatened by such an amicable display of friendship. Compared to the cold stares filled with hidden daggers behind them that she had been getting from everyone else these days, Ning Xin's demeanor inadvertently stood out, one of its own kind. Jun Wuxia's step stopped as she looked at Ning Xin, whose smile almost reached her ears. Ning Xin's face might be locked in a wide friendly smile, but her heart was chill, filled with disdain. The moment that Jun Xie had stepped into the Spirit Healer faculty, Yin Yan had immediately run to Ning Xin to bring her the news, and Ning Xin had immediately hurried over and waited beside the gates. After having been in the Zephyr Academy for so long, with the exception of the first day after he was admitted, Jun Xie had never shown his face at the Spirit Healer faculty anymore. But when she found out that Jun Xie had suddenly gone to the Spirit Healer faculty today, it had made Ning Xin secretly gladdened. The crime of murdering a fellow disciple was in no way petty, and the headmaster had been pressured from many sides to drive Jun Xie out of the Zephyr Academy. The little lad who had pretended to be calm about it all this while must be starting to panic. Having stirred up such a huge uproar, even the Fan brothers would not be able to shield Jun Xie completely. When she became aware that Jun Xie had gone to the Spirit Healer faculty bright and early in the morning, Ning Xin was mightily pleased. Seeing the cold expression on Jun Xie's face, Ning Xin was nevertheless unaffected and continued to say smiling, "Little Xie, I've heard about all that is being said in the academy. The matter has grown to become a little too big. I saw Big Brother Fan Jin going to Uncle Headmaster's office several times to plead for you, but..." Ning Xin put on an expression of helplessness and sighed heavily. "I don't think coming to Uncle Gu will help. Uncle Gu does not bother himself with such matters. To make matters worse, Li Zimu was a favored disciple of Uncle Gu's, and Li Zimu's sudden death had greatly angered Uncle Gu. Uncle Gu has gotten people to investigate the matter thoroughly, and it has caused these rumors to surface. And I think Uncle Gu must still be very angry about it. Although Ning Xian only knew that Jun Xie had gone to see Gu Lisheng, but she thought that was all she needed to know. She knew that Gu Lisheng had a gentle personality but was always fiercely protective of the disciples of the spirit healer faculty. Yin Yan had previously often told her of how much Gu Lisheng had always shown Li Zimu extraordinary care and concern. And now that Li Zimu had died, and the matter was inexorably linked to Jun Xie, so it would be inconceivable that Gu Lisheng would still be civil and extend his courtesy to Jun Xie. That would be unbelievable. Confident that Jun Xie would not have received a single kind word from his meeting with Gu Lisheng, Ning Xian's heart was suddenly feeling a lot lighter. However, the expression on Jun Wuxie's face remained stone cold, and her eyes expressionless with calm, as she looked at the pretentious Ning Xian. Lying upon Jun Wuxie's shoulders, the little black cat snorted in contempt. Is this little girl going by the name of Ning Xian, a complete idiot? She's so hopelessly dumb that she doesn't know how horrible a fate she will soon meet the day after. Still prattling on the nonsense between Gu Lisheng and his especially favored disciple, Li Zimu, and the non-existent investigation he ordered because of his rage. All pure nonsense. It had been with its mistress all this while, and it had witnessed every single thing. Gu Lisheng had not shown a single sliver of grief or sadness. From the beginning to the end, he had not even mentioned Li Zimu's name a single time. All these upheaval must have been the work of this dumb little girl. With that complete lack of a brain, she is pitting herself against its mistress. What a munificent joke. Mistress, let's not waste our breath on such dum-dums, or her low intelligence might become contagious. Chapter 581, Prep for Slap, 4. The little black cat grumbled endlessly impatiently. Jun Wuxie raised up a hand and patted the little black cat on its rear before raising her eyes to look at Ning Xian, whose expression was looking deeply concerned. What's true and what's false, we will know for sure tomorrow. You don't have to concern yourself with it. After saying those words, Jun Wuxie immediately resumed her steps to leave. Just as the black cat had said, if she continued the conversation with Ning Xian any further, it would only be a further affront to her intelligence. Ning Xian stared flabbergasted at the departing figure of Jun Xie, never expecting that Jun Xie would still be so cold and aloof under the current circumstances. She was suddenly left feeling highly humiliated and badly snubbed. Jun Xie. You dare snub me so? You just wait. One fine day, I will have you come crawling, pleading for me to save you. Ning Xian gritted her teeth as she stared furiously at the back of the disappearing Jun Wuxie, wishing fervently that she was able to shred that back to pieces. Yin Yan. Ning Xian gave out a loud shout. Yin Yan, who had been hidden in the shadows, appeared immediately. Senior Ning. Relay my orders to all of them. I want the matter about Jun Xie murdering Li Zimu to be fully blown up. Within 3 days, I want to hear of the notice from Fanqi that Jun Xie has been expelled. Yin Yan shivered, and asked hesitatingly, Senior Ning, wouldn't that be a little too much, those highly skilled purple spirits? Ning Xian replied with a cold laugh and said, What are you afraid of? I am not responsible for all these. Didn't I say it earlier? All this started because Gu Lisheng ordered for an investigation into the matter. I do not believe that anyone in this world would go against Gu Lisheng, the founder of spirit healing, to protect a little brat. Yin Yan gulped. He was shocked that Ning Xian had even included Gu Lisheng's name into her plot. That might be a little too reckless for his taste. By the time Jun Wuxie got back to the bamboo grove, Fanjin was acting like he had hot coals in his pants. He could not sit still and paced endlessly within the little yard. When he spotted Jun Wuxie, he shot like an arrow over to her and proceeded to look at Jun Wuxie from head to toe. And only after he was sure that she was not hurt in any way that he let out a big sigh of relief. Where did you go? Fanjin asked worriedly. To see Gu Lisheng. Jun Wuxie glanced at Fanjin and saw how anxious he was, knowing that he was just concerned about her safety. Fanjin's personality wasn't too bad, just that he was a little too obvious. If he had possessed just half of Fanjua's intelligence, Jun Wuxie would not feel so burdened when communicating with him. Never ever put a person who was socially impaired together with another person with a one-tracked mind to devise any schemes. They would both collapse from the effort before they come up with anything. Uncle Gu. As expected, Fan Jin had not caught on to Jun Wuxie's line of thought and was still befuddled. Standing before the bamboo dwelling, Fan Zhuo looked on helplessly at his not exactly bright brother, and could do nothing but only shake his head in resignation. When are you making your move? Fan Zhuo asked without needing Jun Xie to explain, and knew the purpose of his visit to Gulisheng. Tomorrow. Just as she thought. It was so much easier to talk to more intelligent people. That fast? Fan Zhuo asked, his eyebrow raised. The Rui Lin army will be arriving the day after tomorrow. At the mention of the Rui Lin army, Jun Wuxie's chilly eyes softened a little and she lowered her eyes. The air and demeanor about her seemed to feel less unapproachable as well. Rui Lin army. What is happening here? I had heard you and my brother mention them before, but what does the actions you are going to take have got to do with the Rui Lin army? Having noticed the obvious change that had come over Jun Wuxie, Fan Zhuo was feeling rather intrigued. Just what powers did the Rui Lin army possess, that the mere mention of them had been able to change the air around Jun Xie and his demeanor in a moment? Hearing the name of the Rui Lin army, Fan Jin's expression froze. During the period of the spirit hunt, Fan Zhuo had remained within the little bamboo grove and did not know a thing about what had happened in the Battle Spirits Forest. Chapter 582, Slight Longing. When they returned, Fan Jin had not wanted all those dirty dealings to pollute his little brother's ears and had not mentioned a word about it. In regards to Jun Wuxie's true identity, besides Qiao Chu and his gang, Fan Jin was the only other person who knew, throughout the whole Zephyr Academy. The young miss of the most ferocious strike force. The daughter of the Lin Palace's Jun family. About the incident that Ning Xin had attempted to get the men from the Rui Lin army killed in the Battle Spirits Forest, Fan Zhuo did not have the slightest clue. It's linked. Jun Wuxie said as she nodded slightly. Fan Zhuo firmly believed that the three words, Rui Lin army, held extraordinary meaning for Jun Xie. Rui Lin army, I have heard of them before. Is it an army from the Qi kingdom? Fan Zhuo was suddenly very curious about the Rui Lin army. Yes, Fan Jin replied in a stutter, looking nervously at Fan Zhuo. He did not really want Fan Zhuo to become involved in such matters. He wanted Fan Zhuo to be able to recuperate in peace and get well. He should not hear about all these insidious ploys and crafty schemes, and he did not need to know about them. It was only recently that Fan Zhuo's health had shown some improvements, and Fan Jin did not want anything untoward to happen. Being the intelligent people that they were, when Jun Wuxie and Fan Zhuo saw Fan Jin's uncomfortable expression, the two of them immediately ceased, and did not mention another word about the Rui Lin army. It was only after Fan Jin left, that the gentleness in Fan Zhuo's smile disappeared, and was quickly replaced by an inquisitive one. Shouldn't you be telling me what actually happened in the Battle Spirits Forest already? The Rui Lin army must have some links to you, right? Fan Zhuo asked Jun Xie, his curiosity piqued. Jun Wuxie gazed at Fan Zhuo, and she started to frown. There wasn't too much to tell, but it wasn't that little either, as the explanation would implicate many other things. If she was to explain it, Jun Wuxie felt that it might require quite a bit of effort. Another day. Go ask Qiao Chu about it. Jun Wuxie nonchalantly threw the burden of giving such a long string of explanations to Qiao Chu. That trait of Jun Wuxie made Fan Zhuo feel like crying at that moment. You must really loathe to speak a lot. After having spent such a long time with Jun Xie, Fan Zhuo had already gotten a good grasp of Jun Xie's personality. Instead of saying that he is cold and arrogant, it was more like he lacked the skills in socializing with others. In their daily chats and usual interactions, Jun Xie would mostly give a reply. But when it called for lengthy rant to explain, she would either zip up and remain silent, or throw the task to someone else. Jun Wuxie wrinkled her nose and got up to leave. She did not know why, but an image of an demonically wild, but perfectly handsome face suddenly appeared in her mind. That one person who would always appear unpredictably and disappear just as suddenly, who had always somehow forced her to open her mouth to speak, had not been seen for quite a long while. In the beginning, Jun Wuxie spoke even less than she did now, but that person had incorrigibly and adamantly continued to harass her, making her slowly learn to become aware of emotions like displeasure, and to give vent to them. That was how she gradually began to speak a little more, bit by bit. After the last parting in the Phoenix Academy, she had not seen him for rather long. So many things had happened in the Zephyr Academy and she had not thought of that person much. But suddenly out of the blue, an image of that person's face had surfaced in her mind. A sudden urge gripped at her heart which made her say, "Yisha." A shadow streaked in through the window, falling into a kneeling position neatly before Jun Wuxie. "Your subordinate awaits the Missy's orders." Jun Wuxie did not raise her head, but her eyes remained staring at her own palm. With a flick of her fingers, silver needles suddenly appeared in her hands. Back at the Lin Palace, she had used these very needles to stab into that person's death ache-up point. That time, the person's warm blood had flowed down the length of the needles and collected in her palm. That had been so long ago she could not explain it, but suddenly, it seemed as though she could still feel the same warmth on the silver needles that she had felt then. Chapter 583, Mobbed with Slaps. Chapter 583, Mobbed by Slaps, 1. My elder brother, where is he at the moment? Jun Wuxie asked in a voice so soft as to be almost inaudible. Your humble subordinate does not know. Yisha replied, his voice low and solemn. Jun Wuxie bit on her lip and said, You're dismissed. Yisha stood up, and when he reached the doors, his steps stopped. Although your subordinate does not know where Master Wu Yao is, but if your subordinate is correct, he might not be in the lower realm at the moment. Things that can heal one's soul can only be found in the middle realm. Jun Wuxie raised her head suddenly. My brother is from the middle realm. She had always felt that Jun Wuyao was exceptionally mysterious. His powers were so strong as to be able to defy the heavens. Jun Wuyao's might could easily dominate over anyone Jun Wuxie had ever seen. Yisha had shown that his powers were about on par with those people from the 12 palaces in the Cloudy Peaks, and as Yisha's lord, Jun Wuyao's powers would naturally not be inferior to Yisha's. Although Jun Wuxie had had her own guesses about it all this while, it was only at this moment that she confirmed her suspicions. Yisha did not say a word, and just silently left the room. Jun Wuxie lay down on her bed, and Lord Mehmet trotted over and jumped up. It used its rotund body to squeeze the little black cat away from Jun Wuxie's side, and snuggled up closer to find itself a comfortable position, sticking itself close to Jun Wuxie as it laid itself down. Not in the lower realm. Jun Wuxie asked herself as she laid the back of her hand on her cool forehead. Even she did not know what was wrong with herself today. Why did she suddenly think of Jun Wuyao? The emotions that filled her heart were strange and unfamiliar to her, and it made her feel rather helpless and lost. There was a slight twinge that tugged at her heart, and she could not explain or pinpoint the problem properly. As she laid upon the soft bedding, Jun Wuxie's eyes slowly closed as she slowly drifted off into a dreamless sleep. It was broad and early the next morning when all the disciples of the Zephyr Academy were gathered. They were supposed to have gone for training, but they were suddenly notified to immediately gather at the Zephyr Academy's assembly square. The square was packed with youths, as the disciples followed their respective teachers' lead, to stand in neat rows as they filed in. The Zephyr Academy seldom gathered all the disciples southwest formally, and the square was filled with chatter and debate. Everyone was trying to guess the reason behind the sudden decision for all the disciples and teachers congregate so suddenly. This must have something to do with Jun Xie. One of the youths among the crowd whispered loudly, attracting the attention of many other disciples. How can that be? You think she is capable of causing every single one of us to be mobilized like this in such a grand fashion? That just shows how ignorant you are. One of my dorm mates is a disciple of the Spirit Healer faculty. He told me Jun Xie had suddenly appeared at the Spirit Healer faculty yesterday. Didn't you hear about that? Another youth exclaimed proudly. All the disciples around them suddenly held strange expressions on their faces, their eyes flashing brightly at the piece of juicy gossip they just heard. Really? What happened then? Tell us quick. Suddenly finding all eyes were focused on him, the youth was feeling extremely flattered, and he loved the feeling as he basked proudly under all the undivided attention showered upon him. He then asked all of the others with his chest puffed up, just a few days ago, did you all hear the rumors about Jun Xie having murdered Li Zimu? Do you still remember that? All the youths around him nodded vehemently. It had caused such a big stir, how could any of them forget that? Li Zimu was a disciple of the Spirit Healer faculty, and he was even personally selected by Gu Lisheng when he had broken the norm and accepted only one lone disciple this year. Li Zimu had been extremely favored in the spirit healer faculty, as Gu Lisheng had showered him with utmost care and concern and had even personally instructed him in the art. But this very well-favored disciple had very suddenly and mysteriously died in the battle spirit forest. Do you think Gu Lisheng would be pleased at all? Hence, he had ordered a thorough investigation into the incident a few days ago, and it was found out that Jun Xie was linked to Li Zimu's death. The youth exclaimed loudly, his spit spraying over his audience listening in rapt attention. When the other disciples heard the new developments, some of the youths who had been pretending to be uninterested before started to join the group. Chapter 584, Mobbed with Slaps, 2. Just recently, two major incidents had occurred in the Zephyr Academy. The first was when Lu Weijie had been expelled from the academy together with a large bunch of other disciples, and his unrestrained criticism directed at Ning Xian before he left. The other incident was when the largely well-believed rumors that were still going around that Jun Xie had killed Li Zimu. With these two incidents happening one after the other with such quick succession, it had greatly stirred up the disciples in the academy. As all the wild accusations and vicious rumors were all saying that the culprits had committed the merciless murder of a fellow disciple in both instances, they had attracted the attention of everyone. Gu Lisheng's prominence in the academy makes him practically untouchable, and not even the headmaster can stop him from doing what he wants to do. And when Gu Lisheng's beloved disciple gets mysteriously killed, do you think he would spare the culprits that easily? Jun Xie's visit to the spirit healer faculty yesterday was to plead for leniency from Gu Lisheng, but when he left, it was said that her face was pale and ashen. Without a doubt, Jun Xie must have been rejected. Think about it. Jun Xie had gone to the spirit healer faculty yesterday, and today we have all been gathered here suddenly. What else could this be about? My guess is that that dumb fool must have angered Gu Lisheng so much that Gu Lisheng wants to settle the scores today and avenge the death of his beloved disciple. After hearing all that you said, it sounds really plausible. I had heard that Gu Lisheng was the one who had asked for everyone to gather here today. And based on everything you have told us, it seems everything really fits together. Another disciple added. The group of youth suddenly broke out into a chorus of evil chuckles. No one would want to study in the same academy with someone who might stab so in the back any time without warning. Hey! Look over there. Who is that over there? A sharp-eyed youth suddenly hollered, having spotted two figures approaching the square from a distance. One of them was someone everybody knew and recognized. It was Fan Jin. While the other figure who was standing beside Fan Jin was a small petite-sized youth, with delicate features on his face. What? He still dares to show his face. Is he really not afraid of death? Do you even think he would be able to hide from all of that? If Gu Lisheng wants to revenge for Li Zimu, Jun Xie would not be able to escape even if he leaves the Zephyr Academy. The square was filled with those who sneered and were anxious to add fuel to the fire, and it also had no lack of people who just wanted to lie low and enjoy the show. As Jun Wuxie neared the square with her every single step, all the eyes in the square were turned, fixed onto her. Ning Xian and Yin Yan stood within the crowd of disciples, their faces twisted in gleeful and evil smiles. Looks like we do not need to do anything else to get rid of him, since he has already sealed his own doom when he went to seek out Gu Lisheng. There is no way Gu Lisheng would spare that brat easily. Ning Xian whispered, her eyes filled with venom, but her mouth was still turned up, maintaining a gentle smile. Today's notice to gather all of us here was really issued by my master? Yin Yan asked. Ning Xian nodded. Who else could it be but him? Does that mean my master will be making his move against Jun Xie today? Naturally. Who does Jun Xie think he is? He thinks he can convince Gu Lisheng to let him off for Li Zimu's death just by making a trip to the spirit healer faculty to plead. How naive. Ning Xian sang out happily. Yin Yan brought his voice down to a low whisper and said, Senior Ning, if Gu Lisheng is to move against Jun Xie today, does not that differ from what we have planned? Ning Xian had intended for Jun Xie to finally admit defeat and come crawling to her, where she would have a great opportunity to recruit and take Jun Xie under her wings. But if Jun Xie were to be killed here today, she would find all her plans suddenly crumbling to dust. Ning Xian was unconcerned as she snorted derisively and crossed her arms under her ample bosom to say, Gu Lisheng might be very protective of his disciples, but he is not one that likes to have blood on his hands. That fact that he had expended so much effort to get everyone gathered must be for the purpose of his revenge for Li Zimu, but that does not mean Jun Xie will be killed. If he really wanted Jun Xie dead, he could easily have done it using more covert methods. The most he would do to Jun Xie would be to give him a strong and stern reprimand, before throwing him out of the Zephyr Academy. But Chapter 585, Mobbed with Slaps, 3. Ning Xin continued with a laugh. Getting yourself driven out of the Zephyr Academy by Gu Lisheng will be worse than if you are expelled by the headmaster himself. The spirit healing technique that Gu Lisheng possesses has many powers obsessed with it. Once people know that Jun Xie has incurred the wrath of Gu Lisheng, they will not risk angering Gu Lisheng and will make life difficult for Jun Xie. Shouldering the burden of being disliked by Gu Lisheng, Jun Xie's life after leaving the Zephyr Academy would be burdened with severely limited opportunities no matter where she went. If I don't push him that far, how will he stop putting up that cold and arrogant front? She wasn't being vicious, but it was Jun Xie who did not know what was good for himself and snubbed the olive branch that she extended to him. Hence, he must suffer the consequences. Yen remained silent when he saw that Jun Xie had already reached the square, and he shrank back and melded himself to hide within the crowd. No matter how confident Ning Xin was being, Yen had somehow already developed an innate fear of Jun Xie. He would never be able to forget the scene he had witnessed in the Battle Spirits Forest. With the appearance of Jun Xie, a heated chatter erupted as all eyes fixed upon the tiny figure. The piercing gazes could almost be felt by even Fan Jin, who was walking beside Jun Wuxie, like daggers upon his back, making every step he took a laborious task. But Jun Wuxie on the other hand seemed completely unaffected, her face a placid calm, her steps unhurried, as she walked forward under overwhelming number of dagger stares. She seemed to be cut off from the world and was only walking with Fan Jin beside her, alone. Jun Xie's calm caused all those who were waiting to see him panic-stricken, feeling endlessly disappointed. Prickly curses and admonishments were thrown at Jun Xie in an endless stream, but Jun Xie did not grace any of them with a response, or even give the slightest reaction to the incessant provocations, his eyes remaining focused forward. While the clamor of the crowd continued, the headmaster of the Zephyr Academy, Fan Chi, suddenly appeared at the front of the square. He cut a tall and striking figure, standing before all the disciples of the academy, his attractive face in a benign smile. Having all of you gathered here today was not my idea, but it is Gu Lisheng of the Spirit Healer faculty that asked for it. Today, he has some words that he would like to share with all of you here. Fan Chi explained with a smile on his face and stepped back to relinquish the space at the front of the crowd. Only the heavens knew, with the multiple incidents that had plagued the Zephyr Academy in succession, he had been a little lost on how he was to handle it. And now that Gu Lisheng had volunteered to step forward, Fan Chi was only too glad to hand the issue over to him and spare himself the hassle. Gu Lisheng ambled slowly under all the expectant stares to come stand before the amassed crowd of disciples. He was dressed in a brocade robe of royal blue with a beautiful piece of jade hanging at his hip, looking every inch a gentleman, suave and graceful. But the air around him made people hesitate to approach him, and to maintain a certain distance away from him. Gu Lisheng's appearance caused the crowd to break into another loud clamor after having quietened down with Fan Chi's announcement. Although many of them had guessed earlier that Gu Lisheng had wanted to seek revenge for Li Zimu's death and that was the reason he had spared no effort to mobilize everyone in the whole academy. But before seeing Gu Lisheng appear in person, many others had still been secretly doubtful. But now, Gu Lisheng was standing before all of them in the flesh, and that had strongly reaffirmed all those guesses. Many of the disciples subconsciously turned their eyes to look at Jun Xie, and the thoughts that they were thinking in their minds were obvious without needing anyone to say it out loud. However, Jun Xie once again greatly disappointed the disciples of the Zephyr Academy with his reaction. His eyes were still cold and he did not even bother to cast a single glance at any of them, and the tiny face, which couldn't exactly be thought as too handsome, held a chilly expression but showed no other emotion. Gu Lisheng was standing right in front of all the disciples gathered before him as he swept his eyes over all of them before he finally said in a solemn voice, "Quiet." Immediately, the whispers and mutterings stopped completely. No one dared defy the creator of the spirit healing technique and cause him any displeasure. That would be a fate worse than being thrown out of the Zephyr Academy. Chapter 586, Mobbed with Slaps, 4. Once satisfied that all the disciples had quietened down, Gu Lisheng's eyes turned deep. He paused another moment in silence and his clear voice rang out, "All this while, the spirit healer faculty always had the least number of disciples. This, I believe, is a fact known to all of you. And all of you think being accepted into the spirit healer faculty is an exceptional honor where you will learn the spirit healing technique and you will live a life of luxury without worry after that. Is that right? At Gu Lisheng's question, all the disciples started nodding their head in agreement. Gu Lisheng asked again, do all of you feel, being able to become a disciple under Gu Lisheng is a matter that gives you unparalleled honor? The disciples of the Zephyr Academy did not dare to make a sound and they all could only nod once again. Do all of you think that I, Gu Lisheng, as the founder of the spirit healing technique, would know the spirit healing technique better than anyone else under the heavens? Gu Lisheng asked of the crowd. That was without a doubt. And all of them nodded one more time. Gu Lisheng cast a satisfied gaze over the sea of Zephyr Academy's disciples before him, who were nodding like chicks pecking at grains as they nodded their heads. He then smiled slightly and said, very good. The audience were baffled by what Gu Lisheng's line of questions were driving at, but they could do nothing but wait patiently. So now, if I am to tell all of you that there exists a person under the heavens, a person whose knowledge on the spirit healing technique exceeds mine, a person that I, Gu Lisheng, am unable to teach or instruct, would you believe me? Immediately, the nods turned into shakes of their heads. Gu Lisheng's smile widened. Do all of you know why you were not accepted into the spirit healer faculty? The youths in the crowd shook their heads uniformly. It's because all of you do not even understand what the spirit healing technique is, and you all do not even have it in you to even understand it. To be completely honest, even for the current disciples I have in the spirit healing faculty now, strictly speaking, none of them qualifies. If my own standards were used to gauge, my spirit healing faculty would not have accepted a single disciple that failed to meet my criteria. Gu Lisheng's words took a sudden turn, and his tone suddenly became stern. The reason that I accepted them was not because that they were superior to any of you. It was because, as a teacher of the Zephyr Academy, I needed to accept disciples, or I will not be able to answer to the headmaster. Gu Lisheng said, not mincing his words. As Gu Lisheng spoke, Fan Qi, who had retreated to the back, suddenly had his face turn pale, but not in anger or rage, but from embarrassment. All of Gu Lisheng's words greatly surprised the disciples gathered before him, and the disciples of the spirit healer faculty among them were suddenly trembling from the rude shock that struck upon them when they heard those words. All this while, they had thought that they were superior to all the other disciples, and that was why they had been accepted into the spirit healer faculty. That was why they were given the opportunity to learn the spirit healing technique under Gu Lisheng's tutelage. However, Gu Lisheng's words today had felt like a big hot slap across their faces, in front of everyone else in the academy, shattering and breaking into a crumble the self-perceived sense of elitism that they had been so proud of all this time. Gu Lisheng, however, was not going to hold back, and he continued to say, I had been resigned, that I would never ever find a person suited to learn the spirit healing technique. Till one fine day, I met a youth. His appearance made me realize what the word prodigy meant. No, to put it more accurately, he could no longer be termed as just a prodigy, but more like a freak. His understanding of the spirit healer technique had even quickly surpassed mine. Once Gu Lisheng's words fell into the ears of the crowd, the silence in the square was suddenly broken. To be able to surpass Gu Lisheng in the spirit healing technique. That was just utterly unbelievable. Gu Lisheng had always had a gentle temperament, but he was unbendingly strict when it came to the spirit healing technique. From what he had said about the standards he held in his selection of disciples, it could be seen that he would not compromise when it came to his area of expertise. Chapter 587, Mobbed with Slaps, 5. Chapter 587, Mobbed with Slaps, 5. For someone to have gained recognition from Gu Lisheng, that person must most definitely be someone who possessed real knowledge on the matter. Before this, the favoritism that Gu Lisheng had shown Li Zimu was obvious to everyone to see. Almost everyone there was guessing that the only disciple that he said he recognized was none other than Li Zimu. Otherwise, why would Gu Lisheng accept only one lone disciple this year, who was the late Li Zimu? Gu Lisheng had shown him the utmost care and concern and had treated him exceptionally well over the other disciples in the spirit healer faculty. All the disciples thought that Gu Lisheng's rage today was all due to Li Zimu's death. The only disciple that Gu Lisheng personally acknowledged had died under mysterious circumstances. Gu Lisheng must be greatly infuriated. Hearing the sternness in Gu Lisheng's voice, all the disciples of the Zephyr Academy were suddenly fearful. But they were not afraid, as they all knew that the one that had been responsible for Li Zimu's death had been Jun Xie, and it had nothing to do with them. Gu Lisheng's rage was all directed at Jun Xie. They would just need to be patient and enjoy the show. Ning Xin hid within the crowd and smiled secretly to herself, her eyes filled with malice as she stared at Jun Xie from among the sea of disciples. But Yin Yen, who was standing next to Ning Xin, was feeling that something did not seem right. It was a fact that Gu Lisheng had shown Li Zimu favored treatment, but if anyone was to say that Li Zimu's understanding of the spirit healing technique surpassed Gu Lisheng, he wouldn't be able to make himself believe it in the slightest. In the whole time that Li Zimu had been in the spirit healer faculty, he had not even been able to grasp the most basic of fundamentals. Hence, it was impossible that Li Zimu's knowledge of the spirit healing technique would surpass Gu Lisheng. That would have to be the biggest joke. Yin Yen could not help but to feel that something was out of place, but no matter how much he thought about it, he could not identify what was wrong. I had always thought that the Zephyr Academy, being one of the top 3 institutions of learning, its disciples would surely be logical, quicker of mind and possess a high sense of propriety. But I have found that I was wrong. The stern expression on Gu Lisheng's face suddenly let out a derisory laugh. Today, I would like to introduce someone to all of you here. This person is the very freakish monster that had far surpassed me with his deep understanding of the spirit healing technique. Gu Lisheng was already walking towards the crowd as he spoke. All the disciples of the Zephyr Academy were all struck dumb as silence fell in the air filled with surprise. Introduce. Isn't Li Zimu already dead? Did Gu Lisheng intend to dig up Li Zimu's body? To confer upon Li Zimu an official title? The disciples all stared flummoxed at Gu Lisheng as he approached the crowd, and he suddenly turned into another direction when he was just about 10 meters away. Under the baleful stares of all the other disciples, Gu Lisheng came to the 2 lone figures who had been isolated by the rest. Jun Xie, you must have suffered a lot throughout this period. Gu Lisheng stood right before Jun Xie, his face unreservedly apologetic as the crowd gasped loudly. Jun Wuxie nevertheless shook her head. Gu Lisheng stretched out a big hand, and led Jun Wuxie to walk back with him, to come stand right before the whole crowd. Jun Xie is the little monstrous prodigy that I mentioned. The devilish youth that had eclipsed me with his unsurpassed understanding of the spirit healing technique. Gu Lisheng's chest was puffed up proudly, as he loudly announced the earth-shaking news to all the disciples and teachers of the Zephyr Academy gathered before them. At that moment, the entire square was hushed into a deathly silence. And in a blink, in the next moment, the whole crowd exploded into a clamor so loud that it almost tore the skies apart. Jun Xie. How can it be Jun Xie? Didn't Gu Lisheng say it was all a misunderstanding at that time? He said that Jun Xie was not the disciple he picked. What is happening here? The shocking news sparked off an inferno as Gu Lisheng's words sank into the crowd. The inferno was spreading at the speed of light, reaching all the way to the ends of the sea of disciples. Shock, doubt, horror, countless complicated emotions flooded the sea of disciples as it dawned upon them what their past actions had done. Chapter 588, Mobbed with Slaps, 6. They would never have dreamed that the lone disciple that was acknowledged by Gu Lisheng himself would actually be Jun Xie. The disciple that had been branded a despicable youth the very first day he had been admitted into the Zephyr Academy. And all the curses that Jun Xie had suffered under had all started from the spirit healing faculty itself. But now, the sudden turn of events had changed everything dramatically, and all the disciples could not believe it. How was all of it possible? All this time, the disciple that I handpicked personally had only been Jun Xie, and Jun Xie alone. I had thought that I had found myself the most suitable disciple, but never did I expect to find a monstrous prodigy that I could not help but admire. Jun Xie had only needed barely 2 hours to fully and completely grasp the concepts behind the spirit healing technique, and was even able to suggest ways to improve the technique. As Gu Lisheng spoke, his face was filled with an expression of utmost pride. The spirit healing technique is a matter of grave importance. In order to allow Jun Xie the time and space to complete his work on improving the technique, and to prevent anyone with ulterior motives to cause him any harm, I had no other choice at that time but to temporarily release him from the spirit healer faculty. To avoid raising any unwanted suspicions, another freshman was randomly picked to fill up the vacancy left by Jun Xie's temporary departure. All these changes were carried out with the headmaster's prior approval, and I had clearly explained it to the newly selected disciple. To avoid exposing Jun Xie, I had always told everyone else that it had all just been a big misunderstanding. When Gu Lisheng finished, his brow creased up alarmingly, his tone of voice lost the gentleness that was present just moments before, and his gaze grew sharp as he swept his eyes over the gathered disciples of the Zephyr Academy before he said, "But the one thing that I had not expected was how foolish the disciples of our Zephyr Academy had shown themselves to be. You were so easily convinced of those malicious and unfounded rumors others spread, and went on to repeatedly accuse and wound Jun Xie. Which greatly disappointed me. The truth of the whole matter is known to me and known by the headmaster as well. Right from the start, Jun Xie had never attempted or intended to steal anyone's position, as that position had been his right from the start. Jun Xie was the one that had asked to be released from that position, which opened up an otherwise unavailable opportunity to others. All of you did not bother about the truth, and without having witnessed it, you believed those vicious rumors as the truth. The curses and admonishments all of you threw at Jun Xie thereafter had truly blemished the prestigious name of the Zephyr Academy. Gu Lisheng's strongly worded speech completely shattered all the various poisonous rumors surrounding Jun Xie all this time. And it had inadvertently given one hard slap to all those disciples who had hurled all those groundless accusations at Jun Xie. Gu Lisheng's words made all the youths before him fall silent, unable to offer a single word of retort. Fan Qi, who had not said a single word, stepped forward at that moment. He gave out a big sigh before he said, "I can bear witness that every single word Gu Lisheng said today is nothing but the truth. In the beginning, when he spoke to me about the matter, I was completely shocked. I could not believe that a mere 14-year-old youth could surpass Gu Lisheng's understanding of the spirit healing technique. But I knew that Gu Lisheng, as the founder of the spirit healing technique, treated everything associated to the technique like his own child and would never joke about it. I trusted in his eye in recognizing talent, and I trusted in his judgment then. And now, the facts prove that I was not wrong about Gu Lisheng, and Gu Lisheng was right about Jun Xie." When that was mentioned, Gu Lisheng paused a moment and began to say, "It was just recently, and I do not know who is the person responsible for it, but that person had suddenly wanted to investigate into the cause of Li Zimu's death, which suddenly threw up another round of vicious rumors to be spread within the whole academy. And in order to present to all of you the real truth of the matter, I personally initiated an investigation into it. Li Zimu was ascertained to have been killed by a spirit beast, as the mortal wound on his body was seen to have been caused by the claws and fangs of a ferocious beast, and not by human hands. And it is obvious, as right before your eyes now, all of you can see that the target of all your suspicions right here. His bestial ring spirit is only a tiny palm-sized little black cat. May I ask all of you here, how could a puny little cat like this break the neck of a full-grown youth in his teens with a single bite?" Chapter 589, Slapping the Mob, 7. Both the revered Gu Lisheng and the respected Fan Qi had stood forward and told everyone the whole truth behind the matter, and used their unblemished reputation and fame to vouch for Jun Xie's integrity. Compared to the flimsy reasonings behind those vicious rumors, the proofs and evidences those two produced were found to be much more trustworthy and ultimately more believable. One was the head of the spirit healing faculty, and the other was the headmaster of the entire Zephyr Academy. These two entities, with the esteemed positions they held, gave them the highest authority above anyone else in the whole Zephyr Academy, and they did not need to go to such an extent to protect a quiet and inconspicuous freshman for no good reason. At that moment, all the negative names that Jun Xie had been branded with were completely cleared. No one would still dare to link Jun Xie to all those baseless and unfounded rumors ever again. What all the disciples felt for Jun Xie now was no longer hatred or disgust, but they found themselves filled with shock and amazement for the youth. Not even in their wildest dreams would they have expected that the truth would turn out to be like this. The very one they had all cursed and sworn at all this while, was in actual fact the biggest victim in this whole episode. In fact, the one who had in actuality taken over someone else's position in the spirit healer faculty was not Jun Xie in the first place, but was Li Zimu. I can vouch for his character as well. Jun Xie is nothing like what the rumors are saying about him. If not for Jun Xie, I would not have been able to get out of the battle spirit's forest alive. A thin and weak youth had suddenly stepped out of the crowd and loudly proclaimed, after bolstering his courage to speak up. I can vouch for him too. And me. In quick succession, over 10 disciples had stepped out from among the gathered mass of disciples. They were all without exception from the team that had been with Li Zimu when they had initially gone into the battle spirit's forest. I was Li Zimu's assigned mentor right from the beginning. Initially, I had been just like all of you and completely believed everything that Li Zimu said, and gravely misunderstood Jun Xie. But it wasn't until the spirit hunt that I realized I couldn't have been more wrong. The despicable one was never Jun Xie, but Li Zimu. The youth who had mentored Li Zimu stood forth unabashed, and told everyone all that had really happened in the battle spirit's forest, without leaving out a single detail. The words he was telling now was exactly what he had repeated countless times before. When Jun Xie was being mercilessly cursed and sworn at, he had valiantly tried to defend Jun Xie then. But, being just the ordinary disciple that he was, no one believed a single word he said. But today, things were completely different. Those very same words, when spoken aloud before the crowd today, caused an uproar to sweep through the sea of disciples present. They had never imagined that Li Zimu could be so despicable and shameless. Besides having been the one that took Jun Xie's position, he had still gone around and spread false rumors about Jun Xie's duplicity and despicable intentions. Li Zimu had even abandoned his teammates during the spirit hunt who had gotten themselves injured by saving him. He had at the first instance shamelessly clung onto the powerful Fen Jin for protection, and Jun Xie had magnanimously not taken it against Li Zimu and accepted him readily. The real truth behind all of it threw Li Zimu's name into the mud, and it completely turned Jun Xie's image in the minds of everyone present. All those youths who had previously endlessly lambasted Jun Xie before, all those youths who had previously cursed Jun Xie mercilessly in the past, and also all those who had fervently wished that Jun Xie would be expelled from the Zephyr Academy, now all hung their heads low guiltily, filled with regret and shame, not daring to even look at Jun Xie. At that moment, they all wished the ground would just open up, and swallow them whole, hiding them from the guilt and embarrassment they all felt, as their cheeks burned up, in a bright red glow. They were unable to face anyone when they realized just how dumb they had been. They had been led around by the nose by those false rumors, they had naively believed what their ears heard. Even when the truth of the matter had not been clear, they had blindly followed the crowd and followed those vicious rumors, to time and again, falsely accused and smeared Jun Xie's name. It was just as Gu Lisheng had said. Their very actions had brought great shame to the Zephyr Academy's name. Gu Lisheng observed with satisfaction the reactions of all the disciples before him. Today, before the presence of everyone here, I would like to once again extend my invitation to Jun Xie to return to the spirit healing faculty. I hope you will accept. Gu Lisheng asked in humility as he looked at Jun Xie, slightly lowering his head, to demonstrate the guilt he felt towards the little lad. Chapter 590, Slapping the Mob, 8. Gu Lisheng stared at the crowd and said, from now onwards, Jun Xie would be a member of the spirit healer faculty. But all of you listen up here. He is not my disciple, I am not qualified to teach or guide him, and neither am I qualified enough to be his teacher. He will henceforth hold half of the power in the spirit healing faculty. Even though he is admitted into the spirit healing faculty as a disciple, no one must ever treat Jun Xie like a disciple. As Gu Lisheng spoke those words, his gaze fell onto the figure of Qian Yuanhe among the crowd, but quickly moved to sweep over the entire crowd. Among all the teachers in the Zephyr Academy, Qian Yuanhe was one who often said he was ashamed of Jun Xie, and had claimed that Jun Xie was not qualified to receive his teachings. And Gu Lisheng's words today had delivered a slap across his face as well. Qian Yuanhe was a nobody in the Zephyr Academy. He was just an ordinary teacher in the Beast Spirit faculty, and teachers and instructors who excelled over him were a dime a dozen. Moreover, to the eyes of Gu Lisheng, who held complete authority in the revered spirit healing faculty. Compared to Gu Lisheng, Qian Yuanhe was not even good enough to carry his shoes. Gu Lisheng had proclaimed that he himself did not possess the qualification to teach or instruct Jun Xie. That would come to mean that Qian Yuanhe was even more unqualified. Qian Yuanhe had once accused Jun Xie of not being showing any inclination to learn, had undesirable character traits. All these words were now all thrown back in his face with Gu Lisheng's words today. The insignificant Qian Yuanhe holding contempt for Jun Xie. It seems now the joke had been turned on him. With just that brief glance from Gu Lisheng, Qian Yuanhe went deathly pale, and his shoulders started to shake. He subconsciously shrank back into the crowd, wishing he could sink deep into the ground at that moment, and never appear before people again. From being a despicable cad that everyone cursed and swore at, to suddenly become the genius who had suffered in silence while undertaking such a prodigious task, Jun Xie had successfully reinvented her long ragged tattered image within the Zephyr Academy within just a short hour, and dealt all the disciples and faculty one big slap across all their faces. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the whole academy, Gu Lisheng led Jun Xie away. June Xie had no said a single word throughout but just watched on quietly at the side as every single nosy Parker got their well-deserved slaps. After Gu Lisheng and June Xie had left, the entire exploded into a deafening chatter of voices. Everyone started talking about today's shocking revelations, and those that had previously cursed June Xie the most quickly ran away, their tails between their legs, afraid that they might be skinned alive by the suddenly unruly mob. If June Xie was useless trash, what would they be? Worse than trash. Today, everyone in the Zephyr Academy, from the top to the bottom, had been collectively slapped. All the disciples, and even the teachers, were all looking at each other guiltily. The red and hot burning sensation on their faces made they feel as if they had really been physically slapped. Under the ruckus in the square, the deeply ashamed disciples and the members of the faculty did not want to remain there a moment longer. Every moment they stayed there made their faces burn hotter, and they quickly decided to beat a hasty retreat. But the realization that came with today's events was deeply etched onto their hearts. The crowd in the square quickly dispersed, but Ning Xin had remained in her spot, completely frozen in place. How can it be impossible? How could June Xie be the disciple that Gu Lisheng had picked? Ning Xin's eyes were impossibly wide, and she had still not recovered from the shock. No one would be able to comprehend how hard the shock had hit her when she had heard all those words earlier. Her mind was filled with an endless and incessant buzzing. The plans she had schemed up so confidently all this while had suddenly crumbled to dust, falling apart all around her. Gu Lisheng had wanted to avenge Li Zimu. That now sounded so ridiculous, and the joke had most definitely fallen onto her. Throughout his speech, Gu Lisheng had not even bothered to mention Li Zimu's name and only termed him as a freshman. It was obvious that Gu Lisheng was privy to all of Li Zimu's undesirable actions. The contempt he held for Li Zimu could very well have exceeded everyone else's. Chapter 591, Slapping the Mob, 9. It suddenly dawned on Ning Xin that right from the beginning, she had already been wrong. She had underestimated June Xie's abilities, and she had also been wrong about the faculty June Xie was actually in. All her ploys had been made based on wrong information right from the start, and now that everything was revealed, all the schemes she plotted would not do her a single ounce of good. Senior Ning Yin looked dreadfully fearful as he stared at Ning Xin. Before June Xie's real identity was exposed, Gu Lisheng's choice of words had made him raise his suspicions, but he had not been able to pinpoint what was wrong then. It was not until everything was revealed that he realized, just like everyone else, he had been hoodwinked by Li Zimu's single side of the story. This cannot be. How can it be? A panic suddenly overtook Ning Xin, and Yin hurried over to hold her up. Senior Ning, what do we do now? Yin was truly terrified. He had already grown rather fearful of June Xie previously. Now, before everyone in the entire Zephyr Academy, Gu Lisheng had severely criticized all the disciples of the Spirit Healer faculty to be incompetent. When he had admonished everyone for believing in the rumors so easily, all the disciples in the Spirit Healer faculty had naturally be included. After all, the disciples of the Spirit Healer faculty had been just as guilty in their cursing and swearing of June Xie. If June Xie had just been an ordinary disciple, things might not have gotten this bad, but June Xie had been the lone disciple that Gu Lisheng personally acknowledged and valued heavily. With that in mind, Gu Lisheng would not continue to instruct those disciples he had forced himself to accept previously as their master any longer. That thought alone made Yin tremble at the consequences. All that he had relied on all this time in the academy had been his envied position in the Spirit Healer faculty. If he was to lose that, he would end up. Fan Jin knew. Ning Xin suddenly caught Yin's arm in a vice grip, pulling herself upright. Fan Jin had known it right from the start. He must have known. Or why would he have persisted to defend June Xie so many times? Or why would he be willing to even risk his own reputation to ensure June Xie's safety? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Because he had known it all this while. That June Xie was the disciple that Gu Lisheng valued. Ha ha ha. Fan Jin, oh Fan Jin. Ning Xin has truly underestimated you. A mouthful of blood suddenly gushed out from Ning Xin's mouth. Everything had been smooth sailing for her in the academy all her life, but ever since she met June Xie, she found herself faced with countless obstacles. All the schemes that she had taken great pains to plot were completely shredded and torn apart before they could take effect. She had prided herself to be highly intelligent, but now she had been reduced to become the biggest joke. A moment's slip-up had caused her to lose all that she had. There was no longer a chance that Jun Xie would become the underdog anymore. With Gu Lixing behind him, it was no longer possible that Jun Xie would submit to her when he became the underdog that everyone despised. Her ploy to win Jun Xie over to her side had now evaporated entirely. While Fan Jin had supported Jun Xie right from the beginning and they had established an unbreakable bond in their alliance. The knot that had formed in Ning Xian's chest almost suffocated her then. She stood there laughing hysterically, like she had lost her mind. Having witnessed Jun Xie's ring spirit herself, Ning Xian would never be able to accept Fan Chi's earlier explanation to be the truth. Tiny cat. For heaven's sake, that was a massive ferocious black beast. But that fact was known only to her and Yin Yan. Jun Xie had always only presented his ring spirit in the black cat's form before everyone else, and even if the two of them had gone to tell everyone that Jun Xie's ring spirit was in actuality not an ordinary black cat, they would never be believed. She had lost this time, she had lost really badly. Ning Xian's hysterical laughter continued, as was the blood that flowed out from her mouth. The intense rage that wrecked at her heart and the utter sense of defeat that overwhelmed her caused Ning Xian to lose all calm and any conscious sense of decorum, her usual grace and genteel manners forgotten. Chapter 592, Slapping the Mob, 10. Yin Yan stared at Ning Xian with fear in his eyes, and the terror was beginning to spread throughout his body. After today's events, no one would be able to use anything from Jun Xie's past to smear or slander him any longer. Gu Lixing had personally invited Jun Xie to return to the spirit healer faculty in such a grand fashion. Not a single one of them would dare go offend Jun Xie in the slightest now. Just for the sole fact that he was more knowledgeable than Gu Lixing in the spirit healing technique was already enough to make everyone submit. Jun Xie's status among the disciples of the Zephyr Academy had been elevated to a height that was unshakable. All those who had cursed and spat at his name, with those that had completely despised him as a person, had from today onwards, found their prior self-justified reasons and weak excuses for doing so, completely smashed to smithereens. Just for the one glaring fact that Jun Xie had a full grasp of the spirit healing technique had made everyone back off in deference, with not a single one among them daring to show him the slightest affront. Yin Yan raised his head to stare into the gray and overcast sky looming above him. A complete change had come over the Zephyr Academy, leaving a great mark on this day, that will be well remembered long into the future. The fear in Yin Yan filled his heart. He summoned all his courage and dragged Ning Xian, who was acting like she had lost her mind, along with him, to leave the deserted square. And after the duo left, an unnoticed skinny and ragged lone figure was left standing, far in one corner of the spacious plaza. Ah Jing's face was pale, as he stared at the bare and empty square. He had clearly heard every last word that Gu Lixing and Fan Chi had said earlier. Just like everyone else, Ah Jing had come to the square with great anticipation, thinking that Jun Xie would be shamed and thrown out of the Zephyr Academy by Gu Lixing today. Never had he expected that he had come here today to hear the truth of the matter, a truth that he could not make himself believe in. Ah Jing suddenly found his legs buckling out under him and he fell to the ground. His fingers curled and his nails scratched upon the hard ground, leaving bright red blood trails on the floor. What was most humiliating was when the person you most despised stepped upon your face, pushing it into the ground. Although throughout the whole process, Jun Wuxie had not said a single word, she had inadvertently trampled on all the faces of every single disciple and faculty member into the ground and had even stamped hard on a few of them. Jun Xie was invited back to the spirit healer faculty by Gu Lixing on that very same day, and all the existing disciples could only watch on with their faces paled as the duo walked in, and all the other disciples did not even dare to approach them a single step. Approach them. Their faces were still burning with shame. Their identities as disciples of the spirit healer faculty that they had been so proud of, had been exposed to be a farce, and that Gu Lixing had been forced to grant them their discipleship due to the pressure from Fan Chi, the headmaster. They had never gained Gu Lixing's approval at all in the first place. But they had been completely ignorant and gone with the flow, and followed everyone else to scorn, ridicule and bash at Jun Xie's name and reputation. They were just utterly contemptible. Jun Wuxie followed Gu Lixing into his office. Only upon the moment the door shut, was Gu Lixing able to relax his tightly tensed-up body, and the hard lines on his face suddenly became gentle. How was it? Was that an acceptable response to your request? Gu Lixing asked, looking smilingly at Jun Xie. Today's performance had been specially put together for Jun Xie's sake, and he hoped that would at least make up to Jun Xie in some way for the oppression he had undergone during this period. Yes. Jun Wuxie nodded. Gu Lisheng had put up a splendid show this time, and Jun Wuxie was completely satisfied. Ha ha. That's great. This was the first time I created such a big stir. Gu Lisheng was finally able to swallow his heart back down that had been lodged in his throat all this time. He had firstly decided to make such a grand show of it today to express his sincerity to Jun Xie, and also to fight for the sheer injustice that Jun Xie had suffered. Just by hearing those vicious rumors would already cause much distress to many people. The fact that Jun Xie had been able to endure and bear up so well under all that pressure had gained Jun Xie the utmost respect from Gu Lisheng. If it had been anyone else, they would most definitely have jumped out to defend themselves at the first instance. Jun Xie had instead been able to take it in stride, and only exposed the truth of the matter after the task assigned to her was completed. That endless patience and stoic perseverance made Gu Lisheng admire the little lad all the more. Chapter 593, Slapping the Mob, 11. You should just come to the Spirit Healer faculty from today onwards. Of course, if you have anything else that you are busy with, you can just go ahead and do it. There is no need for you to inform me. Gu Lisheng was extremely polite with his words as both his hands were gripped tightly around the scroll that Jun Xie had given him previously. He had pored over it for the past one day and night, reading and rereading it, but he was still unable to fully grasp everything written in it, and he was anxious to seek Jun Xie's guidance. Gu Lisheng allowed Jun Xie the highest autonomy, and that was something he had never ever granted to any disciple before. But Jun Wuxie deserved every single bit of that and all that she had received. She possessed the required capabilities, and even when Gu Lisheng provided her with the unprecedented privilege, not a single person dared raise a single voice in protest. Her capabilities had even developed the spirit healing technique, bring it to a level above Gu Lisheng's. I will need to leave for a few days after this, Jun Wuxie said softly, immediately stating she had other business to attend to. Gu Lisheng panicked and tried to open his mouth. He had not expected that Jun Xie would have other things to attend to immediately. He suddenly felt dejected, but he could not renege on his own words. His heart winced the more he thought about it. Cough. So, how many days will you be gone? Gu Lisheng was looking rather awkward. He had really wanted Jun Xie to explain in more detail what he had written in the scroll. Not long, Jun Wuxie replied. The show has not ended, and she needed to go complete it. Otherwise, everyone will miss the climax she had planned for them. All right, you go attend to your business then. Once you are finished, can you come back here and look for me? Actually, about this scroll you handed to me, there is one portion recorded in here that I do not really understand. Gu Lisheng's face was red with embarrassment. He did not think it was entirely appropriate for a fully grown middle-aged man to have to come seeking guidance from a little youth like this. It made him feel rather awkward and abashed. But his obsession with the spirit healing technique forced those words to spill out from his mouth. Jun Wuxie stared at Gu Lisheng. Those penetrating eyes seemed to be saying to him, it's something so simple, and you can't understand it. Gu Lisheng turned a brighter shade under that gaze. All right. As Gu Lisheng's face was turning redder and redder, Jun Wuxie finally replied to agree. Gu Lisheng nodded with a smile on his face. This is the jade emblem of the spirit healer faculty. Keep it well. Gu Lisheng presented the jade emblem of the spirit healer faculty before Jun Xie. Jun Wuxie shook her head instead. Gu Lisheng was suddenly confused. After today's events, no one will still be unaware of my identity. Jun Wuxie replied softly. The jade emblem's purpose was meant to show the other disciples which faculty the holders of the emblem belonged to. But now that Gu Lisheng had rocked and shook up the entire academy when he had severely berated every single one of them in their faces today, Jun Wuxie sincerely believed that her face would henceforth become a more obvious and prominent proof of her position in the academy than any other emblems that Gu Lisheng could give her. That's true. Gu Lisheng slipped the jade piece back into his sleeves. Gu Lisheng could not help himself and held Jun Xie back to ask a few questions about some parts of the scroll that he was not too clear about. It was quite a while later when he finally let Jun Xie leave. Jun Wuxie stepped out from Gu Lisheng's office. When she descended the stairs and reached the atrium downstairs, she saw a bunch of spirit healer faculty disciples huddled together. They were hiding in a corner, as they peeked warily at her. Jun Xie, one of the youths among them, was suddenly pushed out from the group, and he stuttered as he looked guiltily at Jun Xie. When they thought back to the numerous times they had gossiped and pointed at Jun Xie behind his back, they were deeply ashamed of themselves and they were feeling extremely awkward to face Jun Xie again. But Gu Lisheng held Jun Xie in the highest regard, and if Jun Xie held grudges against them, they wouldn't be able to survive in the spirit healer faculty thereafter. All the disciples of the spirit healer faculty did not doubt for a moment that if Jun Xie was to ask Gu Lisheng to expel all of them out of the spirit healer faculty, Gu Lisheng would not hesitate to do it in the slightest. Can't wait for your next dose. Please check out our happy meter to see our awesome supporters who brought a smile to your face. Smiley face. Great news. We're on Patreon. Please support us for more extra doses of happiness. Thank you. Amazed face. Have you checked out our new project, Insanely Pampered Wife, Divine Doctor 5th Young Miss? If you like GDBBM, do check it out. Wink. Chapter 594, 7th Slap, 1. Even after knowing that Gu Lisheng had been forced to accept them as disciples, the youths nevertheless still greatly cherished their identity as a disciple of the spirit healer faculty and would do anything to retain their positions. They were very reluctant to lose them. So sorry we were dumb and naive to have believed those baseless rumors. I hope you can find it within your generous heart to forgive people as despicable as us. Please forgive us all. The youth formally took a 90-degree bow, pleading for Jun Xie's forgiveness. The rest of the disciples behind him all bowed as well. Jun Xie cast them a glance, and did not even say a single word, before she proceeded to continue walking away. The bunch of youths waited a long while in their spots with their backs bent and did not get a reply. When they raised their heads, they found that Jun Xie had already walked out through the spirit healer faculty's main doors without giving them the least bit of attention. The world crashed down upon them at that moment, and they sobbed at the impending loss to come. What? What should we do? Does that mean he won't forgive us? The youths huddled close together and cried, visualizing the inevitable sorry scene of them being chased out of the spirit healer faculty. Jun Xie was completely oblivious to the indescribable bind the disciples were caught in and was already making her way back to the bamboo grove. Along the way, countless pairs of eyes were trained on that slowly moving petite figure. Every single one of those gazes that fell upon Jun Xie were no longer laced with contempt or mockery like before, but replaced with deep shame and a sense of fear. When they see Jun Xie now, it invariably reminded them all of the shame they had felt that morning when Gu Lisheng and Fan Qi had slapped them all with their admonishments, and none of them dared to take a single step to approach Jun Xie. Hiding their faces from the shame they felt, the disciples slunk away and hid like mice into corners. As for those disciples that happened to come face to face with Jun Xie, they found the strength suddenly leaving their legs when they saw the petite figure, trying their fastest to scramble out of his way. Jun Xie did not seem to notice, paying them no attention as she continued on her way to the bamboo grove. In the bamboo grove, Fan Jin was excitedly recounting the morning's glorious events to Fan Zhuo. Fan Jin's face was flushed and his voice was exhilarated, how he wished was able to reenact the whole scene that played out at the square that morning. Fan Zhuo smiled and did not say a word, but his eyes were lit, sparkling with joy. He should have seen it. It was really most exhilarating. You remember that grumpy teacher, Qian Yuan He? The one in the beast spirit faculty. He had previously gone all around telling everyone about all of Jun Xie's faults. Today, Uncle Gu's words almost made him want to go smash his head on the wall to kill himself in shame. It made me so happy then, ha ha ha. Fan Jin was getting more animated the further he narrated. He had suddenly brought 2 big jars of wine here to celebrate his good mood today on this rare occasion. Besides Jun Xie, the next person who was happiest about today's turn of events was inexorably Fan Jin. In that gloomy period, Jun Xie had suffered the endless curses and got herself viciously sworn at. But on the other hand, Fan Jin, who had been the one who had given everything he had to protect Jun Xie while being privy to the truth behind it all, had an extremely hard time holding it all in to the point of almost bursting. Little Xie, you're back. The moment Fan Jin saw Jun Xie come in, he jumped up excitedly and his tall and towering frame swayed and tilted from having stood up too suddenly. Fan Zhuo nimbly stretched out an arm to lend his brother some support. Jun Xie sat down at the table and looked at the slightly tipsy Fan Jin. Today, we really managed to make that bunch of bastards shut up, hic, Fanjin managed to slur with a goofy grin as he fell back down onto his chair. Fanjua turned to Jun Xie and gave a helpless shrug. Ever since Fanjin had stepped in, he had not stopped talking, and neither had his wine cup, which had been barely seen parted from his lips, in an obvious display of his joyous mood today. Jun Wuxie and Fanjua were non-drinkers and they watched Fanjin as he chugged down the 2 large jars. Soon, Fanjin was roaringly drunk and he quickly fell face down on the table and slept snoring loudly. My big brother is feeling really happy today. Fanjua smiled awkwardly as he looked at his completely drunk and unconscious elder sibling. But he knew in his heart that his brother was genuinely happy today. I will need to leave for a period, Jun Wuxie said suddenly. Fanjua was slightly taken aback by the sudden announcement. Chapter 595, 7th Slap, 2. Get your early access on Patreon now. Ask Fanjin to get Dum Chiao and the others to come over here tomorrow. If there is anything you want to know, you can ask them about it then, Jun Wuxie said as she poured herself a cup of tea. You mean about the Rui Lin army? Fanjua asked, with an inquisitive look on his face. He had earlier asked Jun Xie about his connection with the Rui Lin army, but the little rascal had been too lazy to explain it to him and pushed the topic away in a display of sheer laziness. Fanjua watched Jun Wuxie intently, seemingly thoughtful before he asked, the Rui Lin army will arrive tomorrow, won't they? Jun Wuxie nodded again. The corners of Fanjua's lips raised slightly. The Rui Lin army will come here tomorrow, and Jun Xie was telling him he would need to be away for a period. The two seemingly separate events happening at the same time inevitably led Fanjua to think there must be a link between them. However, Jun Wuxie still had no intentions of explaining any bit of it to Fanjua, and after she carelessly threw Fanjua a few hasty words of farewell, she quickly left. The distance from the Qi Kingdom to the Zephyr Academy wasn't too far away, and the way they would take to come would invariably be through the main thoroughfare. Long Qi was leading his team of Rui Lin army soldiers, a grand and majestic procession, passing through the wide road, their shining silver-armored soldiers sitting tall upon great warhorses. The grandiose air emanating from the contingent of battle-hardened men made all the people that passed them on the road scramble out of their way in a hurry. Boss, young Miss is really at the Zephyr Academy? A soldier beside Long Qi asked, with deep longing showing in his eyes. Long Qi cast a glance at the soldier, his gaze solemn. We are in no position to probe into your Miss business. The soldier shrank back, and nodded hurriedly. But a glint of anticipation nevertheless remained in his eyes. As the contingent passed the main thoroughfare, the men from the Rui Lin army had to enter a smaller path. Although narrower, the path stretched out, bathed in tranquility, albeit a little windy. The smaller path allowed only 3 horses to march abreast, and dense trees lined both sides of the path. As it was already dusk, there were not much people seen on it. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the path. From afar, the setting sun's rays lit in a radiant glow from behind the figure, masking the figure's face in shadows. The light of dusk showered the area around the figure from the back, creating a golden halo to surround him. Long Qi frowned deeply, and gestured sharply with his hand. All his men immediately perked up, wary and alert. However, when Long Qi led his men forward, he had just gotten closer to the figure when he suddenly swung off his steed in a hurry and fell quickly on one knee. Young Miss. In the Zephyr Academy, 1 day had passed. The turmoil that had stirred up the spirit healer faculty had begun to subside. But the residual tremors had not yet completely stopped when another piece of earth-splitting news hit, and quickly stirred up another storm that raged and tore throughout the entire academy once again. Before the gates of the Zephyr Academy, hundreds of armored soldiers, riding tall atop gallant war steeds, stood blocking the entire entryway. On the backs of the huge armored war horses were towering men, their faces hard as forged steel, the auras they gave out fiercely menacing. Their stalwart and straight-backed poise made all the disciples who had gathered behind the academy's gates fear to take another step forward. But, in the midst of the contingent of fearsome and intimidating group of soldiers, there was a lone figure that stood out different. Dressed in pure white, her demure grace evident atop the high steed, her face flawlessly beautiful. All the Zephyr Academy's disciples gathered there were suddenly bedazzled, without a single exception. Within the Zephyr Academy, they had no lack of beautiful youths. But none could measure up to the girl sitting atop the handsome steed before their eyes. The white-dressed girl looked to still be rather young. The mesmerizing aura surrounding her made people inexorably stunned by her beauty, but also drove an inexplicable fear into them of profaning the flawless beauty with their gaze. Her face was cold as frost and expressionless, her crystal-clear eyes glinted with a chill. As she passed the crowd of disciples, those eyes did not fall a single moment on any one of them. Cold, chilly, and somehow terrifying. Who are these people? A youth behind the gates whispered softly. It's the Ruelin army. The most ferocious strike force. A sharp-eyed youth pointed at the banners flapping in the wind and cried out softly. Chapter 596, 7th Slap, 3. The Qi Kingdom might just be a small nation, but the fame of the Ruelin army was known far and wide throughout the lands. Known to be the most ferocious strike force, they had appeared right before the gates of the Zephyr Academy. What could they be here for? When Senior Lu left, didn't he say Senior Ning had attempted to have some general from the Ruelin army killed? A quick-minded youth suddenly remembered what Lu Weijie had claimed, just before he left. On the day when Lu Weijie had been chased out of the Zephyr Academy, what he said then before his departure had kicked up a huge storm and it had dragged Ning Xian's reputation into the mud then. But the news that Jun Xie had murdered Li Zimu quickly overshadowed the accusations thrown at Ning Xian and they were slowly forgotten. With the Ruelin army appearing in such a grand fashion before the Zephyr Academy's gates, the matter that had almost faded from their memories quickly reignited and the rumor mill started whirring furiously once again, kicked into high gear. Does this mean that everything Lu Weijie said was the truth? Fan Qi hurried over to the main gates shortly after. When he saw the grand formation of the Ruelin army, a shock went through his body and his heart beat furiously. Among the gathered mass of towering, proud, and stalwart warriors, Fan Qi could not help but notice a figure that looked totally different in contrast, a young girl seated high upon a warhorse in the front beside Long Qi, who commanded an unnaturally overwhelming presence. Her identity was most definitely someone extraordinary. I was not aware of General Long Qi's arrival and I hope you'll excuse my tardiness in my welcome. I would implore our respected guests to come in for a chat. Fan Qi was trying his hardest to put forth a composed front. Since the last spirit hunt had ended, he had known that this dreadful day would come. The reason he had agreed to expel Lu Weijie and the others in such a hasty manner before was an attempt to appease the Ruelin armies and Mu Chen's rage. Long Qi nodded and raised a hand up. More than 100 soldiers behind him immediately pulled on their reins and all the warhorses stood rigidly still. That precision and uniformity in the movements of the soldiers made all the eyes of the gathered disciples light up in awe, and their heartbeats reached a fervor, their blood coming to a boil. The disciples were at that age where their youthful exuberance were at their peaks. Which youth among those disciples wouldn't idolize such an impressive array of fully armored soldiers? Long Qi swung himself off his horse and extended his hands out to help the petite young girl beside him get off the tall horse. And this would be, Fan Qi looked at the beautiful but cold young lady, and said cautiously. The young miss of the Lin Palace, Jun Wuxie. Long Qi straightened his back upright and replied in a grand voice. It's the young miss of the Lin Palace. Fan Qi's forced facade of composure cracked slightly in his shock. The Ruelin army were subservient only to the Qi Kingdom's Duke, Jun Xian. The imperial emperor held no authority over the Ruelin army and they only took orders from people from the Jun family's bloodline. Jun Wuxie might still be rather young, and on top of that, she was a girl. But just the character Jun in her name was telling Fan Qi undeniably that she held the authority to command the Ruelin army here. He had actually intended to downplay the entire matter but Fan Qi could not help it but start to become rather worried now. When even a family member of the Jun family itself had come all the way here, it was inadvertently telling him that the matter would not be so easily resolved. All the disciples who were watching intently from behind, had upon hearing Long Qi's words, suddenly found themselves staring wide-eyed at the beautiful and mesmerizing girl, who seemed slightly younger than all of them, with surprise in their eyes. She was obviously so young, but the aura emanating from the girl made people forget her age. Even when she stood among the towering and menacing Ruelin army, she did not show a single trace of weakness. Her chilly expression did not allow anyone to disregard her overwhelming presence. It made her seem as if she had been born to lead this most ferocious strike force from the start. All the disciples were still very much taken by the beautiful young lady and they did not dare defile that perfection in any way. They lowered down their heads and did not dare to stare so obsequiously at Jun Wuxie. So it's the young miss of the esteemed June family. Forgive me for my tardiness in coming forward to receive such a distinguished guest. Fan Chi said with an awkward smile, the shock still gripping his heart. Jun Wuxie shot Fan Chi a scathing glance and replied, there's no need. I am here today to demand justice for our Rui Lin army. The Zephyr Academy promised to provide to my Rui Lin army with a satisfactory response. What I would like to know is whether the headmaster has already expedited an appropriate recourse for the matter. Chapter 597, 7th Slap, 4. To resolve the matter. Privately. Sorry, she was not prepared to close the matter in such a quiet manner. Anybody who dared to lay their grimy paws on the Rui Lin army would need to pay for it with their lives. Fan Chi could not find any words in reply to Jun Wuxie. He had initially intended to resolve the issue privately and not let word of the incident spread, as if the matter was leaked, it would deal a considerable blow to the reputation of the Zephyr Academy. Unfortunately, the other party was not giving him any opportunity to do it. Faced with Jun Wuxie's aggressive stance, Fan Chi found himself helpless in front of her. More than 100 Rui Lin army soldiers were still lined up before the Zephyr Academy's gates, all of them standing at attention with a hand resting upon the swords hanging from their hips, looking ever ready to pull out those swords and charge in at the first instance that Fan Chi responded in defiance. Although the Zephyr Academy was extremely famous and enjoyed a high reputation, it was after all still an institution specifically meant for the pursuit of knowledge and learning. In terms of might in battle, they would not be able to stand up to the Rui Lin army. Despite having just brought a mere 100-odd Rui Lin army soldiers, if they wanted to annihilate the Zephyr Academy, it wouldn't be a task too difficult for these battle-hardened men. Cold sweat broke out on Fan Chi's forehead. He really had not expected for a young girl at such a tender age to be able to give out such a strong oppressive aura onto people. Since that is the case, we will do as Miss June wishes. Fan Chi had no other choice but to agree to it. Jun Wuxie raised an eyebrow and stared at Fan Chi, who was showing his willingness to shoulder the blame entirely himself, and said, then, can I request for the headmaster to summon all those people who were party to the incident here, and we can clear everything up frankly and openly immediately. Fan Chi found himself sweating profusely and he said, in regards to the incident, it was due to the Zephyr Academy's incompetence in our guidance of our disciples that had caused such an atrocity to occur. Those disciples who played a part in it had immediately been expelled and driven out of the Zephyr Academy after the spirit hunt ended. Oh. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowly dangerously. Are you telling me that Nanggong Su, who was put in charge of the spirit hunt, has been sacked by you as well? Fan Chi was taken aback, and he quickly shook his head. Master Nanggong did not play a part in it, he was only. Long Chi stepped forward, and his expression darkened before he said, our young miss words were already put across very clearly. If the headmaster is not sincere in resolving the issue, then the Rui Lin army will be forced to take things into our own hands. When Long Chi finished his statement, the color on Fan Chi's face immediately changed. The meaning behind those words could not be any clearer. If Fan Chi did not summon the people linked to the incident here, Long Chi would lead his men from the Rui Lin army into the academy and personally invite those people here. No need. I will have them brought here. Fan Chi was on the verge of tears. Having held the post of headmaster for such a long time, this was the first time anyone had forced him into a corner like this. But, in this incident, they were fundamentally at fault, and even if the Rui Lin army were to really carry out their threat, the Zephyr Academy would not have much grounds to say anything against it. In moments, Nanggong Su came, having rushed over in a hurry. The moment his eyes picked out the figure of Long Chi, the expression on Nanggong Su's face was suddenly tinged with shame. General Long Chi. Nanggong Su greeted Long Chi with a forced smile. Long Chi completely ignored him but continued looking at Jun Wuxie to await further instructions. Jun Wuxie gestured slightly by raising her hand slightly. Long Chi immediately turned around and glared chillingly at Fan Chi. Esteemed headmaster. You really think the Rui Lin army would be so easily fooled? Fan Chi had almost wanted to kneel down before Long Chi. He genuinely did not know what he had done wrong this time, to have caused Jun Wuxie to be displeased. He finally understood now. Long Chi, who was standing before him, might be a general of the Rui Lin army. But within this contingent of soldiers here, the one who really made the decisions was the youngest Jun Wuxie, and even Long Chi deferred to Jun Wuxie's commands. May I ask General Long Qi to point me in the right direction? I am truly unable to comprehend what the young miss meant. Finding himself so badly cornered by a young lass, Fan Qi was suddenly feeling he had lived in vain. Chapter 598, 7th Slap, 5. Long Qi replied stoically, all persons who took part in the deed, and all who had a part in handling the issue. Would the headmaster please gather all of these people here? Fan Qi finally understood. Being put under great duress to quickly proceed, he dared not negotiate at all and immediately sent people out to locate all the personnels involved. The crowd which had gathered to see what was going on grew larger and larger. Everyone was drawn to but was kept at arm's length by Jun Wuxie's and Long Qi's dominating presence. Even the highly revered and esteemed headmaster, who stood at the pinnacle within the Zephyr Academy, was cornered into helpless submission when faced with these two individuals. Nangong Su was well known to be stone-faced in the Zephyr Academy, unsmiling and unapproachable, and ordinary disciples usually don't even have the courage to speak to him. But now, Nangong Su was not only smiling, he was positively beaming, in fact, falling to a new low, never seen before by any of the disciples. Witnessing Fan Qi's and Nangong Su's subservient attitudes told the disciples a lot about the Rui Lin army's prowess. Very soon, all the people who were linked to the issue were brought in one after another. When the Zephyr Academy's disciples saw the people who were brought here, they were all suddenly shocked. Among them, not just the teachers who were in charge of safety during the spirit hunt were summoned, but even Ning Xin, Yin Yen, Fan Jin, and even the vice-headmaster were brought in together. What a grand gathering of elites! Besides those people who had been expelled, another 4 disciples from the branch division are currently making their way over here. There is another disciple who is not within the academy at the moment. Fan Qi tried to explain, as he wiped off the sweat from his brow. The person who was missing was Jun Xie, whom Gu Lisheng had officially accepted just yesterday. But when he had sent people over to locate him, those people had come back with the news that Jun Xie had gotten leave from Gu Lisheng and was not in the academy today. Long Qi did not answer Fan Qi immediately but paused and looked at Jun Wuxie. And after Jun Wuxie nodded satisfactorily, Long Qi finally turned to Fan Qi and said, "This will do." Fan Qi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Ning Xian's face was pale, and her eyes were not entirely focused. She allowed herself to be led by Yin Yen to stand among the group. Looking at the state she was in, it was obvious that she had not yet recovered from the trauma she suffered yesterday, and she was still forced to come. Still feeling like her strength had been completely sapped, she raised her eyes to look before her. When her eyes saw the figure of Long Qi, her heart jumped. The Rui Lin army really came here. Ning Xian subconsciously turned to look at Ning Rui as the fear spread quickly throughout her body. She had thought that the matter would be resolved as her father had planned, and she did not expect that she would be brought here. Ning Rui gave Ning Xian a reassuring gaze, and that helped Ning Xian relax a little. "Say, Senior Ning, what should we do now?" Yin Yen was so terrified he felt his legs had turned to jelly. "What are you afraid of? With my father here, there is nothing to fear." Lu Weijie and the others were already made scapegoats, and they had taken the blame. The Rui Lin army will never take it out on 2 young juniors like us. But. There are no buts. The headmaster is close to my father, and he will surely speak up for us. The Rui Lin army might be powerful, but the Qi kingdom is still a tiny nation. Do I need to remind you that countless numbers of disciples had studied under my father and the headmaster, and those disciples have moved on to serve many powerful countries throughout the lands? Even if the Rui Lin army decides to disregard the Zephyr Academy's reputation, they must at least consider the headmasters and my father's disciples. It is definitely not to their advantage if they insist on pursuing the issue. Ning Xian said through narrow eyes, seemingly trying to reassure Yin Yen, but it was more like she was trying to reassure herself. Ning Xian was actually right in her analysis. Just the Zephyr Academy alone might not count for much, but all the disciples that had once received Fan Qi's and Ning Rui's tutelage in the past would now be serving the various mighty powers in every corner of the lands. If their masters were seen to have been bullied or humiliated, those disciples who had once belonged to the Zephyr Academy would definitely defend their masters. Chapter 599, 7th Slap, 6. After hearing Ning Xian's words, Yin Yen was able to breathe a little better. He carefully supported Ning Xian, who was still feeling a little weak, and they stood obediently with the crowd. "Who is that young lady?" Ning Xian asked, looking at Jun Wuxie in the distance, standing right beside Long Qi. Jun Wuxie's flawless face with her unmatchable beauty immediately stung Ning Xian's eyes the moment she spotted Jun Wuxie. Having always been proud of her own looks, Ning Xian was suddenly feeling rather inferior before Jun Wuxie. In terms of both looks and grace, she could not help but feel Jun Wuxie had the upper hand in both of those areas. Nevertheless, Yin Yen shook his head. He had never seen Jun Wuxie before. This gentleman here is our Zephyr Academy's vice headmaster, Ning Rui. Fan Qi introduced Ning Rui with an awkward laugh as he pulled his fellow disciple out from the crowd to come before Jun Wuxie and Long Qi, where he said to Ning Rui, "And here are our two distinguished visitors. This gentleman here is Long Qi, a general with the Rui Lin army, and the lady here is the young miss of the Lin Palace, Jun Wuxie." Ning Rui was inwardly shocked, and he quickly hid the surprise in his eyes as he greeted the guests. A distance away, Fan Qi's formal introduction had caused a particular person's eyes to widen with alarm. When Fan Jin received the summons, he had just awoken from his drunken stupor and his mind was still rather groggy and he was still barely conscious as he was being dragged here. Before he could figure out what was really going on, his ears had suddenly heard the words, "the young miss of the Lin Palace, Jun Wuxie." That had startled him and he raised his head immediately to take a clear look at the young girl beside Long Qi. It was just one gaze, and Fan Jin found that he could not take his eyes off what he saw. The sun's rays were shining upon the unbelievably beautiful girl, its soft light seemingly enveloping the figure in a warm golden glow. Her long hair was dark as ink, as strands of colored silk ribbons weaved among those luxurious tassels, falling lightly upon her back. Her skin was snowy white, aglow with a faintly pinkish tinge. On that exquisite little face, he could almost feel the frosty chill, obviously expressing unapproachability, that made people stay away. That one unintentional peek made Fan Jin unable to ever erase this mesmerizing image from his mind. In the future, even with the long grinding passage of time, he had not able to wipe away this scene he witnessed today, which would stay fresh in his mind. That was Jun Xie. Fan Jin's heart shook. The features on that face were completely different, but the chilling frost that showed in those eyes were nevertheless so familiar to him. He had known that Jun Wuxie was a girl, but he had never for a moment thought that her real appearance would be so astounding. He finally understood why the men from the Rui Lin army had disregarded Ning Rui's beauteous looks. When before Jun Wuxie, Ning Xian's bit of beauty would be just like a withered flower that had fallen to the ground, becoming not even worth mentioning. Fan Jin stood rooted to the ground, and he could not recover from his shock for a long while. Basically everyone who had been involved are already here. We have discussed about the matter and we have taken the necessary actions. I wonder if this is to Miss Jun's satisfaction. Fan Qi said carefully, looking anxiously at Jun Wuxie. The girl was obviously younger than both his sons, but she somehow made Fan Qi extremely tensed. "Dare I ask, what actions did the distinguished academy take?" Jun Wuxie asked, completely unmoved. "Cough together with their leader, Lu Weijie, the guilty bunch of disciples have been driven out from the Zephyr Academy and never allowed to return. And I have already stated formally to other academies, and written a scathing critique of their undesirable traits and character. I believe that will teach them a good lesson." Fan Qi reported honestly. One of Jun Wuxie's eyebrow raised, and the corners of her mouth hinted of a sneer. "And that is what the headmaster deems appropriate." Fan Qi gulped, and hesitated a moment before he nodded. Jun Wuxie gave out a chilling laugh and said, "Disciples from your distinguished academy attempted to murder our men from the Rui Lin army in the cloud-treading peak. Your distinguished academy promised us then that your disciples would be brought back and properly dealt with, and promised that we would be satisfied with it. But now that the academy has gone back on their word, would you like to take a guess whether I am satisfied?" Jun Wuxie's tone when she spoke had always been cold. And now, the chill in her voice was even colder and more intense, which made everyone there shudder suddenly. Chapter 600, 7th Slap, 7. What did we do that caused you to feel that we have gone back on our word? Fan Qi wiped at his brow once again that was sweating profusely. Jun Wuxie's frosty eyes swept over the gathered crowd without giving Fan Qi a single word of reply when her gaze suddenly stopped, fixed on a person among the mass of disciples. "Your subordinate awaits your orders. Go." Long Qi's clean and clear voice had barely faded when his towering frame had already whizzed like a whirlwind, and shot himself right into the crowd. A series of surprised shrieks ensued, and quick as lightning, Long Qi grabbed two people from among the disciples and whizzed back to come before Jun Wuxie once again. Two wailing cries sounded suddenly. The two people found themselves being carelessly thrown before Jun Wuxie's feet, and they started trembling uncontrollably. The two figures who were thrown like rag dolls onto the ground were in fact Ning Xian and Yin Yan. Never did they for a moment think that they would be picked out by Long Qi himself and thrown into such a humiliating position under the watchful eyes of all the other gathered disciples. When Ning Rui saw that his daughter was treated in such a manner, his face immediately changed and he stepped up at once. "Miss Jun, what is the meaning of this?" Jun Wuxie's mouth curled up with a hint of a sneer and said, "What do I mean? Isn't it just too painfully obvious? The few of you just decided on your own that by expelling a few disciples, the matter would then be resolved. And you are still blatantly hiding the real mastermind behind this whole plot right here. What? Do you really think that just because our Rui Lin army is from the faraway Qi kingdom, you can just brush the whole matter off so easily?" As she spoke, Jun Wuxie bent down and grabbed a whole bunch of Ning Xian's hair and gave a sharp tug as she straightened up. The sharp searing pain that tore through her scalp made Ning Xian scream and wail pitifully. Yin Yan, who was right beside her, was crying from fear as he curled up and made himself appear as small as possible, tears and mucus flowing down his face. "Stop." Seeing his only daughter mistreated in such a manner by Jun Wuxie, Ning Rui's eyes were aflame. "Stop." Jun Wuxie gave out a chilling laugh. "I gave all of you a chance. If all of you had handled the matter fairly and impartially, I would not have pursued the matter. But it is clear that only the accomplices were dealt with and the mastermind behind all of it hidden and concealed, to cover up the truth. Do you need me to remind you? The two culprits ultimately guilty of deliberately luring in a guardian-grade spirit beast in an attempt to murder the members of the Rui Lin army and the cloud-treading peak are these two people still right here. Is this the reply you are giving us?" Upon hearing Jun Wuxie's words, an uproar erupted from the crowd all around them. Those words that Lu Weijie had said when he left had inexorably planted a seed of suspicion in all the disciples' hearts then, and everything that Jun Wuxie said today had just reaffirmed Ning Xian's and Yin Yan's crimes from suspicions to fact. Yin Yan and Ning Xian had belonged to the same team as Lu Weijie during the spirit hunt. While every single member of that team with the exception of these two, had all been expelled and driven out of the Zephyr Academy, who still remained here, made the circumstances surrounding the matter deeply suspicious. Miss Jun must have misunderstood. The matter has nothing to do with these two people. It was all Lu Weijie's doing. Ning Rui said, trying very hard to suppress the rage welling up within. Ning Xian's hands were clasped over her head and trembling like a quail hatching, and she rushed to parrot what Ning Rui said. It was Lu Weijie. Lu Weijie did it all. I have nothing to do with it. Oh. Jun Wuxie tugged sharply with her hand. Ning Xian was screaming so badly she could not say another word. If I remember it correctly, this lady here is the only daughter of the Zephyr Academy's vice-headmaster, am I right? And the other one groveling on the floor there would be her sidekick. The words the Zephyr Academy are telling us might sound very nice and pleasing, but in reality, aren't you all showing yourselves to be just as capable of abusing your powers and position to protect your personal interests? Nangong Su, get your sorry self right here this instant. Jun Wuxie demanded loudly in a chilling tone. Even Nangong Su was shocked and he hurriedly stepped forward. You knew exactly what transpired that day, tell it to your vice-headmaster, what exactly happened then? Jun Wuxie sneered. Chapter 601, 7th Slap, 8. Nangong Su's face was already bathed in a layer of cold sweat. He had reported every single detail faithfully to the headmaster and the vice-headmaster that day. Although he was not in complete agreement with the way the two headmasters had dealt with the matter, it was nevertheless beyond his position to interfere. Nangong Su was still agonizing on how to formulate a suitable response when he noticed Long Qi's hand that was clasped around the handle of the sword hanging from his hip suddenly tensed, and that 2 inches of the gleaming steel had been exposed above the scabbard. The insinuation was clear. Nangong Su gulped. He had no choice but to truthfully relate all the events that had taken place that day in front of everybody. He repeated what he had reported previously, word for word, without changing a single syllable. Everything from the moment Nangong Su led his team into the Battle Spirits Forest to seek out Lu Weijie, and when Lu Weijie had revealed the truth of the matter to him, including the period after he had escorted Lu Weijie, Ning Xin, and the others back to the Zephyr Academy, without forgetting to mention the discussion between the two headmasters. Not a single detail was left out, and everything was revealed clearly. Fan Qi's face was filled with guilt while Ning Rui was red with rage. The disciples surrounding them were all whispering in hushed tones, causing an incessant murmur that made people's mind hum. Senior Lu was actually made a scapegoat. It is now obvious that Ning Xin had been the one that initiated the whole thing, but Senior Lu was made to bear the blame. Well, Ning Xin is the vice headmaster's daughter, and she comes from a prosperous family background. How can ordinary disciples compare to her? How shameless can she be? She actually attempted to murder people and loot their bodies after that. And now she is in hot soup with the Rui Lin army and the cloud-treading peak. The vice headmaster is always portraying an image of being dignified and incorruptible all this time. I never would have thought that he would be capable of such despicable acts of backstabbing. The continuous tirade of debates rose, and in just a few quick moments, Ning Rui's and Ning Xion's reputation had fallen lower than the deep ravines. Ning Rui felt like he should offer some retort, but there was nothing he could say. It had happened so suddenly then, although he had taken quick measures to try to fix the issue, there were several areas that he had not been able to cover up quickly enough. And now, Jun Wuxia had been able to fully use them and turn them all against him, and it was now impossible for him to regain control of the situation. This is the response that your esteemed academy is giving to us, is that right? Jun Wuxia gave another chilling laugh. Her eyes looked past Fan Qi, looking straight at Ning Rui. It was a great big misunderstanding. That was just pure slander that Lu Weijie spouted out because he was angry for being expelled. Ning Rui attempted to make a final struggle upon seeing his own daughter's deathly pale face, and his heart wrenched to see her in such a pitiful state. Misunderstanding. Are you telling me that the men from both the Rui Lin army and the cloud-treading peak are all falsely accusing the academy as well? Or do you think that besides you and your daughter, everyone's in cahoots to deliberately make things difficult for you? Jun Wuxia had no intention of letting Ning Xin off easily this time. She then turned to Fan Qi. What does the headmaster have to say to this? Fan Qi was already drenched in his own sweat. He knew the truth behind the whole matter. He had only agreed to cover it up because Ning Rui had pleaded so badly. Now that Jun Wuxia had uncovered everything before everyone here, he found himself at a complete loss. It wasn't me. It's really not me. It was Yin Yan. Yin Yan was the one who lured that spirit beast in. I had nothing to do with it. Realizing that she was about to be declared guilty, Ning Xin was suddenly completely terrified. She couldn't care less about anything else and just pointed at the desperately cowering figure of Yin Yan and screamed. Yin Yan was already so hopelessly terrified that he could not move when he heard Ning Xion's accusation. He lifted his head in shock and his face was suddenly filled with utter disbelief. He would never have dreamed that Ning Xion would pin all the blame on him like this. Yin Yan, I saw how pitiful you were then and I begged my father to protect you. I had not thought that it would cause my father to be implicated into the matter. I was too soft-hearted. This really has nothing to do with me and my father. Ning Xin on the spur of the moment, quickly decided to shift all responsibility onto Yin Yan, her eyes suddenly vindictive and venomous. Chapter 602, 7th Slap, 9. One of Jun Wuxia's eyebrow raised as she looked at Ning Xin putting up her last struggles. Yin Yan fell back sitting on the floor, his face filled with despair and disbelief. He stared at Ning Xin blankly, looking like he had not known Ning Xin before. Was this girl before his eyes, who seemed to be almost losing her mind, really Senior Ning, who had once pulled him back from the abyss? Every word that Ning Xin uttered with her accusation was really driving Yin Yan to tip over the edge. At that moment, Long Qi saw the look in Jun Wuxia's eyes and he strode one big step forward and reached out his hand, wanting to grab Yin Yan. Yin Yan quickly snapped back to his senses and backpedaled with all four of his limbs. It wasn't me. It's not me. Senior Ning, why are you doing this to me? I have always obediently listened to you. You had wanted me to go around and spread vicious rumors about Jun Xie, and then asked me to encourage Li Zimu to smear Jun Xie's name. I did everything as you told me to do. Thereafter, you had asked me to make use of Jun Xie's detested name to discredit Fen Jin, which I carried out as you said as well. Why would you do this to me now? I have been absolutely loyal to you all this time. Yin Yan was overwhelmed by the horror he felt at that moment, and he carelessly spilled everything about Ning Xin giving him orders to carry out all those misdeeds. He was afraid, he was deeply afraid. Back at the Battle Spirits Forest, his had completely lost his nerve. After returning back to the Zephyr Academy, he found that he had completely lost his courage. Every time he saw Jun Xie, he had found himself completely overcome in indescribable fear. Long Qi was standing right before his eyes, and he looked absolutely terrifying. Yin Yan had no doubt that if he did not try to defend himself from the accusation, that towering giant of a man would most definitely kill him. It was plainly you were the one that wanted to get rid of Fan Jin, you were the one that wanted the men from the Rui Lin army and the cloud-treading peak killed. I had nothing to do with it. I was just following your orders. Ning Rui had known the very moment that Ning Xin pushed all the blame onto Yin Yan, that was a great mistake. But he was not given the time to stop it, and Yin Yan, who was completely gripped by fear, started to reveal every detail. Ning Rui quickly turned pale at that moment. It's over. Everything's over. After Yin Yan was made to completely everything, he wouldn't be able to save Ning Xin anymore. Yin Yan's words had not only caused the Ning father and daughter's faces to turn ashen, but it almost caused Fan Qi, who had tried so hard to protect them, to fall a step back in shock. What did you just say? Get rid of Fan Jin? What is really happening? Fan Qi stared at Yin Yan, his entire body suddenly trembling. Yin Yan knew that he and Ning Xin now were already irreconcilable, and if he continued to help her hide the truth, he would be the one that would be killed. He quickly crawled and scrambled to come beside Fan Qi's feet and wailed, "It's Ning Xin." Ning Xin was jealous of Senior Fan. Ever since Jun Xie had been admitted into the academy, she had continued to spread vicious rumors about him. She wanted to use the rumors surrounding Jun Xie to drag Senior Fan into the mud together. During the spirit hunt, she had even arranged for people to attempt to kill Senior Fan. Headmaster. I will talk. I will tell you everything. Please spare me my life. I was bewitched by Ning Xin. Do you believe that a mere ordinary disciple like me would be able to carry out such a brutal and crazy deed? Fan Qi looked up, his eyes aggrieved and in pure disbelief, as his gaze turned to Ning Xin. It could be said that he had watched Ning Xin grow from a baby into the blossoming lady today. She and Fan Zhuo had been close in age, and they had been betrothed to each other from a young age. All this time, Fan Qi had always treated Ning Xin just like he would his own daughter. Hence, such thoughts had never crossed his mind once. Ning Xin was actually so jealous of Fan Jin that it had grown into hatred. And she had even gone to the extent of making an attempt on Fan Jin's life. Little Jin, is what he is saying really true? Fan Qi could not believe everything that was happening. He could only turn his head back and look at his son, who was remaining stoically silent. Chapter 603, 7th Slap, 10. Fan Jin clenched his jaw tightly as he looked at Fan Qi, and slowly lowered his head quietly without saying a word. His solemn silence spoke loudly to Fan Qi as an affirmation to his query. A thunderbolt struck Fan Qi's mind at that moment, and his body swayed alarmingly. Fan Jin rushed up to hold his father. My little Xin, why did you do that? Why? Fan Qi felt like his heart was going to break as he looked at Ning Xin, and his eyes grew red-rimmed. Ning Xin's eyes were wide with terror. She had not expected things to turn out this way. She never would have thought that Yin Yan, who had always obeyed her every order, would suddenly turn around and bite her at such a critical time, and had even revealed all her other treacherous schemes from before. Things have come to such a stage that even if Jun Wuxie were to spare her, Fan Qi would not allow her to remain here. Moreover, all the disciples of the Zephyr Academy were now looking at her with utter contempt and disgust in their eyes. It's over. All over. Everything that she had pursued all this time had come to an end at this very moment. Feeling her whole world crumbling to dust, she turned discreetly to look at Ning Rui. And what she saw in Ning Rui's eyes drove her further into despair. Father had decided to abandon her. That's right. She no longer had any way out. The moment that Yin Yan had revealed everything, it had killed all her chances of being able to get out of this alive. Take the first step wrong, and all subsequent steps go awry. If she had not made use of Jun Xie to bring discredit to Fan Jin, they would not have been so detested. Then, Fan Jin's team during the spirit hunt would not have suffered from failing to recruit disciples to join them as members, and they would not have joined up with the purple spirits hidden in the branch division. Finally, they wouldn't have stumbled into the scene when she had tried to get the Rui Lin army soldiers killed. If their team had not appeared, the Rui Lin army soldiers would have definitely succumbed to the Guardian-grade spirit beast's assault. And that day's events would forever remain unknown, and she would have remained being the senior Ning that all the other disciples worshipped and respected. Ning Xin had given up on struggling, as she smiled bitterly at her total and complete defeat. Since things have come to such a stage, will our two headmasters have anything else to say? Jun Wuxie raised her head to ask of Ning Rui and Fan Qi. Fan Qi only closed his eyes and did not have much to say. His was still feeling extremely hurt by Ning Xin's betrayal. Ning Rui's face was dark. He suddenly took a step forward with his hand highly raised, and slapped Ning Xin hard across her face. Blasphemy! To think that you would do something so perverse, inhuman, disloyal, and unfilial. I, Ning Rui, no longer has such a despicable and completely shameless daughter. Ning Rui's slap had really put in a considerable amount of strength into that slap. The corner of Ning Xin's mouth had split and a bright red trail of blood was flowing down to her chin. A glaringly raw and red palm print was highly visible on Ning Xin's face, and that slap had also smashed any last hope that she had held. Miss June. I, Ning Rui, have not brought my daughter up well, and it had allowed her to stir up such a terrible disaster to befall on your men. From today onwards, Ning Xin will no longer be Ning Rui's daughter, and Miss June can deal with her as you deem fit. Ning Rui walked over to come stand before Jun Wuxie, and declared solemnly. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed slightly as she observed Ning Rui's actions, and chilling contempt flashed in her eyes. That was a valiant attempt at trying to gain ground by retreating. If she had been anyone else, and was made to witness Ning Rui's attitude, coupled with seeing the suffering Ning Xin so badly hurt, that person might just soften and decide to just sternly admonish Ning Xin and let her go with a slap on the wrist. Jun Wuxie had never liked to make her moves according to conventional norms. Since the vice headmaster has given his word, I shall repay your grace by complying with what you said. The corners of Jun Wuxie's mouth turned up once again, in an wicked arc. Arrest Ning Xin and deal with her under martial law. Jun Wuxie ordered, and with a flick of her tiny hand, she threw Ning Xin, who was already scared witless, to Long Qi. Long Qi quickly grabbed Ning Xin by the shoulder and answered firmly, "It will be done." Ning Rui's heart sank as he heard Jun Wuxie's words. He had intended to take another attempt to save Ning Xin, but he had not expected that Jun Wuxie would give such an unusual response. Chapter 604, 7th Slap, 11. He had already played the role of a physically and mentally exhausted father so brilliantly and had fully immersed himself into it, but Jun Wuxie was still not moved in the least. Long Qi gave out a command and two Rui Lin army soldiers slipped off their horses immediately and quickly came in through the Zephyr Academy's gates. Both the two soldiers were each seen to be holding a wooden paddle 6 foot long and 2 inches thick as they had strode in. At the sight of the two Rui Lin army soldiers, Ning Rui felt as if his world seemed to be darkening as a sense of ominous premonition filled his heart. As per our martial law, the punishment is 30 lashes of the whip, with 100 paddles. Long Qi said emotionlessly. 30 lashes 100 paddles. When all the disciples of the Zephyr Academy heard those numbers, they turned to look at the two big and burly soldiers from the Rui Lin army, and a tingle crawled over their scalps. With Ning Xin's young and feminine body, it was deemed she would not be able to hold up through the ordeal. Just either one of the punishments alone would be able to take her life. No, Ning Xin shaking like a leaf as she looked at the two approaching soldiers. The huge and heavy paddles sent chills up her spine. She had thought that even if she was to die for a crime, it would be by a clean thrust of a sword. Never had she guessed that Jun Wuxie had no intentions of letting her die so easily. Long Qi's steel grip was clasped upon Ning Xin's shoulder, his strong hand holding Ning Xin from struggling. Even summoning every single ounce of strength she possessed, Ning Xin wasn't able to move an inch away from the horrifying sight approaching her. The force pressing down on her shoulder made Ning Xin unable to resist and she was forced to remain pressed to the ground. Her eyes were wide open and horror-filled. The place was filled with the disciples of the Zephyr Academy and everyone was staring at her, seeing her in such a humiliating and sorry state. All the disciples that she had always felt were unworthy of her notice. Begin. Long Qi shouted. The two strong and burly soldiers standing on each side of Ning Xin raised their paddles gripped in their hands and smashed them down mercilessly. Bam! The paddle landed on flesh, and the smack sounded clearly in the air. The loud noise frightened all the youths gathered and they could not help but shiver uncontrollably. Arg! The first smack of the paddle already gave Ning Xin unbearable pain. Her face was suddenly drained of blood and her tears flowed down her cheeks unbridled. The soldiers from the Rui Lin army showed no mercy and did not hold back the slightest. The paddles went up and down, alternately smashing onto Ning Xin's body, a chilling sight. With just a few strokes of the paddle, Ning Xin's buttocks were already bleeding. The bright red blood stained through her clothes and with the intense pain being inflicted, her body was convulsing. She gritted her teeth and her hands clawed the air in vain as she struggled to escape. Long Qi lowered himself and held down Ning Xin's shoulders firmly, not giving her any opportunity to struggle free. The thick and heavy paddles rose and fell, stained red with blood. Blood droplets sprayed and fell around the two soldiers. On the pristine white marble floor of the Zephyr Academy, red spots appeared, and soon a chilling scarlet flower of blood blossomed on the marble, creating a truly grisly sight. Ning Xin already did not possess enough strength to even groan and she had clenched her jaw so tight that a trail of blood had seeped out from the tiny gaps between her teeth, and through the corner of her split mouth, to drip upon the ground below her. Her eyes were red and bloodshot, and under all the madness, she could still see the many faces surrounding her all around. Don't look at me, don't look at me. Why would you torture me like that? Why put me into such a miserable state? Even in death, why can't I be granted a quick death? The extreme pain she was feeling in her lower body caused her body to be bathed in cold sweat. She could just imagine how wretched and disgusting she must look now. All this time, she had been most concerned of her image. And today, all of that had, before the eyes of all the disciples of the academy, been completely destroyed. The acute pain and the devastating humiliation she was suffering under made Ning Xin wish fervently that she could just die at that very instant. Chapter 605, 7th Slap, 12. Even though the two soldiers from the Rui Lin army were merciless, they knew exactly what they were doing. Although their swings of the paddle tore her flesh and broke her bones, they would not allow Ning Xin to breathe her last. The full punishment of 100 paddles and 30 lashes must be meted out in its entirety, and they would not allow Ning Xin to escape a single strike. As venomous as Ning Rui was, he was nevertheless still shocked by what he was seeing. He stared panic-stricken at Ning Xin, whose lower body was already a bloody mass, unable to believe that was his beautiful daughter, lying on the ground. He wanted to go forward, but was cowered into submission and he could only watch on with his own eyes as Ning Xin suffered under the merciless beating. 100 paddles, and meted out by burly soldiers. Even the average man might not be able to survive it, but Ning Xin managed to barely hold up through the 100 paddles. After the beatings from the paddle, Ning Xin felt like she would die from the unbelievable pain that wrecked at her, but somehow, she was still able to retain a sliver of consciousness. And it was that same sliver of consciousness that cruelly made her suffer, a fate worse than death. The excruciating pain wrecking at her person felt as if her spine was being crushed bit by bit. Ning Xin lifted up by the two soldiers from the Rui Lin army. Her lower body was already a gory mess and although her breath came in weak gasps, she was still aware and conscious. Her long hair was badly messed up and hung in wisps all over her, with clumps stuck onto the bloody mess around her lower body. The 100 paddles were finished, and next would come the 30 lashes of the whip. And Long Qi would personally serve out the whipping. Ning Xin raised her head weakly, and looked past Long Qi to see Jun Wuxie standing on one side. She had not thought that she would pull through the 100 paddles. She had assumed that she would have died while undergoing the punishment, but unexpectedly, she was still alive. Compared to the 100 paddles, the 30 lashes sounded like it might be less of a torment, and Ning Xin felt a tiny spark of hope ignite from within the overwhelming despair enshrouding her. Jun Wuxie had only ordered for her to be punished according to the Rui Lin army's martial law. Would that mean that if she manages to survive through it all, she would be able to live? She saw a thin sliver of light from within the encompassing doom and Ning Xin could not help herself but allow herself to yearn to live. And that longing made her mind incomparably conscious, which would force her to feel every ounce of the torment that was to come right after. With her mind cleared, Ning Xian spotted something that was previously hidden. When saw the tiny head of a little black cat peek out from within Jun Wuxie's sleeves, Ning Xian's mind exploded with an astounding revelation. That little black cat was only as big as a person's palm. Hidden within Jun Wuxie's wide and voluminous sleeves, it had remained well hidden from everyone where Jun Wuxie stood. It was only from the angle where she was that she could see. Upon the sight of the little black cat, Ning Xian suddenly found herself frozen. The pain upon her body was dulled by the shocking realization, and she felt a cold freezing chill run through her. All this while in the Zephyr Academy, there was only one person, who no matter where he went, would always have his ring spirit which resembled a little black cat, by his side. Ning Xian's eyes widened in incredulity. At that moment, she finally realized that all her previous acts had been done in hopeless futility. Besides their looks, she realized that Jun Xie and Jun Wuxie differed only by a single character. Their body shape and size were extremely similar, and especially those cold and penetrating eyes, they were in actuality one and the same. Jun Xie was in reality Jun Wuxie. That brat that had been thoroughly despised by everyone within the Zephyr Academy all this time was in fact the young miss of the Rui Lin army. No wonder. No wonder when they were in the Battle Spirits Forest, Jun Xie had suddenly rushed in to save Long Qi and his men. Ning Xian wanted to laugh, but the excruciating pain that was still bashing at her did not allow her enough energy to even open her mouth to speak. She was only able to stare at Jun Wuxie with her eyes, as they flashed with unimaginable hatred and helplessness. It dawned on her that the first step she took then couldn't have been more wrong. Jun Wuxie wasn't just a disciple that Gu Lixing favored, she was the young miss of the Lin Palace as well. Chapter 606, 7th Slap, 13. Yin Yan's earlier betrayal when he had revealed everything with his accusations, had already sealed her fate of damnation. Just before she had realized Jun Wuxie's identity, Ning Xian had still held a sliver of hope. But now, she had fallen into the deepest pits of despair. Jun Wuxie would never allow her to live, never. Ning Xian at that moment was filled with utmost regret. If she had known of Jun Wuxie's identity earlier, she wouldn't have dared to offend someone like Jun Wuxie for anything in the world. However, her regret had come much too late. Nobody had thought that Ning Xian would survive till now. Ning Rui, who had decided to give up on Ning Xian earlier, suddenly thought of the same thing his daughter had considered earlier. He wanted to speak, but hesitated repeatedly. Finally, he could not hold himself back and he stepped forward to ask, "Miss Jun?" Jun Wuxie shot Ning Rui a scathing glance. Although Ning Xian had committed an unpardonable crime, but blood is nevertheless still thicker than water. "I might have said I'll disown this daughter of mine, but may I ask Miss Jun that if Ning Xian manages to live through the Rui Lin army's punishment under martial law, would that mean that she is absolved thereafter?" Ning Rui was feeling rather edgy being under Jun Wuxie's gaze. Jun Wuxie averted her gaze and said emotionlessly, "Yes." Ning Rui secretly sighed in relief. Everyone present would all feel the same. After having survived the most brutal 100 paddles, she just might be able to make it through the next 30 lashes of the whip. Ning Xian saw Ning Rui putting up his last struggles, and her eyes filled further with despair. How she wished she could tell her father that she had no chance to live. She wanted to tell Ning Rui that the coldly arrogant young miss of the Jun family before them was the very same person that Gu Lixing had personally invited to return back to the spirit healer faculty, the very same Jun Xie. The reason that Jun Xie had suddenly left the Zephyr Academy was no coincidence, but a situation that had been carefully planned out by Jun Wuxie, in order for her to appear here today using her real identity, to execute the punishment due on those that had stirred up the murder within her. Ning Xian tried to open her mouth despite the pain it brought her, but she found that her dry and parched throat would not even make a single sound. "Long Qi, begin." Jun Wuxie was not in the mood to hear any more of Ning Xian's nonsense and gave her order curtly. The other end of the long whip gripped in Long Qi's hand ripped through the air with a loud whistling crack, as it shot straight towards Ning Xian. The first strike of the whip cracked upon the face that Ning Xian had always thought was irresistibly beautiful. The wicked sting from the single lash added a deep red gash on Ning Xian's face suddenly. The bloody gash opened up from above the bridge of her nose and tore all the way through her cheek, ending at her shoulder blade. Ning Xian gave out in terribly anguished wail, her voice sounded hoarse and broken as the scream tore out of her throat. Nothing else would have caused her more suffering than destroying her beautiful face that she was so proud of. The burning pain on her face stung endlessly, reminding her of the fact that her looks had been completely destroyed with that single strike from the whip. Her beautiful features had been taken from her mercilessly. The whip in Long Chi's hand continued to fly. No one knew whether it was done intentionally, but with every crack of the whip, the tip would always find itself over a part of Ning Xin's tiny face. Although it hurt less than it would have if the whip had struck the body, but a lady's flesh was most tender on the face and would not stand up to the lash of a whip. In mere moments, Ning Xin's face that had been considered beautiful and alluring was already crisscrossed with red gashes left by the whip. The torn flesh left gaping wounds and blood flowed freely down. The number of wounds grew and began to fill on her face. The once pretty looks had completely disappeared under the glaring blood-red mess. Witnessing such a young, alluring and delicate beauty turning into a hideous monster that now looked a nightmare made all the disciples of the Zephyr Academy cover their mouths, hiding the screams that threatened to burst out of their throats. It's just too wicked. Women lived by their looks. Chapter 607, 7th Slap, 14. This chapter contains rather gory descriptions. Reading discretion is advised for those a little squirmy or those with rich vivid imaginations. You have been warned. In an era where a woman's worth was judged largely based on beauty and poise, which girl, especially one who was just budding in her youth, would not treasure her looks? However, Long Chi's mercilessly cruel whip seemed wholly intent on completely destroying that beautiful but hypocritical face. Ning Xin was crying blood in her heart, pleading and begging, for all the countless pairs of judgmental eyes directed at her were seemingly telling her how hideous and repulsive she was looking now. Do not look. Do not look, please. Ning Xin was screaming in her mind. Her looks, her pride, were being crushed into dust at that moment. Everything she held dearest to her heart was being torn away from her. And in this moment where she was at her most wretched, and with all of the humiliation done upon her exposed before all the disciples of the Zephyr Academy, she had nowhere to hide. Her hypocrisy was opened up for all to see, her beautiful looks were being destroyed, and there was almost not a single portion of the flesh on her body that was still whole. The way Ning Xin looked at that moment was even more hideous and more disgusting than the filthy wart-covered beggars in the streets. 30 lashes. Long Chi was already at 29. Although Ning Xin was undeniably weak, but none of the individual wounds inflicted on her was singularly mortal. Ning Rui had his fists tightly clenched, and the rage and hatred he harbored in his heart made him feel like he would like nothing more than to shred and tear Jun Wuxia and the others into pieces where they were standing. One more lash, just one more. It will be fine, things will turn out fine. As long as Ning Xin retains her life, he would have many ways to let her regain everything. Even though they would not be able to remain in the Zephyr Academy, there were many other better places he could place her in. As long as she pulls through this last lash, he can still turn everything around. Ning Rui's fists were clenched so tightly his knuckles had turned white. He stared at the long whip in Long Chi's hand. He was preparing himself. The moment that last lash of the whip landed, he would rush in to rescue Ning Xin. As Long Chi was throwing out the final swing of his arm for the last lash of the whip, he suddenly pulled back. After a moment's hesitation, he suddenly raised his arm once more. That last lash did not fly towards Ning Xin's face or her torso, but was aimed right around the hip region. Most of the flesh on the lower body had already been pummeled into a gory mess by the 100 paddles from before, and when the portion of flesh that was still joined was struck by Long Chi's powerful lash of the whip, Ning Xin's body split open and burst with the impact. Ning Xin's body split into two halves, snapped in two at the hip with Long Chi's unnaturally powerful lash of the whip thrown out with all his strength. All the internal organs and intestines spilled out from the split and heaped on the ground. That was the moment that Ning Xin breathed her last. Even till the last moment of death, her eyes had been filled with despair and grudge. Ning Rui's mind exploded. He staggered and fell back a few steps, unable to believe what he was seeing. He had needed to wait for just one final lash of the whip, but that one lash had taken Ning Xin's life. With Ning Xin's body broken in two, even if the gods descended, they would not be able to put her back together. When he had sunk deep in despair, a tiny glimmer of hope had been given to him. At the final moment, that hope had been snatched from him and he was pushed over the edge into the abyss. Ning Rui felt all his strength completely drained from him, and only with the disciples' support was he able to stand. He stared blankly at Ning Xian's body, unable to accept the fact that his daughter had died. The punishment has been executed and the matter is hereby resolved. After having quietly witnessed Ning Xian slowly approach and finally meet her death, and having enjoyed Ning Rui's current look of utter despair on his face, Jun Wuxia lightly stated in a condescending tone to bring the issue to a close. Fan Qi's face was white as a ghost. Although he had just come to realize Ning Xian's duplicity and vicious nature, but seeing with his own eyes how Ning Xian was slowly tormented till death had still been extremely horrifying and traumatic for him. Throughout the whole time the sentence was being carried out, Jun Wuxia had not even batted an eyelid. Fan Qi was suddenly frightened by the cold callousness of the young miss of the Jun family. Yes, leaning against Fan Jin's support, Fan Qi replied weakly, his voice almost a whisper. Chapter 608, 7th Slap, 15. Fan Qi had been painfully aware that Jun Wuxia had wanted Ning Xian dead right from the start. But Jun Wuxia did not grant Ning Xian a quick and easy death. She had crushed Ning Xian's arrogance and loftiness bit by bit. Jun Wuxia had allowed Ning Xian to harbor a glimmer of hope for survival while Ning Xian was hovering on the verge of death, and just when that hope was clearly so close to fulfillment, Jun Wuxia finally extinguished it, bring her life to an irrecoverable end. Fan Qi could not understand how such a young girl could possibly be so vicious and capable of such cruelty. But the one thing he knew was that after this day, not a single disciple in the Zephyr Academy would dare go against the Rui Lin army again. Not because they possessed the famed reputation of being the most ferocious strike force, but because all of them were now all aware that the Jun family had an incredibly vicious and merciless young miss. Gathered around the humongous gates of the Zephyr Academy, there wasn't a single peep heard from the big crowd of disciples. All of them had been overwhelmed by the shocking scene they had just witnessed and were all frozen stiff from fright. Offend the heavens, offend the earth, never think of offending the Rui Lin army. That became the unspoken consensus among all the disciples of the Zephyr Academy that day. And everything that happened today became an indelible memory, forever burned into the minds of the disciples. Even when many of them gained fame and success in the far future, they were still haunted by an unexplainable deep-seated fear whenever the Rui Lin army and the Lin Palace were mentioned. In the deathly silence, several lively figures suddenly walked in through the Zephyr Academy's main gates. What is going on here? Xiao Chu had detected the pungent smell of blood from far away, and when they arrived at the Zephyr Academy's gates, they were met with a whole company of silver-armored soldiers sitting atop tall warhorses, blocking up the entrance. The Rui Lin army soldiers turned uniformly to stare at Xiao Chu and his gang, their steely gazes giving out an oppressive aura. They were sure about to ask the soldiers to make way when one man among the soldiers suddenly jumped off his tall horse. "Young masters, it's been a long time." The soldier grinned as he said in greeting. Xiao Chu blinked blankly, as he stared at the heroic-looking soldier, racking his brains to think where he could have met someone like this before. Rui Lin army. Aha! We met in the Battle Spirits Forest. Xiao Chu said, roaring with laughter. The teacher who had been tasked with bringing Xiao Chu and his gang here stared, his eyes wide with surprise, when he saw Xiao Chu speaking so familiarly with the soldier from the famously ferocious Rui Lin army, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets when Xiao Chu roared out with laughter before the soldier. The soldier smiled amicably, and when he spotted the shocked teacher eyeing him, he turned and the friendly smile immediately disappeared. Under the soldier's terrifying glare, the teacher immediately shrank back and retreated to one side, not daring to say a single word. Only when the soldier's gaze moved on to survey the rest and he saw Hua Yao, Rong Ruo, and Fei Yan, did the smile come back onto the Rui Lin army soldier's face. "General Long and the young miss are inside, hurry up and go in." Xiao Chu and the others nodded smilingly, and the troops blocking the entrance into the Zephyr Academy immediately shifted to open up a path to allow them passage. After they entered the premises, the soldiers quickly moved back, blocking up the entrance once again. The teacher, who was left outside alone, had no choice but to remain in a corner, not daring to even approach one step closer. Xiao Chu and the others walked quickly into the Zephyr Academy, but they quickly found that a big mass of disciples had congregated around the gates. What they found stranger, though, was that all the disciples were not making a single noise, they just stood in their spots stiffly, their complexion all ashen. What is wrong with all of them? They all seemed like they had seen a ghost. Xiao Chu whispered to the others. They had received a message from one of the teachers earlier, that they were to come to the main division quickly. And the moment they had stepped in here, they had immediately felt that something was amiss. All the other disciples, even upon seeing Xiao Chu and the others come in, had still not said a word. They had only glanced at them once, and quickly turned their heads back to where they had been looking. There were even some disciples who had not been able to stomach the gore, and had run out from among the crowd, and vomited along the wall. Chapter 609, You're Too Hot and Beautiful, 1. Chapter 609, You're Too Hot and Beautiful, 1. God darn. Do I really look that ugly? That guy that actually vomited. Xiao Chu stared vehemently at the disciples who had gone to the walls in groups to vomit, and this one the first time that Xiao Chu grew really doubtful of his own looks. Fei Yan looked at Xiao Chu speechlessly and kindly patted him on the back and said, "You think too much of yourself. I think the reason they are all puking should be because of that." As he spoke, Fei Yan pointed with his finger. Xiao Chu turned in the direction the finger was pointing, and he saw a scene painted in a sea of blood red. In an area clear of disciples just by the gates, there was a badly mutilated corpse that had been broken in two at the hip, lying in the ground in a large pool of blood. Around the grisly corpse lay many of its internal organs and intestines, a truly horrifying and gruesome sight. Xiao Chu stiffened at the gory scene before his eyes. Why did they have to witness such a disgusting sight the moment they just arrived? When Xiao Chu recovered enough to raise his head, he next saw Long Qi, who was standing near the corpse, and when he swung his gaze to look at the next person, Xiao Chu completely froze. A flawless and mesmerizing young girl was standing in the distance, cold and frosty. Her pure white dress struck a stark contrast against the sea of red, but what really struck Xiao Chu most was not that mesmerizing face, but it was the pair of all too familiar eyes. Cold and distant. I am seeing things, Xiao Chu stammered violently as he tried to speak. I see a mesmerizing beauty that has eyes exactly like little Xie. His eyes must be playing tricks on him. Jun Xie might have delicate features, but she didn't possess looks that brought down cities like that. Even if she changed into female clothing, she would at most turn into a delicate beauty, and won't become close to becoming a flawless beauty like this. But, even though their looks shared not a single bit of similarity, how were those eyes making him strongly feel they looked exactly the same? Xiao Chu was not the only one dumbstruck. Hua Yao's, Fei Yan's, and Rong Ruo's expressions were all showing bewilderment and utter disbelief. Just when they were all doubting their own guesses, they suddenly noticed a furry black tail sweep out from within Jun Wuxie's sleeve. That very brief glimpse, however, made all of them gasp. That was definitely the little black cat's tail. Is that really little Xie? Xiao Chu's tongue was getting tangled in his speech. I feel it might just be. Fei Yan's eyes were rather dazed. This is really rather shocking. Rong Ruo struggled to maintain her composure and tried to maintain a calm expression on her face, but the slight twitch that tugged at the corner of her mouth betrayed the shock she was feeling inside. Hua Yao's reaction was the calmest among them, but his slightly widened eyes showed that he did not feel too differently from his other three companions. Wait. Let me calm myself. Xiao Chu stared at Jun Wuxie for a very long while, and he suddenly felt his cheeks burn and his face flushed a bright scarlet. He hurriedly turned his head away and clutched at his chest to say in a low voice, "That's just outrageous. When little Xie sports such a face like that, it's just I was almost cheated myself." With looks that was able to take down cities and ruin nations, it had been hidden under that mask of delicate features all this time. Having gotten so used to Jun Wuxie's altered looks, and seeing her genuine unmasked face now, gave Xiao Chu and the others an unbelievable shock. That is little Xie, that is a unimaginably cruel and vicious little demoness. I must calm myself. That is no ordinary little lass. Xiao Chu was trying his very best to calm his furiously beating heart, that was seemingly threatening to jump out of his chest. He had almost fallen in love at first sight. But he had realized that it was actually Jun Wuxie whom he was terrified of himself. That truth made him see that there was nothing for him to get overly excited about. Before he was even able to savor the marvelous feeling of falling in love at first sight, Xiao Chu was already feeling like he had immediately fallen out of love. Who in the world would be able to tame that little demoness? Chapter 610, You're Too Hot and Beautiful, 2. If she got to know that he had almost developed such impertinent thoughts about her, he would not live long. Can you just be a normal person? Hua Yao said as he gave the overly agitated Xiao Chu a depreciating glance. Xiao Chu took several deep breaths to calm himself before he turned back. But the moment he turned back, he found Jun Wuxia looking right in their direction. Xiao Chu felt his knees go weak. The gaze from a flawless beauty was just impossible to defend against. Xiao Chu and the others were still painfully oblivious to the strange atmosphere in the Zephyr Academy. They were too preoccupied with being shocked by Jun Wuxia's sudden and astounding transformation. Nanggong Su was the one who finally managed to recover adequately after the series of consecutive shocks to his old heart and noticed Xiao Chu and his companions. Remembering that they had been present at the Battle Spirits Forest that fateful day, he strode quickly up to them and said to them, "The few of you, come." Xiao Chu rubbed his nose and all of them followed without a word. Nanggong Su brought them to come stand right before Jun Wuxia, and struggling to maintain his calm, he said to Jun Wuxia, "Miss Jun, these disciples were also present at the scene that day. If there is anything you need to ask them, please ask." The four of them in Xiao Chu and gang stood ramrod straight, stiff as wooden blocks before Jun Wuxia. In such close proximity, Xiao Chu was feeling rather woozy. Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes and swept her chilling gaze lightly over Xiao Chu and the others. Xiao Chu almost swooned. "Long Qi," Jun Wuxia said suddenly. "Here, young Mississippi. Bring these four, I want to interrogate them slowly." When Nanggong Su decided to bring Xiao Chu and the others over, he had thought it might soften the tense atmosphere a little, seeing that Ning Xian's execution had so unnerving. He had not expected Jun Wuxia to still want to pursue the matter so strongly and was capturing the four disciples for her for interrogation. Water that has been thrown, milk that has been spilt, can be retrieved. As were his words. He felt like slapping himself hard. The issue could have been resolved there and then, and who knew what his superfluous actions might lead Jun Wuxia to stir up further. Long Qi nodded, but he turned back when he spotted Yin Yan, who was still kneeling near Fan Qi's feet, and asked Jun Wuxia, "Young miss, what do we do with this one?" Having been pointed out, Yin Yan suddenly shivered. Having witnessed how the Rui Lin army had punished Ning Xian, he had completely lost his courage. When he found himself being singled out by Long Qi, he immediately fell over into a dead faint, foaming at the mouth from fright, his body in spasms, writhing on the ground. Jun Wuxia barely cast Yin Yan a glance and just said, "Bring him as well." Long Qi picked Yin Yan up without a moment's hesitation, grabbing him easily by the collar, like he would a kitten. Without another word, Jun Wuxia turned and began to walk out. Long Qi dragged the unconscious Yin Yan and followed closely behind, while Xiao Chu and his companions trailed behind them. Soon, only the overly startled people from the Zephyr Academy were left. Jun Wuxia stepped out through the Zephyr Academy gates with all the others and immediately mounted their horses to ride off, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Rui Lin army soldiers who were blocking the gates quickly turned and kicked their war mounts into a gallop after them. The dark clouds that loomed over the Zephyr Academy began to gradually disperse, and the heavy hearts held by the Zephyr Academy's disciples slowly lost its weight. "Everyone disperse." Fan Qi gave out a burdened sigh. Everything that had happened today had completely worn him out. The disciples amassed by the gates of the Zephyr Academy started to disperse, many still dazed. It seemed like many of them would be haunted by nightmares that very night. Compared to Ning Xian and Yin Yan's fate, those disciples who were expelled earlier might have been most fortunate. The Rui Lin army did not go far after leaving the Zephyr Academy. They had instead stopped within a tiny woods, and set up camp. Chapter 611, You're Too Hot and Beautiful, 3. Chapter 611, You're Too Hot and Beautiful, 3. The moment Jun Wuxia dismounted from her horse, she went immediately into a tent that had been erected at the side to change into a fresh set of clothes. By the time she came out of the tent, Xiao Chu, Hua Yao, Fei Yan, and Rong Ruo were already standing outside, waiting patiently for her. Meow. The black cat was sprawled upon Jun Wuxia's arm, swishing its tail leisurely, as it stared lazily at Xiao Chu and gang, who were giving Jun Wuxia rather strange looks. Jun Wuxia tilted her head in bewilderment as she looked at her four companions. Their actions seemed normal, but the way they were looking at her was very different from before. Little Xia. Xiao Chu looked at Jun Wuxia hesitatingly, speaking with great caution. Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow. Xiao Chu suddenly felt a warm surge in his nose. He hurriedly clasped his hands over his nose, tilted his head up to look at the sky, and run away in a fluster to the side. June Wuxiez was completely baffled, her eyes filled with uncertainty. What is wrong with him? Fei Yan had been feeling rather nervous. But after seeing Qiao Chu's antics, he suddenly burst out laughing. Dumb Qiao is just acting stupid as usual. Just ignore him. Rong Ruo shook her head in helplessness before she looked at June Xie. I wouldn't have thought that little Xie had such a big surprise for us. Surprise? June Wuxie frowned slightly. You guys came too late. Too late. Rong Ruo was puzzled. Ning Xin was already dead. June Wuxie said in all seriousness. She had intended to treat Qiao Chu and the rest to a good performance, but regretfully, they did not arrive in time. No, not Ning Xin, Rong Ruo wanted to laugh as she looked at June Wuxie. The petite little girl was usually very sharp with her wits, but in some certain aspects, it was a wonder how unbelievably dense she could be. Not her. June Wuxie did not understand. She had thought that the surprise Rong Ruo had mentioned was her punishing Ning Xin. Rong Ruo did not know whether she should be laughing or crying, and she just pointed at June Wuxie's face. June Wuxie raised her hand to touch her face, but did not seem to find anything wrong. Seeing their very own heaven-defying little devil in such a rare display of slow-wittedness, Rong Ruo suddenly doubled up in laughter. My dear young miss. You've misunderstood me. Rong Ruo was still laughing as she lifted June Wuxie's face with her hands. They were both girls and she did not see the need to be inhibited. With such a face that can destroy cities and bring down nations, why did you make yourself look so ugly? Rong Ruo laughed as she spoke. In fact, June Wuxie was not ugly after altering her looks, and could still be considered delicate and attractive. It was just that after seeing her real looks behind that mask, her disguised self could not compare at all, not even a little bit. June Wuxie was surprised. As intelligent as she was, she had not for a moment considered that what Rong Ruo's words were talking about was her looks. Destroy cities and bring down nations. The phrase that she had only heard used by others swam in June Wuxie's mind. In both her past and present lives, she had never once thought to link those words to herself. In her mind, whether a person was beautiful or ugly was not a consideration she used to judge people. As a doctor, no matter who she was looking at, she viewed them with an eye based on how good or bad person was dissected. In regards to how they looked on the outside, she couldn't really care less. Her own face, she had seen it countless times, and she did not see that it was any different from others. See, when you reveal a face like yours so suddenly to us, you have really frightened our dumb Qiao out of his wits. Rong Ruo said with a laugh, finding June Wuxie extremely adorable at that moment, acting just like an ignorant and naive kid, her expression utterly confused. Compared to June Wuxie's usual cold and logical personality, Rong Ruo found the stark contrast just too endearing. I wasn't frightened. Qiao Chu exclaimed, while squatting on the side still holding his nose. With that loud cry, the nosebleed he had tried so hard to stop suddenly surged once more, and flowed back down his throat. The sudden taste of blood in his mouth gagged him and he almost spurted the blood out. Chapter 612, You're Too Hot and Beautiful, 4. Rong Ruo was laughing out aloud. With her face held in Rong Ruo's hands, June Wuxie was frowning slightly, her face still befuddled. She still did not understand what was going on or what had just happened. A genius and an idiot were just differentiated by what they knew. At most times, June Wuxie was an unparalleled genius, but in certain aspects, she was just one big ignoramus. Say, if that bunch of creeps at the Zephyr Academy were to see little Xie allowing her face to be pinched and kneaded being by Rong Ruo like this, I wonder what would their reaction will be like. Fei Yan smiled mischievously as he looked at June Wuxie's baffled look. If not for the fact that they were of a different sex, he would have gone over and pinched June Wuxie's tiny face as well. The little lass was really just too adorable for words. They will just all go mad. Rong Ruo said smilingly. The fact that the very same June Wuxie who had tortured and killed Ning Xin before the eyes of the entire academy in a gory display would allow Rong Ruo to pinch her face so carelessly would definitely be too drastic a difference for the disciples to accept. Brushing her fingers over June Wuxie's soft cheeks, reluctant to let go, Rong Ruo was feeling rather emotional. If she had been a guy, her reaction might have been a lot worse than dumb Qiao. The soldiers of the Rui Lin army were standing guard at the perimeters of the camp. For a distance, they were able to see their own young miss acting so intimately with the group of youths, and their eyes almost fell out their sockets. A few of them who were more brusque, drew their swords fully intent on cutting off those offending paws of Rong Ruo's, but were made to back off meekly upon seeing the chilling stare Long Qi was giving them. The soldiers who got stared at retreated to a corner and squatted together, drawing circles on the ground with their fingers in complaint. Young miss was being defiled by that little brat. How could the general not do anything? Are we to allow our young miss to be abused like this by a bloke like that? They were heartbroken. Their goddess had been desecrated by someone and they weren't even allowed to go chop up the blasphemous culprit. How could the heavens allow it? Long Qi ignored the group of men whose hearts lay broken in pieces scattered over the ground. He only remained in his spot and turned to look solemnly at Jun Wuxie with Rong Ruo and the others, and only his eyes showed a rare moment of laughter. If the Duke and His Highness were to see this scene, it might put their minds a little bit more at ease. It was only after Rong Ruo and the others was done with appreciating Jun Wuxie's face that Jun Wuxie was able to escape. It was not that she disliked Rong Ruo's touch, but it was just that she did not know how to react. She rubbed at her cheeks that were still slightly pink under Rong Ruo's abuse. While Rong Ruo and Fei Yan were still laughing, she walked over, sit down upon a rock. Long Qi came over at that moment, his face stern, unaccustomed to jokes. Young Mississippi. Jun Wuxie was still holding her hands over her cheeks as she looked up. The redness on her skin had slightly faded and now tinged her snowy white complexion a slight pink. The clear eyes on the raised face seemed to have lost a little of the usual cold and distant chill, looking at that moment, very much just like an innocent young girl, a little bumbling and coy. The words in Long Qi's throat were suddenly stuck. He remained stiffened there a long moment before he hurriedly drew in a deep breath, to quell that sudden thumping of his heart. He was finally just beginning to understand why the reactions of those youths had been so intense. The face of their own young miss was really able to deal such an immensely deadly strike. Cough, your subordinate would like to ask our young Mississippi. What should we do with the disciple we brought in from the Zephyr Academy? Long Qi composed himself and carried out his duty. Bring him back. Hand him over to my uncle. Jun Wuxie said nonchalantly. Yin Yan might be a little dumb, but his knowledge in the spirit healing technique was still adequate. She had already gotten Gu Lisheng's affirmation in regards to this. All the disciples in the spirit healer faculty, although not considered outstanding, but out of all of them there, Yin Yan was considered to possess the highest gift for it. The spirit healing technique would be very useful to the Rui Lin army, but as Jun Wuxie was still not able to return to the Qi kingdom, she decided she could put Yin Yan to good use. Who should be kept alive, and who should be disposed of, Jun Wuxie knew it clearly in her mind. Chapter 613, Finally Missing Me. 1. People like Bai Yunxian and Yin Yan who were timid and easily cowed, only needed her to exert adequate pressure and they would be docile and be at your beck and call. As long as they are watched properly, they would not stir up problems. But people like Qin Yuyan and Ning Xin must not be kept alive. Even if you could suppress them for a time, their vicious hearts would ultimately lead them to scheme and plot how they would be able to get out of the quandary. The spirit healing technique is useful. As to how it is to be used, my uncle will know what to do with it. As Jun Wuxie spoke, she pulled out 2 medical prescriptions and handed them to Long Qi. One is poison, one is medicine. Hand them to Mu Chen to control Bai Yunxian and Yin Yan. Mu Chen will be able to produce them. When she had left the kingdom of Qi, she had only provided Bai Yunxian with a half-year's supply of antidote. The time was approaching and if she was not provided with the antidote, Bai Yunxian would die. Other people might not be capable enough to produce the kind of elixirs and poisons developed by her, but Mu Chen would at least be able to accomplish that. Long Qi received the items and kept them securely. Jun Wuxie had never missed a thing in her calculations and was extremely meticulous. He knew he only needed to carry out the orders as instructed. Duke Lin and His Highness has words for me to convey to our young Mississippi. Long Qi said after a short pause. Jun Wuxie's eyes lit up. The Duke and His Highness said that our young miss must put her safety as priority in all her actions. And that they will be waiting for our young miss to return home back at the Lin Palace. Long Qi's voice had suddenly become rather gentle. Jun Wuxie lowered her eyes, trying to suppress the longing in her eyes. All right, tell my grandfather and uncle to rest assured. Long Qi nodded, and silently retreated to one side. Within the woods, the crisp wind was slightly cool as it brushed June Wuxie's cheeks, bringing with it the emotions of longing in her heart. The surroundings became still and quiet. June Wuxie's head was lowered, as she recalled all that had happened in the Lin Palace from before. Uncle, grandfather, and June Wuyao. What are you thinking about? A voice heavily tinged with mirth suddenly sounded behind June Wuxie, a voice she found so familiar. June Wuxie raised her head, greatly startled. In the next moment, she found herself enveloped into a warm and comforting embrace. The familiar scent went up her nostrils, and that smell made her tremble slightly. Was my little Xie thinking of me? A slightly devilish laughter sounded beside June Wuxie's ears and the warm breath tickled the sensitive skin at her neck. Within the encampment, all was deathly silent, all eyes were turned, concentrated on the tall figure who had enveloped June Wuxie into a full embrace. Rong Ruo stood up startled, staring hard at the mysterious man that had previously made her feel so helplessly oppressed with his aura. In the middle of the dense woods, the incredibly and flawlessly handsome man hugged the flawlessly beautiful girl, and they both just stood there quietly, as specks of the sun's rays peeked through the thick canopy of leaves overhead, falling like glittering stars, looking as though the starry sky had descended on earth, to shine and twinkle upon the two figures. Big brother June Wuxie opened her lips slightly, calling out the form of address that had appeared before in her dreams. A series of deep laughter, intoxicated with joy, rumbled from right behind June Wuxie. The man turned the tiny June Wuxie around and slightly lowered his head, pressing his forehead to June Wuxie's, his eyes half narrowed with laughter. Little Xie can actually recognize my voice, I really like that. A devilishly handsome smile that was able to make the heavens and earth lose their luster was suddenly imprinted deep in June Wuxie's eyes. June Wuxie's eyes widened slightly, as her startled gaze took in those perfectly formed features. What? Looking at me like this? Don't tell me, little Xie has really missed me so badly. June Wuyao said mischievously, taunting his startled and frozen little darling. Chapter 614, Finally Missing Me. 2. June Wuxie's eyes blinked a few times, but she did not make a sound and just fell into June Wuyao's embrace, just like a hurt little animal, seeking comfort from the familiar scent. June Wuyao's smile on his face froze a moment. June Wuxie's sudden display of reliance put him into a momentary loss of what to do. The pair of small hands were grasping at his clothes tightly, her soft body pressed onto his expansive chest, the two figures joined in an embrace. They were close enough for June Wuyao to hear the breaths that came with the heaving of her chest. After being frozen for a while, June Wuyao tightened his arms and pulled June Wuxie closer tighty. The smile on his face grew wider, and he rested his chin on June Wuxie's hair, muttering soft whispers, just like one coaxing a young child. Were you bullied? No need to worry, your big brother is here now. With your big brother around, no one will be able to bully you in the slightest. One arm clasped June Wuxie around the waist, holding her near, and his other hand was gently stroking June Wuxie's smooth tresses. That deep and gentle voice soothed and coaxed, and anyone would be intoxicated just from hearing the voice alone. June Wuxie's head that was resting on June Wuyao's chest shook in denial, but she still did not say a word. She had not suffered injustice and no one had bullied her. She only missed home. She missed home, but she could not return. June Wuyao did not know what else to do but only hugged her tight. He did not know why his little darling was being needy this time, but he greatly enjoyed the feeling. He would not mind her being more reliant on him. The picturesque scene of the two figures locked in an embrace under the scatter of sun rays that shone down through the canopy of leaves remained for a long while, as though they were the only two people there. All the other people throughout the set-up camp were holding their breaths, subconsciously afraid to desecrate and despoil the scene of serenity and harmony. Xiao Chu's eyes opened unbelievably wide as he stared at June Wuyao, who was holding June Wuxie in a deep embrace, his eyes showing utter disbelief. His trembling finger was pointed at the two figures as his completely shocked expression turned to look at Hua Yao, who was looking a little inquisitive besides surprise. Damn it! Who is that? He dares to hug little Xie like that. Is he tired of living? Why is little Xie meekly allowing herself to be held like this? I want that too. But I don't dare to even try it. Arf. Hua Yao did not reply, still not fully recovered from the shock, as the scene before their eyes was rather difficult for them to digest. Only Rong Ruo's expression was a little strange. June Wuxie lay in June Wuyao's embrace, indulging in the familiar presence that comforted all her unease and misgivings hidden under her cold and distant facade. She might be able to complete her journey on her own, but she had come to very much cherish the family affections that she had gained after so much hardship. Slightly releasing his arms, he pulled himself from the small figure clasping herself tightly upon his chest, creating a short distance between them. The slight lack of oxygen had made June Wuxie's little face flush red. It made June Wuxie look a little bashful, and seeing that made June Wuyao's heart feel like a cat's claws had just swiped over his heart, wrenching with longing. "Be honest, were you missing me?" June Wuyao said in deliberate low voice, his arms hung around June Wuxie's hips, not allowing her to pull the distance further. June Wuxie's nose was slightly tinged red, and she raised a finger to her nose and nodded almost imperceptibly. She missed home. June Wuyao felt as if he had been fed a mouthful of honey, and his heart warmed. He immediately pulled June Wuxie back into his warm embrace. Hidden in the shadows all this while, Yisha observed all of this in silence. On his perfectly stoic and serious face, no one would have any idea what he was thinking. But he suddenly said to himself involuntarily, "When will my lord learn? Can't he see that the young miss reaction is because she misses home? It is nothing like what my lord is thinking. My lord. Wake up please." The moment he finished his sentence, Yisha stiffened up. He hurriedly clasped his hands over his mouth, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Chapter 615, Finally Missing Me. 3. What was he saying? Why did that feel so natural to say? Yisha was shocked by his own strange actions, and he held his hand clasped over his mouth and went behind a tree to reflect and repent. Cough, young Master Wuyao. After Long Qi watched the two having chatted for a long while, he could not help but step up to approach. It was rather strange. Young Master Wuyao was a member of the June family as well, but Long Qi did not know why the young master was so easily forgotten. If Long Qi did not see June Wuyao's person, he did not seem to remember such a person, but when June Wuyao is standing before him, it just felt everything was as it should be. Thinking back on this, Duke Lin and His Highness had not mentioned anything about young Master Wuyao. June Wuyao was in a rather good mood and did not show a single ounce of displeasure even after being rudely interrupted by Long Qi, and his tall slender frame easily lifted June Wuxie into the crook of his arm. June Wuyao raised an eyebrow. Would young Master Wuyao be returning with us to the Lin Palace? Long Qi inquired solemnly. No, June Wuyao sneered. His darling will not be there. Why would he want to go back to the Lin Palace? Long Qi retreated to the side respectfully and did not say another word. He was well battle-hardened, but without knowing why, when before June Wuyao, Long Qi's heart was always tinged with a sense of fear and respect for June Wuyao, a completely different kind of respect he held for the other members of the June family. June Wuxie allowed herself to be held in June Wuyao's arms and did not show any signs of wanting to break free. Although she was not able to see her uncle and grandfather, being able to see June Wuyao here was still a good thing. With Long Qi having taken the first lead, Xiao Chu and Gang were finally able to bolster enough courage to go up. Little Xie this is? Xiao Chu asked in a trembling voice. Xiao Chu was befuddled as to the reason, but the men before him greatly terrified him. The man's face was all smiles, but he could not help feeling as if he was being eyed by an immensely powerful and terrifying beast, and he could be torn to shreds any time. June Wuyao, my elder brother. June Wuxie gave him a straightforward answer. You're your elder brother. Xiao Chu's mind whirled, but if they were siblings, that would explain why June Wuxie was willing to allow June Wuyao to get so close to her. Although both of them possessed astoundingly and flawlessly beautiful looks, their features were not in the least bit similar. Little Xie, are you sure this is your real brother? Those words, Xiao Chu did not possess the guts to utter them out loud. My humble name is Hua Yao. Fei Yan. Xiao Chu. Rong Ruo. After knowing June Wuyao's identity, Xiao Chu and his gang became less wary. Only Rong Ruo's expression still remained a little complicated. Yan Bugui had told her before that June Wuyao was not someone they could afford to offend, but had not been willing to tell her anything about his identity. Although Rong Ruo had only met June Wuyao once before this, but she held absolutely no doubts about the terrible and unbelievable power the men possessed. Despite the fact that June Wuyao had not shown his power before them, but the strong oppressive aura emanating from the men far surpassed anyone Rong Ruo had ever met. Subconsciously, she knew Jun Weiyao held much more power than Yan Bugui himself. But why would such a man who possessed such heaven-defying strength appear in the lower realm? And how did he become Jun Wuxie's brother? Endless questions quickly filled Rong Ruo's mind, but she did not speak a word about it, and did not even share her doubts with Qiao Chu and the others. As Yan Bugui had clearly left his instructions to her, she was not about to violate them. Jun Weyao's eyes swept over Qiao Chu and the others, and he tilted his head slightly. He beamed as he looked at Jun Wuxie, the smile on his face more intoxicating than any other beautiful scenery. Seems like in the period that I was not around, my little Xie had been living a fulfilling life. Among the 4 companions, there was only one girl. Chapter 616, Finally Missing Me. 4. His little darling had really not been idle during this period. Being under Jun Weyao's gaze, Hua Yao and the others could feel an unseen pressure envelope their bodies, an oppressive aura that almost suffocated them, which immediately made their backs wet with sweat. This man was extremely dangerous. The jet. Black eyes brewed with murder and a dark violet shade gradually appeared over the pure black eyes. Smack. A tiny snowy white hand suddenly covered Jun Weyao's eyes. Jun Wuxie's voice was extremely soft. Jun Weiyao froze, and suddenly broke out in a laugh. He raised his hand and gently removed the tiny hand covering his eyes. The dangerous glint had disappeared from those eyes of his as he turned to Qiao Chu and the others to say, "I'm grateful to all of you for taking care of little Xie all this time." The oppressive pressure on their bodies immediately disappeared without a trace. Qiao Chu and the others gasped heavily for air. Just a moment ago, they had all thought they would be killed. In the brief moment they had realized their lives had been hanging by a thread, they came to realize that this brother of Jun Wuxie's was in no way a simple man. But they were still baffled why he had suddenly wanted to take their lives. The intensity of that oppressive pressure was something Hua Yao and Qiao Chu were most acutely aware of. The brief moment of oppression that Jun Weiyao had released was so much more powerful than what they had felt from those 2 men from the Flame Demon's palace they had met back at the Cloudy Peaks before. This is on a completely different level. That's not true. It was little Xie who was taking care of us instead. Hua Yao was the first to regain his breath. Qiao Chu was just smiling awkwardly at the side, obviously still rather shaken. Jun Wuxie smiled and nodded. Showing he had no intentions of continuing the conversation with Hua Yao and the others, Jun Weiyao carried Jun Wuxie and walked a distance away before sitting down together to rest. He carried out the action so easily it seemed as if Jun Wuxie was completely weightless. "Was little Xie worrying about me earlier?" Jun Weiyao asked, holding Jun Wuxie's small hand. That was the same hand that had covered his eyes earlier, when they were about to change in color. "Just afraid you will frighten them." Jun Wuxie replied nonchalantly. "It wasn't intentional, it was just be reflex." Jun Weyao's identity had always been a mystery. Ever since Jun Wuxie was reborn, she had never heard of anyone who possessed violet eyes. When she thought of the kind of trouble the rarity of owning a plant ring spirit had brought her, she had moved to cover up Jun Weyao's peculiarity without thinking. It wasn't that she did not trust Qiao Chu and the others, but she just didn't want any unnecessary trouble. Jun Weiyao smiled as he lifted Jun Wuxie's little hand, and planted a light kiss on it. His little darling was beginning to want to protect him, and that pleased him greatly. "This is for you." Jun Weiyao clasped Jun Wuxie's hand in his and spread open her palm. With his other hand, he took out a tiny golden bean and put it in her hand. The tiny golden bean was dropped into Jun Wuxie's palm, and a warmth began to spread. Although she was just touching it lightly, she could feel the warmth spreading out from the skin that was contact with the bean, and reaching throughout her body. That warmth brought her comfort and even seemed to soothe her soul. "This is?" Jun Wuxie asked, raising her head to look at Jun Weiyao. Jun Weiyao smiled and replied, "This can help you restore your soul. Although you will not immediately recover, but it will restore you little by little." Jun Wuxie stared silently at Jun Weiyao. Yisha had mentioned that Jun Weiyao was not in the lower realm during this period. His disappearance must have had something to do with this golden bean. Did he seek this out specially for her? "Eat?" Jun Wuxie asked after a while. Jun Weiyao, however, shook his head. Chapter 617, Finally Missing Me. 5. Jun Weiyao shook his head and held up Jun Wuxie's other hand, to place it over the golden bean to cover it before he whispered, just like how you would absorb a ring spirit, absorb the golden bean a little by little. Jun Wuxia closed her eyes and did as what Jun Weiyao told her, slowly absorbingly the golden bean clasped within her palm. Closing her mind off, Jun Wuxia's soul seemed to plunge deep into a darkness. It was pitch black all around her, so dark she could not see her fingers before her face. But a streak of golden light suddenly flashed past within that darkness, drawing a bright blinding arc. The speed of the golden flashes grew, leaving many light trails in the darkness. While there was only one streak of light at first, as time went by, the number of streaks seemed to increase and crisscrossed each other, forming a gigantic blindingly bright golden net within the endless darkness. Suddenly, that golden giant net exploded in a bright flash into glittering golden sparkles, falling against the darkness, before gradually disappearing. Soon, everything became completely dark once more. After a momentary pause, a dim ray of golden light slowly appeared in the midst of the encompassing darkness. That was a tiny golden bean, taking form as it coalesced hanging in midair, giving out a dim golden glow to shine out in all directions. Jun Wuxia felt her consciousness becoming more and more clouded, as the darkness surrounding her gradually closed in. She suddenly opened her eyes, and Jun Weyao's flawlessly handsome was reflected in her clear eyes. It had been sunny before, but now, the woods was filled with the chirping of insects and the clear blue skies had been replaced by night. The moon hung over the horizon, and the vast endless skies were littered with millions of twinkling stars. It had been just a blink, but half a day had passed. Jun Wuxia gathered her thoughts for a moment. She felt as if she had only closed her eyes for just the briefest of moments, but when she opened her eyes, the sky was already completely dark. "How are you feeling?" Jun Weiyao asked, beaming widely at her. Jun Wuxia snapped back to her senses and carefully checked the condition of her own soul. After the incident in the cloudy peaks, a part of her soul had been lacking and deficient and she had not been able to patch it up all this time. Although it was not usually obvious to people on most days, only Jun Wuxia knew clearly how much of an inconvenience her incomplete soul was causing her. After absorbing the golden bean, Jun Wuxia's soul was still not complete, but at least she did not tire so easily like before. She seemed to be able to feel that her injured soul was gradually being restored at extremely slow speed, and if she wanted it to be fully restored, it was not something that would be achieved in a short period of time. It works. Jun Wuxia clasped her hand over her chest, feeling her soul, regaining its harmony, under the mysterious healing power. That's good. Jun Weyao's mouth broke into a smile and he withdrew the hand he had on Jun Wuxia's shoulder. What is that? Jun Wuxia had never seen anything like it. In her past life, even when science had been so amazingly advanced, it had still not been able to achieve any breakthrough in regards to the reconstruction and healing of souls. It's just an interesting seed. Little Xia does not need to know its origins. As long as it works for you, then that is its use. If it doesn't work, then it will just be useless rubbish. Jun Weiyao said lightly, trying to give the impression that even such a mystical golden bean did not amount to much in his eyes. Was that really true? Jun Wuxia did not believe it for a moment. If it was something that simple to him, why had he disappeared for such a long period of time? But Jun Weiyao was unwilling to speak more on it, and Jun Wuxia was not about to press him further on it. Thank you. Jun Wuxia thanked him softly. I've said it before. With little Xia, I have no need for any thanks. Jun Weiyao gripped on Jun Wuxia's small hand. Although he was saying that with his mouth, his eyes nevertheless lit up with joy. Chapter 6:18, Finally Missing Me. 6. Under the soft moonlight, the two people were just staring at each other. Xiao Chu was chewing on his cured beef jerky sitting beside the fire, his eyes getting more confused as he observed the two people. Those two had remained in that position for a long time and Jun Wuxia had even seemed to have fallen asleep in the middle. Even if he did not have any siblings himself, he could help but ask himself why was he feeling that the way that pair of siblings interacted with each other was a little unconventional. Which elder brother would hold his sister's hand for so long and always hold such a doting expression on his face throughout it all? Not alike at all, Xiao Chu muttered softly to himself. Fei Yan shot a glance at Xiao Chu, and stuck a roasted rabbit's leg right before Xiao Chu's eyes, blocking his voyeuring eyes. What? Xiao Chu snapped back to his senses as his eyes locked a moment onto the scaldingly hot and alluringly fragrant rabbit's leg before him before he turned to Fei Yan to ask. Fei Yan rolled his eyes at Xiao Chu. You stare any longer at them and your eyes will pop out of their sockets. Xiao Chu's face flushed red, and he coughed a couple of times awkwardly. Fei Yan saw Xiao Chu's red face and mischievously poked. Say, I was thinking why you were staring so intently at the two of them. Don't tell me you have other intentions towards little Xie. And you were staring at them in envy. Xiao Chu's eyes widened in alarm and he stared in shock at Fei Yan. His face quickly turned from a bright red sheen to a deathly pale white, and he shook his head like a child's toy drum star. Do you realize you spouting such words so carelessly will get me killed? How could I possibly harbor any other thoughts for little Xie? My heart is still pure and unblemished, all right. Do not lump me in together with those thoughts coming out from your filthy mind. Needless to say, he saw Jun Wuxie purely only as a revolutionary comrade, and if he were to stray and have any other thoughts towards her, he would lose his life, wouldn't he? Not to mention just how cruel and brutal Jun Wuxie was, the elder brother who had suddenly just appeared would be able to squash him with just his little finger. He treasured his life too much for him to want to get himself needlessly tangled with such a ridiculous pair of siblings. Since you claim that you have no ulterior motives, then here, you go give them this leg of rabbit. Fei Yan grinned evilly, obviously having set Xiao Chu up for this. Xiao Chu glared at Fei Yan, and Fei Yan continued to say, if you don't bring it over to them, you must be guilty. Xiao Chu felt like he wanted nothing more than to throttle the cross-dressing scoundrel at that moment. I'll bring it. Do you think I'm afraid to do that? Xiao Chu grabbed at the roasted leg of rabbit and stood up in a huff, and he began striding towards Jun Wuxie. Fei Yan and Rong Ruo exchanged a glance and they both gave a conspiratorial grin. Hua Yao just shook his head helplessly as he sat on the other side of the fire. Xiao Chu was about midway there when he paused a moment before he resumed walking to finally come before Jun Wuxie and Jun Wuyao. Jun Wuyao raised his head, and his eyes were smiley as he looked at Xiao Chu. The expression before him was very obviously friendly, but without knowing why, it sent a shiver up Xiao Chu's entire body. This, for you two to eat now. You haven't eaten anything yet. Xiao Chu stammered, jittery with fear as he stared at Jun Wuyao, and in his heart, he was already crying pitifully. Jun Wuyao smiled slightly, and replied, thanks. Xiao Chu stiffened. Jun Wuyao's smile did not contain a single trace of aggression, and even he, as a male, found the smile pleasing to the eye. The inexplicable fear that had previously gripped him all this while suddenly dispersed into the wind with that winsome smile. Wuxie's elder brother might not be as terrifying as he had imagined him to be. That was what Xiao Chu thought. No thanks needed, completely defenseless against beautiful people, Xiao Chu grinned and immediately turned to return back to his companions. Completely wiping clean from his mind just how terrifying Jun Wuyao had been before. Jun Wuyao held the roasted leg of rabbit and brought it before Jun Wuxie's mouth. Chapter 619, Personal Attendant, 1. Having just absorbed that thing, I was thinking you must be hungry. Jun Wuxie looked at Jun Wuyao and said, I can do it myself. She reached out and took the leg of rabbit and bit on it. Jun Wuxie then shifted her body, moving out from Jun Wuyao's embrace, and sat on the grass by herself on one side. Jun Wuyao did not restrict her and only smiled as he observed Jun Wuxie as she bit at her food. Xiao Chu was feeling a little unsteady as he returned to the fire and sat down, the expression on his face a little dazed. Fei Yan gave him a light slap and asked, What? Got yourself frightened again? Xiao Chu stared at Fei Yan and retorted, Of course not. I was just thinking I feel little Xie's brother isn't too bad a person. He looked really good when he smiled. Fei Yan was surprised a moment and he asked, And how did you come to that conclusion? Xiao Chu snickered and said, He smiled at me. He looked fantastic. They might not look alike, but they are both beautiful people. The smiles of beautiful people were just too nice to look at. Fei Yan stared speechlessly at Xiao Chu. You mean as long as anyone with beautiful looks smiled at you, you would indiscriminately assume that person to be good heavens? Just how dense could you be? Fei Yan had never held not much confidence in Xiao Chu's intelligence all this while and he decided to ignore and disregard the moron this time. He shifted his position and turned to eat, drink and be merry with Rong Ruo and Hua Yao instead. At dawn the next morning, Long Qi and his men readied themselves to return to the Qi kingdom. Yin Yan was knocked unconscious and stuffed upon a horse's back for the journey, while Jun Wuxie and the others were to return to the Zephyr Academy. together. Jun Wuxia looked quizzically at Jun Wuyao, who had suggested that he would go back to the Zephyr Academy with her. Jun Wuyao had always appeared and disappeared whenever he wanted, and when he had suggested going to the academy with her this time, Jun Wuxia had thought it strange. "We've not seen each other for so long, can't you accompany me a little longer?" Jun Wuyao asked with a laugh. Jun Wuxia did not have an answer to that, and could only nod blankly in reply. Fei Yan was looking in the direction where Jun Wuxia was when Fei Yan shook his head, mourning in silence for the disciples in the main division of the Zephyr Academy. Qiao Chu and his gang were going to return to the branch division, and they left first. Jun Wuxia stepped into the tent and changed into the Zephyr Academy's uniform and transformed herself back to the delicate little youth become stepping out slowly from the tent. As she stepped out, she saw the back of a slender figure standing quietly in the morning sun. Jun Wuyao's face was filled with mirth as he turned around, his devilishly handsome face suddenly looking younger and edged with the immaturity of youth. Jun Wuxia was taken aback with surprise. The Jun Wuyao standing before her looked much younger, and at a glance, he would easily pass off as a 18 or 19-year-old handsome teenager, without his usual dominating aura, and felt more like a pretty boy. The sun shone on the teenage Jun Wuyao's face, making the youthful smile on his shine face more brilliantly. Looking like this would not cause little Xia to feel that it is too much trouble anymore, right? Jun Wuyao rubbed at his younger and fresher face. He could no longer remember how long it had been since this countenance had last appeared. Jun Wuxia remained silent. Compared to Hua Yao's skill at controlling his bones, Jun Wuyao's transformation was intense and incomprehensible. He had not only changed his bone structure, even his skin and vocal cords had completely transformed. If she had not seen Jun Wuyao's original looks, Jun Wuxia would have thought that he was a completely different person. Jun Wuxia suddenly had a ridiculous thought: even if all the most advanced machines from her past life were brought before Jun Wuyao now, they would still not be able to determine his real age. The woods was not too far away from the Zephyr Academy's main division, and the two of them did not take long before they reached the academy. Jun Wuxia had just stepped in through the gates of the main division when several youths came rushing towards her. Chapter 620, Personal Attendant, 2. Jun Xia. You finally returned. So many big events happened yesterday that put all of us in great shock. You're lucky you were not here. Those youths had not even spoken to Jun Wuxia much previously, but after Gu Lisheng had grandly announced Jun Wuxia's identity and status, many in the Zephyr Academy had suddenly felt that they were rather close to Jun Wuxia. It did not matter whether they had ever communicated with Jun Wuxia before, but they were all now eagerly solicitous. Several youths were all shooting their mouths off at the same time, as they raced to tell Jun Wuxia about the events that happened the day before. Jun Wuxia listened to them in silence, and the little black cat that was lying in Jun Wuxia's arm gave a big long yawn. The bunch of youths gibbered and jabbered, prattling on. It was only when they saw no reaction from Jun Xia, and he was not even showing his usual impatience but just exhibiting a cold indifference, that they began to feel a little awkward. At the moment that they stopped talking, they noticed the fabulously handsome youth behind Jun Xia, and their eyes bulged wide with surprise. They had not noticed when such an amazingly handsome youth had appeared behind Jun Xia. His face was completely unfamiliar to them, but that poise and his looks was something they were unable to disregard. Who are you? Seeing that the youth was not dressed in the uniform of the Zephyr Academy, the youths asked immediately. Jun Wuxia was just about to reply when unexpectedly, Jun Wuyao suddenly took a step forward and said with a smile, "I am the humble personal attendant of young Master Jun." It was Jun Wuxia's turn to widen her eyes in surprise, as she stared at Jun Wuyao's profile as he stood there beaming brightly. Attendant. Those youths whispered a little among themselves before they quickly turned to leave. Jun Wuxia gave Jun Wuyao a puzzled look, and he raised his hand and rubbed Jun Wuxia's head affectionately before he said, "If I am to come with you, I do not want to cause you any distress. Only an attendant would be able to stick by his master's side, isn't it?" Jun Wuxia still felt that something did not sit right, but she could not put her finger on it, so she could only just agree with a murmured, "Mm." Back at the bamboo grove, Fan Zhua and Fan Jin were having tea together, and when they saw Jun Wuxia return, Fan Jin shot right up from his chair, his attractive face turning red as beetroot in an instant. Little Xia, you are back." Fan Jin found that his tongue was tied up in knots and stammered badly as he spoke, his manner greatly flustered and actions klutzy. And when Fan Jin noticed the highly attractive youth standing behind Jun Wuxia, he froze suddenly, his flustered expression immediately becoming one of utter shock. And this is young Master Jun's personal attendant. Jun Wuya replied familiarly by now. On their way here, he had gathered from Jun Wuxie that in the time that she had been in the Zephyr Academy, Jun Wuxie had stayed in the little dwelling in this little bamboo grove, and she was on rather familiar terms with the Fan brothers before him. Jun Wuyao's mouth was curled up just slightly at the corners as he silently gauged the Fan brothers undetected. The youth sitting calmly at the table held a normal expression, but the youth right before him was acting a little strange. That beet red handsome face and his flustered actions was sending an undeniable message to Jun Wuyao. Looks like little Xie really hasn't been idle all this time. She had attracted quite a significant number of annoying flies. Should I squash them? Completely unaware that he had been noticed by someone, Fan Jin was currently gauging Jun Wuyao as well. As the eldest son of the headmaster, he had seen countless peerless elites in the Zephyr Academy. But a scant few was able to compare to the youth before his eyes at that moment. His flawlessly unmatchable looks and the aura he gave out was nothing like what a simple personal attendant would possess. Fan Jin subconsciously glanced at Jun Wuxie, but he did not detect anything abnormal on Jun Wuxie's face. Chapter 621, Personal Attendant, 3. Fan Jin subconsciously glanced at Jun Wuxie, but he did not detect anything abnormal on Jun Wuxie's face. When he thought back to the havoc the Rui Lin armies had caused the Zephyr Academy the day before, he quickly wrongly assumed that person was someone the Jun family had arranged for, as they were worried about Jun Wuxie's safety, with her being alone outside. The Jun family of the Qi Kingdom were really something. Even a simple attendant of theirs looked so highly imposing. It is just great that you are here now. The little dwelling here only has Fan Zhuo and little Xie. They are both still rather young, and with you here, you will be able to take care of a few things for them. Fan Jin said amicably with a laugh, completely treating Jun Wuyao as Jun Wuxie's attendant. Fan Zhuo glanced at his own brother once, and let out one big sigh. Although that was what the youth was telling you, but didn't you notice? No matter whether it is the poise and mannerisms, or the imposing aura emanating from him, they were both not what an average man could ever hope to compare with. If such an elite was really a mere attendant, then Jun Wuxie's family background would be absolutely astounding. But not even royalty of nations and powers would be able to hire someone like this. I will naturally have them properly cared for. Jun Wuyao turned and looked at Jun Wuxie, his eyes filled with adoration. The room that Jing used to stay in is currently vacant, so why don't you just stay here? There was nobody to manage this place previously, and I had to ask Uncle Gong to send their 3 meals here daily all this while. We can save him the trouble from now on. You don't need to prepare little Zhuo's medicinal cuisine, you will just need to take care of little Xie's meals. Fan Jin started making arrangements with a laugh, in obtuse ignorance. He was thinking that the attendant belonged to the Jun family after all, and he should not trouble him to take care of Fan Zhuo as well, but getting him to take care of Jun Wuxie's needs alone shouldn't be too much to ask. So can you cook? Fan Jin hesitated a moment before he asked, as he stared at the handsome Jun Wuyao. The youth standing before him held more poise than the richest young masters in the Zephyr Academy, and that made him wonder if the attendant was able to handle menial tasks of life's daily necessities. Jun Wuxie was just about to say something in reply when Jun Wuyao immediately said, yes. Jun Wuxie turned to Jun Wuyao and looked at him with her eyes filled with a strange new glow in them. Haha, that's great. I'll bring you to the kitchen. If there is anything lacking, just let me know, and I'll have it sent over. As he spoke, Fan Jin raised his arm and was ready to pat Jun Wuyao on the shoulder when his gaze met Jun Wuyao's smiling eyes. His arm froze, and somehow, he just could not seem to lower it. He suddenly had a very strong feeling that if he had done that, something bad would have happened to him. Sure. Jun Wuyao did not reject Fan Jin, and agreed readily to Fan Jin's arrangements. Fan Jin proceeded to happily bring Jun Wuyao to check out the kitchen. In helplessness, Jun Wuxie sat down on the chair, while on the other side, Fan Zhuo was laughing uncontrollably. Personal attendant. Haha, only my dense brother will believe a word of it. Where is that guy from? Don't tell me that he is just an attendant. I was able to sense his overly imposing aura. Although his attitude towards you was suitably amiable towards you, but those eyes that despised and held in contempt everything under the heavens was impossible to conceal. As clever as Fan Zhuo was, he did not believe a single word Jun Wuyao had said earlier. June Wuxie's expression turned a little strange. She struggled silently a long while before she muttered, "Elder brother." "He is your elder brother." June Wuxie nodded. With Fanjua's quick-witted mind, even if she did not say anything, he would be able to guess the gist of it as time went by. Moreover, what filled June Wuxie's mind at that moment was what June Weiyao had agreed to do earlier. A personal attendant's tasks. Would it really be all right? "The two of you don't really look alike at all," Fanjua said as he surveyed June Wuxie. June Xie had delicate features, but he wouldn't be considered handsome. Chapter 622, Personal Attendant, 4. June Weyao's flawless face had made Fanjua, who possessed rather exemplary looks himself, feeling slightly inferior. He had never seen someone so attractive looking. He was not born from the same parents, obviously they wouldn't look alike. June Wuxie grumbled in her mind, but she did not say a word out loud. Shortly, Fan Jin came back, his face all smiles. He sat down and nagged a while with Fanjua and June Wuxie. June Wuxie's eyes periodically drifted to look outside throughout the chat. Fanjua noticed June Wuxie's actions and immediately asked his hopelessly dense brother, "Big brother, where is the brother you brought out earlier?" Fan Jin replied, "He must be in the kitchen." Fanjua's face stiffened. Fan Jin continued to prattle on, "Isn't it already noon?" He said the time was just right for him to prepare lunch for little Xie, and I did not want to stop him. Fine example of talents nurtured by the June family. He had just come to an unfamiliar place and he was already so diligent. He was the perfect example of one. Much better than that stubborn and obstinate Ah Jing. Fanjua's mouth was twitching at the corners and he hurriedly turned to look at June Wuxie. But June Wuxie was only frowning slightly, her brow slightly creased with her head slightly lowered, and no one knew what was going through her mind. In the kitchen, June Weiyao swept his eyes over the heap of fresh green vegetables and different kinds of meat. The smile on his fabulously handsome face did not wane in the slightest and he had just lifted a huge cabbage in his hand when a black shadow streaked in, giving out a shriek. "Lord! Don't! No!" A man dressed in all black, looking a little like Isha, was suddenly kneeling on the ground before June Weiyao, his face in utter shock, his jet-black eyes staring fixedly at the big ball of cabbage in June Weyao's hand, as if the cabbage was being immensely and unbelievably offensive. "Huh?" June Weiyao lifted his eyes and looked at the men. "We could never allow our noble lord to desecrate those hands in such menial tasks." The men grieved and lamented as he looked up at June Weiyao, feeling the affront and humiliation that his lord had had to touch a raw and unprepared cabbage. "Why not?" June Weiyao asked, raising an eyebrow. "I implore Lord to reconsider." The men begged and pleaded, hitting his head on the floor, as if the sky was about to fall at the next moment. "Yi Mei, you really should learn from Isha." June Weiyao turned his gaze to look at Isha, who had suddenly appeared at the door. Zoom, Isha was kneeling before June Weiyao. "I implore my lord to reconsider." June Weyao's eyes narrowed, suddenly thinking that it was rather dull. "You guys do it." He threw down the things in his hands and June Weiyao disappeared in an instant. After they were certain that June Weiyao had left, Yi Mei and Isha finally heaved a big sigh of relief, their faces looking like a huge burden had just been lifted off their shoulders. If they had allowed their lord to taint his hands like this, they would have had to kill themselves for their crime. The Dark Emperor who terrorized all under the heavens, must not be allowed to be desecrated in such a manner. They would not allow their lord to be humiliated like this. As they exhorted and expounded on their endlessly almighty lord, their hands began to work on the ingredients before them. Two tall towering men, with cold and stalwart expressions on their faces, began to bust themselves in a small tiny kitchen, completely unaware of how inappropriate they looked in there. Isha stood before the chopping board, and stared at the clumsy and unwieldy chopper, before turning his eyes to look at the flapping carp on the chopping board. The next moment, he pulled out the gleaming dagger at his hip, and a flash crisscrossed in the air. The entire carp was perfectly cleaned, cut, and gutted. Isha held a perfect skeleton of the fish in his hand, and disposed of it quickly on the side. Yi Mei's twin daggers flew in a flurry in the air, and those crisp and fresh vegetables had in the blink of an eye, been cut into bite-sized pieces, every single piece the exact same size, without variation. Throughout the whole process, the two men's faces were cold and stoic, their eyes chilling to look at. They did not look in the slightest to be preparing a feast, but looked as if they were carrying out a murder. Chapter 623, personal attendant. 5. Fanjua stared at the deliciously amazing spread of dishes laid across the table in front of him, his expression showing him stupefied for words. He lifted his head and shifted his gaze to look at the coldly calm June Wuxie, but saw a strange sparkle in her eyes. Was that person really June Wuxie's brother? Was he not just an attendant? Looking at the table completely filled with fantastic dishes, all of them in no way inferior to food prepared by the greatest chefs, Fanjua could not help but hold that suspicion in his mind. Even just by looking, he already found them irresistibly tantalizing. Although June Wuxie's face did not show much of a reaction, but her eyes still finally turned to June Wuyao, who was sitting on one side of the table. Her eyes were filled with suspicion, seemingly asking June Wuyao whether the table full of dishes were really prepared by him. She simply could not make herself draw a link between what was before her to June Wuyao. They all look simply fantastic. Fan Jin was wiping at his drool, his stomach rumbling noisily. Can I try it? Fan Jin stared wide-eyed at June Wuyao. June Wuyao smiled and nodded. Fan Jin stretched out his chopsticks immediately, and in a flurry, his chopsticks picked food from a few dishes into his bowl, and he started on his meal happily. The first mouthful that went into his mouth almost made him cry out tears of joy. Berry ud gu cry come, Fan Jin's mouth was full of food, as he asked Fanjua and June Wuxie to try some, his eyes moist, moved by the taste of the food. Fanjua smiled awkwardly and nodded to June Wuyao before he picked up his chopsticks. June Wuxie hesitated another moment before she moved her hand. As she tasted the food, June Wuxie suddenly turned to look at June Wuyao. Nice. June Wuyao beamed brightly, satisfied. After Fan Jin complimented June Wuyao on his culinary talents, hidden outside below the windowsill, Yi Sha and Yi Mei, who were eavesdropping, were almost on the verge of tears. The young miss said it's nice. Yi Sha said. If the young miss likes it, that means our Lord will like it. The young miss praise will be our Lord's praise. I am a little excited by it. Yi Mei rubbed his hands together, his sense of accomplishment suddenly shooting through the roof. The two men who had walked the lands, taken countless lives, were now hiding below a windowsill, feeling so proud of their culinary talents that they were moved to tears. As long as the young miss loves it, just cooking for her was nothing. Even if she asked for embroidery, they were willing to take up the challenge. To adequately satisfy their lord, it was a task that was as tough as reaching the heavens. But the young miss was now obviously easily to please. Yi Sha and Yi Mei came to the same conclusion in that instant. Trying to gain the favor of the young miss was more effective than directly trying to win the favor of their lord. Having been held captive to June Wuyao's culinary skills, Fan Jin thanked June Wuyao profusely before he left. June Wuyao listened him out good-naturedly, till Fan Jin left. Fanjua stood up immediately, embarrassed for his brother. I apologize. My brother is a little slow. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him. Only the heavens knew that this meal was the most painful meal he had sat through in his entire life. June Wuyao raised an eyebrow. He knows. June Wuxie said in explanation. June Wuyao knew what June Wuxie was saying immediately. It's nothing. As long as little Xie is happy, it's fine. June Wuyao turned to look at June Wuxie. In fact, he had completely forgotten what Fan Jin had said earlier. Besides June Wuxie, no one else deserved him to spare them a moment of his attention. June Wuxie looked at June Wuyao, seemingly like she had something to say to him, but she did not know how to put it in words and she gave up. June Wuyao would temporarily put up at the little bamboo grove, and Fan Jin had informed Fan Qi about it, to allow him to remain in the Zephyr Academy as the personal attendant of June Wuxie. According to the rules of the Zephyr Academy, they were not allowed to bring their personal retainers into the academy. Chapter 624, Inviting Trouble, 1. But June Wuxie's position in the Zephyr Academy was special. She was Gu Lixing's topmost as well as his most favored disciple, hence, her status shone brighter than anyone else. Moreover, she always holed herself up in the little bamboo grove and had not contact with other disciples, so it was deemed that it would not be much trouble anyway. Fan Qi had hence agreed to the arrangements. Little did Fan Qi know, this one decision he made today would in the very near future become the key to saving the entire Zephyr Academy. What was even more unexpected was that the Zephyr Academy, which had just barely regained its calm, would in the near future find itself caught in a disastrous calamity that would threaten to wipe them out. In the Zephyr Academy's vice headmaster's office, Ning Rue's face was pale and ashen as he sat behind his table. Before his table, there was a blood-stained stretcher. A white gunny cloth covered the entire stretcher, hiding a human-shaped figure under it. The blood had stained the white cloth red, and that garish color stung at Ning Rue's eyes. Since night fell yesterday till now, Ning Rue had not moved from behind his table, his eyes never moving away from the blood-stained stretcher. Ning Xin was dead. His one and only daughter was dead. It had been right before his own eyes, whipped to her death. When she had died, her body had broken in two, and she did not even die with her body intact. After the Rue Lin army left, Ning Rue had personally gone to retrieve Ning Xin's body, and ordered people to carry it into his office. Ever since then, he had holed himself up in his office, alone with Ning Xin's body, refusing food and drink, his whole person seemingly fallen into a terrifying downward spiral with his line of thoughts. He had wanted to save Ning Xin then, but he had not been able to do anything. He was made to watch helplessly, as Ning Xin died before his eyes. Jun Wuxie, Rue Lin Army Yin Fan Chi, I will not give up just like this. The day will come that I will make all of you pay for my daughter's life. Ning Rue had been repressed a long time before he squeezed out these words, tinged in rage and hatred, from between his gritted teeth. His heart was filled with rage, and he wished he could exact his revenge for Ning Xin right at that moment. But he couldn't. Ning Rue took a deep breath, and suddenly stood up. From the bookshelf behind him, he retrieved a small intricate wooden box. He opened the wooden box, and lying inside it, was a tattered map made from skin. Ning Rue's eyes glittered chillingly, and he replaced the wooden cover over the box. He slipped the wooden box into his body and raised a hand to pull at a book placed upon the bookshelf. The book sprung a trap after it was pulled out, and a gap appeared in the middle of the entire row of bookshelves. With a click, the row of bookshelves slowly parted to the sides, revealing a dark tunnel behind the bookshelves. Ning Rue clasped his hand over the pocket holding the wooden box, and his eyes darkened. He ignited a glowing ember and walked into the pitch-black tunnel. Not knowing how long he walked in the darkness, Ning Rue could only feel the rage and hatred he held in his heart, forgetting the passing of time and his weariness. When the long and seemingly endless path finally showed light at its end, he stepped out of the tunnel. No one had known that right in the office of the vice headmaster, there was a hidden tunnel leading right into the woods. On one end of the tunnel was the vice headmaster's office, while on the other end, it led to a little wooden hut, hidden deep within the woods. Isn't that Ning Rue? What made you want to come here today? A good-looking youth sat smiling on the railing outside the wooden hut. The smile on his face was radiant, but those eyes on his face sent chills up people's spines. Lord Guing. Upon seeing the youth, Ning Rue was immediately respectful, his face serious as he bowed in greeting. The youthful Guing propped up his chin in his palm, and looked at the wary Ning Rue, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he asked, "Why are you here today?" Chapter 625, Inviting Trouble, 2. Ning Rue raised his head warily. Although he was feeling endlessly anxious in his heart, he did not dare to let his eyes roam. Although the youth before his eyes looked to be just about the same age as his recently deceased daughter, he was nevertheless clearly aware just how cruel and vicious the handsome youth before him really was. Killing a person to him was something as mundane as eating a meal, and it would not cause him the slightest discomfort. Even Ning Rue did not dare to act imperiously before Guing. "I wonder if the other lords are here today," Ning Rue said, his voice servile. Guing leapt off the railing with a laugh. His nimble body suddenly appeared right in front of Ning Rue. A razor-sharp dagger was pressed against Ning Rue's throat, its sharp point pricked through his skin, as a drop of blood trailed down his neck. Ning Rue's heart skipped a beat. Gu Ying's speed was too fast, he had not even seen when Guing had approached him. "What? Is there something you don't want to tell me?" Gu Ying's eyes reflected the fearful face of Ning Rue, and when the scent of blood wafted into his nose, Guing grew unnaturally excited. No, why would I?" Ning Rue was drenched in cold sweat. If not for his burning desire to exact vengeance for his daughter, he wouldn't have dared to come into contact with this bunch of devils. As malicious as Ning Rue was, before Guing and his companions, he held only terror towards them. Gu Ying raised his eyebrows and lifted a foot, easily trampling Ning Rui onto the ground. What is it? Say it quick. I am not interested in watching about to pee in your pants. Gu Ying said uninterestedly as he toyed with the dagger in his hands, balancing the drop of blood Ning Rui had left on the blade, making it run over its smooth gleaming surface. The bright red droplet of blood reflected Gu Ying's murderous eyes, looking every inch a demon who had crawled out from a pool of blood. Ning Rui's innards almost ruptured from Gu Ying's single stomp of his foot, but he dared not utter a single word of complaint and could only clutch at his stomach as he struggled to stand up falteringly, and with a trembling hand, he brought out the little wooden box hidden in his pocket. The moment Gu Ying saw the wooden box, his eyes flashed with a strange look. What? When we gave that to you, we asked you search for it properly, but you had repeatedly stalled and resisted. If not for the elders asking to spare you your life, I would have slaughtered you then. And for you to bring it here today, what is it supposed to mean? Ning Rui hurriedly replied, my humble self was not stalling nor resisting. I had already sent many groups of people to go to the Heaven's End cliff, but they had all died at the bottom of the cliff. How would I dare to neglect my lord's matters? But the Heaven's End cliff is truly a dangerous and treacherous place. I am not interested in hearing your nonsense. Gu Ying said with a chilling laugh. Ning Rui felt a chill run through his body and he gulped before he said, I know that my lords are anxious to have the Heaven's End cliff explored. After thinking more about it, I came up with an idea. Would my lord care to hear me out? Gu Ying nodded his head impatiently. The Heaven's End cliff is not a place the average person would be able to explore properly. But every individual disciple of the Zephyr Academy were considered elites and they are gathered in great numbers. If we can make all the disciples of the Zephyr Academy go down to the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff together, we just might be able to gain a full understanding of the terrain at the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff in the shortest time possible. Ning Rui suggested cautiously. If that can work, then just carry it out. Ning Rui quickly replied, I had actually had the intention to do this all this while, but I am still merely the vice headmaster, and not the one who holds absolute power in the Zephyr Academy. Above me, there is still the headmaster and I have discussed this with him before, but the men had been very stubborn and would not agree to it. It is also due to my humble self's incompetence that I am unable to mobilize the strength of the entire academy. I beg for my lord's forgiveness. Chapter 626, Inviting Trouble, 3. What you are saying is if you become the headmaster, then the issue will be resolved. Gu Ying asked, as his eyebrow arched alarmingly, and he licked off the drop of blood on the dagger, his eyes suddenly aflame with murderous lust. Ning Rui was deeply gladdened when he heard that, but he showed only servility on the surface. You can also interpret it like that. Where is this headmaster of the Zephyr Academy? I will just go and kill him off for you. Gu Ying said easily. Just getting rid of him alone might not be enough. The Zephyr Academy has its rules. If the headmaster dies, then the position of the headmaster will be inherited by his son. The current headmaster has 2 sons, so even if the headmaster dies, his position will be handed down to his 2 sons, and I will be excluded from it. Ning Rui explained. Gu Ying frowned in impatience. Why are you so long-winded? I'll just kill them all and be done with it. Yes, Ning Rui nodded obediently, but hidden deep within his eyes was a vicious cold chill. He had originally wanted to usurp the position of headmaster through his own devices, but Ning Xian's death had caused him to develop a venomous hatred for Fan Qi and the Lin Palace. If he had taken over the Zephyr Academy through his own means, he might still have been able to retain the academy as a whole. But at this moment, he couldn't care less anymore, he just wanted vengeance for Ning Xian, and he would still do it even if it meant pushing the entire Zephyr Academy over into the abyss. Even without the Zephyr Academy, he could still depend on Gu Ying and his companions to help him gain footing in the world. Although he wasn't very clear on where Gu Ying and his companions had come from, he knew one thing for sure, they held greater power than anyone he had ever seen. He had been eyeing the position of headmaster of the Zephyr Academy before, but now, since he had decided to sacrifice the entire academy, then he will need to acquire more bargaining chips and show Gu Ying and his companions what he was capable of. Just killing the Fan family's father and sons would most undoubtedly be no challenge to my lord. There is one more thing that I will need to report to my lord Gu Ying. Speak. Some time ago, my lords had asked me about the spirit healing technique. I have just begun to have a few clues about it. Moreover, just recently, something else happened. The spirit healing technique was originally only fully mastered by Gu Lisheng alone, but just recently, he had suddenly accepted a disciple, and he declared to everyone that that disciple's achievements in the spirit healing technique was more advanced than his was. I heard rumors that that disciple had made improvements to Gu Lisheng's spirit healing technique, and it has already shown some results. In order to gain more bargaining chips in his favor, Ning Rui unreservedly sold out Gu Lisheng and Jun Xie to Gu Ying. Upon hearing that, Gu Ying broke out into a sinister smile. That is rather interesting to hear. The elders are rather interested in the spirit healing technique. If the two people you mentioned really turn out to be useful, we will naturally not shortchange you. Killing the headmaster and his sons was easy, but as to the details on how to arrange for all the disciples of the Zephyr Academy to go down the Heaven's End cliff, I will first need to discuss it with the elders. And if that is the case, I will first go with you to go see this Gu Lisheng and his disciple in the meantime. Upon deciding, Gu Ying immediately turned to Ning Rui and said, "Make arrangements for me to enter the Zephyr Academy. For such a simple matter, I believe you will have no problems, right?" Ning Rui quickly nodded. Gu Ying waved his hand dismissively and said, "Go make the necessary arrangements, I will be coming to the Zephyr Academy in a few days." "Yes, I will work on it immediately." Having received Gu Ying's word of commitment, Ning Rui hastily excused himself. As he turned to leave, the venomous malice in his heart was already spilling out from his eyes. "Fan Qi, I will first take the lives of you and your sons, in repayment for my daughters. Rui Lin Army Jun Wuxia none will be spared, just all of you wait." Chapter 627, Being Coquettish. 1. Jun Wuyao's appearance made Jun Wuxia's life a little different. She had gone to Chanlin town previously with the intention of finding a suitable stove for her cultivation of elixirs. She had not expected to only be able to find just one dilapidated and tattered copper one. While she was putting the shabby elixir stove to use, Jun Wuyao stood leaning lazily on the door frame, watching her. How could my little Xie be using something so inferior? Jun Wuyao walked slowly towards Jun Wuxia. With Jun Wuxia's gaze on him, Jun Wuyao raised his hand and a ball of black mist formed in his hand. He moved the ball of black mist to completely engulf the tiny stove, and the black mist began to swirl, like a tiny tornado. Jun Wuxia's eyes were cold as she saw her only elixir stove disappear into thin air. Jun Wuyao smiled and said, "Touching things like this will only dirty your hands." Jun Wuxia said expressionlessly, "There were elixirs in there." She had worked on them throughout the night and had barely just managed to almost complete one batch of elixirs. Just as she had been about to take them out, they were suddenly crushed to dust by this person. Those cold chilly eyes flashed with displeasure, and she glared at Jun Wuyao, silently accusing him of his banditry. The stove might be worthless, but the elixirs in it were worth a lot of money. Jun Wuyao's smile stiffened up when he saw the fiery glare of displeasure thrown at him by the girl before him. He cleared his throat and put on his smile once again, before raising an arm wanting to pull Jun Wuxia into his arms. However, Jun Wuxia quickly jumped 3 steps back, pulling the distance between them further. The accusation in her eyes began to intensify. "Return me my elixirs." Jun Wuyao sighed helplessly and tried to appease Jun Wuxia. "Don't be angry, I'll replace one for you." "How's that sound?" Jun Wuxia stared at him a moment more, before he slowly nodded. "I'll get you the best one, how about a hug as thanks?" Jun Wuyao smiled as he offered with his hands stretched out. Just as he was waiting for Jun Wuxia to fall into his arms in his sweet embrace, Jun Wuxia stood unmoving from her spot, shaking her head, vehemently putting up a stance of "I don't want." It seems that in the period that they had spent apart, Jun Wuxia had not only shown rapid progress in her spiritual powers, but even her emotional maturity had soared. Realizing that he would henceforth no longer be able to dupe Jun Wuxia into any more gifts as thanks, Jun Wuyao was suddenly feeling rather aggrieved. Just which damned scoundrel had caused his little darling to suddenly mature so quickly with her emotions? "It's supposed to be an apology, I do not need to thank you." Jun Wuxia lifted up her chin, and said to Jun Wuyao with a serious expression on her face. Jun Wuyao did not react a moment, then he suddenly laughed out loud. So, his little darling had still not discovered his mischievous intentions behind his requests for gifts in thanks, but it was just that her own sense of logic was a little different from others. Yes, an apology. Jun Weiyao said with a smile, suppressing the mirth within. They have a long way ahead into the future, and he possessed endless rare and precious goodies. There were still many opportunities for him to claim his gifts of thanks. Jun Wuxie nodded affirmatively again, her face stern. Although Jun Weiyao was her brother, but the fact was that he had broken her one and only elixir stove she had, together with the elixirs she had so painstakingly made. He must compensate her with a new elixir stove as she did not have the time to go back to Chanlin Town to find a replacement. Jun Weiyao looked at Jun Wuxie's stern and serious expression, and the mirth suppressed within him almost burst out. Was his little darling being coquettish here? You just wait right here, I'll go find something to compensate you. Jun Weiyao stepped out of the door in great spirits, having gained a new insight into Jun Wuxie's reaction. Chapter 628, Being Coquettish. 2. Jun Wuxie stared after Jun Weyao's departing back and sat down silently on a chair with the little black cat in her arms. Under the skies, I think only you dare to speak to that demon king in such a manner. The little black cat said as it lay in Jun Wuxie's arms, slowly licking at its paws. Make Jun Weiyao offer a gift in compensation and apologize. How utterly bold. Jun Wuxie might not have noticed it, but it had seen it clearly. No matter whether it was Qiao Chu, Hua Yao, Fei Yan, Rong Ruo or Fan Zhua, all of them had all without any exception, acted like mice upon seeing a cat, not even daring to breathe loudly before Jun Weiyao. Jun Weiyao had stayed at the little bamboo grove for almost 2 weeks. Besides the so incredibly dense Fanjin that the little black cat had always covered its eyes with its paw, unable to watch, Fan Zhua had not dared to give Jun Weiyao a single task to do. Fan Zhua had suddenly very self-consciously picked up a broom on his own and swept up the yard every day himself, not even giving Jun Weiyao the chance to lift a finger in the bamboo grove's daily upkeep. In regards to the matter of obliterating the stove, if it had happened to anyone else, it would be perceived as bestowing benevolence. No one would dare breathe a word of complaint and would even clap and cheer for its destruction. But when it came to Jun Wuxie, a replacement of a brand new one was needed. What a disparity in the treatment. Did I go slightly overboard there? Jun Wuxie asked, frowning deeply. The little black cat was stunned, unable to find the words to reply. Jun Wuxie's brows were deeply creased. She really did not know how to handle these relationships between family members. I had not really expected him to compensation me, but I really do not have anything else I could use. Jun Wuxie fell into a line of thought that greatly frustrated her. She had not meant to make things difficult for Jun Weiyao, it was just without a stove, she would not be able to produce elixirs. And if she could not produce elixirs, she would have no money. If she had no money she would not be able to gather the things she needed, in preparation for their trip to the Heaven's End cliff. Towards Qiao Chu and his gang's ability to earn money, she held absolutely no hope in that area. The little black cat opened its mouth, looking at its mistress, it suddenly started to berate itself. It raised a paw up and slapped itself across the face. How dumb. I've been really dumb. When the Demon King was leaving, he had obviously been in such high spirits, the expression on his face showed that he was endlessly pleased with himself. There wasn't the slightest tinge of regret or aggrievement then, the Demon King had been extremely happy. So, what was it exactly saying to its mistress now? The little black cat wanted to cry, it had just wanted its mistress to realize that Jun Weiyao was in actuality not related to her by blood, and should not be considered as a real family member. It was different from Jun Xian and Jun Qing. Jun Wuxie must realize that Jun Weyao's excessive indulgence showered upon her was different from what her real family members gave her. She must realize the dangers involved. It had intended for Jun Wuxie to distance herself from Jun Weiyao a little, but it had not expected its mistress' mind to take a completely different path from its own, reading the entire situation wrongly. The Demon King is really adept at manipulating people. With its mistress' cold and unapproachable personality, how did she get pulled into this incomprehensible sibling relationship? Jun Wuxie was still mulling on her new and unfamiliar relationship problems, while Jun Weiyao on the other hand, was leaving the little bamboo grove, feeling highly energized. Ever since he came to the Zephyr Academy, Jun Weiyao had remained within the little bamboo grove's tiny dwelling the entire time, to foster and nurture the relationship with Jun Wuxie. Now that he had just stepped out of the dwelling, he suddenly heard a clamor of noises break out. Within the quiet and tranquil grove of bamboos, it was not known when a group of blushing girls had appeared. They were all dressed in the uniforms of the Zephyr Academy, and every single one of them was shyly hidden behind the dense bamboo growth, their bashful eyes peeking timidly at Jun Weiyao, who had just appeared at the gates into the dwelling in the little bamboo grove. Chapter 629, Being Coquettish. 3. Jun Weiyao stopped in his tracks, his attractive eyes narrowed, and he scanned through the gaggle of girls before him. After he did not detect any danger from them, he did not give them another glance and walked away quickly. Eek! Did he just look at me? Ah! He is really so handsome, one of the girls hiding behind the bamboos exclaimed, clutching at her chest, her face blushing a bright pink. What do you mean look at you? He was looking at me. All of you get out of the way. Don't block my view of his strong handsome back. Oh, is he leaving already? Let's follow him. The troop of young girls lifted their skirts and scrambled to keep up with Jun Weyao's steps with stars in their eyes, deeply afraid if they moved a step slower, they would miss taking another look at his handsome figure. Jun Weiyao had originally intended to summon his powers to quickly depart once he got out of the little bamboo grove, but he was now being closely followed by a group of the Zephyr Academy's disciples. He nevertheless kept the smile on his face, looking seemingly unaware of them, as he walked towards the exit of the Zephyr Academy. As he went along on his way, the shrieks and whispers he attracted grew more and more raucous. It was only after he stepped out of the Zephyr Academy's compound that the noise gradually disappeared. After Jun Weiyao had left the crowd far behind, he suddenly turned into a flash and disappeared, causing the group of girls secretly following to lose sight of him, where they stamped their feet greatly infuriated. Jun Weiyao appeared once again not too far away from the Zephyr Academy, and Yimei appeared right beside him as well. Did anyone notice me? Jun Weiyao asked, thinking back to the hushed whispers he heard back at the Zephyr Academy, and his eyes narrowed once more. On any other day, he would have annihilated all those pesky insects without a thought. He had not done it today because he did not want to bring Jun Wuxia any trouble. Yimei was confused, and he hesitated a long moment before he asked warily, in which aspect is my lord referring to? Jun Weiyao shot Yimei a glance and Yimei gulped before asking in haste, is my lord referring to the group of disciples earlier? Jun Weiyao nodded. Yimei cleared his throat awkwardly and said, I do not think they know of my lord's identity. Have ye shot keep an eye on them? If anyone were to guess it, kill them. Jun Weiyao ordered coldly. Yes, Yimei replied stoically, while in his heart, he mourned for the gaggle of young, bashful, and ignorant young girls, lighting joss sticks for them. In fact, the situation had begun from the very first day that Jun Weiyao had stepped into the Zephyr Academy. The news had just spread suddenly that there was a personal attendant, so incredibly handsome and inhumanly good-looking staying at the little bamboo grove, and that had attracted the attention of many of the Zephyr Academy's female disciples. The Zephyr Academy had no lack of handsome male disciples, but they had never seen someone who was inhumanly good-looking. Hence, the group of female disciples, blossoming in youth, had begun staking out the little bamboo grove. Although they had not been able to catch Jun Weiyao leaving the dwelling in the bamboo grove, in the times that Fan Jin had gone there, the girls had been able to catch glimpses of the breathtaking figure from outside, through the doors that opened when Fan Jin went through them. Basically, as long any of the girls had glimpsed Jun Weiyao once, those girls would thereafter adamantly remain just outside the little dwelling's main doors, for no other reason than to be graced with that one glimpse of the amazing lithe figure, whenever the dwelling's doors opened. However, those young girls' dreams and fancies mattered not the slightest in the eyes of Jun Weiyao. Yimei did not dare to imagine, if only those girls knew, just by trying to catch a few glimpses of his lord, might very well cost them their lives, would they still persist in their shallow pursuit of attractive males, like moths to a fire? Lord! Those innocent girls have merely fallen in love at first sight with you. They do not deserve to pay with their lives just for that. Chapter 630, Sudden Departure. Chapter 630, Sudden Departure. At that moment, Jun Weyao's eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled into a devilish smile. In the quiet and tranquil woods, he lifted his head and looked far into the distance. They sure are being rather persistent. Yimei stiffened, suddenly putting up a defensive stance. Jun Weiyao turned his gaze back and gave out a low laugh before he said, look like I won't be able to hand the gift over personally to little Xie this time. Yimei. Your subordinate awaits your orders. Find little Xie an elixir stove. Tell her I will return to see her in a few days. Yes, my lord. Yimei fell back onto one knee, acknowledging the order. Jun Wu Yao did not say anything else and he suddenly disappeared from where he had been standing. Yi Mei lifted his head and peered through the thick canopy of leaves above him. He saw several lightning-quick flashes of light sweeping past through the sky. Within the little bamboo grove, Jun Wuxie was frowning as she stared at Yi Mei, who was kneeling right before her. Young Master Wu Yao had some pressing matters to attend to and would temporarily not be able to come see young Mississippi. This stove was what young Master Wu Yao told me to give you, young Mississippi. Yi Mei pulled out a small stove from his clothes. The golden stove had a coiled dragon carved on its surface, and it looked extremely intricate and well made. Jun Wuxie stared at the stove for a long while and did not say a word. The stifling silence in the room made Yi Mei not dare to move an inch. I know now. After long moments later, Jun Wuxie finally said. Yi Mei breathed out slightly in relief. Young Master Wu Yao said, after a period, he will come see young Miss again. You're dismissed. Jun Wuxie said coldly. Yi Mei retreated out of the room silently. In the room, only Jun Wuxie was left. The little black cat jumped onto the table and walked round the intricately made stove in scrutiny, its furry black tail brushing against the stove a few times. It's not made from gold. I can't tell what material it is. The little black cat said honestly. Jun Wuxie suddenly reached out and swept the stove off the table. A loud clatter sounded loudly as the stove fell onto the floor. The little black cat froze as it stared at the frosty cold face on Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie was staring at the elixir stove, an unfamiliar sense of frustration gripping at her heart. If not for the damned elixir stove, if she had not made Jun Wuxie go find her another elixir stove, would that mean he might not have left? These feelings of frustration were foreign to her and she did not understand them. She only knew that the illogical feelings greatly unsettled her usually calm and rational mind. It was unnaturally quiet in the room. Not only the little black cat had felt it, even Lord Meme, who had been lying quietly on Jun Wuxie's bed, could sense the strange change that had come over Jun Wuxie. It continued to lie unmoving on the bed, its sparkly innocent eyes fixed on Jun Wuxie's cold and unyielding back. Jun Wuxie suddenly stood up, and she picked up the elixir stove that had fallen onto the ground. Without a word, she turned and walked to another room beside hers. The other room was filled with all kinds of herbs. All of them were brought here by people under Fan Chi's orders. Fan Zhuo's health had shown great improvements recently and Fan Chi greatly admired Jun Wuxie's skills in medicine, so whatever Jun Wuxie asked for, he would order people to get it for her. And this room had been converted into a temporary pharmacy for Jun Wuxie's exclusive use. Jun Wuxie placed the elixir stove on the table without a word, and began to pick out herbs from the fully stocked rack placed aside, carrying out her motions just as she had done every day in the recent past. Her calm and collected demeanor made all that had just happened earlier seem like an illusion. Lord Meme jumped off from the bed, and its hooves tapped on the ground as it made its way to the door leading into the pharmacy. It stretched out its little head and peeked in together with the little black cat at Jun Wuxie as she made herself busy inside. Meh. Why is my feed stress angry? Meow. Our mistress is just progressing towards becoming a normal person, but tell meow. Should I actually cry, or should I be laughing in joy? Chapter 631, Coming to Chanlin. Town again, 1. Time slipped by peacefully, and 2 weeks quickly passed. Besides going to the spirit healer faculty to explain to Gu Lixing further on the improvements made to the spirit healing technique, most of her time was spent cultivating elixirs in the little bamboo grove. Although the elixir stove Yi Mei had brought had looked very small in size, it was only after it was fully opened up that one could see its extraordinarily hidden features. From the outside, the elixir stove looked intricately small and would not be suitable for the production of big batches of elixirs. But its interior actually held space very similar to a cosmos sack. Its capacity handled elixirs numbering not just in tens, but was even capable of handling batches of elixirs in the hundreds at one time. That elixir stove did not even require a fire, it would heat up on its own once you placed the elixirs inside. With Jun Wuyao's departure, Fan Chi had to resume the delivery of food to the little bamboo grove from his kitchen. And in those 2 weeks, Jun Wuxie had not detected anything suspicious added into the food brought in. The fact that the culprit had suddenly stopped trying to poison Fan Zhuo greatly piqued Jun Wuxie's curiosity. Although they did not hold any concrete evidence in their hands, both Jun Wuxie and Fan Zhuo were nevertheless completely certain that the culprit behind the poisoning of Fan Zhuo was Ning Rui, and no one else? Could it be that Ning Xin's death had dealt too big a blow on him? Fan Zhuo tried to reason, as he sat at the table. Ning Rui had been keeping an extremely low profile in the Zephyr Academy recently, seldom seen to even step out of his office. In the past, Ning Rui had always insisted on eating his meals with Fan Qi, but after Ning Xin's death, even that long-time habit had been broken. A man who was even willing to abandon his own daughter would not be so weak-willed. Jun Wuxia had not eased up on her vigilance. Ning Xin's death that day had been extremely tragic and tormenting, but throughout the whole ordeal, Ning Rui had completely restrained himself, and had not even pleaded once for Ning Xin's life. It had been obvious that Ning Rui had been ready to give up on Ning Xin at that moment. Instead of assuming that Ning Rui was so badly shaken by Ning Xin's death that he did not dare to carry out any retaliation, she would rather want to think that he was deliberately trying to hide or diminish his own presence. After all, his own daughter had committed such heinous deeds. After it was exposed for all the disciples of the entire academy to see, even if he could explain that he played no part in any of it and was not to be blamed, he could not dictate the way other people saw him. "We make a trip to Chanlin town in a few days," Jun Wuxia said suddenly. Fan Zhuo paused a moment and asked, "You intend to go to the Heaven's End Cliff?" "That's fine. My things at the smelter should be ready by now. When we reach Chanlin town, give me a few days to forge you your new spirit rings before you leave for the Heaven's End Cliff. The place is after all known to be extremely dangerous, and every bit of additional power would give all of your extra protection," Fan Zhuo said with a smile. Only by inheriting the Dark Emperor's rare treasures would they gain enough power to resist the 12 palaces. A few days later, Jun Wuxia gathered Xiao Chu and the others and moved out together towards Chanlin town. As it was not a rest day for the Zephyr Academy, the Chanlin town was a lot more quiet than the last time they were there. The main street only had a smattering of stalls, the endless bustling scene from before completely absent. Jun Wuxia and her group were dressed in civilian clothes to not draw so much attention to themselves. After they confirmed their lodgings and settled down, Rong Ruo went with Fan Zhuo to the smithy to retrieve the black silver. On the other hand, Jun Wuxia and the others made their way towards Mu Qianfan's residence. Mu Qianfan stayed in a far corner of the Chanlin town. The houses there were all simple and crude, and according to the address Mu Qianfan gave them, the group came before a old and tattered little house, and Xiao Chu went up to knock on the door. Moments later, the badly battered wooden door opened. Mu Qianfan was fully covered in bandages, as he appeared behind the door. The moment his eyes saw Jun Wuxia, they brightened up visibly. Chapter 632, Coming to Chanlin Town Again, 2. "Young Master Jun, you're here." Mu Qianfan's voice was filled with joy. Jun Wuxia acknowledged with a slight nod. Mu Qianfan hurriedly stepped back to allow them in as he said enthusiastically, "Come in and take a seat please." Jun Wuxia and her companions went into the house and found the interior of the house even more dilapidated than its exterior. Besides only having a old and tattered wooden bed and a worn wooden table and chair, the whole house could be said to be empty with the four walls. "Sigh, why does all of this feel so familiar?" Xiao Chu surveyed his eyes over the incredibly bare interior of the room and could not help but remember the dire straits they were all in before they met Jun Wuxia. In all those years, they had not been in a situation much better than Mu Qianfan. "You got so much money for that piece of black rock previously, why are you still?" Xiao Chu asked, as he stared puzzledly at Mu Qianfan. The black piece of rock had been sold for several hundreds of thousand taels, and it was no small sum. Just taking a few hundreds taels out from there would have made Mu Qianfan's days a whole lot easier. Mu Qianfan was a little conscious of himself as he looked at the ewes before him, slightly embarrassed by his state of poverty as he said, "I gave all that money to the families of my brothers in arms. Many of my brothers were the main breadwinners of their families, and most of them have elderly and young ones sorely dependent on their income. Now that they are no longer in this world, leaving behind their orphan children and widowed wives with no one to care for them, how could I allow myself to prey on that money? At least I am still alive and active enough to keep myself alive. Their families need the money more than I do." Mu Qianfan had not only given all the money he had received at the auction away, he had even dug out all his savings he had painstakingly accumulated all these years and had not kept a single cent for himself. Xiao Chu and Fei Yan exchanged a glance and their eyes were filled with pity, together with an underlying tinge of respect. Mu Qianfan was already living in such poverty himself, but he had not allowed himself to take a single copper from the sum of money. He had felt so deeply ashamed towards his brothers in arms who had departed from this world that he would rather allow himself to suffer than to touch the money that had taken his brothers' lives in exchange. Maybe it was due to Qiao Chu and Fei Yan being too obvious with their pity-filled eyes, and it made Mu Qianfan even more embarrassed. "My place is rather tiny, please forgive me. Do you want to have a seat on the bed?" Mu Qianfan quickly walked over to the bed and pulled off the blanket that had already turned dark from a lack of being washed. He attempted to smooth out the badly crumpled bedsheet with his hands and then stepped aside with a sheepish grin, inviting Qiao Chu and the others to sit down. Seeing Mu Qianfan in such a state, Qiao Chu felt himself feeling all choked up. To Qiao Chu, it was not important how much riches a man possessed, nor how capable he really was, but how sincere that man's heart really was. On Mu Qianfan, he saw the stalwart sense of responsibility of a matured man, himself living in such abject poverty, but not lusting after any of the money placed in his hands in the slightest. Irregardless of Mu Qianfan's powers or abilities, his act of selflessness towards his deceased brothers' families had already gained Qiao Chu's and his companions' deep respect. Jun Wuxie scanned her eyes around the interior of the house before she simply said, "All come out." And she turned to go out. Mu Qianfan was looking even more embarrassed. He knew deep in his heart, with his house in such a state, he really shouldn't have guests come. Although the youths before him were all still young, judging from the way they were dressed, they did not seem to come common backgrounds. Qiao Chu and the others obediently went out of the house and Mu Qianfan hurried after them. After he stepped out, Mu Qianfan even carefully closed his door. He had not recovered from his injuries yet and he was not able to find work to earn money yet. The tiny little house was at least his last sanctuary against the wind and rain. However, Mu Qianfan had just barely walked away from the house when Jun Wuxie suddenly pulled out a stick of glowing ember and lit it up. She next took that small glowing flame and threw it onto the roof of Mu Qianfan's house. Chapter 633, Coming to Chanlin Town Again, 3. The small flame caught and quickly burned into a raging inferno. In moments, the dilapidated and tattered house was engulfed in roaring flames. Mu Qianfan stared with his eyes wide in utter disbelief, looking in shock at his only abode of sanctuary gradually being destroyed, burning up in flames. "Young Master Jun, what are you doing?" Mu Qianfan turned to look anxiously at Jun Wuxie, his voice agitated but there was no reproach behind it. Jun Wuxie had saved his life and he had already deemed his own life to be Jun Wuxie's to take. He would be most willing to even give up his life for Jun Wuxie, so he was not disgruntled that Jun Wuxie had burnt down his house, but just puzzled why Jun Wuxie would want to do that. How had his tiny tattered house offended young Master Jun? Not just Mu Qianfan was baffled. Even Qiao Chu and the others were shocked to see the house suddenly go up in flames. Why had little Xie with just a single statement suddenly burnt down somebody's home? But none of them dared say a single word in reproach of Jun Wuxie and all of them could only look at Mu Qianfan, their hearts filled with silent grief for his loss. None of them knew how Mu Qianfan's house had earned the wrath of the young miss of the Jun family that had made her set a torch on it. Jun Wuxie stared quietly at the flames razing the little house completely to the ground. Only after she was satisfied that the dwelling had been completely destroyed, did Jun Wuxie finally turn around. Mu Qianfan was still grieving over the loss of his only humble abode when he suddenly saw the shadow of something being thrown into his arms. He reached out instinctively to hold it up and found that it was actually a hefty money bag. On the mouth of the bag, a silver emblem was tied onto it, a motif of a mystical Kirin soaring among clouds carved out of it. Mu Qianfan lifted his head up in bafflement, staring at Jun Wuxie with astonished eyes. "After this, go to the imperial city of the Qi Kingdom and present yourself at the Lin Palace," Jun Wuxie said simply, without any expression. Qi Kingdom Lin Palace? Mu Qianfan was shocked. Although he had only resided in Chanlin Town all his life, but making their living as adventurers had enabled him and his brothers in arms the opportunities to meet people from many other countries and the various powers. They had naturally heard of the Qi Kingdom's Lin Palace. Although the Qi Kingdom was a small nation, but no one dared look down upon the Qi Kingdom's Lin Palace, as the master of the Lin Palace, Jun Xian, commanded the most ferocious strike force across the lands, the Rui Lin Army. The name of the Rui Lin Army thundered far and wide, and although Mu Qianfan had heard of them, he had always begrudged the fact that he had not had the fortune to meet them. But young Master Jun was now asking him to report to the Lin Palace. What does that mean? At the side, it finally dawned upon Xiao Chu what was actually happening, and he immediately broke into a wide smile and patted Mu Qianfan reassuringly on the shoulder and said, "My men, you've run into luck this time. Do you like the Rui Lin army?" Mu Qianfan was still largely overwhelmed, and upon hearing Xiao Chu's words, he could only nod blankly. The notorious most ferocious strike force, which man does not revere them? Listen to our little Xie. After we are all done with our tasks here, you just bring this bag of money, together with that emblem, and go to the Qi Kingdom's imperial city, and find the Lin Palace. I guarantee it that you will not regret it. Xiao Chu said, laughing good-naturedly, and even throwing Jun Wuxia a wink as he said those words. He had initially wondered what had happened to their little lass, and now it seems that she had felt exactly just like they had, unwilling to see such an upright and righteous man like Mu Qianfan being confined to such a tiny and dilapidated house and living in such compromised state. She had decidedly just burned down his abode, to force Mu Qianfan to have no other choice but to move accordingly to Jun Wuxia's arrangements. Couldn't the little lass be a tad bit more gentle in her methods? She was obviously doing a good deed, but the way it was carried out was through methods employed more by nefarious bandits. Chapter 634, Coming to Chanlin Town Again, 4. Witnessing Jun Wuxia's strong-arm methods, Xiao Chu almost fell onto his knees. When it came to Jun Wuxia, no matter whether she was saving someone or helping someone out, her methods were always overly domineering. If the recipient of her help was someone practical and straight-laced, they might just very well misunderstand her kind intentions, and come to hate her for it instead. Young Master Jun, what do you mean? Mu Qianfan's hands, which were holding the sack of money, were trembling visibly, his mind a complete blank. My surname is Jun. Jun Wuxia said simply as she stared at Mu Qianfan. Mu Qianfan's mind exploded in realization at that moment. Everyone knew that the command of the Rui Lin army was in the hands of the Jun family of the Lin Palace. Jun Xia's surname was Jun, and he was asking him to report to the Lin Palace. Did that not mean? Young Master Jun, do you really mean it? Mu Qianfan trembling spread throughout his entire body, as an unbelievable joy filled his heart. The Rui Lin army accepts only men of loyalty. Mu Qianfan's loyal and unwavering friendship had proven to Jun Wuxia that he possessed the qualities to join the Rui Lin army. And the fact that he had made it back from the Heaven's End cliff also proved that his skills were above average. Moreover, Jun Wuxia did not wish to see a man that she had spent effort on saving continue to live in such a tattered and dilapidated place. If Mu Qianfan was to be her patient, she would not allow him to be in such dire straits. Mu Qianfan suddenly fell to his knees, and prostrated himself before Jun Wuxia, before he proceeded to knock his head on the ground with 3 loud thuds in gratitude. I, Mu Qianfan, would throughout this life, live under young Master Jun's orders. I have been lucky to have gained young Master Jun's trust, and I will repay it with all I have. Jun Wuxia had not only saved his life, but had also given him a bright future. Adventurers toil throughout their lives, just for that bit of money to scrap out a living while constantly putting their lives at risk. Mu Qianfan's brothers-in-arms had all died, and if he was to go back to his old trade, he would be moving out on his own, where his exposure to the dangers to adventurers would all be borne by him alone. Mu Qianfan had never in his life ever thought that he would one day be able to join the Rui Lin army. Irregardless whether he would just be a mere foot soldier, or even just doing odd jobs in the army, it would still be an unbelievable blessing bestowed upon him. Get up. Jun Wuxia said coldly. Mu Qianfan stood up, with tears in his eyes. To join the Rui Lin army, your body's current condition will not do. Follow me. Jun Wuxia said, her eyes surveying Mu Qianfan. The injuries to his body might have been suppressed after applying the medicine she gave previously, but she knew that medicine would not be able to completely cure him. Mu Qianfan quickly recovered. Whatever Jun Wuxia told him, he carried it out to the letter. After following Jun Wuxia back to the inn, Jun Wuxia handed Mu Qianfan the elixir she had cultivated for him. It was made to specifically counter the poison in Mu Qianfan's body. It would take another 2 weeks before the poison in Mu Qianfan's body could be completely cleared. After thanking Jun Wuxia repeatedly, Mu Qianfan swallowed the elixir. Xiao Chu and the others sat around in the room, watching Mu Qianfan shedding endless tears of gratitude before Jun Wuxia, and their eyes were clearly tinged with amusement. I'll say, where did little Xia get this habit of going all around to gather all sorts of people to stuff into the Lin Palace? Qiao Chu asked wickedly of Hua Yao, his leg crossed in a boorish manner on the chair. It had been the same for Yin Yan as well. He had deserved to die, but Jun Wuxia had fearlessly made Long Qi bring him back to the Lin Palace. This time, Mu Qianfan had become the next to be thrown to the Lin Palace. In addition to Mu Qian and the disciples of the Cloud-Treading Peak who were hustled into working for the Lin Palace, Qiao Chu could only think that Jun Wuxia was really working tirelessly to increase the power and arsenal of skills of the Lin Palace. As long as they were of use, without considering their birth or background, she would not hesitate to shove them into the hands of the Lin Palace. Chapter 635, Coming to Chanlin Town Again, 5. After Mu Qianfan had sufficiently composed himself, Jun Wuxia spoke to him about going to the Heaven's End Cliff. Upon hearing that, Mu Qianfan was greatly shocked. That must not happen. Young Master Jun, it is not that I am unwilling to lead you there, but the Heaven's End Cliff is really just too terrifying and not many people are able to survive in there. The place is filled with endless traps and terrifying poisons, the slightest misstep and you will not come out alive. I plead for my young Master Jun to reconsider it. Mu Qianfan persuaded in a hurry. We must go there. You need only lead the way. Jun. Wuxia said expressionlessly. Mu Qianfan gritted his teeth and tried to persuade further, but he was unable to make Jun Wuxia change her mind in the slightest. Left with no other choice, he continued to say, if young Master Jun is going to the Heaven's End Cliff, then I must insist to go with you, or your humble servant will never agree to lead the way to the Heaven's End Cliff. At least I have been there once before and I am a little more familiar with the place. Mu Qianfan was highly determined. He was fully prepared that if they were to come across any dangers, he will risk everything, including his own life, to protect the safety of his young Master Jun. Jun Wuxia did not reject Mu Qianfan's request. Mu Qianfan began speaking to them in detail on the exact location of the Heaven's End Cliff. From Chanlin Town to the Heaven's End Cliff, it would need at least a journey of 2 weeks and that would allow just enough time for Mu Qianfan's injuries to heal. Once Mu Qianfan was certain that Jun Wuxia and her companions were going to the Heaven's End Cliff, he immediately started preparing all the things they would need for the expedition. Having gone there once before, he was more aware of what kind of things they would need at the Heaven's End Cliff. The temperature below the Heaven's End Cliff fell to extremely low levels and if they were not equipped with warmer clothing, it would not be long before all their limbs would turn cold and stiff. Moreover, the foggy mist that completely engulfed the bottom of the cliff turned the low temperature there into a wet and clammy chill, which would quickly penetrate and dampen their clothes, making the freezing temperatures there become an even more unbearable torment. Planning for a trip over the Heaven's End Cliff, the least they had to prepare for was suitable clothing to keep them warm and protect them against the high humidity. Although they had quite a number of clothing shops within Chanlin Town itself, all the shops were targeted mainly at the disciples of the Zephyr Academy, hence no matter whether it was the materials used and in terms of designs, they were plentiful and well made, but all the pieces called for hefty prices. Mu Qianfan could think of many things that would be useful to them at the bottom of the Heaven's End Cliff, but buying all those things would cost a lot of money, and it was not what a penniless adventurer like him could afford. If he had all this money before, all his brothers in arms might not have perished. Seeing that they needed money, Jun Wuxia immediately sent Hua Yao to the Chanlin auction house to receive the money from the sale of the spirit stones they had left there the last time, and to hand them the batches of elixirs she had cultivated recently to be put up for auction. When He Changlu saw Hua Yao, his eyes lit up as if seeing the god of prosperity himself and had he almost knelt before Hua Yao in welcome. Throughout the whole process, Hua Yao did not even need to speak much while He Changlu made all the necessary arrangements for him. In order to keep this big client with them, He Changlu proclaimed that anything that Hua Yao leaves with them to be put up for auctions in the future, the Chanlin auction house would not take a single copper in commission, auctioning off the items for them completely free of charge. The Chanlin auction house was not afraid to absorb the loss as the capacity crowds that the elixirs pulled in would more than make up for everything. As long as people come to the Chanlin auction house, based on their auction house's auctioneer's exemplary gift of the gab, they would be able to gain so much more for their other items put forth in their auctions. When Hua Yao got back to the inn and slapped a thick stash of banknotes onto the table, Qiao Chu's eyes were glued on the stash and his drool was almost reaching the floor. Dumb Qiao, you go gather up the things needed together with Mu Qianfan. Jun Wuxia snatched up a bunch of banknotes, and without even looking at the denomination stated on them, she shoved them in Qiao Chu's hands, almost driving the highly agitated Xiao Chu to delirium. Chapter 636, Spirit Rings, 1. It was the first time that Mu Qianfan saw a youth being so easy and generous with his money. Even after Xiao Chu dragged him all the way out of the inn, his eyes were still staring blankly. When Fan Zhuo and Rong Ruo got back, Xiao Chu had already left with Mu Qianfan. The big slab of black rock had only yielded them a tiny palm-sized piece of black silver. Dum Qiao has gone out to buy things that we will need at the Heaven's End Sif, so when will you be able to begin the things on your end? Fei Yan asked, looking at the tiny piece of black silver. The price of black silver was also very high in the Middle Realm, although not exactly priceless and invaluable, it was nevertheless still a prized item hard to come by. They had still been very young when they were in the Middle Realm. They had heard about black silver from their elders then, but had never seen it physically before. Little Zhuo, can you really forge a spirit rings with it? Hua Yao asked, picking up the piece of black silver. Fan Zhuo said smilingly, the way people forge spirit rings in the Middle Realm differ from how they do it in the Lower Realm. Ordinary people would not be able to really draw out the real power within a spirit ring, while in the Middle Realm, there is a unique profession, named ring forgers. Only a real ring forger possesses the ability to forge a genuine spirit ring, and my mother happens to have been one of them, a ring forger. In the period that she had remained in the Lower Realm when my father was not around, my mother had taught me a little about it when she had the time. Ring forgers. Jun Wuxia lifted her eyes and looked at Fan Zhuo. It was the first time she was hearing that term. Upon hearing it, Fei Yan was getting rather excited. I have heard of ring forgers before. It was said ring forgers were extremely scarce in numbers, and each of the 12 palaces employed their own ring forgers. The more powerful the ring forger himself was, the spirit rings he forged would be more powerful. But I have never met a ring forger before, and I would never have expected that little Zhuo would be a descendant of a ring forger. Fan Zhuo smiled bashfully and said, the benefits a ring forger can give is way more than that. You will know what I am talking about after I finish forging your spirit rings. Just being able to increase their spiritual power and battle prowess does not make someone a ring forger. Little Zhuo, why didn't you forge your own spirit ring? Fei Yan asked, spotting the spirit ring on Fan Zhuo's finger. It was the same as theirs, common, and no work had been done on it. Fan Zhuo raised his hand, and looked wistfully at the spirit ring on his finger, because saying with a smile on his lips, before this, I didn't even know how long more I had to live, and I did not even give forging my spirit ring the slightest thought. Upon finishing his statement, his eyes turned to Jun Wuxia. He had already given up hope then, but he had been dragged out from the abyss of despair. When one lived with hope before him, he would finally be strengthened by motivation to advance in life. Fei Yan's mouth gaped open, feeling that he had touched on a rather negative topic. He cleared his throat slightly and patted Fan Zhuo comfortingly on the shoulder and said, you have us with you in the days ahead. On the road towards the future, we will walk together. Fan Zhuo nodded with a wide smile on his face. Actually, besides the issue on survival, I had nothing suitable in my hands to forge any spirit rings. Using common metals for the forging will only give the spirit rings insignificant effects, and although spirit rings can be repeatedly reforged, but without good material, it would not be able to draw on the ring forger's abilities. But we do not have to worry about that now, as we have enough black silver. A pity we do not have black gold. If we had black gold, the effects would be greatly amplified. Black gold? Hua Yao froze a moment. What is that? Jun Wuxia asked. Hua Yao narrowed his eyes to say, black gold is an extremely rare and invaluable metal. Even within the 12 palaces in the Middle Realm, only a rare few people were able to have their spirit rings forged with black gold. I had once heard that when spirit's rings are forged with black gold, its effects would exceed merely just adding on power and might. Besides raising their ring spirit's spiritual power and battle strength, they can even change the form their ring spirits take. Delirium. Chapter 637, Spirit Rings, 2. Change its form. Jun Wuxia asked, with an eyebrow raised. Ring spirits, according to what she knew, came in 3 types. At the moment, she knew of just these 3 types: weapon spirits, beast spirits, and the other type was what she possessed, a plant-type ring spirit. The first 2 types of ring spirits had a fixed form, and weapon spirits and beast spirits were unable to change them. But plant spirits did not seem to fall within the same restrictions. Fanjua seemed to correctly guess at Jun Wuxie's doubts and he said, plant ring spirits are different from the other ring spirits. Although spirit rings forged with black gold will enable the other two types of ring spirits to acquire the ability to change their form, but it is different from your ring spirit. They cannot take human form like yours but achieve certain changes to their shape and appearance. Take a beast-type ring spirit for example. After reforging its spirit ring, it can shed its bestial form and transform into a weapon, or even take the shape of armor. That just sounds really tempting. Fei Yan rubbed at his chin, wishing he could get his hands on a piece of black gold instantly to put it to the test. Black gold might give people an unbelievable boost to their powers, but the material is much too rare. To my knowledge, within each of the 12 palaces, people who possess black gold spirit rings number less than 3, and in some of the palaces, only the lord of the palace possessed it. To forge a spirit ring with black gold, it needs an advanced and highly skilled ring forger to personally work on it. Even if you gave me the black gold now, I will not be able to produce a spirit ring with it. Fanjua said honestly. The forging of spirit rings he had learned from his mother had been limited and advanced and highly skilled ring forgers were very small in number in the Middle Realm. Most of them have already been divided among the 9 courts and 12 palaces, and common people would rarely even meet one in their lives. Don't think too much on it. To even have a ring forger willing to forge our rings for us, we are already feeling greatly blessed. Hua Yao said, rapping Fei Yan on the top of his head. Fei Yan protested mournfully, I was only just saying it. The fact that little Zhua is willing to even forge our spirit rings for us, already makes me feel greatly indebted to him. Fanjua looked at Jun Wuxie and said, I have with me some equipment used for the forging of spirit rings left by my mother. We can begin. Immediately with the black silver in hand, but Fanjua's eyes showed a sliver of doubt. My mother had never taught me how to forge a plant-type ring spirit's ring. So little Xie, for your spirit ring, I intend to leave it till the last as I am not sure if it will succeed. Because, if it fails, it might inflict a certain level of harm to your ring spirit. Plant-type ring spirits, no matter where they were, rarely existed. Even Fanjua, who received tutelage from a genuine ring forger, did not dare recklessly attempt it. As you wish. Jun Wuxie replied. She did not mind the order of her turn. She was more intrigued by the process of the forging of the spirit rings. Ring spirits from a certain perspective were a form of spirits. The forging of spirit rings was in essence, employing a special method, to amplify a spirit form's power. To someone like Jun Wuxie who had previously undergone a joining of spirits, understanding the mysterious and profound secrets behind the phenomenon would be much more valuable to her. Soon, it was decided that Hua Yao's double-headed bone snake would be the first to undergo the reforging of the spirit ring. Hua Yao was from the Bone Shifters tribe and his double-headed bone snake was deemed stronger in both durability and healing than Fei Yan and the others, which made Hua Yao the ideal choice to take the first spot. Fanjua did not drag his feet either and immediately removed a hollow bronze ball hanging by the side of his hip. The bronze ball looked normal on the outside, and none of them had expected that a deft twist under Fanjua's hands, the bronze ball would open up to reveal a burning green ball of flames within it. This is soul of flames used exclusively for the forging of spirit rings. Only under this flame will a spirit ring meld with the black silver flawlessly. As Fanjua explained, he nodded his head at Hua Yao. Hua Yao held his breath and concentrated all his spiritual power into his spirit ring. A light glow completely enveloped the spirit ring and Hua Yao carefully removed it from his finger, finally handing it over into the hands of Fanjua. Chapter 638, Spirit Rings, 3. Spirit rings were morphed from ring spirits, a mirage formed from the coalesced form of a spirit, and it was only when the contracted human used his own spiritual power to envelope the spirit ring that it could be removed. This was the only way that a spirit ring could be removed from its human owner while remaining in its spirit ring form. Removing one's own spirit ring posed a great danger to that person. The ring spirit would not be able to break the link, and only with the human owner's conscious efforts would he be able to allow the ring spirit to temporarily leave his body. The ring spirit, when detached from the human owner in its spirit ring form, would be extremely weak and vulnerable, unable to even transform into its ring spirit form. While in that state, the link between the human and the ring spirit would be at its most tenuous and delicate, and if the human was attacked at that time, the ring spirit would not be able to do anything to retaliate in the slightest. By the same logic, if any villain were to do anything towards the destruction of the ring at that time, it would also inflict great harm and trauma upon the ring spirit. Hence, the forging of a spirit ring was a process that exposed one to unimaginable danger, and if the ring forger was not someone that was completely trustworthy, no one would ever dare to hand over their spirit rings that easily. Those who seeked out the ring forgers would always have trusted companions watching over the ring forgers throughout the process to prevent any mishaps. Fanzhuo received the spirit ring carefully from Hua Yao's hands and gingerly held it in his palm. He carefully shifted the ring and moved it over the soul flame, and the spirit ring that was enveloped with spiritual power glowed a little more intensely. The spirit ring was suspended above the soul of flames, and as the flames licked at the spirit ring, the color of the spirit ring took on a mystifying change. Hua Yao's ring spirit was a double-headed bone snake, and when it morphed into its spirit ring form, it took on a silvery white color. But under the burning heat of the soul of flames, its silvery white color took on a slight tinge of red all over it. This was a reaction caused by the spirit ring being scorched under the soul of flames. Even the ever-calm and collected Hua Yao was watching it intently as a drop of sweat ran down his face. It was not that he did not trust Fanzhuo, but he could not help being cautious about his own spirit ring. Fanzhuo held the soul of flames in one hand, while he took out a thumb-sized razor-sharp blade with his other. The blade gleamed a bright silver in the dim light, looking extraordinarily sharp. Fanzhuo swiped the blade gently over the piece of black silver placed upon the table and picked up the cut tiny sliver of black silver with the blade's point, slowly and carefully laying it atop the surface of the spirit ring. A black light speckled with seemingly tiny cold glittery stars began to flow as the black silver gradually liquefied under the burning soul of flames, slowing dripping down to gradually cover the entire surface of the spirit ring. The black liquid shone with a metallic gleam, reflecting the glow from the soul of flames, as it flowed to completely envelope the spirit ring. Hua Yao held his breath, his eyes staring unwavering at the spirit ring, his entire body tensed. The seconds passed, running into minutes, as Fanzhuo's hand that was holding up the soul of flames continued to exert a constant and unwavering amount of spiritual power, covering over everything held in his palm, and controlling the intensity of the soul of flames with his spiritual power. At the same time, his spiritual powers were also being employed onto his other hand, controlling the dripping liquid black silver by exerting just the right amount of spiritual power, to carefully and meticulously push out just enough liquid black silver onto the spirit ring, a tiny bit at a time. The soul of flames, on its own, produced no heat. If a human hand were to touch it, they will not be burnt in the slightest. But this type of flame to spiritual forms, if they came into contact, would inflict upon them unbearably high temperatures. All ring forgers would never touch the soul of flames physically. Even when it would not cause any damage to their souls, it would nevertheless cause their own to become highly irritable and be unable to calm down, or to properly control their spiritual powers to properly carry out the forging of the spirit ring. Above the soul of flames, an invisible power seemed to be present, directing the liquefied black silver to wrap itself around the spirit ring, molding the easily yielding black liquid to seamlessly cover its entire surface. Spirit stone? Fanzhuo asked, his eyes unusually stern. As he spoke, his body did not move a single inch. Chapter 639, Spirit Reinforcement, 1. Even his gaze did not dare to move from the soul of flames the slightest. Hua Yao immediately brought a blue-colored high-grade spirit stone he had prepared before Fanzhuo's eyes. Fanzhuo put down the silver blade he held in his hand and retrieved a tiny set of pincers from within his robes to hold the spirit stone in its grip, before placing it on top of the spirit ring that was gradually solidifying in shape. Time slipped by, like sand through one's fingers. In seemingly just a blink of the eye, several hours had passed unnoticed, and a clear sheen of sweat could be seen covering Fanzhuo's face. It's done. As the smile that came upon Fanzhuo's lips set, he immediately used the pincers to remove the reforged spirit ring, closed up the bronze ball to store the soul of flames away properly, and proceeded to put the still slightly steaming spirit ring onto the table on one side. The spirit ring that was reforged with black silver looked jet black in color. Within that deep pure black, it glittered with an enchanting cold shine. A pure blue sapphire spirit stone sat quietly, embedded on top of the gleaming black spirit ring. Hua Yao could not wait to pick the spirit ring up. He suddenly noticed, on the exterior of the spirit ring, were several patterns added on that he did not recognize. The patterns encircled the entire ring, hidden deep within the pure dark black, not easily noticeable. Spirit reinforcement. Jun Wuxia had been observing the whole process intently, and when she saw the patterns on the ring, she suddenly asked those words. What? Fan Zhuo was stunned. Jun Wuxie pointed at the patterns on the spirit ring and said, "These are actually ancient runes, and they were used to strengthen or reinforce spiritual forms. Instead of calling them patterns, runes would be a more adept name for them." Those exact patterns and shapes, she had seen them before. She had been very young then, and she had not combined souls with the Black Cat yet. That men at that time had been busy researching and experimenting things associated with spirit forms, and how to improve on their state of being. In that era, that was a very contentious topic, and that men had, in order to thoroughly research it, searched through the entire world for all information connected to it. And those runes had been part of the materials collected for his research. Jun Wuxie had seen it once, and that man had told her then that if he was able to decipher the meanings behind those runes, then all the questions about spirit bodies would become clear to them. However, till the moment of that man's death, he still had not fully deciphered the meanings behind those ancient runes, and had only achieved a rudimentary understanding of them. To strengthen a spirit, drawing out more of the power from spirit bodies, was termed as spirit reinforcement then. Although that man had only achieved a primitive understanding of the runes, he had still gone ahead and used his incomplete spirit reinforcement to meld the little black cat's soul into her body. That man had employed many more runes than what was on the spirit ring currently. The limited number of runes on the spirit ring would at most only make up a short phrase. "Little Xie. You know what this is?" Fan Zhuo asked excitedly of Jun Wuxie, as if Jun Wuxie had just said something really astounding. "I wouldn't say that I understand it, but I have seen it before," Jun Wuxie explained, shaking her head. That man had not allowed her to come into contact with anything that had to do with his research of spirit bodies, hence, although she had seen it before, she had not had the chance to gain a deeper understanding of them. "Don't tell me you have met other ring forgers?" Fan Zhuo asked, looking inquiringly at Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie shook her head again. Before Fan Zhuo mentioned about ring forgers earlier, she had not known that such a profession actually existed. Fan Zhuo went on to explain, the design of the patterns employed here are used by ring forgers to incite and draw out the powers of the spirit rings. What they actually mean or do is unclear to me. My mother had left me a total of 3 drawings for the different patterns and designs, and each pattern gives a different effect. Chapter 640, Spirit Reinforcement, 2. The type I used on Brother Hua's spirit ring increases the ring spirit's speed and agility. Brother Hua's ring spirit is the double-headed bone snake, and its movements are already quick and nimble. So if we increase its speed to bring it up into another level, then its prowess in battle would really be astounding. Besides being able to increase a ring spirit's speed, the other 2 patterns increases strength and boosts resilience. According to what my mother told me, different sketches would bring different effects to the ring spirits, and the more advanced the ring forger is, the more types of sketches or patterns they would be able to employ, and thus, they were able to draw out more power from the ring spirits. Fan Zhuo could not help but feel a bitter sense of regret. When his mother had left, he was still very young, and he had not been able to gain more knowledge towards being a ring forger, and from what he had managed to note down, were only the 3 types of enhancements with the runes. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes in thought. So spirit reinforcement could be used in such a manner as well. Although she was unable to understand what those runes meant, but if she was to try to decipher what they represented based on those short runes Fan Zhuo possessed, it just might not be that complicated. And Fan Zhuo had said it himself, with different sets of runes engraved upon a spirit ring, it would bring about a different enhancement to the spirit ring. Would she then be wrong to assume that the runes themselves represented the different effects and results that they would bring about? A whole string of speculation swam within Jun Wuxie's mind, and a bold assumption came into her mind. Jun Wuxie suddenly came to sit at the table, and grabbed at a banknote, quickly scribbling on the paper a series of cryptic and undecipherable characters on it. Judging by the shapes of those characters, they looked very similar to those runes imprinted within Hua Yao's spirit ring. "From here, how many of them do you recognize?" Jun Wuxie had, in an incredibly short period of time, filled up the entire sheet of paper, and quickly handed it over to Fan Zhuo. Fan Zhuo took the paper from her and quickly scanned through it. "Among them, I recognize 2 of the characters. This and this." Fan Zhuo pointed out 2 of the characters he was familiar with on the piece of paper. "This was what I used on Brother Hua's spirit ring, and this one is what I used to enhance strength and power." Jun Wuxie stared at the 2 characters Fan Zhuo had pointed out. In that big chunk of characters, their positions had followed no particular order and all the characters only appeared once throughout the page. Little Xie, where did you first see all these? Fanjua stared hard at the numerous and densely packed weird and strange ancient symbols. The others might not realize the implications behind what this represented, but it stood completely clear before him. He only knew of 3 different sets of runes for the forging of spirit rings, but having seen what Jun Wuxie had written on the piece of paper, there were more than 100 more types. With that many characters, what kind of terrible effects would they bring? He did not dare to imagine. He deemed that even the most advanced ring forgers in existence would not have grasped that many combinations. Jun Wuxie had never met any other ring forgers before, so how did she get to know all of this? I don't remember. Jun Wuxie lowered her eyes. From her young age, she had possessed a photographic memory, remembering everything that she saw. That man had coincidentally let her see those runes and Jun Wuxie had committed them all to memory with a quick glance at all of them. Although she had never found a use for them, they had all been indelibly imprinted into her mind. If the truth was to be told, the runes that she had seen was way more than what she had written. What that man had brought in was a goatskin ancient text that was about 2 fingers width thick. Those runes that she had quickly scribbled earlier was just about 2 pages worth of its entire content. Are you able to use these runes? Jun Wuxie asked, looking at Fanjua. Fanjua shook his head immediately. I do not recognize all these characters. If I am to recklessly use them on spirit rings, I do not know what kind of effects it will result in. If anything goes wrong, it may end up harming the ring spirits instead. Chapter 641, Spirit Reinforcement, 3. Jun Wuxie gave up on the idea after hearing Fanjua out. If these runes are similar to those on Hua Yao's spirit ring, then it could very possibly bring about much greater effects to their spirit rings. Unfortunately, they knew almost nothing about the meanings behind those characters, and there was no way they were able to put them to good use. It was highly possible that they contained great power. Were they then supposed to just watch that invaluable opportunity slip by right before their eyes? Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed in thought and she suddenly turned to look at Fanjua. Teach me how to forge rings. Fanjua was shocked and taken aback by the sudden request. You want to give it a try? Fanjua sighed and said, if are really interested, after we come back from the Heaven's End cliff, I'll teach it to you then. All right. Sure. After coming to an agreement with Fanjua, Jun Wuxie did not say anything more on it, but just sat on one side, staring at the characters she had scribbled on the piece of paper, scrutinizing every single one. Fanjua, on the other hand, continued to forge spirit rings for the others. Daylight faded and the darkness of night fell across the land. Xiao Chu and Mu Qianfan returned fully loaded with bags and bags of equipments and many other things. After they stored everything away properly, Xiao Chu could not wait a moment longer as he rushed to see Fanjua, crowding round to watch Fanjua forge the spirit rings. The process of the forging of spirit rings was long and arduous. Just a single day was not enough for him to forge everyone's spirit rings. Jun Wuxie watched and observed what the entire process of forging a spirit ring entailed. Whatever else she wanted to understand would require her to slowly ponder and contemplate before she could gain a better understanding of it. Back in her room, Jun Wuxie sat at the table in the middle. The little black cat lay on the table looking at its mistress' seemingly thoughtful expression. Lord Meme had just been well fed and it was lying on the bed with all 4 of its hooves splayed flat out, fast asleep. Were it an entire verse on a page, or short sentences jumbled up together? Jun Wuxie said it out aloud as she was pondering. She had just stumbled upon a way to use spirit reinforcement but was still unable to bring it a step further, and it greatly frustrated her. She thoughtlessly dipped her finger into her cup of tea, and traced out on the table with her wet finger, the symbols currently swimming endlessly in her mind. The little black cat lying quietly at the side swished its tail lazily in the air. It was already late into the night, and Jun Wuxie did not look the least bit sleepy, but it was already feeling weariness creep in. It stretched its body and stood up, taking 2 steps forward, wanting to leap off the table. However, a sudden surge of a blazing hot sensation shot up from under its paw. The next moment, a ball of fire completely engulfed the entire little black cat. Meow. What the hell? The sudden roaring and raging inferno shocked the little black cat into a shriek as all its fur stood up on their ends. It quickly leapt off the table but the ball of fire was still around its entire body. Under a series of meows and screeches, the little black cat darted and leapt all over the room, attempting everything it could to extinguish the fire on its body. June Wuxie's eyes were wide with shock as she stared, seeing the ball of flames engulf the little black cat. A few seconds later, the ball of flames suddenly disappeared. The little black cat was bathed in a layer of cold sweat, its claws dug deeply into the drapes at the window. Its sharp claws had torn up the curtains with 2 long stretches across it. What was that just now? It almost shocked me out to death. The little black cat jumped off from the drapes and snuggled deep into June Wuxie's arms, still trembling heavily, seemingly not fully recovered from the sudden shock. Are you all right? June Wuxie looked down at the little black cat in her arms. The phenomenon that had occurred on the little black cat earlier intrigued her endlessly. I don't know, suddenly I just caught fire, the little black cat wailed pitifully. It had just wanted to go sleep. What went wrong? June Wuxie lifted the little black cat and turned it all around to inspect it all over. She saw that the little black cat was completely unscathed, and its fur was still just as luxuriously smooth. Chapter 642, Spirit Reinforcement, 4. Painful? June Wuxie asked, plainly serious as she held the little black cat up. The little black cat raised a paw to wipe away the tears at the corners of its eyes and paused a moment before it slowly shook its head. Strangely, I did not feel any pain. But it was a rather rude shock. Who wouldn't run around as if they had gone mad when they suddenly find themselves suddenly engulfed in flames? June Wuxie narrowed her eyes and thought about what she had just noticed. She had seen the flames on the little black cat clearly earlier. Although the little black cat was a spirit body, after it coalesced and took its current form, it would still feel pain when hurt by external forces. The flames just now had completely engulfed it and had seemed like it was going to burn the little black cat into crisp, but the little black cat had not felt the slightest ounce of pain, nor was it hurt in any way from it. June Wuxie's eyes traced back the path the little black cat had taken. The black burnt marks from the roaring flames were still clearly visible on the floor, and even a corner of the drapes had been completely burnt off. All these told her that the flames had been real and was not an illusion. But why did not little black cat not feel the heat in the slightest? June Wuxie was still a little puzzled, but when her eyes swept over the area of the table where the cat had been before it jumped off, her eyes suddenly lit up. Before you caught fire earlier, did you step on anything? June Wuxie asked the little black cat in a serious tone. The little black cat shook its head. June Wuxie pointed at the scribbles of the runes she had made with her fingers dipped in her tea, still wet on the table, and asked, stepped on these? The little black cat paused a moment, and subconsciously raised a front paw, turning it around to peer at it closely with its eyes. Maybe I might have stepped on that. It seemed to vaguely remember before the flames had suddenly engulfed it, it had felt a slightly wet sensation under its paw. June Wuxie's eyes sparkled, and before the little black cat could react, she was already carrying the little black cat to go to the table. Eyeing the still wet runes on the table, she pressed one of the little black cat's hind paw onto it. All of a sudden, a strong wind kicked up. The little black cat in June Wuxie's hand suddenly found itself caught within an invisible wind, torn right out from June Wuxie's grasp. Moo! Caught up in an invisible wind and thrown up in the air, the little black cat tail bristled fully. It could feel 4 separate forces swirling around its 4 limbs. The unfamiliar forces made the little black cat feel like it was riding upon the winds, and it was finding it extremely difficult to get used to stepping on nothing but insubstantial air. The little black cat was suspended in midair, and it was turning and rolling in all directions as its long furry tail drew circles in the air. Suddenly, the strange forces disappeared, and caught completely unawares, the little black cat fell from its elevated position with a screech. Fortunately, June Wuxie was fully prepared for it, and she reached out her arms to catch the poor feline in her arms. The consecutive bouts of traumatic experiences left the poor little black cat giddy and confused. Its mind was still spinning as it lay in June Wuxie's arms. So this is one way it can be used. June Wuxie's misgivings in her eyes cleared at that moment as an almost unnoticeable smile spread across her lips. What do you sigh? The little black cat shook its head to clear its confused mind, its tongue all tangled up. June Wuxie put the cat down carefully on the table and turned around to walk over to the bed to pick up the happily sound asleep Lord Meme into her arms. She then dipped a finger into the tea once again and quickly scribbled a series of runes on the table. She held out one of Lord Meme's paws in her hand and pressed it down upon the wet runes she had just written. Meh, the sleepy Lord Meh bleated and wiggled its short stubby tail, oblivious to what was really going on, before falling back into sleep. It looks like these runes only work on spirit bodies. Jun Wuxia laid Lord Meh back onto the bed, and walked back to the table to sit down in contemplation, as she saw Lord Meh continue to snore away. Chapter 643, Spirit Reinforcement, 5. The little black cat on the table finally managed to clear its mind after much effort, but what it immediately saw was its own mistress looking at it with a strange look in her eyes. Those eyes immediately heightened the little black cat's innate animal instincts, and it warned the cat of the very close and imminent danger. "What are you thinking of?" The little black cat shrank back, and backed itself into the farthest corner. A look of terror filled its horrified eyes as it stared at Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia stretched out her hand, and she grabbed one of the little black cat's front paws, forcibly dragging the petrified cat before her. "I went through thick and thin with you for so many years. I deserve at least even that little bit of credit, even if you don't appreciate it. You can't do this." The little black cat was still babbling incessantly when it suddenly found its mouth covered by Jun Wuxia's hand. "You are getting more and more talkative," Jun Wuxia said, her eyes narrowed as she looked into the little black cat's eyes. Before being reborn, Little Black had been a lot more quiet. The little black cat looked mournfully at Jun Wuxia. It wanted to tell its mistress so badly. It wasn't true that it did not like to talk in the past, it was just that Jun Wuxia's past life could not be described as anything else but dull and monotonous. Living those days in endless repetition, carrying out the exact same tasks every single day, what was there for him to talk about? "What you stepped on were runes that I wrote. They are the same runes Feng Zhuo employed on the spirit ring, but I cannot be sure of what they mean. But seeing what happened to you earlier, these runes can be put to good use. When applied onto a spirit body, it will create and lend to it certain effects." As she spoke, Jun Wuxia released the little black cat's mouth and dipped a finger into her tea, quickly drawing out a strange character. "On the table. This is what you stepped on the first time." As she finished her statement, she continued writing a second character on the table. "This is what you stepped on the second time. The first time, you were engulfed in flames but did not feel any pain. That means that the power possessed your being, but would not cause any harm to yourself. I tested it on Lord Meh earlier, applying the exact same method did not work. Only spirit bodies are able to make use of the powers these runes give." Jun Wuxia rubbed at her chin as her mind raced, quickly processing all her observations. But on both occasions, the time that the powers lasted were very short. It could be due to the fact that the runes were written out with my finger dipped in tea, and the tea had evaporated quickly from your body, and that's why the powers did not last long. If what she was guessing was to be correct, then they wouldn't even need to directly apply the runes on the spirit ring, but to find a suitable method to temporarily apply the runes on the ring spirits. She would then be able to gain her results faster, and it would not harm the ring spirits even if she applied the runes incorrectly. What made Jun Wuxia even happier from this discovery was that it would solve another big problem on her mind. She would finally be able to recognize the different characters among the runes. She could remember the individual shapes of the various characters from the runes, but she had not been able to decipher the meanings behind them. Now, she would only need to write them out with water, apply it onto the little black cat, and the resulting effects would tell her the meaning behind the character applied. The process was quick, and it did not call for much energy to carry it out. "You don't really mean to test them all on me, right?" The little black cat's whiskers trembled, as it stared at Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia just nodded honestly. The little black cat shook its head vehemently as it pleaded. "You can't. You cannot do this. Don't you still have Little Lotus? Summon him now. Why is it always me? It must protest." Jun Wuxia patted the little black cat on its head and said gently, "You just reminded me." Chapter 644, Spirit Reinforcement, 6. The little black cat's mouth gaped open in surprise. It felt like did it just sell Little Lotus out? Without another word, Jun Wuxia immediately summoned Little Lotus. Little Lotus stood barefooted on the ground, his tiny face looking innocently at Jun Wuxia. His eyes suddenly spotted the soundly asleep Lord Meh on the bed, and his pudgy body immediately shivered. "Mistress, is there anything you need?" Little Lotus asked obediently, discreetly shifting his tiny feet, to put as much distance as he could, between himself and the bed. Little Lotus was still haunted by the horrifying memory of being chased and bitten by Lord Meh the last time. That time, if his mistress had not dragged Lord Meme off, he might very well have been reduced to become a tiny flower bud now. I have a task to hand over to you and Little Black, June Wuxia said to Little Lotus. Little Lotus nodded his head, agreeing readily, his chubby face breaking out into a brilliant smile. I will do my utmost for any task my mistress assigns to me. The little black cat could not make itself look straight into Little Lotus' eyes, and it raised its paw to cover its face, hiding the guilt it felt in its heart. In moments, Little Lotus would not be able to continue smiling so brightly anymore. The little black cat was still a little too naive. Although June Wuxia had summoned Little Lotus, but that did not mean it had escaped the calamity. June Wuxia held a cup of water in her band and wrote a whole series of spirit reinforcement runes on the ground before making the little black cat and Little Lotus test out their effects concurrently. The two tiny miserable figures were so badly traumatized that they felt death might be easier for them. Soon, Little Lotus was in tears, but he had no choice but to continue testing out the various effects the spirit reinforcement runes gave while tears flowed down his cheeks and his nose ran continuously. As she wrote out more and more spirit reinforcement runes, June Wuxia suddenly felt her spiritual power gradually decreasing. After writing about 20 more characters, she found her spiritual powers completely depleted. She panted slightly as she fell back onto the chair. She turned to look at the completely exhausted pair, the little black cat and Little Lotus, so tired that they could no longer stand up, and her brows creased up deeply. In the beginning, she had not felt her spiritual powers deplete. But when the number of runes she wrote increased, she had suddenly felt her spiritual powers draining very quickly. But that phenomenon had not manifested when she had written those runes on paper. Composing spirit reinforcement runes drains a person's spiritual power after all. June Wuxia contemplated rubbing at her chin. She had written a full page of the spirit reinforcement runes on a piece of paper and tried it on both the little black cat and Little Lotus earlier, but there had been no effect at all. It was rather obvious the spirit reinforcement runes would drain at one's spiritual energy only when the runes could be applied onto a spirit body. If the runes could not be applied, it did not deplete any spiritual energy. When she had used water to write those runes, as those runes could be transferred onto the bodies of the little black cat and Little Lotus, it had eaten at her spiritual energies. When she came to that conclusion, many things became clear to June Wuxia. Little wonder when Fan Zhuo was forging the spirit rings, he needed to maintain an incessant and constant supply of spiritual energy. It would seem that spirit reinforcements whose effects lasted a longer period of time would require a much greater amount of spiritual energy. June Wuxia took out the Heaven's flask that contained the water of Heaven's spring. Under the highly nourishing water of Heaven's spring, the snow lotus was overflowing with spiritual energy. As June Wuxia absorbed it into her body, the process greatly surprised her this time. The speed that she absorbed the spiritual energies this time had doubled from her usual speed. The spiritual energy in her body was almost fully depleted, and even under those circumstances, the gains made on her growth in spiritual energy levels was at a speed she had never experienced before. June Wuxia's eyes were thoughtful. I had not thought that quickening the draining of my spiritual power would bring about such an unexpected result. Chapter 645, Spirit Reinforcement, 7. Realizing the condition her body was in, June Wuxia was in no hurry to continue testing out the various effects of the spirit reinforcement runes further, but she went on to record in detail the different effects of the over 20 runes the little black cat and Little Lotus had tested out earlier. Besides fire and wind, most of the other spirit reinforcement runes strengthened or reinforced other abilities. An example was what Fan Zhuo had mentioned. He knew of 3 types of spirit reinforcement runes which increased speed, strength, or durability. June Wuxia had identified 2 sets of runes out of those 3 and discovered another 2 that made the spirit body extremely light and lithe or enabled them to mask their presence. Different spirit reinforcement runes would give completely different effects. If the rune's effects are well matched and properly applied, the result would most definitely be astounding. Exhausted and sprawled flat upon the table, June Wuxia completely relaxed her body to absorb more of the spiritual energy from the snow lotus. Although she discovered how the spirit reinforcement could be used, and had understood some of the effects the spirit reinforcement runes gave, it was still a challenge to her if she intended to employ them in battle. The key thing was how she should attach the spirit reinforcement runes onto the bodies of the spirit bodies better, as its minute-long effects would not be of much use in a battle. As June Wuxia contemplated on her thoughts sprawled on the table, she slowly drifted off into sleep. The little black cat was already so worn out and weary, but it still valiantly pushed itself to its feet. It jumped up on the bed and bit on the blanket, dragging it to come next to June Wuxie, struggling clumsily as it tried to cover the blanket over her. After a series of exhausting attempts, the little black cat finally fell limp, flat upon the table. It shifted its body slightly, leaning against June Wuxie's hand, and closed its eyes in blissful rest. Early the next morning, Xiao Chu knocked on June Wuxie's room door. June Wuxie was awoken from her sleep and she picked up the still sleeping little black cat before going to open the door. Little Zhua told me to come ask you whether you want to watch him forge our spirit rings. Xiao Chu asked, full of vigor as he looked at June Wuxie. Fan Zhua had helped Hua Yao and Fei Yan forge their spirit rings yesterday, and it was his and Rong Ruo's turn today. June Wuxie had not intended to go over, but after considering it a moment, she nodded her head. June Wuxie had a unique method of cultivating her spiritual powers, and that enabled her to replenish and recover her powers quickly. However, that wasn't the case for Fan Zhua. He had forged Hua Yao's and Fei Yan's spirit rings consecutively, and June Wuxie was guessing that his spirit powers must have been quite badly drained. Based on her judgment, Fan Zhua shouldn't be able to continue with the forging of the rings today. June Wuxie walked over to Fan Zhua's room with the little black cat in her arms. When she saw Fan Zhua, his condition did not look as bad as she had thought, and his spiritual powers did not seem to be that badly drained as well. June Wuxie was puzzled, and she made her doubts known by asking out aloud. Fan Zhua was surprised, but he immediately smiled at her. Don't forget that I am from the Middle Realm after all. People in the Middle Realm are able to use a special method to raise their spirit powers. If I had used my spirit powers without that method, I would have collapsed after forging just one spirit ring. A special method to raise your spirit powers? June Wuxie asked, her eyebrow arched. She had been very curious about Xiao Chu's and the others' ability to force their spirit powers to reach the purple level after she had witnessed it the last time. Yes, it is something the people from the Middle Realm are born with. Xiao Chu was nodding his head in agreement on the side. If you are interested to know more, I will tell it to you in more detail another day. Fan Zhua promised with a wide smile. Fei Yan and Hua Yao had left early that morning. They wanted to find an uninhabited location to test out their reforged spirit rings and see how strong their ring spirits had become. No rush. June Wuxie agreed easily. With her doubts cleared, she saw no point in remaining there and went right out of the inn. She wanted to look for materials that would allow her to apply the spirit reinforcement runes on spirit bodies for a longer period of time. Chapter 646, To Heaven's End Cliff, 1. 3 days flew by quickly. June Wuxie and all the others had prepared everything, and they officially took the first step into their journey to the Heaven's End Cliff. With the addition of Mu Qian Fan, there was a total of 7 of them on the trip. June Wuxie purchased a large-sized horse carriage, and they all squeezed into it. She had intended to hire a coachman, but Mu Qian Fan rejected the idea. The exact location of the Heaven's End Cliff was not known to many people in the world, and the less people who knew of its location, the better it was for them. He did it in order to prevent the location from being leaked, and also to not invite unnecessary trouble. The task as the coachman was taken up by Mu Qian Fan alone, and he politely refused when Xiao Chu and the others offered to take over for intermittent periods. In Mu Qian Fan's mind, having met June Wuxie had already changed his life completely, and he would put in his whole heart in his endeavors for her. The Heaven's End Cliff from Chanlin Town would take about 2 weeks at least, and they traveled tirelessly during the day, setting up camp to rest at night. They joked and laughed throughout the journey, making the long trip much more enjoyable. Besides June Wuxie, Fan Zhua and the other spirit rings had been reforged. When Fan Zhua had attempted to forge June Wuxie's spirit ring as the last one in turn, he had found that the black silver completely could not meld or take shape with her spirit ring, and that phenomenon had greatly baffled Fan Zhua, resulting in June Wuxie being the lone one among the companions with her spirit ring still in its original state. To be fair, Fan Zhua was not to blame, as the spirit ring that the snow lotus morphed into was invisible, and even June Wuxie could not see how it really looked like. She was not even able to ascertain its shape, leaving Fan Zhua feeling helpless with the spirit ring's reforging. Day by day, time passed. Throughout the journey, June Wuxie experimented with all kinds of materials, trying to lengthen the period the spirit reinforcement would take hold, but the results were still not too encouraging. When June Wuxie brought up the matter to Fan Zhua was shocked for a rather long while. When he tried to implement the few spirit reinforcement runes that Jun Wuxia gave him on Xiao Chu's, Rongruo's, and his own spirit rings, they had resulted in failure. That had puzzled Jun Wuxia quite a bit. She had tried by using water to write the runes and applied them on Raleigh, and the effects had manifested. But when Fan Zhuo had implemented the same set of runes when he forged their rings, there had been no effect at all. Little Xia had discovered something so amazing, but it can't be put to good use. It's really such a shame. Sitting within the moving horse carriage, Xiao Chu was holding his hand over his chest, mourning the loss he felt. When he saw Raleigh's imposing and grandiose form, looking incredibly ferocious, covered fully in roaring flames from the spirit reinforcement, he had almost been delirious with joy. However, it had been short-lived. The fact that it would not work when imprinted on the spirit ring disappointed him so badly he was about to cry. No worries. When little Xia learns how to forge spirit rings, she should be able to reforge all of your spirit rings as well. Fan Zhuo comforted Xiao Chu with a laugh before he turned to look at one side of the carriage, and saw Jun Wuxia holding cinnabar and ink within her hands. I believe, spirit reinforcement and its runes, must be fully grasped by a person before it can be used or properly applied. I might have been able to fully duplicate the characters of the runes that you provided me with, but I am unable to confer the right kind of power behind it to make it work. Your intention to learn how to forge spirit rings is completely correct, or it would really be a big loss if this is not pursued fully. Having seen for himself what kind of power and possibilities that spirit reinforcement held, Fan Zhuo was anxious to impart to Jun Wuxia his skills as a ring forger. He strongly believed that after Jun Wuxia learned everything he knew, she would definitely be able to create and forge spirit rings that would astound everyone. Jun Wuxia nodded. What Fan Zhuo said was exactly what she had in mind. She had already picked up some basics of forging spirit rings from Fan Zhuo, but she did not possess any soul of flames to experiment with. A ring forger's soul of flames was one with the ring forger. Unless inherited from someone from the same bloodline, or it would be useless even if the soul of flames was put right into the hands of others. Chapter 647, To Heaven's End Cliff, 2. Even Fan Zhuo did not know where his own soul of flames had originated from. He had inherited it from his mother, who passed it down to him. Fan Zhuo was able to use it only because of their link in their blood ties. Throughout history, it had remained a great mystery how ring forgers got their soul of flames, as not a single ring forger had disclosed that fact to anybody. Even Fan Zhuo's mother had never mentioned it to Fan Zhuo before. That had caused Jun Wuxia to be unable to act on her desire, stopping her from becoming a ring forger. Dusk fell. The horse carriage was within the mountain roads. They had completed about half the journey, and it was estimated that they would reach the Heaven's End Cliff in another 5 days. By now, Jun Wuxia and her companions were far from civilization, and there was nobody around them for 100 miles. They couldn't see a single town all around from their high vantage point, and they haven't even sighted a single person for miles. Mu Qianfan stopped the carriage at the side of the mountain road, and Jun Wuxia and the others stepped out from the carriage one after another. They lit a fire under a overhanging crop of rock and pitched their tents, getting ready to rest. Although they had remained in the horse carriage all this while, but the Ardor's journey in the past 10 days had greatly jarred their bones with the bouncy ride over much uneven terrain. Mu Qianfan was recovering well from his injuries, and more than half of the bandages that covered his body had already been removed. Although the new flesh that had grown over the wounds were badly scarred, but they were much less garish looking than before. His face was, however, still covered in bandages, as there were times he needed to speak and it inadvertently tore at the skin, causing it to take a longer time to heal. I'll go find some firewood. Mu Qianfan saw that night was approaching, and he stood up and walked towards the trees. Mu Qianfan is really such a great help. Throughout this journey, with the way he had been taking on all the tasks single-handedly, I almost feel like an invalid person. Xiao Chu said as he massaged his sore knees. In the first few days of the journey, he had wanted to help Mu Qianfan with some of the chores, but he had been flatly rejected and asked to go back to join the others. Mu Qianfan always fought to take on all the menial tasks and never allowed them to lift a finger. I'll go check the vicinity to see if I can find a water source. Rongruo stood up, and the spirit ring on her finger glowed. Hell butterflies fluttered and danced in the air around Rongruo as they emerged from the ring's glow. I'll go with you, Fei Yan said, standing up after. The duo followed the hell butterflies' lead and walked towards where they might find a water source. Lord Meme stayed near Jun Wuxia's feet, having chewed up all the grass into a bare patch. It was still unsatisfied and it was nudging June Wuxie's legs with its little woolly head. Lord Meme still hungry. The little black cat. Translated Lord Meme's words for June Wuxie, and June Wuxie raised her hand to pat Lord Meme on the head. Lord Meme shouldn't be blamed for its voracious appetite. In the day, they all remained within the horse carriage as the wheels rattled along. Sitting in the carriage, the humans were still able to nibble on the dried rations, but Lord Meme only ate fresh greens. Although its body looked tiny at the moment, Lord Meme's real body was extremely huge, and several square meters of grass would not be adequate for one meal. If they allowed Lord Meme to have its fill every mealtime, their journey would take a whole lot longer. I'll go take a look around. June Wuxie stood up. If it continued on like this, Lord Meme would very soon protest. Xiao Chu looked up at June Wuxie with a laugh and nonchalantly reminded her to watch out for dangers before his hands quickly dived into the pack searching for dried meat, for him to roast them slowly over the fire. In terms of powers, although June Wuxie was not like them who could raise their levels to purple, but with the little black cat and Lord Meme, her two ferocious protectors with her, June Wuxie could very well be the one who possessed the most dominating might among all of them. June Wuxie walked towards the trees at the side with the little black cat in her arms as Lord Meme followed happily, its hooves tapping on the ground, and its woolly tail bobbing behind. Chapter 648, To Heaven's End Cliff, 3. Under the thick canopy of leaves, silvery moonlight shone through, creating droplets of glowing light upon the grass, looking like a reflection of the starry sky. June Wuxie stood among the light quietly, allowing Lord Meme to circle around her feet, relentlessly persecuting the innocent plant life around the area. Suddenly, June Wuxie detected a slight scent of blood in the air, and she frowned at the sudden offensive smell. Under the darkness of night, the wind was tinged with a slight chill among the trees as it softly brushed June Wuxie's face, bringing with it the slight bloody scent. It's human blood. The little black cat exclaimed, its nose sniffing the air. June Wuxie stared in the direction that the smell was coming from. The mountain was completely deserted and not a spirit beast had been spotted. Even the most common beasts had not been sighted, and when the scent of blood had so suddenly appeared here, it would invariably make June Wuxie find it rather strange. Shall I go see? The little black cat stretched, looking at June Wuxie. The little black cat darted away and quickly disappeared. At the little black cat's departure, Lord Meme, who was still circling June Wuxie's feet, only looked up once lazily, staring in the direction the little black cat had disappeared into a moment, before it lowered its head once more, and continued to graze on the grass. It was quiet all around, only the swishing of the leaves in the wind could be heard. Suddenly, June Wuxie's heart winced. That feeling gave rise to a strong feeling of unease in her heart. That was a signal transmitted from the little black cat. June Wuxie immediately picked Lord Meme off the ground and ran quickly towards the direction the little black cat had disappeared into. Among the dimly lit forest, a massive dark shadow was moving fast, weaving between the trees. Several arrows whizzed past the darting shadow, their sharp points driven deep into the tree trunks. A massive black beast, agile like a panther, used the complicated terrain to its advantage, trying to shake off the pursuer's attacks, coming from not far behind it. Mu Qianfan was covered in blood as it lay upon the back of the massive black beast. His blood-covered fists gripped tightly onto the skin around the black beast's neck as he vomited out mouthfuls of blood, staining the black beast's jet-black fur, a dark scarlet shade. On his back, it was a just dark blotch of red. The clothes on his back were torn and several garish wounds were clearly visible, the cut-up flesh, looking alarmingly gory. As the black beast sprinted and leapt, it left behind a trail of blood behind, on the grass. I won't make it you just escape on your own. With me dragging you down, they will catch up very soon. Mu Qianfan said weakly, the exertion making him cough out another mouthful of blood. Grr. The black beast growled, as if refuting Mu Qianfan's suggestion. Mu Qianfan gritted his teeth and released his grip. But, just as he was about to slip off the black beast's back, the black beast's tail curled tightly and held Mu Qianfan against its back. My mistress saved you, not to let you die in a place like this. Even if you don't want to live on, you still must. The highly anxious black beast spoke in human tongue and Mu Qianfan's eyes widened in shock, but he was too weak to say anything else. He had been attacked earlier and just at the moment that he thought he was to die, he had suddenly spotted the little black cat that always accompanied June Wuxie. Before he could even react in the slightest, the little black cat had suddenly transformed, turning into the massive black beast he was slumped across at the moment. The black beast had pulled him out of his predicament and they had fled, but they had not been able to throw off the pursuit. Seeing that the pursuers behind were about to catch up, Mu Qianfen was feeling highly anxious, but he was at a loss on what to do. Carrying Mu Qianfen on its back, the black beast continued to sprint. But Mu Qianfen was not like Jun Wuxie, he was a full-grown man and was heavy-built. His hefty weight had greatly affected the black beast's speed. Chapter 649, Nobody Messes with My Patient, 1. Suddenly, they were surrounded by several beast spirits, cutting off their route forward. Roar! The black beast gave out a threatening roar. The other beast spirits leapt towards the black beast. The black beast suddenly found himself battling with several other beast spirits. Go on. Run. Why are you not running anymore? The pursuers caught up quickly, numbering about 10 of them. They were all well-built men, and when they saw the black beast caught in a tangle with their ring spirits, their faces broke in gleeful smiles. The man's ring spirit had already been defeated by us. This black beast here is not his ring spirit. We don't know where it had sprouted out from, it seems that he has other companions around. Dispose of him quickly, to rid ourselves of more trouble. The leader of the band of men ordered with a frown, watching as their beast spirits battled with the ferocious black beast. The huge black beast was heavily surrounded. It could have easily escaped with its superior speed, but it had been bogged down with a severely injured Mu Qianfen upon its back, who greatly reduced its agility and ease of movements. Besides having to stop the attacks of the other beast spirits, it still had to ensure Mu Qianfen did not come under attack. The other beast spirits were not targeting the black beast. After they managed to seal off the black beast's escape, 2 lion-type beast spirits launched an incessant attack on the black beast from the front, while the other beast spirits circled around to the sides and back of the black beast, leaping towards Mu Qianfen upon its back. Roar! Ignoring the attack coming from the front, the black beast suddenly stood up on its hind legs and swung its paw in a powerful swipe, smashing it onto the head of one of the other beast spirits. A loud smack resounded through the air. That beast spirit was sent flying through the air and smashed onto the trunk of a tree. The overwhelming force bent the tree trunk, and with a shudder, the trunk snapped. At the same moment the black beast had sent the beast spirit flying out of the melee. The black beast had left itself open to attack from the other beast spirits. In that briefest of moments, the black beast found that a sizable chunk of flesh had been torn from its underbelly by a smaller beast spirit that had slipped in under the chaos. Even for a spirit body, having suffered from such an attack, would find itself in great agony. The black beast dived into a roll to get out from the enemy's encirclement, and it stood up panting heavily, its body twitching from the pain it felt from its underbelly. If not for Mu Qianfen on its back, it would have swallowed all these pesky miscreants whole one by one. Several cold gleaming flashes came streaking towards it, and the black beast leapt away quickly as 3 arrows thudded loudly into the ground at the spot where the black beast had just been standing. An archer had his bow strung, and he had the arrow fully pulled back, aimed right at the black massive beast, a cruel smile on his lips. Poor beast, I had wanted to toy with you a little more, but a pity our boss has given the word that the men upon your back must die. The archer sneered cruelly. The black beast wished for nothing more than to tear the archer into shreds, but the other beast spirits had once again surrounded it and was attacking from all directions. The black beast was slowly succumbing under the endless onslaught as more and more wounds appeared on its exhausted body, and it was unable to find a way out of its dire predicament. Leave me behind, Mu Qianfen pleaded with the black beast, as his heart wrenched in pain. He knew he would not live through this, and if this continued on, the black beast would be dragged down together with him. His benefactor had saved his life, and he could not cause his benefactor's ring spirit to sustain such heavy injuries. The black beast knocked away another beast spirit that charged at it, not showing the slightest sign of releasing Mu Qianfen. Just as the band of men saw that the black beast was slowly sinking into their death trap, a sudden sky-splitting roar tore through the earth. All the leaves in the trees around them rustled loudly as the deafening roar reverberated around them. The beast spirits that had the black beast hopelessly surrounded suddenly froze upon hearing the terrifying roar, and they found themselves trembling helplessly. Their tails drooped and curled up tightly against their bodies, their eyes suddenly filled with endless terror. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.